Do you desire my treasure? If so, I shall grant it all to you. Go and seek it. I have placed all my riches there. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, GOLD, Roger, the pirate king who conquered the Grand Line and the vast seas, uttered these final words before his execution, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. Thus began an age of tumult and chaos across the world. The great pirate era is one of disarray, even with the existence of a violent institution like the Navy. It can only manage the initial segment of the Grand Line, while the new world has become the dominion of pirates, a veritable paradise for those of the SEI in the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar. East Blue has long been deemed the weakest sea. Yet, despite this label, it has birthed numerous formidable figures. The pirate king Roger, the Navy hero Garp, the world's most notorious criminal, the Revolutionary Dragon, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, and the future pirate king, Luffy. Why the label of weakness? The most powerful in East Blue are not the pirates, but the mountain bandits, led by the mountain bandit king, Roronoa Zoro, who brandishes a wine bottle against the four emperors, and stands upon the future pirate king. The seven warlords of the sea act with impunity. Their terror is undeniable. Moreover, there exists the king of near seas, who shows no mercy even to those of his own kind, having taken one of their claws and nearly brought the future pirate king to his demise, forcing Shanks and his crew to flee the East Blue under cover of night. Furthermore, this is the hometown of Navy hero Garp, who frequently visits, and, upon encountering pirates he disdains, swiftly eliminates them, causing the rising stars of the pirate world to be extinguished before they ever shine. Thus, it is always humanity that brings down the stars, Rodney silently mused, casting a glance at the scarred and brawny man on the deck, reveling in a feast with his crew. He sneered, Steel Saw pirate crew, leader Scarface Rock, bounty of 4.5 million berries. Is 4.5 million still a drank task? The ranking is based on danger, yet this fellow hardly poses a threat. Today, I shall eliminate you all, he declared, hoisting a half-man-high barrel of liquor and striding forward. Oh, Jack, is the drink. Here. The scarred man, known as Scarface Rock, was indeed the ruthless leader of the Steel Saw pirates. Just 2 days prior, they had plundered a village, making a handsome profit before setting it ablaze, rendering countless innocent villagers homeless. He was a bloodthirsty and cruel man. Rodney wore an overtly obsequious expression, bowing and scraping. Yes, Captain, this is your favorite rum. Allow me to serve you personally. Gahaha, the lad knows his manners. Scarface Rock cackled, his laughter akin to a quacking duck, relishing Rodney's sycophantic demeanor. The crew below rolled their eyes at his fawning, looking down upon his actions. Yet who could blame him when the captain currently favored him? Scarface Rock accepted the mug, capable of washing one's face, and downed the rum in hearty gulps. Upon finishing, Rodney smiled at the other pirates. Come now. Don't just stand there. This is fine liquor we just acquired today. Scarface Rock chuckled. Jack's right, drink up. His words ignited the crew's enthusiasm, each eager to savor the exquisite drink. For pirates at sea, liquor is an indispensable companion. Many pirates are alcohol-dependent. Liquor is far easier to preserve than fresh water, allowing one to forget their troubles, and, when necessary, serves as a disinfectant or a means to bolster courage, leading to a life of drunken revelry. Pirates at sea are predominantly drunkards. Upon encountering fine liquor, their cravings awakened. They soon depleted the entire barrel. As everyone finished their drink, Rodney bore a smile when Scarface Rock suddenly exclaimed, The drink is gone. Jack, hurry and bring me more barrels, or what's happening? I can't move my body. Scarface Rock was taken aback, feeling his body stiffen, his lower half growing weak and numb, his chin also losing strength. Looking at his crew, they bore similar expressions, seemingly intoxicated. Jack, is it you? Despite being a seasoned seafarer, he quickly grasped the situation. Rodney chuckled. Apologies, Scarface Rock, but the fellow named Jack has been dealt with. He is likely in the belly of the king of near seas and will soon meld with the ocean floor. Who are you? Scarface Rock demanded, astonished that someone had infiltrated his ship. However, they had been at sea for days. How did this person manage to board? Let me show you who I am. Rodney laughed heartily, and with a sudden bang, white smoke enveloped him, as the smoke cleared. A somewhat handsome young man, appearing to be around 18 or 19, stood revealed. He was slender, not as towering as Scarface Rock and his ilk, clad in a jacket and blue sandals that exposed his toes, a short knife strapped to his thigh, and a modest cloth pouch hanging at his back. Seeing Rodney's true visage startled Scarface Rock. Delighted by this recognition, Rodney mused, "Am I so recognizable now? Who are you?" "Rodney." "Never mind. Why bother with a dying man?" Scarface Rock spat thick phlegm, aiming it just short of Rodney. "Pa, what skill is there in poisoning? If you have the guts, release me and see if Scarface Rock doesn't annihilate you. Let you taste my might." Rodney withdrew a kunai from his pouch, saying, "Such anesthetics are remarkably effective. I need not lift a finger." "Scarface Rock, your bounty of 4.5 million is now mine." "That weapon, you are the bounty hunter, Jostad J. Rodney." Scarface Rock instantly recalled recent rumors of a bounty hunter named Jostad J. Rodney who wields peculiar weapons to hunt pirates, employing poison and assassination without restraint, leading many pirates to their doom. Each time, entire crews were delivered to the Navy, and aside from a name and a unique weapon left at the scene, the images circulated by the Navy bore a striking resemblance to the man before him. "Oh, you're aware. Then no need for introductions, you're under arrest, Scarface Rock." He casually threw the kunai, striking Scarface Rock in the eye. "Oh!" Scarface Rock's scream echoed, yet he could do nothing but watch his life ebb away, feeling no pain as the anesthetic dulled his senses, rendering him incapable of speech. Before Rodney appeared a screen visible only to him. Host, Jostad J. Rodney. Race, human. Level, genin. Attributes, wind, fire, water, thunder, earth, yin yang. Ninjutsu, great fireball, phoenix fire, water clone, body flicker technique, earth. Wall, heart decapitation technique, healing technique. Taijutsu, Uchiha Shuriken technique, shadow dance, leaf whirlwind, leaf great whirlwind, 8 gates. Bloodline limit, none. Task points, 260. Task, eliminate Scarface Rock, captain of the Steel Saw Pirates. Task level D. Reward, 100 task points. Status, completed. 100 task points credited as a transmigrant. He found himself navigating this pirate world, pondering what a Naruto system meant in a realm of pirates. After playing Naruto games while watching pirate shows, he had, in a fit of rage, smashed his phone, which exploded, leading to his demise. That, in a twist of fate, he had crossed over, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, I have acquired a unique advantage, the Hokage system, which encompasses a myriad of intricate martial arts from the world of Naruto. These techniques require the exchange of task points for mastery. With this newfound ability, I stepped out of the village, proudly embracing my role as a bounty hunter of pirates. In pursuit of task points and strength, I dedicated myself to hunting down those wretched souls who wreak havoc upon the seas, engaging in pillage and destruction. Unlike the Straw Hat crew, who resemble mere adventurers, pirates are true embodiments of selfishness, driven by their insatiable desires and committing unspeakable atrocities. The countless heinous acts they perpetrate weigh not on my conscience. I feel no remorse for eliminating these scoundrels, these parasites, who squander the air while alive and taint the land in death, deserve their fate. Scarface Rock is worth 4,500,000. Along with the first mate, second mate, and their crew, I could potentially gather around 6 million. 6 million with each exploding tag, costing 30,000. I shall purchase 100. In the world of Naruto, an exploding tag is valued at 300 Ryo, approximately equivalent to 300 Japanese yen, making the price of 30,000 reasonable. The thought of Konan, the wealthiest woman in Naruto, possessing 6 trillion exploding tags, leaves me in awe. Wealth truly grants the freedom to do as one pleases. Indeed, I must earn money. I aspire to become Hokage. Hokage, I shall undoubtedly become. Rogue Town, a place where beginnings and endings intertwine, is the birthplace and final resting place of the notorious pirate king, Joel D. Roger. This town is also home to a formidable naval presence, with its colonel hailing from the Navy's headquarters, demonstrating unwavering strength and a relentless approach towards piracy, thus safeguarding the townsfolk from marauding pirates. Whispers abound that the new arrival is a significant improvement over the previous colonel, who merely occupied his position while colluding with pirates. A ship emerges over the horizon, prompting the naval soldiers at the port to immediately raise their telescopes. If it were a pirate vessel, they would need to send an urgent report. However, what they behold is a familiar sight. At the bow dangles the lifeless body of a pirate, behind which stands a group of trembling scoundrels, clearly intimidated by the striking figure of Rodney, the renowned pirate hunter, who returns once more to claim his bounty. The soldiers breathe a sigh of relief. Rodney is known for his ability to capture entire crews of pirates. Promptly, they summon reinforcements to prepare for the apprehension of the captured pirates. Shortly thereafter, the ship belonging to the Steel Saw Pirates docks, and a contingent of naval soldiers disperses the crowd, each armed with handcuffs and shackles, ready to escort the captured rogues away. Leading the operation is a bespectacled beauty, ensconced with a longsword, naval ensign Dasky. Mr. Rodney, Dasky greets him courteously. Greetings, Dasky. The members of the Steel Saw Pirates are all here. How much bounty will I receive? Rodney inquires. Dasky replies with a smile. Please hold on. We still need to calculate the total, but rest assured, you shall not be shortchanged. Her gaze reflects respect for Rodney, acknowledging his contributions to the sea. Very well, he nods, confident in her integrity, as she is a person of virtue who would not deceive him, nor would she allow Smoker to line his pockets at the expense of justice. Before long, 4 stacks of cash land in his hands, one of which is notably smaller. The Steel Saw Pirates' bounty amounts to 5,630,000 berries, with 3 million earmarked for explosive tags, and another 100,000 for shurikens and kenai, leaving him with some funds for personal use. After securing a hotel for rest, he procures explosive tags, shurikens, kenai, and wire from the system store. The marketplace offers not only these items but also techniques such as ninjutsu, body techniques, and bloodline limits, albeit at the cost of task points. The 8 gates technique, the chakra blade, and the chakra extraction technique, along with his chakra reserves, are all gifts from the system. Currently, he can only activate one of the 8 gates, requiring continuous physical training to unlock further capabilities. In this marketplace, task points and berries serve as a stark contrast akin to in-game currency and diamonds, yet his recent expenditure proves fruitless. He stows a stack of explosive tags and a small collection of ninja tools into his pouch, which possesses a cubic capacity similar to spatial scrolls, though those are prohibitively expensive with limited storage. Alas, I'm broke, he muses. Just as he laments his financial state, a task notification appears. Task: eliminate Baji Kuro. Task level: C reward, permanent chakra fruit, 150 task points. Chakra fruit, a coveted item indeed. However, this version is a diluted form, categorized into permanent and explosive varieties. The permanent chakra fruit enhances his chakra capacity, while the explosive chakra fruit provides a temporary surge of chakra, dissipating once the effect expires. Baji Kuro, however, is no trivial adversary. Ascending from 4 million to 16 million seems rather reckless. He is recognized as a cunning individual, second only to Ben Beckman of the Red-Haired Pirates, having faked his death to infiltrate the affluent Kyra family in West Rob Village, seeking to usurp their wealth. A clever man, indeed, but unfortunate to cross paths with the legendary Usopp and Monkey D. Luffy. In the year 1517 of the sea calendar, he has only been in the Kyra household for about 6 months. That treacherous individual proves to be quite a challenge. Dealing with a clever foe is always a nuanced endeavor, though not entirely inconvenient. Once again, Rodney embarks on his journey, following a merchant ship, without adequate navigational knowledge. Venturing into the vast ocean poses risks of drifting into windless zones or encountering natural calamities. Unfamiliar with these perils, Rodney opts to accompany the merchant ship, which requires protection as it passes through West Rob Village, offering him an opportunity to earn additional income. The merchant vessel stops intermittently to purchase and sell goods, and the journey is relatively tranquil. After compensating the ship's captain with 50,000 berries, he boards a smaller boat to reach West Rob Village. The merchant ship merely passes through, so he docks on the northern edge of the village. West Rob Village is a peaceful settlement, the ancestral home of Jesus Burgess, the sniper of the Red-Haired Pirates, and Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates. Trouble. Pirates are coming. Pirates are coming. A young voice echoes through the village, misinterpreting Rodney as a pirate. A cloud of dust rises in the distance, and upon closer inspection, he sees a boy with a bandana, an elongated nose, and an explosive hairstyle sprinting ahead, pursued by a group of angry adults wielding brooms and wooden sticks. Is that Usopp? He wonders, as the future hero races past him. The adults, unyielding in their pursuit, their faces twisted in rage. Rodney grabs one of the adults, asking, "Is it truly necessary to chase after a child?" "Necessary? That boy does this every day? It's one thing if it happens once or twice, but he does it daily. Truly, he is just like his pirate father." The man replies, expressing the village's disdain for Usopp, who frequently frightens the townsfolk with his fabrications of pirate invasions. The villagers harbor resentment towards Usopp, as he perpetually spins tales to instill fear, a habit that has become increasingly irksome, especially considering his father's notorious reputation as a pirate. "Oh, I see. By the way, where can I find the wealthiest family in this village?" Rodney inquires. The man points to a villa atop the hill, saying, "That would be it. But wait. Why do you ask?" He scrutinizes Rodney's appearance, concluding that he does not quite resemble a benevolent figure. "I am a pirate hunter. A pirate has infiltrated this village." "Is it that brat from earlier?" "His father is a pirate as well." "Not that child. He pales in comparison to true pirates." "Thank you." With chakra surging through his legs, Rodney dashes towards the villa with unparalleled speed, leaving the man bewildered. Could he be a pirate? The man muses, scratching his head before calling a few people to follow. However, they stand no chance of keeping up with Rodney's pace. The distance is short as he arrives at the villa's rear garden, stealthily infiltrating the premises. This is the residence of the wealthiest family in West Rob Village, and the hideout of Baji Kuro. The man realized that his audacious choice to become a pirate drew too much attention, prompting him to feign his own death. He employed a crew member as his double, compelling the hypnotist to enhance the illusion, leading his subordinates to mistake him for the notorious Kuro. He orchestrated a setup that would ensnare the Navy, eliminating all witnesses, leaving only that crew member and a naval officer, thus perfectly extricating himself from the situation. Upon arriving at Syrup Village, he disguised himself as a crew member dismissed from the ship, finding refuge with a family and subsequently becoming their steward. With a duplicitous facade, he endeared himself to the villagers. As a figure of remarkable intellect, second only to Ben Beckman, his machinations were both masterful and chilling. Rodney stealthily entered the garden adorned with blooming flora, climbing into a tree to conceal himself among the leaves. The opulence of the mansion made searching somewhat cumbersome, so he opted for a patient ambush. The sea-scented breeze caressed his face, the gentle zephyr and warm sunshine inducing a sense of drowsiness. Rodney maintained a vigilant watch, noting Kuro's silent approach, akin to a cat. A bespectacled man emerged, clad in a black suit with a whimsical pattern, exuding an aura of danger with his polished shoes and slick-back hair. "Miss Kaya, what a splendid day it is," Kuro remarked as he stepped through the back door. Following him was a girl in a white dress, her pale golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. "Indeed, Mr. Clabatel, today's weather is delightful," she joyfully replied, flashing a charming smile. Rodney, perched in the tree, found the situation troublesome. He could not allow the child to witness any brutality. Utilizing his transformation technique, he morphed into the visage of the scar-faced rock and leaped down. A year prior, Kuro, sensing peril, instantly scooped up Kaya and dashed towards the back door. Agile and swift, "Miss Kaya, we have an unexpected visitor today. Mary, take good care of her," he instructed his sheep-haired servant, who nodded in understanding and lifted Kaya. Kuro then adjusted his glasses, a lingering habit from his days as a pirate, never forgetting the art of combat. He turned to Rodney. "Scar-faced Rock? What brings you here?" The news of Rock's demise had yet to reach Syrup Village. "Oh, who would have thought the infamous Kuro was still alive and now plays steward to a little girl?" TSK, is this a turn to the light?" Kuro scoffed, surprised at being recognized today. His feigned death and subsequent arrival here were merely steps toward claiming Kaya's family fortune. In his strategy, Kaya could not perish now. Her parents were still alive. Her untimely death would thwart his plans. "I've come to a realization. I no longer wish to be a pirate," Kuro declared. "We have no entanglements or grievances." "What is your purpose here?" "Why, of course, to eliminate you." Rodney cackled. "Once a pirate, always a pirate, Kuro. I'm here to claim the fortunes of these two." He launched a powerful kick, the Leaf Hurricane, aimed at Kuro's head. Yet Kuro was no ordinary foe. Before his feigned demise, he was a formidable pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries, proficient in speed. He deftly retreated, disappearing within mere bounds. Rodney muttered in frustration, "Damn it, he runs too fast." Shortly after, he heard hurried footsteps as a group of bodyguards rushed in, armed and ready. With a sly grin, he leaped onto the rooftop, exclaiming, "Kuro, I grant you 1 hour. If you do not show yourself, I shall ensure your name reverberates throughout the East Sea. Trust me, I possess that capability. The East Sea Gazette will find this news irresistibly delightful. He had even conceived a sensational headline. Shocking. Kuro's feigned death and retirement. The truth behind it all. With that, he departed the rooftop toward the forest. In Kuro's chamber, the implications of Rodney's words darkened his expression. He had painstakingly earned the trust of Kaya's parents, woven himself into the fabric of her life, and endeared himself to the villagers, all seemingly foolish actions aimed at acquiring Kaya's inheritance. He understood that robbing as a pirate was illegal, yet as a wealthy man, it was deemed lawful. Thus, he was prepared to endure humiliation for the sake of that vast fortune. Rodney's sudden appearance had disrupted his meticulously laid plans. He needed to eradicate this anomaly and restore his strategy to its intended course. He retrieved a parcel from beneath his bed, revealing his signature weapon, the 10 blades, cat claw. Adorning the cat claw, he flexed his fingers, the gleaming blades reflecting a chilling light, ready to rend the intruder and perfect his scheme once more. Adjusting his glasses with his fluffy palm, a habit ingrained from his weaponry days, he remained alert and instinctively prepared for battle. He opened a window, confirming the area was clear before swiftly leaping out, racing towards the eastern forest. Memories of scar-faced rock flooded his mind. A pirate with a bounty of 4.5 million, infamous for cleaving foes with a steel saw and possessing brute strength, known for his foul language. Yet, something felt amiss. He recalled that the earlier rock had not displayed any weaponry. How could a pirate of such modest bounty recognize him, yet choose to threaten rather than flee? Kuro unearthed a multitude of blind spots. The forest surely harbored traps. Yet to abstain from entering. Rodney had laid a blatant scheme before him, a choice to enter or not, but traps awaited regardless. If he chose not to come, the Navy would be his next visitors. For the sake of his plan, Kuro had no choice but to follow Rodney's lead. A thought that ignited his fury. Who was he? He was Kuro, the illustrious pirate Kuro, and to be manipulated in such a manner was unbearable. Damn it, I must eliminate that scoundrel. If only Zango were here, things would be easier, he lamented. Alas, due to his own orders, Zango would never appear in this predicament. The eastern forest was not far. Kuro activated his stealthy ability, moving silently across the ground, akin to a feline hunting its prey. The occasional chirp of birds broke the stillness, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the grass, creating a serene atmosphere. Scar-faced rock, I am coming, Kuro declared into the eerie quiet. Just then, a metallic clang echoed in the air, and he caught a glimpse of a shadow. He swiftly dodged a shuriken that whizzed past him. No, there had been 2 sounds. Realizing the danger, he felt a sharp pain in his back as 2 shurikens embedded themselves there. Another lodged into a nearby tree. The Uchiha Shuriken technique allowed the user to alter the trajectory of the shuriken mid-flight through impact, a highly practical skill. Once more, the clinking sound resonated as Kuro swung his 10 blades, cat claw, deflecting the shurikens. In a flash, he darted to a tree, raking his claws down its trunk, toppling the canopy above. Suddenly, a figure emerged, unleashing a searing fireball the size of a house, hurtling toward Kuro. Klo swiftly retreated, standing on the freshly shaved trunk of a tree as a fireball struck it, igniting the wood and transforming it into charred remains. The terrifying power displayed was indicative of a devil fruit user, and Klo felt a twinge of trepidation. Rodney landed on the ground, confirming that, like the great fireball and Amaterasu, such flames had never claimed a life. Silent step. Observing Rodney's presence, Klo resolved to take a gamble. His speed was remarkable, and he reappeared behind Rodney, aiming his 10 blades, cat claw at the nape of his neck, ready to sever him in 2 with a mere swipe. Substitution technique. I win. With a single claw, he easily tore through Rodney's form, only for it to transform into a wooden stump, splintering into several pieces. What? All right. The game ends here. Earth release. Heart beheading technique. A hand emerged from the soil, grasping Klo's ankle tightly. With a forceful yank, Klo was pulled underground. Moments later, Rodney emerged from the earth, dust covering him, shaking off the grime, still looking disheveled. The area where Klo had sunk was stained red with blood. By outsmarting Klo and dragging him underground, Rodney effectively neutralized his prideful speed, ensuring he met an untimely demise before he could even unleash his signature techniques. Time to find a place to wash up and change clothes. Returning to his previous form, Rodney made his way towards the village. After bathing, feeling refreshed, His long black hair hung damply, and in his hand, he held a dark red orb the size of a lychee, the permanent chakra fruit. It bore resemblance to the chakra elixirs created by the Otsutsuki clan, if not nearly identical. He swallowed it whole, without chewing, recalling its rather unpalatable taste from his previous encounter. It was likely better than the taste of a devil fruit, which was rumored to be akin to excrement. The infamous secret recipe, cough cough. The chakra fruit melted in his mouth, instantly replenishing the chakra expended during battle and even increasing his chakra capacity. If his chakra had previously equated to 0.5 of Kakashi, it now rose to 0.8. As is commonly understood, Kakashi serves as a unit of measurement for chakra. Chakra is the physical energy contained within every cell of the body, combined with one's mental energy, released through hand seals to perform ninjutsu. Rodney felt immensely powerful. Though it was merely an illusion, many stronger than him roamed the vast ocean, maintain a low profile, and survive. The only source of his displeasure stemmed from the fact that, due to Clo's fake death, even if he brought him to the Navy, he could not collect the bounty, as Clo's wanted poster had been revoked, leaving him recorded as deceased. If he were to bring him in, the Navy would only assume he was attempting to deceive them for the reward. Opening the shop, he discovered he had amassed 510 mission points, finally able to redeem something he had long desired. Forbidden technique, mutual exploding tag, required redemption, 500 mission points. The mutual exploding tag, a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, is an A-rank infinite explosion ninjutsu that allows the summoning of countless exploding tags from a single tag, igniting a chain reaction of explosions, ensuring the enemy cannot escape. The caveat is that one must possess a sufficient number of exploding tags. This explains why, despite being an A-rank forbidden technique, it is quite affordable, simply due to the necessity of in-game currency. Nevertheless, the power is still considerable. With enough exploding tags, one could unleash ceaseless bombardments. Originally intended to complement the Edo Tensei technique, it could be replaced with a water clone. Attaching just one tag to an enemy would suffice for a lethal explosion. Considering the physical resilience of individuals in this world, a substantial number of exploding tags would likely be required. Furthermore, should he enter the new world, where everyone possesses Hokage, the practicality of this forbidden technique diminishes. At least in the East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line, it remains a divine skill. Upon redeeming the mutual exploding tag, images of its usage and corresponding summoning techniques flooded his mind, as it was crafted by the second Hokage, emphasizing practicality and speed. It requires merely a hand gesture and the corresponding chakra to activate, consuming very little chakra. However, each summoning of an exploding tag requires chakra, representing a continuous expenditure of resources. Not only chakra is consumed, but also currency. After enjoying a meal on the island, Rodney received word that the butler of the Kaya household, Clabatel, had been kidnapped by pirates. The restaurant owner lamented the unfortunate fate of the kind-hearted man. In the realm of acting, Clo would surely earn an Academy Award. Yet, alas, there always exists someone stronger, that being Blackbeard. For his next jutsu, he contemplated redeeming the Een Healing Destruction, only to find it required a staggering 5,000 mission points, truly befitting an A-rank forbidden technique, far exceeding the cost of the mutual exploding tag. Too expensive. Perhaps another time. With no missions to undertake, Rodney decided to leave this small village of West Rob, as its slow pace of life was unsatisfactory. Instead, he aimed for a larger city like Lowtown to rest. As his small boat departed from West Rob, he rode through the waves, venturing onto the open sea. Although unsure of his direction, he could drift along with the current. His provisions were ample, with soldier pills in his backpack, each costing 1,000 berries, providing a day's worth of essential energy. For a more indulgent meal, he could enjoy a bowl of ikaku ramen for 2,000 berries, filling his stomach and accelerating chakra recovery, all while tasting delightful. He need not worry about water, as he possessed water-style chakra, enabling him to create fresh water to replenish his bodily needs. However, the system indicated that the water produced could not alleviate the curse of the sea for devil fruit users. Being energy generated, it sufficed to replenish his own moisture. Moreover, utilizing water release with seawater would diminish the curse against devil fruit users due to the chakra it contained, weakening the effects of the ocean's curse. What would typically sap the strength of those with devil fruit powers would only cause them to weaken, possibly losing their abilities but still retaining their stamina. Undoubtedly, the effectiveness of water release was reduced. He had initially planned to confront a devil fruit user with a powerful wave attack, but the system doused that ambition with cold water. His small boat bobbed on the sea, propping up a sunshade and donning sunglasses to avoid sun exposure that could dehydrate him. After drifting for a while, a colossal creature suddenly surged from the depths, breaking the surface of the water. Its massive form stretched over 20 meters, sporting a rhinoceros head, its body adorned with azure scales. The fearsome sea beast, the Sea King. With a roar, the Sea King bellowed at Rodney, proclaiming its might. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Rodney removed his sunglasses and stepped out of the small boat, sprinting across the water toward the Sea King. The creature, having never witnessed a human running atop the waves, perceived him as a mere snack and opened its massive jaws to bite down upon him. Shadow Dance, Leaf. A powerful kick connected with the Sea King's jaw, flipping it backward and sending it crashing into the water, creating a splash, while Rodney rode the waves. "Not good. I'm in trouble." The Sea King possessed a degree of intelligence and sensed danger. Alas, it had encountered Rodney, and escape was now futile. Free labor has arrived. Soon after, a large red bump formed atop the Sea King's horn, with steel wire wrapped around it, the other end tethered to the bow of Rodney's small boat. The vessel surged forward, transforming into Rodney's makeshift towing vessel. The Sea Kings move with remarkable speed in the ocean, and those in the East China Sea are particularly easy to bully. One cannot fathom how red-haired lost an arm, riding the waves. If this creature attempts to drag itself into the depths, it will be met with a barrage of blows, and having learned its lesson, the Sea King dares not act thus again. It was requested to take him to the nearest island. "Cursed humans, once I grow stronger, I shall devour you." Enduring pain and holding back tears, he pressed on. The speed was so exhilarating that Rodney felt as if he were on a roller coaster, soaring and plummeting repeatedly. "Damn it, slow down." The objects hurled by the bully behind him struck his head painfully. "Wah, this is harassment of the Sea Kings." As he urged for a reduction in speed, a ship swiftly appeared ahead, but the Sea King ignored it and charged straight on. After reprimanding the Sea King, Rodney lay back to enjoy life. Boom. Waves splashed around him. Boom. Another wave. A small black dot loomed larger before him. It was a cannonball. Rodney exclaimed, "What on earth?" The cannonball zipped past him, piercing the hull of the ship behind. Water gushed in. Rodney acted swiftly, leaping from the small boat and landing atop the Sea King's head. Before him stood a warship. He placed a foot upon the Sea King's head and shouted, "What have you done, you rascal?" The Sea King whimpered. It had merely been approaching that direction. Rodney noticed a robust elder clad in a cloak of justice on the ship's railing, hurling a cannonball in their direction with the strength of his arm, its speed rivaling that of a cannon's discharge. "How did I end up crossing paths with this old man? Is he mistaking me for a pirate?" Dodging the cannonball, he then saw a plethora of cannonballs flying toward him. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Small fireballs flew forth, colliding with the cannonballs and causing explosions. Seizing the moment, Rodney leapt onto the surface of the water and bounded onto the warship. "Stop! I am not a pirate. Hey, take this punch from me." Bam! Rodney fell, unable to rise again. "Ha ha ha, my apologies. I received reports from my subordinates, mistaking you for a pirate. Are you all right?" The towering elder laughed heartily, patting Rodney's back with a hand the size of a fan. "One slap, two slaps. Ugh. Vice Admiral Garp, please stop. Mr. Jostad is spitting blood." A medic shouted. The naval hero Garp chuckled sheepishly. "This won't do. A man's body should not be so frail. How can you venture across the sea like that? Who will withstand my slaps?" Rodney wiped the blood from his mouth. His physique was already strong, having survived Garp's punch. One must remember that this old man once pummeled Pirate King Roger into a state of disarray with his fists alone. Garp stated that he always preferred to win over others through virtue. By the way, his fists were named Virtue. With a lump on his head, he felt the same pain as he had earlier from the Sea King. A green light glowed from his palm as healing techniques were instantly applied to his wounds, stimulating the cells in the swelling and hastening recovery. Quite an intriguing ability. "Are you a devil fruit user?" "Sort of," he replied, scratching his head and speaking vaguely. "Ha ha ha. Quite an impressive ability indeed. Can it be applied to others?" Garp inquired with interest. "Yes." Garp's eyes lit up at this, saying, "What was your name again?" "Jostad J. Rodney." "Haha, then I shall call you Rodney. Come join the Navy." Ding. Garp extended an invitation, asking if he accepted. "Yes or no?" "I'm sorry, but I do not wish to become a Navy officer." Rodney declined. Garp, puzzled, asked why not. "Your ability could aid many in the Navy." hastening their recovery and contributing to justice. No, the Navy is too troublesome. I find my current life quite satisfactory. The Navy is overly complex. And I certainly do not wish to be ordered around by the world government and the celestial dragons. The so-called justice is burdened by such individuals. It is better not to participate and avoid that vexation. I think you would make an excellent sailor, but your physique is too weak and in need of training. Under my tutelage, you will surely grow. Garp laughed heartily. Farewell. Rodney turned to leave. He was not like Monkey D. Luffy, possessing such remarkable vitality. Training under Garp would likely lead to his demise. A pair of calloused hands grasped his shoulder, and the elderly man smiled kindly, saying, "Young man, you shall thank me later. No help. Save me." Garp appeared resolute, dragging Rodney off for training. To Garp, Rodney's ability was exceedingly valuable, and he seemed to be a promising candidate worth nurturing. Additionally, he felt quite bored aboard the warship. Put in some effort. Rodney, hold on. Garp chewed on a donut, sitting atop Rodney's back as he performed push-ups while clad in iron armor. This was the third day of Garp's training. Rodney was subjected daily to intense physical exertion, feeling as exhausted as a dead dog. However, there were benefits. His body was growing at an astonishing rate. Chakra was being consumed at a rapid pace. Sweat poured from him like rain, dripping onto the deck as his chakra was relentlessly drained, and his body felt increasingly heavy. The iron armor weighed a full 1,000 pounds. And with the burly Garp atop him, were it not for his decent physique, his chakra might not have endured. I can't go on. He collapsed onto the deck. Garp inquired, "How many did you do?" A naval soldier, continuously recording, replied, "For 1,320, which is 400 more than before. Your physique is improving rapidly. This won't do. How can you become an excellent sailor like this?" Garp shook his head. "I never said I would become a Navy officer. I am a pirate hunter, not a Navy officer. Why must I join the Navy?" He shed the iron armor, revealing a muscular upper body, feeling much lighter. A sudden pain struck his head. He had already trained his armament haki to the pinnacle of strength. Even without the haki, his strikes were incredibly painful, capable of inflicting excruciating pain even on rubbery Luffy, who was immune to blunt force. "What are you saying? Your abilities are well suited for the Navy, whether as a medic or a full-fledged officer. Don't squander your talent." Garp had observed everything over the past few days. Initially, he believed Rodney's physique was too weak and sought to train him as restitution for the unintentional harm. However, Rodney's healing ability and rapid growth in strength had piqued his interest. Yet, this lad seemed as stubborn as his grandson, fixated on being a pirate hunter. What is so appealing about being a pirate hunter? Have you allowed greed to taint your heart? Of course. Old man, money isn't everything, but without it, you can do nothing. Vulgar. Becoming a Navy officer also provides a salary. Just think, solving one bounty would suffice for a long time. The Navy provides food and housing, with insurance benefits. I'm sorry, but I roam the seas, unafraid of danger. Ouch. Old man, are you hitting me again? I believe you need some education. Garp's fists cracked ominously. Labor education? Special education. What gives? I haven't done anything wrong. Rodney exclaimed defiantly. Still daring to talk back? You asked for it. With a resounding crack, Captain Garp chased Rodney across the deck, but Rodney displayed no signs of exhaustion. Bang! A punch sent Rodney crashing into the deck. Drawing the carpenter's ire, such a large hole would be a nuisance to repair. Ha ha ha, young Rodney. It seems your training has enabled you to withstand an old man's punch. This strike was by no means his full strength. Had he unleashed his might, Rodney would have been finished. It could be considered a regular punch? Perhaps even less than that. Humph. Old man, even if I die, as I lie in my coffin, I will shout with my decayed vocal cords. I will never become a Navy soldier. Rodney rose, bruised and battered. You little brat, do you really love money that much? Of course. I'm a pirate hunter, traversing the seas for the sake of riches. Rodney replied, tending to his wounds. Then, I shall hire you to capture someone for me. Sure. I want the method for mastering haki or the Navy's 6 styles. You truly are bold to ask for so much, Garp retorted, rolling up his sleeves, his muscular arms radiating a terrifying aura. Naturally, the person you want me to capture won't be easy to deal with, which is why my reward isn't too excessive. Rodney flashed a cunning smile. Garp chuckled, you sly one. Your current strength isn't enough to learn haki, but I can teach you one of the 6 styles initially. Once you capture the person, I will grant you 2 more. Agreed. Who do you want me to catch? My grandson Ace. Who? Your grandson? Where is he now? Rodney was taken aback, surprised that Karp would want him to capture Ace, who had set sail months ago. That kid left 3 months ago and has become a pirate instead of joining the Navy. It infuriates me. He must be nearing Reverse Mountain by now. Young man, I hope you can help me bring my beloved grandson back. Karp understood that Ace, with his capabilities, would surely make a name for himself at sea. Once he reached a certain level, it would be easy for the world government to target him. Given the omnipresent nature of CP agents, Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King would leave him with little chance of survival. The world government would never allow a cursed bloodline to persist in this world. They would not permit Ace to be investigated by the world government. Yet Karp did not wish to thwart his grandson's dreams. He knew that personally capturing him would be difficult, so he decided to entrust the task to Rodney. Bring me Rodney's information, Karp ordered. In his previous encounters with pirates, Karp had been ruthless, but he was gentle with ordinary people. He was a man of justice, albeit one with a penchant for greed. Such a man would be ashamed not to join the Navy. Ding! A seemingly inconsequential system suddenly activated, issuing a side quest. Huh, there's a side quest? Quest, capture the pirate Portgas D. Ace. Level, C reward, fire release, great fire annihilation, 3 Tomo Sharingan, 800 quest points. This task is classified as a side quest and can be refused. Would you like to refuse? Gasping at the rewards, Rodney was astonished. Not only was great fire annihilation offered, but the 3 Tomo Sharingan as well. The exchange rate for quest points was 3,000 points for a single Tomo. And here he was being offered a 3 Tomo Sharingan outright. This quest was a must accept. Alright, I accept, but since he is your grandson, I will need Sea Prism Stone as insurance. What if Ace has eaten the Mera Mera no Mi by now? Logia types are a bug. How will I deal with that? You greedy little brat. I never use Sea Prism Stone. I'm just on vacation this time. Where would I get Sea Prism Stone? Besides, you shouldn't need it to deal with Ace. Karp replied. From his reaction, it was clear that Ace had not yet consumed the Mera Mera no Mi. In the original story, Ace's consumption of the fruit was not depicted, so a trip should be manageable. Do you have his Viver card? Rodney inquired. If I had that, would I still need you? That made sense, and with a sigh, Rodney said, Fine, I'll find a way to capture him. This task was imperative to complete. The 3 Tomo Sharingan and the Great Fire Annihilation from Madara were rewards worthy of such effort. Was it really just a sea-level quest? What 6 style will you teach me? Shave. I will teach you, but whether you can learn it depends on your own efforts. Thus began Rodney's grueling existence. Half a month later, in Logetown, Rodney walked through the streets dressed in a Navy soldier's uniform, not because he had joined the Navy, but because his own clothes had been entirely lost, leaving him with only what he could wear from the ship. Encountering Karp was both fortunate and unfortunate. Was it retribution for bullying Sea Kings? Although he had learned Shave, mastering it would take time, and Karp's hellish training had significantly enhanced his physical attributes, allowing him to open the second gate of the 8 gates. He then requested a small boat from Karp, captured a Sea King, and hastened his journey. After a week's travel, he finally arrived at Logetown. This delay was primarily due to the fact that Karp's route was the opposite of his. Rodney had intended to travel from West Blue to Logetown, while Karp was heading from Logetown to the Goa Kingdom, leading to several changes in Sea Kings before he finally arrived. The system provided automatic location tracking, indicating that Ace had not yet left East Blue and was heading in this direction. Thus, all he needed to do was wait here for the right moment. Mr. Josta? Upon hearing his name, Rodney turned to see a lieutenant named Dasky. Lieutenant Dasky, what brings you here in such haste? We received reports of someone dining and dashing at Uncle Frank's restaurant. It's a pirate, so I'm off to handle it. Dasky said as she assembled her team and departed. Who would dare have the audacity to eat without paying in Logetown? Rodney mused, deciding to follow along for the excitement. It was human nature to seek entertainment, and it had become ingrained in Rodney's DNA. Watching the spectacle was, after all, the most enjoyable pastime. On the streets of Logetown, a group was sprinting, one of whom was carrying a man donned in an orange cowboy hat, bare-chested, with snot bubbles swelling and shrinking. He was evidently asleep. Our captain is asleep again. Do we have no money? A man carrying a gun lamented. It's normal for the captain to eat and sleep. Besides, we typically dine and dash. That's the captain's habit. A blue-haired man replied. Casting a glance back at their pursuers, he urged, Hurry up. The Navy is coming, and they don't like our captain, Lieutenant Iska. Run. They quickly made their way to the harbor. Apologies, this route is blocked. Thanks to Karp's training, Rodney's speed had dramatically increased, allowing him to leap ahead of the crowd. Who are you? Step aside. A hefty man charged at him, only to be met with a punch to the forehead from Rodney. Bill, Rodney exclaimed, reveling in the sensation of his fist connecting. Navy, stand back. The gunman immediately fired at him. Rodney dodged with agility, leaping forward and delivering a powerful punch to one of the pirates. Shadow Dance Leaf. Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Great Hurricane. He swiftly dispatched several of them. But just as he prepared to kick another, a hand caught his leg. Sorry, but I can't let you bully my crew any longer, proclaimed a freckled youth, a hot aura radiating from his palm. Startled, Rodney swiftly retreated, only to witness flames igniting on the palm of his adversary. The natural type devil fruit. The Mara Mara no Mi. Rodney's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck, encountering his target so swiftly. Nor did he foresee that Ace had consumed the devil fruit. Poor gas D Ace. Apologies, I just dozed off. Dias, how is everyone? Ace inquired of the blue-haired youth beside him. Master Dias, the ship's doctor of the Spade Pirates, responded coolly, merely superficial wounds. But it may take a few hours for them to regain consciousness. Then it's nothing to worry about. Everyone, take the unconscious back to the ship. I will handle this, Ace said gravely, fixing his gaze on Rodney. Rodney disregarded Ace's crew. His mission was to escort Ace to meet Garp. Captain, take care of yourself, Dias remarked. Confident in Ace's abilities, unfazed by the prospect of danger. The natural type fruit was virtually unbeatable in the first half of the Grand Line. So there was no need to fear for Ace's safety. They would only serve as a hindrance. Poor Gas D. Ace, your grandfather has tasked me with bringing you back. Surrender yourself. What incredible luck, having pinpointed his location just days prior, Rodney mused, surprised at how quickly Ace had arrived. No, I refuse to go back. I will not meet that old man. Ace declared loudly, you cannot stop me. Flames erupted from his arm, transforming it into a pillar of fire, charging towards Rodney. Earth release, earth flow wall. Unlike Kakashi, who would carve a dog's head into the wall, this was a simple, unadorned barrier. The flaming pillar collided with the earthen wall, obliterating it. Damn it, there are too many people here. What are you trying to do? Rodney could not tolerate this fool's indiscriminate area attacks, fearing for the innocents who might be harmed. My apologies, Ace instantly apologized. Seizing the opportunity, Rodney lunged forward, delivering a punch to Ace's head. With a single strike, Ace's head was forcefully struck down, but flames engulfed the wound. How despicable! You dared to sneak attack. Ace's headless body staggered back. Grotesquely, flames surged, and his head reappeared. Without Hokage, natural types are indeed invincible. No wonder they introduced Hokage later on, Rodney muttered, now apprehensive about how to proceed. Ace appeared immune to fire attacks. His options were limited to ninjutsu and physical combat. Explosive tags would only serve to delay. Even if they detonated, Ace would regenerate. Noticing Rodney's cessation of attacks, Ace smiled. Step aside. You cannot defeat me. You may not, but I can. White Snake. A plume of white smoke surged forth. At its forefront, a gloved hand formed into a fist aimed at Ace. Ace leaped to evade the blow, landing atop a building, where he spotted a white-clad man striding forward, his right arm swirling with smoke, silver hair slicked back, donning a white leather jacket that revealed his muscular frame. Emblazoned with the word justice, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his demeanor more piratical than that of actual pirates. Colonel Smoker of the Marine Headquarters. Ah, perfect timing, Colonel Smoker. Vice Admiral Garp has ordered me to bring his grandson back. Would you lend me a hand? Rodney requested. Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. Smoker paused, then scoffed. Even if he is Garp's grandson, he belongs in prison, not in your custody. Rodney shrugged, understanding that Smoker was a serious man. Then let us first apprehend him. Smoker's 10 hands were embedded with sea stone, the nemesis of devil fruit users. I absolutely refuse to return and meet that old man, Ace adamantly countered. That is of little concern to me. My only task is to bring you back, and Garp has rewarded me for this mission. Rodney prepared himself, saying, natural types are troublesome. Colonel Smoker, I will cover you. He produced shurikens and kunai, hurling them towards Ace. Fire pistol. Ace's fingers formed gun-like shapes, unleashing small fireballs towards them. Rodney leaped, executing a spin, his leg striking Ace's upper body like a steel whip. How many times must I say it? No fighting in the marketplace, Smoker ordered, gesturing to Dasky to evacuate the townsfolk. In an instant, the townspeople, upon hearing of the battle, fled, abandoning their shops and homes. Naturally, when the Marines and pirates clash, survival takes precedence over property. Without Hokage, Rodney's kicks proved ineffective against Ace, who had no need to evade. Fire sculpted Ace's upper body, remarking, "What a powerful attack. Why not join my crew?" Rodney's expression darkened. How could both brothers be so similar? "Don't you dare recruit pirates in front of me," Smoker declared, vanishing from sight. Six Styles, shave. His hands descended upon Ace, who instinctively sensed the threat, opting to dodge instead of elemental transformation. How perilous. Huh, what is this? A kunai suddenly appeared at his feet, tied with an explosive tag. The tag ignited, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated Ace's form, leaving no trace of him. As flames blazed, Ace reemerged, his expression grave. "It seems you are no ordinary Marine." "I am a pirate hunter. I've simply been short on clothing lately," Smoker retorted, taking a long drag from his cigar. "Rodney, stop wasting time. Apprehend him," he commanded. Rodney skillfully pinched six kunai, each tied with explosive tags, launching them at Ace while employing shurikens from his pouch to alter their trajectory, avoiding destruction by Ace's flames. Boom. Explosions resonated, sending plumes of smoke billowing. A fiery figure emerged from the haze, Ace grinning as he adjusted his hat. "My crew awaits. I must take my leave." "You think you can escape?" Smoker swiftly engaged, but Ace, startled, waved his hand, engulfing Smoker in flames. One of Smoker's hands broke through the fire, slamming against Ace, affected by the sea stone, preventing elemental transformation and sending him crashing into a building. "Ouch, what just happened?" "I couldn't transform." Rising from the rubble, Ace bore minor scrapes, remnants of his earlier confrontations. "No wonder Garp raised you. Surviving this long is no small feat, by the way. How long have you had this ability?" Rodney inquired. Ace brushed off the dust, answering without thought, "I acquired it 2 days ago." Rodney responded with disbelief. "No wonder you lack significant power. You haven't developed it yet. A newly acquired ability still unfamiliar?" "Indeed, if you become proficient, it will be quite troublesome for me," Smoker remarked, taking a deep drag from his cigar, now reduced to mere stubs. Pulling out 2 fresh cigars, he lit them with the remnants of the previous ones. "You Marines are a real hassle," Ace declared, adjusting his hat defiantly. "I will not yield easily. I aspire to be the Pirate King. I cannot falter here." Ace's ambition remained unwavering, even amidst chaos. "The Pirate King, is it? Quite a dull dream. The previous Pirate King perished here," Smoker replied. Ace's previously relaxed expression suddenly transformed as he roared. "Who would die here like that fool? I will undoubtedly become the Pirate King and live better than he did." Having grown up without paternal love and maternal affection, he harbored deep resentment towards his father, the Pirate King, and felt a strong aversion to discussing him with others. "I care not for that. My sole responsibility is to escort you back to Admiral Garp. After that, whether you stay or flee is of no concern to me." Rodney, feeling helpless in the face of the slippery nature-type fruit user, found himself reminiscent of the scene when everyone battled a Beto. It was akin to a tiger trying to bite a hedgehog. There was simply no way to land a hit. Meanwhile, on Smoker's side, he remarked, "Colonel Smoker, may I borrow your 10 hands?" Smoker cast a glance, remaining silent, his meaning unmistakable. "Don't even think about it." After hitting a brick wall, Rodney sighed, and Ace inquired, "What exactly did that old man provide you?" "Half of the 6 powers, an instruction on how to cultivate hockey," Rodney chuckled. "Ace, do not underestimate your grandfather. He was once a fierce man who chased the Pirate King across the seas. It's only because you are his grandsons that he has allowed you so much leeway." Garp, deserving of the title of Justice, found himself shackled by it, helplessly witnessing his beloved grandson's peril. What bound him was not Sengoku, but justice itself. No need to ponder whether Akainu would perish at Garp's hands. He would certainly be gravely injured. Ace fell into silence for a moment before declaring, "There is no point in further discussion. Today, I will escape. My crew awaits me. I will bring each of you to justice." Fire fist. Ace suddenly swung his fist, igniting his entire right arm into flames, launching a fireball the size of a 3-story building towards Smoker and Rodney. The explosion shattered buildings along the street, flames consuming the ruins. Smoker silently thanked Des Bones for evacuating the civilians. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. His resolve to apprehend Ace intensified, even if it meant confronting Garp as his grandfather. "Just because your grandfather is an admiral does not grant you free rein. I dare to strike my superior and do not mind offending a naval hero." Emerging from the rubble, Rodney's expression darkened. "How many times must I say it? Do not use such wide-ranging attacks. What if civilians are harmed?" This is precisely why I disdain you pirates. Watching the unfolding chaos, he felt a clash between his values and the distorted nature of the world. He could not remain indifferent. However, he would help within his means and found Ace's disregard for human life intolerable. I apologize. Fortunately, Ace maintained a proper attitude and acknowledged his mistakes. At that moment, Smoker seized the opportunity to advance, his hockey-imbued weapon aimed at Ace's throat. If it struck, Ace's resilience would be severely tested. Yet, as Garp's grandson, Ace's honed reflexes and physical prowess allowed him to evade the attack, countering with a fiery punch that shattered Smoker's chest. Smoker retaliated with his weapon, forcing Ace to retreat. Rodney rushed in, drawing his short blade to slice at Ace, who resignedly remarked, "You know physical attacks do little harm to me. I feel quite awkward if I don't retaliate at least a couple of times." Rodney shrugged, glancing at Smoker. "Colonel Smoker, would you lend me your weapon? If I could utilize hockey, would I still need this?" Smoker would need to train further to master hockey. For now, he was still learning. Smoker's expression darkened, for Rodney's words struck a nerve regarding his demotion to this desolate location after assaulting a superior. He had grown complacent in his training lately. "Once I deal with this guy, I will resume my workouts." Seizing the moment, Ace delivered a sudden punch to Rodney, sending him tumbling into the sea. Smoker took a puff from his cigar and launched another attack. Emerging from the water, drenched and scowling, Rodney was taken aback by Ace's unexpected ambush. He had not anticipated this turn of events. "I won't let this go. I am a traveler." Water clone arise. The water clone technique required water to execute, and he had not intended to use it, but circumstances left him no choice. The ocean surged, and numerous clones of Rodney appeared, rushing towards Ace. How could there be so many? Are they his brothers? Is he also a devil fruit user? Ace recognized the trouble he had stirred by provoking Rodney. Although each clone was weaker than the original, they still posed a nuisance. As Ace shattered the first clone, chakra-laden seawater drenched him, momentarily slowing his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Smoker struck Ace with his hockey-infused weapon, resembling a street thug bullying a student. Ace quickly got back on his feet and began to flee. His crew was not far away and would arrive soon. Realizing lingering here was unwise, he dashed away. "You think you can escape after offending me?" Rodney sneered, having devised a plan. Infusing chakra into the seawater beneath him, he formed more clones that surged towards Ace. With a sense of foreboding, Ace looked up to see numerous water clones converging on him. "This is bad." Fire fist. Flames shattered the water clones, reverting them to seawater. The high temperature of the flames met the water, creating steam. A thick cloud of steam enveloped Ace, causing searing burns on his skin, prompting him to cry out in pain. "Hot, hot, hot." Ace resembled a boiled crab, leaping about in agony as he sprinted forward. Rodney, too, was astonished. Could steam truly harm Ace? Since it was water-based, did it not belong to the natural category? This required further contemplation. Charge. With a few clones remaining, Ace learned from his previous mistakes and chose to use his fists instead of flames. Thud. A punch shattered one water clone, but another seized his arm. Should he elementalize now, it would repeat the earlier predicament. He swung his other fist to retaliate. Not a chance. Another clone grasped his fist. The remaining clones converged, transforming into seawater that cascaded over Ace. A wave of weakness washed over him, restricting his abilities and leaving him only with physical strength. As his body reverted from elemental form to solid, "Receive my ex-justice flying kick." With a thunderous descent of justice, Rodney's foot collided with Ace's chest. Bang! Ace was flung out, and Rodney swung his hand, causing a steel wire to shoot from his fingers, wrapping around Smoker's sea stone hand a few times. With a firm tug, Smoker did not resist, allowing Rodney to utilize it. Rodney charged forward, taking advantage of Ace's momentary disorientation, pressing the hand against Ace's throat, rendering him incapable of resistance. "Damn it, you've really caught me." Ace shouted, "I will never give up. Why do I feel so weak?" "This is sea stone, specifically designed to suppress the powers of devil fruit users," Rodney explained, turning to Smoker and asking, "Colonel Smoker, do you have any sea stone handcuffs?" Holding him like this is quite exhausting. "Dashiki, go fetch the sea stone handcuffs," Smoker bellowed. They had a limited supply, just 2 pairs, reserved for restraining those with abilities. After all, sea stone was a rare resource, only produced in Wano, and its processing was exceedingly troublesome. Smoker was only equipped with it because he had brought it from headquarters. Otherwise, how could he deal with those with powers? He couldn't possibly keep pressing Ace with his hand indefinitely. It was rather undignified for a colonel. Why can't I muster any strength? What is the meaning of this? Ace lamented, feeling betrayed by the very devil fruit he had consumed. His powers, while formidable, had led him into this predicament due to his inexperience. Now, with Sea Stone in play, escape was utterly impossible. Stop struggling, Ace. You cannot escape. I refuse to let you meet that old man, Ace shouted defiantly. He had just set sail. If he were taken back, Luffy and the others would surely mock him. No, that absolutely could not happen. He had even brought Sabo's share into the sea. Of course, I won't let you meet Vice Admiral Garp. I intend to take you to prison for proper discipline. Your future lies in a naval prison. Captain, release our captain at once. The members of the Spade Pirates were worried and rushed over, shocked to see their once mighty captain in such a predicament. They quickly pulled their triggers, firing bullets. Smoker stood still, allowing the bullets to pierce through his body. Although considered the weakest of the Logia types, he was still a Logia user. He would not be harmed, merely battered. Meanwhile, Rodney's reflexes were sharp, dodging the bullets aimed at him with swift movements. Everyone, flee. You stand no chance. Ace felt genuinely touched by his crew's willingness to save him, but facing two cunning opponents, they were no match and had to escape. Do you truly think I am insignificant? Whitesnake. His arm transformed into smoke, coiling like a serpent towards the pirates. The ship's doctor, Doss, seized the moment to throw a vial of green reagent to the ground, releasing a thick cloud of green smoke. When the smoke dissipated, everyone had vanished, infuriating Smoker. You have a clever crew member, Rodney remarked. Doss knew that fleeing was the wisest choice. He wouldn't foolishly offer himself up to Smoker. Logia users were practically invincible in the seas in the first half of the Grand Line. Ace sighed in relief, falling silent. He realized he faced either imprisonment or a meeting with the old man. However, prison seemed far preferable to facing Garp. There was a chance of escape from prison, but encountering the old man, though feasible to evade, the thought was quite disheartening. Soon, Dashiki returned with the Sea Stone handcuffs, personally fastening them onto Ace. Rodney tossed the hand to Smoker and hoisted Ace onto his shoulder. Hey, Rodney, what are you planning? Of course, I'm taking him to meet Vice Admiral Garp. As I promised. Smoker's expression darkened. I don't care whether he meets Vice Admiral Garp or not. He must go to prison now. Garp can visit later. Huh, my apologies. But the old man wishes to see his beloved grandson. I must accommodate that, Rodney replied earnestly. Smoker scoffed. Enough of your self-serving nature. You bounty hunters are only slightly better than pirates. Surely you've received some benefit from Vice Admiral Garp for this. Hand him over. As he spoke, smoke began to swirl around him, his intentions clear. Refused to hand Ace over? He would take him back by force. Smoker was merciless towards pirates, regardless of their lineage. Even if it were the grandson of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it would be the same. A Vice Admiral? Surely that did not grant him privileges. Not even the hero of the Navy was exempt. Ha ha ha. You're right. The six powers are indeed an irresistible temptation, Smoker. Until we meet again. With a swift motion, he tossed a smoke bomb, and Smoker dashed into the haze, soon realizing Rodney was carrying Ace towards the port, striding across the water. Damn it. Where's my vehicle? Report is here. His subordinates quickly brought his amphibious motorcycle. Filling the vehicle with smoke, he twisted the throttle and pursued. Rodney cursed under his breath. The 8 gates formation, open. Release the limits of my brain domain and unleash 100 of my physical capabilities. He accelerated abruptly, sending up a spray of water, outpacing Smoker and leaving only a silhouette behind. That bastard. I will have him wanted. Speeding across the sea, Rodney brought Ace to a halt on a rocky outcrop. The town of Rogu barely visible now. He plopped down onto the stone, sweat evaporating from his body. The first gate's strain was considerable. Had it not been for Garp's grueling training days, he wouldn't have endured this long. Let me go? My crew is still waiting for me. I will not meet that old man. Sorry, but that is not my concern. I'm close to completing Vice Admiral Garp's mission. I've captured Ace. But the task isn't yet marked as complete. Clearly, I must deliver Ace to Garp, and how could I possibly halt now? As long as I keep moving, I will reach my destination. The path will continue to unfold. Coughing, Ace attempted to struggle, but the constraints of the sea stone left him utterly powerless, unable to use his abilities. Damn it, why did that old man send you to capture me? Who knows? Perhaps it was a fleeting whim. To be honest, even without the devil fruit, it would have been somewhat challenging to take you down. However, your overconfidence and relying on your elemental form led to your downfall. And your lack of understanding of the sea stone was your undoing, Rodney explained. Rodney's ability to capture Ace was largely due to luck, Ace's inexperience with his newfound powers, and his overdependence on his elemental form, which ultimately led to his miscalculation and capture through the collaboration of Rodney and Smoker. Had he encountered an Ace familiar with his powers, he would have fled at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Doss and the others managed to escape the Navy's encirclement. Doss stated, "Our captain has been captured. We must find a way to rescue him." One person asked, "But where do we go to rescue the captain?" The individual mentioned he was sent by Vice Admiral Garp to capture the captain. Garp is a naval hero. His hometown is in the East Blues Goa Kingdom, and the captain has spoken of his hometown. Thus, we can start by checking there for luck, Doss calmly deduced. The other crew members exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Their captain, though occasionally absent-minded, failing to pay for meals, and often dozing off, was still the captain of the Spade Pirates. How could they abandon him? Spade Pirates. The rescue mission for our captain begins. Oh, Rodney walked atop the water, carrying Ace, who gazed at the undulating sea, utterly bewildered by the notion that someone could traverse the ocean's surface. "Aren't you afraid of being devoured by a sea king?" Ace inquired. "Ah, just in time. This could serve as a mount," Rodney replied. The sea kings of the East Blue were not nearly as colossal as those in the New World, often measuring only a few dozen meters, and were known to be rather easy to handle. Yet, how did red-haired Shanks lose an arm despite being one of the four emperors? Suddenly, Ace noticed a shadow growing larger beneath them, swiftly approaching. "Free labor has arrived," Rodney exclaimed, leaping into action as a lion-headed sea king erupted from the depths, snapping its jaws at the two. Rodney spun gracefully, chakra gathering in his legs. Leaf, great whirlwind. With a resounding impact, the lion sea king was sent tumbling. "Impressive," Ace remarked, recognizing that Rodney's physical strength seemed comparable to his own before consuming the flame fruit. He was undeniably powerful. Rodney landed steadily on the water's surface, confronting the lion sea king, which, realizing it could not win, attempted to flee. Rodney seized its damp mane and delivered a swift kick, revealing a fierce demeanor. "Obey me, or I'll feast upon you later." The lion sea king displayed a human-like expression of fear. In this world, animals could understand human speech, albeit occasionally lacking in intellect. The lion sea king resigned to its fate, allowing Rodney to grip its mane while Ace was tossed aside. "Take me in that direction, toward the nearest island," he commanded, gesturing opposite to Rogue Town. It was challenging to pinpoint the location of the Goya Kingdom on the vast sea, but having the Sea King guide them to the nearest island would reveal their whereabouts and help them devise a plan. Ace remained silent, drained of energy and unable to contribute. After a moment, he said, "I'm hungry." "Eat," Rodney replied, retrieving a military ration from his pouch. "Is this chocolate? It's hardly enough to satisfy me. Do you want it or not? I'll eat it. Having something is better than nothing." Ace opened his mouth, and the ration was placed inside. After a bite, he grimaced. "This is terrible. Truly awful." Despite Ace's usual lack of pickiness, he found the taste unbearable, illustrating the dismal flavor of the military rations. "Well, you're just unlucky. I got a honey-flavored one," Rodney remarked. The system's rations had random flavors, most of which were lamentable. Encountering a honey flavor was clearly a stroke of luck. "These aren't tea chocolate, and you never know what the next one will taste like. I can't take it anymore. Is there anything else?" "Huh. One of these can keep a person from hunger for a whole day, providing the necessary energy." "You're not full?" "Of course not. How could such a minuscule, vile thing fill me up?" Ace was incredulous that something so small and unpalatable could satiate his appetite. Rodney pondered for a moment. Ace's stamina was not typical, having trained from a young age, and people in this world were particularly voracious. Hence, it was no surprise that the military rations could not satisfy him. Rodney produced another handful of rations. Upon seeing this, Ace shouted, "No, I would rather die than eat that. Let me go." Suddenly, he was overtaken by sleep, bubbles of snot forming unexpectedly. "So, this is indeed the grandson of Garp," Rodney mused. "He can fall asleep anywhere. Would Luffy possess the same ability?" The monkey family was truly formidable. He set Ace aside, knowing he could not escape. The pressing concern was how to locate Garp. "Shall we head to Windmill Village?" The Sea King's speed was acceptable, and although it resembled the one Rodney had previously captured, it would strive to submerge him. As long as he remained vigilant, they would be fine. The Lion Sea King continued swimming with 3 large bumps atop its head. Ahead lay a ship. "Take us aboard. Your task will be complete." It was not until sunset that Rodney spotted a vessel flying a skull flag, unmistakably a pirate ship. Upon hearing the task was nearly finished, The Lion Sea King's demeanor brightened, and it surged forward, leaping from the water. Rodney secured Ace and landed firmly on the pirate ship, declaring, "I apologize, but I am commandeering your vessel. Who do you think you are, acting so brazenly? Men, kill him." The captain, a burly man wielding a large axe, roared, towering at 3 or 4 meters tall, his face adorned with a bushy beard and a fierce expression. His crew regarded Rodney and Ace with astonished expressions, clearly underestimating them. With chakra surging through his legs, Rodney leaped before the pirate captain. Leaf, great whirlwind. The captain swung his axe, but was a moment too slow. Rodney's kick struck the axe handle, bending the iron with ease and sending the captain flying into the sea. "Hey, everyone, enjoy your meal." The Lion Sea King, sensing the opportunity, leaped forth and swallowed the captain whole, pulling him beneath the waves. "Anyone else?" Rodney surveyed the deck. The pirates, witnessing their captain's defeat, trembled, dropping their weapons. On a pirate ship, the captain was typically the strongest. Once defeated, the morale of the crew shattered, leaving them unwilling to fight. "Very well. I hereby declare this ship mine. Turn it toward the Goya kingdom and prepare a sumptuous dinner. Take care of this one. Do not mistreat him, or you will meet the same fate as your captain." Few pirates were virtuous. Individuals like Luffy and Ace were the exception rather than the rule. So there was little need to concern himself with the crew's fate or feelings. Goya Kingdom, Windmill Village. Windmill Village was a small, tranquil hamlet, much like West Blue Village. Peaceful and rarely troubled by pirates. It was the hometown of the naval hero Garp and the future pirate king. A naval vessel docked at the harbor. A common sight for the villagers, signaling the return of their esteemed hero. As a pirate ship approached the shore, the Marines, invigorated by the arrival of Garp, readied their weapons and aimed their cannons at the pirates. Just as Garp's Lieutenant Bogart raised his hand to give the order to fire, he spotted Rodney standing at the ship's bow and quickly commanded them to hold their fire. "Lieutenant Bogart," Rodney greeted. The pirate ship came to a halt, and the pirates aboard turned pale. Having lived under Rodney's control for the past half-month, they were unnerved by his ruthless methods. They had hoped that by getting rid of this calamity, they would regain their freedom, only to find themselves delivered directly to the Navy. "Mr. Jostad," Bogart nodded in acknowledgement. Rodney smiled, saying, "Lieutenant Bogart, these individuals are in your care. No pirate has clean hands." "Understood. Thank you for your honorable assistance," Bogart replied, promptly directing his men to apprehend the pirates. The pirates made no attempt to resist, knowing it would be futile. They allowed themselves to be shackled, resigned to their fate of imprisonment once Garp departed. "So, this is indeed the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? You truly managed to bring him back," Bogart said, surprised by the displeased expression on Ace's face, which was round and youthful. The day Ace was captured by Rodney, he appeared more rotund than ever. He had not engaged in physical activity along the way, being attended to by dedicated individuals who catered to his every whim, indulging him with delicious food and drink. However, this slight increase in weight would vanish after a single training session. His appetite was comparable to that of an entire ship's crew, prompting Rodney to hunt down 2 small sea creatures along their journey to replenish the consumed resources. "By the way, where's Vice Admiral Garp?" "I've captured his grandson," Bogart replied. "All right, Ace, we are leaving." "No, I don't want to meet that old codger." Ace protested weakly against Rodney, but alas, shackled in seastone handcuffs, he stood no chance against him. "Is that seastone handcuffs? Has Garp's grandson also become a devil fruit user?" "Indeed, he is a Logia type. It took considerable effort to subdue him. By the way, I acquired these handcuffs from Colonel Smoker. He put a bounty on my head, 3 million berries, so," he said, casting an apologetic glance at Bogart, which conveyed his meaning clearly. Oliver understood the situation and smiled. "No problem. It's quite simple to have a bounty under 10 million revoked. I'll notify them right away to cancel your bounty." "I never expected you could capture a Logia user." Having spent a few days aboard a ship, they knew that Rodney lacked hockey and would certainly struggle against a Logia user. The fact that he managed to capture Ace genuinely surprised him. Haha. Fortune plays a role in this. I'm off now. I'll leave the rest to you." With that, he hoisted Ace onto his shoulder, indifferent to his futile struggles. "Ace, is that really Ace?" The villagers at the port, recognizing him as the boy who had set sail just a few months prior, were puzzled by his sudden return, especially in such a captured state. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the tavern?" Rodney asked an elderly man in a yellow heart-patterned shirt. The old man pointed in a direction, saying, "Go that way, the third one on the right." "Why are you capturing him?" "Capturing him? His grandfather ordered me to." Rodney replied without a second thought. Ace and his brother had grown up in this village, and any harm befalling them would never be tolerated by the simple villagers who had watched them grow. Vice Admiral Garp, go ahead. The elderly man, having understood the situation, stepped aside, exchanging glances with Ace, who felt a pang of discomfort at the old man's smile. He had set out from Windmill Village with grand ambitions, yet now returned in such a pitiful state, losing all face. This was not how he had envisioned his return. He should have come back as the Pirate King, showcasing to the villagers that he, Ace, the child in their eyes, had surpassed his father, whom he both revered and resented. Hey, Rodney, let me go. I don't want to come back here. After spending time with Rodney, Ace had grown somewhat familiar with him, yet no matter how he pleaded, Rodney remained unmoved, often silencing him with food. I'm sorry, Ace. For the sake of my 6 powers, it's been tough, but there are no hard feelings afterward, Rodney stated. You bastard. You've bound me and expect no grievances? Once I break free from these damned handcuffs, I will make you pay, Ace declared, surveying the familiar surroundings and villagers, his anger mounting. Is this the place? As they arrived in front of the tavern, before they could enter, they heard Garp's booming voice. Luffy, you little rascal. How many times must I tell you? You must become a great marine. Take this, an affectionate iron fist. That hurts. Grandpa. A boy's scream echoed, accompanied by a gentle woman's voice. Vice Admiral Garp, stop. You've swollen Luffy's face. Upon hearing that Luffy had been hit, Ace shouted, you old codger. You hit Luffy again. Rodney, let me go. I need to protect Luffy. Rodney opened the door and set Ace down, raising his fist toward Garp, who was dozing with the straw hat-clad boy. Vice Admiral Garp, I've brought back the person you wanted. The tavern owner, Makino, was astonished upon seeing Ace. Ace? Didn't you set sail? Ace. Other patrons in the tavern also expressed surprise at his presence. With a loud pop, Garp's bubble of snot burst, waking him up. Oh no, I fell asleep. Upon seeing his grandson sleeping soundly, he landed another punch. How long do you plan to sleep? Luffy. Ah, that hurts. Let me go? Faced with his grandfather, who had relentlessly beaten him since childhood, Luffy showed no desire to resist. It was evident that Garp had left an indelible psychological mark on him. You old codger, let Luffy go? Weak and powerless, Ace could only shout as a means of threatening Garp. Both Garp and Luffy turned their attention to him, Garp with joy and Luffy with shock. Ha ha, well done. Rodney, you've completed your task excellently. Would you care to join the Marines? Garp laughed heartily upon seeing Ace bound, clearly pleased with Rodney's efforts. With Garp's laughter, the system prompted task completion. Flame extinguished, 3 Tomo Sharingan. 800 task points credited. A unique chakra surged in Rodney's mind, gathering towards his eyes, causing discomfort and prompting him to rub his eyes, reddening them in the process. 3 black Tomo encircled his pupils, slowly rotating, filled with malevolence and foreboding, which startled Garp. Rodney, what is wrong with your eyes? It's nothing. My eyes occasionally act up. After acquiring the Sharingan, the world appeared drastically different. Everyone's movements slowed before him, although not of the Uchiha clan. With the system's assistance, he perfectly adapted to this newfound vision, merely needing time to acclimate to the decelerated world around him. I seem to have caught a case of red eye. Let Ace go, Luffy exclaimed, having escaped Garp's grip. Upon spotting Ace bound on the ground, his arm stretched out at an incredible speed towards Rodney. Despite the rapidity of his attack, to Rodney, it seemed as slow as a butterfly flitting through flowers. He sidestepped and seized Luffy's arm, using the force to throw him out of the tavern. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, utilizing his perceptive abilities. Outside, chaos ensued, punctuated by Luffy's shouts. Rodney promptly thought, system, exchange Konoha-style swordsmanship, dance of the camellia, wind release, vacuum sphere, water release, water surge wave. The 800 task points just credited were allocated. 500 for Konoha-style swordsmanship, 50 for dance of the camellia, 150 for wind release, vacuum sphere, and 100 for water release, water surge wave. Thus, 810 task points were swiftly spent. At that moment, Luffy charged back in, preparing to attack. Ace quickly stepped in front of Rodney, intervening. Wait, Luffy, you can't defeat him. Currently, defeating Rodney would be a daunting task for Luffy, even with Garp present. He would likely be bested. Ace could not stand idly by as his brother faced an unjust fight. Move. Ace, I need to avenge you, Luffy declared angrily, reinforcing their brotherly bond in times of both joy and hardship. I understand, but you're not his match. Ace shook his head. recognizing that Rodney was not a bad person, albeit a bit greedy. During the previous encounter, it was evident that Rodney had not utilized his full strength. Luffy would only face defeat. However, before Luffy could continue speaking, Garp interrupted him, saying, "Enough, Luffy. Although Rodney's physique may not be as formidable as yours, his intellect surpasses yours, making it all too easy for you to find yourself at a disadvantage in a confrontation." But Grandpa, he struck Ace. Luffy, with his singular determination, remained resolute in his beliefs, leaving even Garp at a loss. His ambition to become the Pirate King was unwavering despite Garp's incessant attempts to dissuade him, perfectly embodying the spirit of the monkey family. Given this, I had intended to give you a lesson on the perils of reckless stubbornness. However, I am now more inclined to test my newfound abilities. Luffy's stubbornness rendered any form of reprimand futile. He would remain unyielding regardless of the harshness of reality. Persistence is commendable, but when your adversary is equally relentless, it becomes quite bothersome. Hey, Luffy, find a way to free me. You cannot face him alone. Ace observed the spinning Tomo in Rodney's eyes and, after a moment of daze, urged, "Hurry and get someone to release me." Rodney thought to himself, significant adjustments have been made to adapt to this world system. Even the illusions have been diminished. The Sharingan, besides its ability to perceive and replicate, also possesses the power to dispel and penetrate illusions. The release of illusions relies on disrupting the enemy's chakra, thereby obscuring their senses, yet this world lacks chakra. How can it be utilized? Thus, the system modified it to utilize mental energy. Illusions could only be effectively released against foes with weaker mental fortitude. Those with comparable strength would merely experience disorientation, while those with greater strength would remain unaffected. The emergence of the three-tomo Sharingan significantly augmented Rodney's chakra and mental strength, elevating him from a level of 0.8, akin to Kakashi, to 1. For, due to the compatibility of the Sharingan with his own abilities, he could effortlessly manage its use, resulting in a significantly reduced chakra expenditure, unlike Kakashi, who suffered from chronic chakra shortages due to lacking Uchiha lineage. "Oh, I will first give him a beating then." Luffy's gaze met Rodney's, and he fell into an illusion. At just 14 years old, Luffy's mental prowess was no match for Rodney's. His conqueror's haki was still far from awakening, leaving him to obediently succumb to the dreamlike state. "Hey, Rodney, what have you done to my grandson?" Garp was astonished by Luffy's stupor, oblivious to the emergence of Conqueror's haki. Rodney concealed the Sharingan, his eyes returning to a deep black, and replied, "Just a little trick of mine. A brief slumber will suffice." With that, Luffy collapsed, falling into a deep sleep while murmuring, "Meat. So much meat. Hee hee. Haha. So that's how it is. Come on, let us proceed to another location. Ace, you too follow along." Garp took the lead, carrying Luffy ahead. Rodney strode forth, with Ace reluctantly trailing behind. Garp guided them to Bogart to procure the key for the sea stone handcuffs to free Ace. Once liberated, Ace felt his strength returning and flames ignited around him. "Is that a Logia-type flame fruit? Truly remarkable," Bogart exclaimed, genuinely impressed by Garp's grandson. "Haha, it's merely a trivial matter," Garp replied, brimming with pride in his grandson's accomplishments. Rodney. Once Ace regained his freedom, he sought to reclaim his honor and charged at Rodney. Fire gun. Sparks erupted from his fingertips, easily evaded by Rodney, who deftly landed on the vast expanse of the ocean. Standing on water. How is that possible? Is he an ability user? The naval officers watching gasped in astonishment. Even Garp and Bogart's eyes gleamed with interest. Such prowess would be invaluable in pursuing pirates. Flame fist. A blazing punch surged towards Rodney. With remarkable speed, Rodney completed his hand signs. Water release. Water wave. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, cascading like a river during the rainy season. The clash of fire and water generated a cloud of steam, prompting Rodney to swiftly perform another set of seals. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Compressed air, propelled by chakra, transformed into rapid projectiles that pierced through the steam, striking Ace and leaving multiple holes in his body while marking the ground behind him. Water clone. 5 water clones materialized, weaving through the battlefield, all brandishing short blades as they charged at Ace. Having learned from past encounters, Ace was determined not to be outmaneuvered and targeted the clones with ranged attacks, only to discover none remained. Where did they go? Right here. A figure emerged from the ground beneath him, wielding a glimmering dagger that caught the sunlight, launching a series of stabs toward Ace. Sakura dance. The technique of Kage's clan, characterized by its seemingly gentle yet swift strikes, was lethal if one underestimated it. Unfortunately, Ace's Logia-type fruit rendered him impervious. Even when pierced, it proved futile. A punch landed on Rodney, flames roaring. Yet Ace found that he had struck nothing but a puddle of liquid. With a sudden tightness around his ankle, Ace realized something had latched onto him. Looking down, he saw the sea-stone handcuffs he had just removed now shackled to his leg. Damn it! Ace understood he had lost once more, and this time, it was in a one-on-one bout. Although he had not exerted his full strength, the defeat left him feeling frustrated. Haha, Ace, fruit abilities do not equate to superiority. While Rodney may not match your strength, his skills are undeniably superior. Garp laughed heartily, observing Rodney emerging from the ground. Well done, Rodney. Care to join the Navy? Thank you for the compliment, Admiral Garp. Shouldn't we discuss the fulfillment of your promise? Rodney replied with a smile, entirely disregarding Garp's invitation. Of course. What would you like to learn? Garp responded generously. I've already mastered Shave, so naturally, I wish to learn its evolved form, Moonwalk, along with Gale Palm. Admiral, is it appropriate to teach Mr. Rodney so many of the 6 styles? Bogart, serving as Garp's aide, felt the need to remind him of the protocol. Rodney interjected. Deputy Bogart, your assertion is misguided. The 6 styles are hardly a secret in this world. Many pirates in the New World are familiar with them. And I am not a pirate myself, so learning them poses no issue. There are defected naval officers who have learned the 6 styles and passed them on to their subordinates upon becoming pirates. Though they may be rare in the East Blue or the Grand Line's first half, many in the New World possess such knowledge. Thus, it is more a semi-secret than a true secret. If we were to scrutinize it, there is little to debate. The Sharingan, with its exceptional perceptive abilities and the user's formidable capacity to learn, can effortlessly replicate an opponent's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even genjutsu. Hence, when Garp demonstrated Moonwalk and Gale Palm, Rodney easily grasped the fundamental movements, yet he still couldn't execute them. The primary reason lies in the inadequacy of his physical condition. The practice of the 6 forms imposes certain demands on the practitioner's body. Just as the ninja possesses high offensive power yet minimal vitality, so too does Rodney. Although he is a native of the pirate world, his actual training has been rather limited, necessitating further physical conditioning. He also requires a shadow clone. However, acquiring one demands 1,000 points, which he often forgets amidst his frequent expenditures. Currently, he can only devote himself entirely to training, continuously enhancing his physical strength. He has already mastered the application of Soru, while his training in Jeppu and Rankyaku is still ongoing. Rubber, machine gun. Countless fists struck relentlessly, yet Rodney effortlessly evaded them. In an instant, he appeared before Luffy, executing the Shadow Dance Leaf. With a swift kick to his chin, he propelled himself upward, leaping into the air behind Luffy, maintaining a parallel position. With a twist of his body, he delivered a powerful kick to Luffy's abdomen. Whirlwind, Lion's Barrage. Bang! Luffy was kicked into the ground. And as he rose, dusting himself off, he exclaimed, "That was close. That was close." Impressive indeed. With a serious expression, he adjusted his straw hat. After being effortlessly subdued by Rodney's Sharingan last time, Luffy, feeling discontented, challenged him. Initially, Rodney declined, but ultimately, he found himself unable to resist Luffy's persistent entreaties and reluctantly agreed. Thus, the situation unfolded. The gum-gum fruit grants immunity to blunt attacks, and since Rodney lacks haki, his punches and kicks proved ineffective against Luffy. Consequently, he retrieved shurikens and kunai, deftly pinching them between his fingers, and hurled them at Luffy. The shurikens collided midair, altering their trajectories. With the acquisition of the Sharingan, Uchiha's shuriken technique became even more adept, effectively blocking Luffy's escape routes and leaving only a singular, direct path ahead. As anticipated, upon realizing he was entirely surrounded, Luffy surged forward, forming hand seals, fire style, fireball jutsu. The scorching heat enveloped him as Luffy opened his eyes wide, leaping into the air. Below, Rodney formed hand seals once more, and in the mere blink of an eye, small fireballs erupted forth. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Alas, as he found himself unable to evade the impending danger in the sky, Luffy, merely 14 years of age and lacking in substantial combat experience, was at a loss. Yet, in the heat of battle, instinct took precedence over reason. Gritting his teeth, he disregarded the possibility that his rubber body might not withstand the searing heat of the chakra-infused flames, and he charged forward recklessly. The Phoenix Fire collided with him, igniting his clothing, yet astonishingly, it spared the straw hat perched upon his head. Indeed, the straw hat seemed to embody his true essence. Rubber, handgun. With an elongated arm, he struck Rodney with great force, only for it to transform into a mere wooden post amidst a cloud of white smoke. Ha ha ha, that foolish Luffy. Rodney had already fled, still so young and inexperienced. Carp laughed heartily beside him. Having perceived with his keen observation that Rodney had signaled in advance before vanishing at remarkable speed, leaving behind a hollow wooden stump to masquerade as himself, thus allowing Luffy to strike it. But where is he now? Earth escape, the art of decapitation from within. Soon, only a head remained on the ground. Release me. I implore you, set me free, Luffy shouted, brushing off the dust from his body. Rodney paid him no heed. While the earth manipulation technique proved useful, it invariably left him covered in a considerable amount of dust, making bathing a particularly troublesome affair. Did Ace witness this? Rodney has a penchant for engaging in battles with his head. You all rely too heavily on your own abilities. This is precisely where the disadvantage lies. Rodney, would you consider joining the Navy? Your abilities are remarkably suited for naval service. Cap remains undeterred as he extends an invitation to Rodney, only to be met with an immediate rejection. Meanwhile, Ace interjects, "Let me go, you old fool. I yearn to immerse myself in the vast ocean." His hands were still bound by seastone handcuffs. Although he could move freely, his body felt limp and devoid of strength, which was truly unsettling. Call for grandfather. Kapu delivered a powerful punch, leaving a smoldering bruise atop Ace's head. You old rascal. How infuriating. You little rascal, why are you so reluctant to address me as grandfather? The old man yearns for the affection of his grandson. Rodney, my boy, why not take the place of my grandson? Carp's mind seems somewhat unhinged. It is no wonder he is the grandfather of Luffy. One cannot fathom how he fathered the exceptionally intelligent dragon. Nor can one comprehend how Dragon sired the remarkably heartfelt Luffy. Perhaps it can only be said that Dragon inherited traits from his mother? The lineage of the Cap family has undergone an evolution within Luffy. No, Rodney took a step back, gazing towards the sea, as if a grand vessel were approaching the shore. His eyes manifested the Sharingan, significantly enhancing his vision, allowing him to discern the flag upon the ship and the individuals aboard with remarkable clarity. The Black Spade Pirates. Ace, your crew has arrived. What? Everyone. Ace was deeply moved and suddenly remembered that Garp was still here. He was instantly alarmed and exclaimed, "No, they must not come here." Kapu also gazed towards the sea, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, Ace, it seems you have assembled a remarkably reliable crew. The unwavering loyalty of a captain's crew is a precious treasure for any leader. And Ace has certainly chosen wisely." Indeed, Ace proudly exclaimed, and then, upon seeing Garp donning his cloak of justice as he strode towards the harbor, he gasped, "Wait. Old man, where are you headed?" "A band of pirates has arrived, and as a naval commander, it is only natural for me to take action." Ace immediately charged forward, only to be thrown back by Carp. Rodney helped him up, and Ace looked at him earnestly, saying, "Rodney, please let me go. I am determined to rescue everyone." Rodney was uncertain of how formidable Carp truly was. All he comprehended was that Carp surpassed him, that he was stronger than his own father, whom he both revered and resented, and that he eclipsed all the crew members aboard their ship. If Carp were to strike, his crew, his friends, would inevitably fall victim to his grasp. As Rodney gazed at him, he recognized that he possessed the key to the seastone handcuffs that bound Ace. And he certainly had the power to facilitate Ace's escape. However, if Ace were to flee and venture into the Grand Line, the likelihood of him becoming the son of Whitebeard would significantly increase. Ace was someone who had never truly experienced a father's love. And once he felt the affection emanating from Whitebeard, it would be all too easy for him to embrace that paternal bond. Subsequently, Blackbeard, the war at Marineford. Rodney merely stared at him, inquiring, "Ace, must you truly become a pirate? That is only natural. Am I to fear death? I fear not death. Not even in the presence of Admiral Carp? Shall we allow the elder who nurtured you to helplessly witness your demise, left with nothing to do, and subsequently dwell in remorse for the ensuing decades?" During the Summit War, Carp was bound by the chains of justice behind him, helplessly watching his grandson perish at the hands of a Kainu. Could he not feel anguish? How could that be possible? Ace is also the grandfather of Luffy. How could an elder not cherish their own descendant? He hesitated this time. Ace held great respect for Garp, despite calling him an old geezer and a grumpy old man. Garp was undeniably his grandfather, a fact he was reluctant to acknowledge. Rodney's question left him in a quandary. After all, he was a pirate, and as a pirate, he would inevitably clash with the Navy. The moment he decided to embrace the life of a pirate, he had long since cast aside any concerns for life or death. Yet, Rodney's inquiry suddenly instilled within him a fear of death, envisioning himself perishing before the old man, witnessing his own demise while being utterly powerless to intervene. Burdened with guilt until the very end. How cruel it must be for him. Even though Garp bears the title of a naval hero, in the face of familial ties, he is merely an ordinary elder. Ace, what are you still pondering? Those are your crew, your companions. Shouldn't you bear responsibility for them? Luffy suddenly exclaimed for him. Comrades held greater significance than anything else, which caused Rodney's expression to darken. Luffy's words strengthened Ace's resolve. He gazed earnestly at Rodney and declared, I will not perish before that old man. Absolutely not. Rodney, I vow to you here. Please assist me. I am their captain, and having led them out, I must take responsibility for them. The people of this world, they always place loyalty above all else. While it is admirable, it also seems utterly absurd. Rodney gazed at Ace and sighed, recognizing the resolve that had settled within the man. The monkey family was steadfast in their convictions. Garp dedicated his life to the Navy, while Dragon fought tirelessly to liberate the oppressed masses. Luffy pursued the title of Pirate King, seeking freedom and adventure. And Ace, he had been led astray by Whitebeard. Was it in search of the paternal love he lacked? Humanity is intricate, and the people of this world are even more so, innocent yet complex, easily understood yet profoundly enigmatic. Ace revered his mother, a truly admirable and great woman who had endured extraordinary lengths to bring him into this world, carrying him for 20 months before Garp arrived to deliver him, ultimately exhausting her life in the process. He harbored resentment for his father, blaming him for his mother's demise. Despite being the Pirate King, a man who conquered the seas, he failed to protect his own wife. Had it not been for Garp, perhaps he would have perished long ago. Yet, he respected Roger for his unparalleled achievements, conquering the seas and accomplishing the unprecedented feat of circumnavigating the globe, becoming the freest man on the ocean. This earned Ace's admiration and ignited a yearning within him to prove his strength, to demonstrate that he was not inferior to Roger, and to honor his bloodline. Words were futile, so he simply stated, I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition, a condition you must uphold. This is a man's promise. Ace met Rodney's blood-red gaze with utmost seriousness and replied, Speak, and I shall abide. Upon entering the Grand Line and encountering the Whitebeard pirates, do not join them, understood? How could I possibly join another pirate crew? I set sail to become the Pirate King. Then let us discuss this after you withstand Whitebeard's fatherly embrace. I will undoubtedly be the one to become the Pirate King. Luffy exclaimed, albeit inappropriately, but neither of the two acknowledged him. Rodney nodded, producing the key to the sea stone handcuffs, freeing Ace from his constraints. Feeling the surge of unshackled strength, Ace nodded and remarked, Though I am not fond of you, Rodney, you are a man of principle. Indeed, as long as there is wealth. Rodney pocketed the sea stone cuffs, watching as Ace departed to pursue Garp. His efforts could only extend so far. Ace sought freedom while Garp pursued justice. Witnessing his grandson perish before him, yet being bound by righteousness, was undoubtedly a torment for the old man. Rodney, possessing a soft heart, could not bear such melodrama. If Ace adhered to their agreement, Blackbeard would not capture him, and there would be no further complications. Should he choose not to comply, it would be a self-inflicted fate. One could not hinder a man from pursuing freedom and familial bonds. His actions were motivated by a desire to spare an old man from enduring the anguish of losing his grandson. Garp was a commendable individual, as Rodney had discerned both from the anime and their interactions. Hey, Rodney, let me out, Luffy shouted from the sidelines. Observing the soil shifting nearby, Rodney replied, Figure it out yourself, it won't take long. With a swift movement, he vanished, while flames began to ignite at the port. Old man, I will never allow you to harm them. Ace's crew had arrived, standing aboard their ship, calling for their captain. Ace, do you intend to stop me for the sake of your crew? Garp laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he regarded the fiery barrier behind Ace. Naturally. Old man, I am their captain. Ace resolutely resolved to stand with his crew, for he was their leader. You cannot surpass me, Garp declared, striding forward with the weight of a mountain. Once a hero of the Navy who boldly stood before the legendary pirate rocks, his presence remained formidable even in old age. Ace took a step back, knowing he could not defeat his grandfather. After all, he was an equal to that scoundrel of a father. Yet, he thought, I absolutely cannot allow the old man to harm anyone. Flames blazed fiercely around him, an invisible aura bursting forth, causing Garp to raise an eyebrow as the surrounding navy and ordinary villagers fell before this intangible pressure, with only a few managing to hold their ground. Had Ace awakened his conqueror's haki? Garp clenched his fists and swiftly closed the distance between them, reaching Ace in an instant. Ace had no time to react before he was struck by a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, Ace was sent flying through the fiery barrier, landing squarely on the ship of the Spade Pirates, where his crew caught him securely. Captain Ace, are you okay? Captain, Dr. Deuce, hurry and check if Captain Ace is all right. His crew gathered around him, and Ace felt deeply moved. Though Garp had struck him, he knew the old man had not exerted his full strength. It was less a beating and more an act of support. Enough talk. Duke, turn the ship around. Let's go? Aye, Captain. The helmsman, Duke, eagerly obeyed, promptly turning the ship's bow. Suddenly, the seawater erupted beside them, creating massive waves that propelled the ship away from the port. Missed it, that rascal Rodney. Cannonball. Cannonball. At some point, Garp had boarded the warship, flanked by a hastily arriving Rodney. Rodney, looking helpless, handed Garp a lead cannonball the size of an ostrich egg. The warship and pirate ship were merely hundreds of meters apart. With Garp's strength and precision, how could he possibly miss? However, Rodney did not expose Garp's intentions, choosing instead to assist him in sending his grandson into the sea. He nearly felt irritated that Ace had silently set sail without bidding him farewell. It was all just a jest with Rodney, never expecting Garp would truly capture Ace. Nevertheless, it was for the best. He could finally ease his grandson's burdens. Rock of the fist. The cannonball shot forth with the speed of a cannon's discharge, striking the side of the pirate ship with precision, aiding the crew's escape. You little brat, don't let me catch you. Garp laughed heartily as the pirate ship distanced itself. Grandpa, thank you for always watching over me. Ace knelt aboard the ship and bowed deeply toward Garp. Hearing Ace finally address him as Grandpa, Garp's sturdy form trembled slightly, though he simply laughed heartily. This rascal never listens. I wanted him to join the Navy, but he insists on becoming a pirate king. Truly, he must be oblivious to the allure of that life. Rodney, my boy, don't you dare become a pirate. I don't think so. As long as no one pressures me, being a pirate hunter seems quite appealing. He shrugged, not challenging the old man's words, but instead asking, Vice Admiral Garp, do you truly have no regrets? Regrets? I never regret my choices. I wished for him to join the Navy, yet he refused. I cannot bind him here, denying him the pursuit of his freedom. That is something I cannot do. Is that so? Rodney understood that Garp was unable to take action against Ace. The original story made this clear. Had Garp truly wished to intervene, he could have captured Ace long before he made a name for himself on the Grand Line. Instead, he quietly watched his grandson sail the seas, pursuing his own path. Ha ha ha, enough of this. This group of recruits fell to the ground so easily. I shall ensure they receive rigorous training. As a naval officer, they must not exhibit such weakness. Silently, I offer my prayers for this group of sailors. At that moment, Luffy rushed over, standing on the warship and shouting loudly, Ace, wait for me. I will never let you have the title of Pirate King. Garp's expression darkened. Luffy, bang. His powerful fist struck Luffy on the head, dragging him down from the ship, while saying, it seems I must train you thoroughly. Ah, Grandpa, let go of me. Grandpa. Garp would always return to Windmill Village during his vacations to visit his grandson. As the holiday drew to a close, he left, satisfied after exhausting Luffy, who was also as tired as a dog. Rodney was equally worn out. Garp had expressed that Rodney's physique was too frail, lacking vitality, making it easy for him to lose his life on the battlefield. Thus, Rodney's hellish training resumed. Daytime was spent training, and nights were devoted to refining his chakra. This cycle continued until Garp's vacation ended, marking the conclusion of his grueling ordeal. He indulged in copious amounts of food to replenish his energy, his body gradually resembling those from the village of misfits. His skin, tanned from exposure to the sun, began to align with their appearance. If this continued, he might indeed become one of them. No, he must quickly master all 6 forms and learn the technique of life return. Otherwise, he would truly become one of the misfits. Thanks to his Sharingan, he recorded Garp's movements while performing the 6 forms. Once he learned them, he could find a way to integrate them, greatly increasing his chances of mastering life return. However, he must first learn the 6 forms. Shadow Clone. Why didn't I choose Shadow Clone from the beginning? Oh, I remember now. It was too expensive. I couldn't afford it. Damn it. I need to take on a mission. Ding. Mission issued. Is it really that easy? Mission: Assassinate Pirate Clive Chaser. Mission level: D reward: 100 mission points. Clive Chaser? Who is that? On the warship, Rodney inquired of Vice Admiral Bogart about this individual. Before associating with Carp, Bogart was part of CP3, specializing in intelligence. After pondering, he replied, Clive Chaser, captain of the cannon pirate crew, with a bounty of 11 million. He commands the ship with the most cannons on the East Sea and has a crew of 1,000 pirates. He appeared in Guerrero Village 2 months ago, and Colonel Smoker was dispatched to apprehend him, but he managed to escape. To evade Smoker is no small feat. Smoker ranks among the strongest in the East Sea, wielding a natural fruit along with the Navy's 6 forms, making him nearly invincible there. Only the leader of the Dragon Pirates could contend with him. In the long run, if he faced Smoker without Hokage or Seastone, he would be at a significant disadvantage. To escape is indeed a skill. What? Are you planning to take action against him? Bogart asked. Rodney smiled, of course. A target's location appeared on the screen before him. The vast ocean was daunting. Without assistance, he might spend his entire life searching for this individual. Naturally, assistance was required. Have you forgotten you are a pirate hunter? Where do you plan to capture him? Bogart inquired. I'll first gather some information at the nearby naval base. Thank you for your care over these past few days. With that, he leaped off the ship, walking on water. Has that kid left? Carp donned his dog hat, munching on a donut. Indeed. Should we not recruit such talent into the Navy? Bogart questioned. Rodney's abilities, awareness, and perspective on justice were well suited for a naval career. Carp had invited him numerous times, but he consistently declined, preferring to remain a pirate hunter free from constraints. Recruiting him would be futile. By the way, is being a pirate hunter lucrative? Carp asked. Absolutely. Pirate hunters can exchange captured pirates for bounties. It would take an ordinary family a long time to accumulate the equivalent of a 10 million bounty. Is that so? Then let us become pirate hunters. Carp's whimsical nature caused Bogart considerable distress. Admiral Carp, the Navy cannot receive bounties for killing pirates. The Navy's duty is to capture or eliminate pirates. The most they can hope for is a modest bonus, but the extravagant bounties are unattainable. Ha ha ha, I forgot. Carp laughed heartily, gazing toward Rodney, who was currently subduing a sea king. That kid, as long as he does not fall from grace, will undoubtedly become a partner of justice. Carp understood Rodney's inherent goodness. As long as this goodness remained untainted by the corrupt sea, he would surely shine with his deserved brilliance. Rodney comprehended the concepts of good and evil. He felt anger when pirates harmed others, and he felt rage when rescuing those in need. He might turn a blind eye to matters beyond his sight, only expressing his indignation briefly before moving on. Yet, before his eyes, he would ensure those wrongdoers paid the price. While he did not desire to resort to violence, it was the prevailing norm in this world. Even the Navy was merely a simplistic instrument of force. He could only focus on what he could see and interact with. Beyond that, he truly felt powerless, still in the phase of self-preservation. Ultimately, he was still too weak. Perched atop the head of a sea king, the creature's eyes reflected the Sharingan, a sign of its control. Rodney's mental prowess effortlessly overwhelmed it, transforming it into his means of transportation. The Sharingan is indeed an excellent tool. The Sea King sped through the ocean, while above, a seabird soared, gliding on the currents. Donning a hat and a somewhat tattered satchel, Rodney patted the Sea King to halt its movement and waved at the seabird overhead. Here, over here, a newspaper. The dedicated newsbird descended, landing on the Sea King's horn, and skillfully retrieved a newspaper with its wings. Rodney placed 100 berries into the newsbird's satchel. This amount could buy 2 choppers. Seeing Chopper, who only had a few coins, engaging in high-stakes battles, Rodney felt a twinge of sympathy. The newsbird flew away, allowing the Sea King to continue its journey. Rodney turned his attention back to the newspaper. The World News Economic Agency consistently unearthed a wealth of stories from around the globe. Morgans, that rascal, could be considered the world's foremost gossip-monger, unwaveringly dedicated to his craft. Any news that made it to his world newspaper was undoubtedly significant. For instance, in a certain allied nation of the world government in the New World, the populace could no longer endure the oppression of corrupt nobles and resolutely initiated a rebellion. The article delved into the uprising's process and outcomes, subtly hinting at the shadow of the revolutionary army within. The language was sophisticated and the prose ornate, truly befitting someone of his profession. A wanted poster? This individual is Ace? The newspaper contained a wanted poster featuring Ace's smiling face. Poor Ace, with a bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive. This chap took 2 months to enter the Grand Line and has already made a name for himself? That's remarkably quick. Shaking his head, Rodney hoped he would adhere to their agreement. As the wanted poster drifted away in the wind, Rodney continued to peruse the newspaper. The journey was rather dull. The next time he reached a town, he should purchase a few books, or else it would become truly tedious. In a newspaper, much of the content revolved around the events in the New World, with scant details concerning the initial stretch of the Grand Line. The so-called pirate graveyard earned its ominous reputation, being a focal point of naval attention, guarded by the 7 warlords. Few pirates managed to survive and emerge from there to reach the Sabati archipelago, passing through Fishman Island before entering the New World. Those who do are formidable pirates, only to face harsh lessons from the subordinates of the 4 emperors. Within the New World, the 4 emperors wield absolute authority. New pirates must either choose to affiliate or challenge them. Affiliation may lead to survival, while defiance often results in death. The newspaper recounted the tale of a foolhardy individual with a bounty of 530 million who dared to confront Big Mom, only to be swiftly subdued by her subordinates after inadvertently consuming her cake, culminating in a single devastating blow from her. However, if one manages to endear themselves to a 4 emperor, survival becomes feasible. Whitebeard may take you under his wing as a son, while Big Mom could accept you as a son-in-law, especially if your bloodline is unique and powerful enough to earn her favor. Kaido might welcome you as a subordinate, but failure to impress him could lead to dire consequences, including being dragged to a mine as a laborer. Shanks would simply invite you for a drink. After perusing the newspaper, Rodney felt a sense of ennui. He had a long journey ahead to reach his goal, leaving him with days of boredom. He resolved to procure some books, though he was uncertain about the quality of novels in this world, hoping they would prove engaging. In East Blue, in the village of Sherlock, a band of pirates had encircled the settlement. To the ocean's denizens, piracy symbolized freedom, yet many pirates were lazy and unproductive, relying on the plunder of common folk for their sustenance. The pursuit of treasure was a rarity. The world held no abundance of riches waiting to be discovered. The fire cannon pirates, instead of seeking treasure, opted for a more convenient and profitable method: robbery. Their proclaimed ideals of freedom and dreams served merely as a fade. As they abandoned their homes to revel in lives of excess, fueled by the wealth they seized from others, indulging in lavish feasts and unrestrained debauchery, which epitomized the existence of most pirates. Come, support our fire cannon pirates, and once our captain claims the title of Pirate King, we shall reward your village handsomely. Cackled a tall, lanky man, his predatory gaze sweeping over the terrified villagers. The men surrounding him bore the unmistakable countenance of ruthless criminals, their eyes devoid of scruples as they surveyed the crowd for potential victims to alleviate their boredom. The village elder, a frail old man trembling as if he were on the brink of death, implored, "Sir, we truly have no money left. Please be merciful." Sherlock Village was not affluent. Had it not been for its remote location, it would have long since ceased to exist. Occasionally, pirates would come to extort them, and they could scrape together a meager sum, but recently, a pirate crew had pillaged most of their wealth. Now, another band had arrived, leaving them in a dire predicament. "What? No money? Old man, are you seeking death?" shouted a burly man resembling a bear, seizing the elder by the throat, threatening to crush him. The glint of blades flashed ominously, and the village's adults displayed fear, not from a lack of will to resist, but from sheer powerlessness amidst the rampant piracy of the Grand Line, where only the common folk suffered. "Who is Clive Chazot?" a sudden voice called from behind. The pirates turned to see Rodney approaching, dragging 2 large men with him. Upon recognizing the pair as those left behind on the ship, the bear-like man questioned, "Who are you, kid?" He flung the village elder away, only for a young villager to catch him, then advanced toward Rodney, his massive hand lunging for him. Rodney, observing the hulking figure towering over him, shook his head in resignation. The nutritional advantages in the pirate world were evident, as they were indeed robust. He delivered a swift punch to the exposed abdomen of the giant, sending him crashing into a tree, unconscious. The pirates stood in shock. This man was among the top 10 fighters in their ranks, yet he had been dispatched with such ease. "What are you waiting for? Attack." "Yes, just one person. We outnumber him." The lanky man, seemingly of higher status, rallied the crew, and they charged at Rodney. Shadow Dance, Leaf. Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Fireballs erupted amongst the pirate ranks, scattering them in panic. The lanky man, wielding his blade, charged with remarkable speed. Though not as astonishing as the likes of Kuro. With a swift draw of his chakra blade, White Fang, Rodney effortlessly tore through the lanky man's skin, muscle, and windpipe. Gasping, the lanky man struggled to speak, a wheezing sound escaping him as blood filled his airway, his vitality swiftly fading. Boom. An explosion rocked the area where Rodney had just stood, catching the lanky man in its wake. He vanished in the blast, launched by a stocky man. Towering at 2.5 meters, puffing a cigar while firing a cannon not too thick. He tossed a cannon to his subordinate and took another from him, the previous one being loaded. Clive Shizo, a pirate with a bounty of 11 million berries, was audaciously preparing to venture into the Grand Line, likely to meet his demise shortly thereafter. Ha ha, how foolish to challenge Clive. That idiot Sherlock was defeated by such a person. Clive scoffed, his laughter mingling with the smoke, enhancing his malevolent aura. Suddenly feeling a chill, he sensed something amiss. Ninjas can perform body flicker techniques, Mr. Clive, Rodney grinned, appearing behind him. White Fang pierced Clive's back, the 40-centimeter blade embedding deep within his body, leaving no hope for rescue. How could this be? Clive gasped, still able to speak. Oh, did I forget to withdraw the blade? Rodney smiled as he extracted the weapon, blood gushing forth like a fountain, red, not of any peculiar hue. Captain, how could this happen? Captain, what are you doing? The pirates stared in disbelief at their ambushed leader, a notorious pirate with an 11 million berries bounty, now bested by an unknown adversary. Impossible. This cannot be real. Are you still dreaming? Now it's your turn. Rodney delivered a kick to the barely breathing Clive, then charged toward the remaining pirates. Those who resisted were swiftly eliminated, while fleeing ones were subdued, forced to surrender any remaining treasures aboard for the villagers as compensation for their suffering. The villagers of Sherlock, filled with gratitude, accepted the bounty. They had intended to invite Rodney to dine with them, but he declined, departing with some dried meat for the journey ahead, leaving the remaining pirates to bury their fallen comrades. Among them, only Clive Shizo and the Bamboo Man possess bounties, the latter, as the first mate, bears a bounty of 3 million. Consequently, Rodney severed his head and took it away. The pirate ship departed with the remaining pirates, including Rodney, who would take them to the nearest naval branch for imprisonment. None would escape. If they did, they would be destined to feed the Sea Kings. Rodney wore a devilish grin as the ship floated upon the sea. It was too late to flee now. The pirates displayed expressions of despair, awaiting their fate, whether to be imprisoned or to leap overboard and be devoured by the Sea Kings. However, imprisonment seemed the better option, as it allowed for the possibility of survival. Better to endure a miserable existence than face a swift death. Rodney scoffed, remarking that had they possessed bounties, he would have surely eliminated them to prevent future troubles. They were simply too weak to warrant his consideration. His task, however, had been accomplished, and no new missions were forthcoming. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his ears. Ding! The host has completed 20 tasks, thus unlocking the task hall. A task hall. There exists a task hall. Upon entering this so-called task hall, he discovered it to be a place for accepting missions. Not just a sequential list, but rather a selection of tasks. Not limited to mere assassination missions, there were escort missions for merchant ships, espionage tasks to uncover the private lives of certain kings, and even odd jobs like selling drinks for a tavern. Yet, these were merely D-rank tasks, with points ranging from 10 to 100, offering no special rewards. C-rank tasks had yet to appear. The system declared, henceforth, the host may freely accept tasks, but those assigned by the system cannot be evaded. This implied a higher degree of freedom and choice in tasks. At the Naval Branch 153, Rodney delivered the fire cannon pirates to the Navy, exchanging Clive Shizo's and the Bamboo Man's heads for their bounties. After securing his reward, he sought a restaurant for a meal. The past few days of consuming the pirates' cooking had been unbearable. Their meals were barely edible, sustaining only enough to fill the stomach without any hope for taste. Sir, your dish, please enjoy. A large platter of meat was served, emanating a delightful aroma. Just as he was about to dig in, a cacophony of barks erupted outside, and suddenly, a large dog barreled into the restaurant, charging directly at him. How could Rodney allow this creature to succeed? He delivered a swift kick, sending the dog flying, and the entire restaurant fell silent. The sizable canine crashed against the wall, groaning as it stood, gazing at Rodney with trepidation. The restaurant owner immediately urged, "Young man, you must flee. That dog belongs to Colonel Monka's son. He will not let this go unpunished." Colonel Monka? The name resonated with Rodney. Captain Monka of the Navy had risen to the rank of colonel after capturing the notorious Baji Kuro, who merely feigned death. Monka, under the influence of the hypnotist Zongyao, had transformed from a passionate naval officer into a haughty and brutal tyrant, ruling over Shell's Town and Naval Branch 153. As the owner finished his warning, a yellow-haired youth with a double chin rushed in, flanked by two visibly displeased sailors. They would relish the chance to beat him up, but being Monka's son, they dared not act. Rodney scrutinized the boy, adorned in garish attire, and heard him cry, "Who dares to harm my beloved pet?" The dog, previously kicked by Rodney, barked in response, prompting the boy, Berlumber, to seethe with rage. "So it was you. I suspect you are a pirate. Seize him." "Yes." The two sailors, grimacing, approached Rodney with apologies. Bang! Both were swiftly rendered unconscious by Rodney's hand chop. Rodney chuckled, plucking a piece of meat from his plate, and approached Berlumber, taunting, "So, you intend to capture me?" Berlumber, terrified, stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground. "My father is Colonel Monka, the strongest man here. You dare to harm me?" Rodney casually consumed the meat in his hand. "Oh dear, I'm so frightened." He delivered a slap that left half of Berlumber's face swollen, causing the boy to flee in tears. The restaurant owner, witnessing this, cautioned, "Sir, you must escape. Colonel Monka is not one to be trifled with. You have assaulted his son. He will surely come seeking retribution." Rodney, seemingly slight in stature, would surely face dire consequences against the imposing Monka, so it was prudent to flee. The patrons felt a sense of vindication at Rodney's boldness against Berlumber, having long wished to see the arrogant youth receive a beating. Had it not been for the fear of his father, they would have intervened long ago. Rodney's slap was indeed satisfying. No worries, Rodney returned to his seat, continuing to enjoy his meal, which had improved significantly following the incident. The restaurant owner grew anxious, fearing that a confrontation would wreak havoc on his establishment. In tales of martial heroes, conflicts often erupted in taverns, leaving the owners with a mess to clean. If a brawl ensued, the owner would suffer greatly, and the prospect of demanding compensation from Colonel Monka was nearly impossible. As Rodney disregarded the warnings, the sound of approaching footsteps signaled the arrival of Berlumber, who had indeed brought his father, Colonel Monka. Having just entered town from the Navy, Monka could hardly contain his fury upon seeing his son assaulted. Towering and imposing, Monka sported a new iron jaw and an axe for a right hand, exuding an air of disdain. Truly, he was the Axe King Monka, the very individual who had felled the naval hero garb. "So, you struck my son?" Rodney finished his platter of meat, using a toothpick to clean his teeth, and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Is there a problem?" "Indeed, there is no issue. However, you shall pay the price." Raising his axe, he prepared to strike, but his body froze. Your eyes." Tremors coursed through him, as if he had forgotten something vital. Yet, the exact nature of this memory eluded him, while three black tomos spiraled slowly within the crimson depths of Rodney's eyes. False memories shattered, replaced by the blood-soaked recollections of that fateful night. Monka's massive form swayed before collapsing. "Owner, here is the payment." Rodney tossed a bill onto the table, popping the toothpick from his mouth as he departed. Not a single naval officer present dared to impede his exit. Utilizing his Sharingan, Rodney unraveled the hypnosis instilled by Zongyao, allowing Monka to recall the truth of that night. The extent of his change lay solely within his own hands. At the very least, he would not remain as arrogant and dismissive as before. The restaurant fell into an eerie silence, with patrons holding their breath, fearful of what might transpire with Colonel Monka. "Berlumber, father, please wake up. Don't scare me." The naval officer inspected Colonel Monka and, finding him breathing steadily and unharmed, reassured, "Young Master Berlumber, there's no need for concern. Colonel Monka has merely fainted. Everything is fine." "Then what are you waiting for? Lift my father back." The naval officer silently cursed, reluctantly joining a few others in carrying Colonel Monka back. The mission: escort a merchant ship to Kokoro Village. Mission level, D. Reward, 20 task points. Thus, the task commenced in an orderly fashion. The escort mission was not particularly arduous. Indeed, it was rather leisurely, allowing him ample time to train and enhance his physical strength. In the world of pirates, honing one's body could elevate one to the pinnacle of this realm. For instance, in his youth, Garp faced the fearsome Rocks pirates alongside Roger. It is noteworthy that apart from Rocks, the crew included formidable pirates such as the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and a young Kaido. Yet they managed to annihilate this legendary pirate crew. On Roger's ship, none consumed devil fruits, and Garp had no need for such things. illustrating that physical training could indeed place one among the strongest in this world. He needed to master the 8 gates swiftly to elevate his physique to a significant level, thereby enabling him to open the 7th gate. The opening of the 8th gate was reserved for moments of mutual destruction. He would only activate it then, for otherwise, it would be foolish. However, he felt he might never have that opportunity, as he did not wish to die just yet. The training in the 6 styles was also part of his plan, though it required a methodical approach, as his body still needed time to strengthen adequately. Fortuitously, the Sharingan allowed him to grasp critical points that would otherwise elude him. He had committed Garp's movements to memory, leaving only the need to enhance his physical prowess. A weakness shared by many ninjas, high attack power but low health. Not everyone possessed the strength of the Senju or the Uzumaki, nor were they all capable of utilizing the lightning release armor. Thus, he needed to intensify his training and ensure adequate nutrition. Time was essential for these improvements. While carrying out the task, he also trained. This was his current reality. Mission: eliminate clique. Mission level: C. Reward: 500 task points, a permanent chakra fruit, shadow clone technique. And taijutsu: Konoha Dragon God. This mission was not from the task hall, but a genuine assignment issued by the system, with rewards rivaling those of the previous capture of Ace. The clique pirates? Were they not the crew that had barely entered the Grand Line only to be hunted back to the East Blue by Hokage? They claimed to be the largest pirate crew in the East Blue, yet 5,000 men fell before a single swordsman. It was hardly surprising. A weakling leading 5,000 cannon fodder against the world's greatest swordsman had no hope of resistance. How did Hokage traverse the calm belt alone? Did he truly paddle his small boat with his famed black blade, Knight? Otherwise, the source of his propulsion remained a mystery. Witnessing Clique's futile attempt to row in the calm belt shattered his aloof image, perhaps prompting him to consider silencing any witnesses or discovering something more private. This situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared, leading one to wonder what misfortune befell Clique. Rodney was accompanying the merchant ship on this escort mission. At this stage, Clique's crew had not yet reached the scale they would later achieve. He was uncertain of their numbers. A plan needed to be devised for the journey ahead. Should he summon the Smoke Man from Lobetown? He stroked his chin, considering it a viable option. Though the Smoke Man had his struggles, he could hold his own in a fight, akin to a 50-50 matchup, resembling Kakashi's template. Having left Branch 153 for 2 or 3 days, he discovered that Clique's crew seemed to be nearby. Thus, he pondered, should he ambush, sneak attack, or confront them head-on? He decided on a direct confrontation first. And if that failed, he would resort to stealthy assassination, though he was no top-tier assassin, brandishing a great sword and demanding the heads of his foes. The distinction between true assassins and mere pretenders was clear. Shaking off such thoughts, he continued to train. The discipline brought him joy. 3 days later, on a sunlit day, Rodney prepared for action, donning his ninja gear, leg bindings, white fangs, shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags. He observed the Clique pirates drawing near to the merchant vessel, utilizing chakra to enhance his footing and ascending to the lookout tower. Upon activating his Sharingan, he gained a far-reaching view and spotted a fleet approaching on the distant horizon. Each pirate ship bore a uniform insignia, skulls flanked by hourglasses. The leading ship, a massive sailboat, bore the fierce visage of a black panther at its prow, exuding an air of aggression. The Clique pirates. A smile crept across Rodney's face, but first, he needed to alert the merchant captain to retreat. What? Pirates? The corpulent captain, upon hearing this, showed no fear. Instead, he remarked, "It is precisely because of pirates that I hired you. What else would I need you for? Leave those rascals to you guardians. I can't protect so many. I don't care. You need to figure this out. Pirate Hunter Jonathan J. Rodney, this is your problem, not mine. I hired you, so you must find a solution." He pointed his thick, carrot-like finger at Rodney, his gaze dripping with disdain. "Are you out of your mind?" Rodney felt an urge to slap his oversized face with his sandal. With a glare, he activated the Sharingan, casting a genjutsu to compel the captain to issue orders to halt the fleet. Shaking his head, he exited the room, and under the captain's command, the fleet came to a stop. The merchant fleet was not just one ship. Several vessels transported goods daily, including local specialties, tobacco, and alcohol. The captain, though rotund, was decent enough not to engage in illegal activities. Each ship had guards, but Rodney estimated they were not a match for him, indicating they were merely there to collect a paycheck. The merchant vessel was not a passenger ship, aside from the essential crew. There were only about 100 people on board in total. If a confrontation erupted, he might not be able to protect everyone. Rodney nodded and leaped from the ship to the tumultuous sea. His body swayed with the waves as he walked atop the water. To his dismay, no sea kings appeared to ambush him along the way, leaving him feeling somewhat defeated. He had hoped to capture a sea king to serve as free labor, but was left disappointed. However, he remained vigilant. At this distance, he had ample opportunity to act. Water clone technique. The seawater coalesced into 3 clones, each clutching explosive tags as they charged toward the approaching fleet. He retracted his Sharingan to conserve chakra, aware that a great battle loomed ahead. The Delhi Donid Sabrel, a grand ship that claimed to be the flagship of the pirate Admiral Click, boasted a majority of his elite crew gathered aboard. Click is adorned in heavy golden armor, with light purple hair and a scarf tied around his head. In the realm of pirates, individuals possess strikingly beautiful features or are exceedingly unattractive, resulting in a stark dichotomy. Those of average appearance are rather rare. Perhaps it is easier to depict those who are less conventionally attractive, as they possess distinct personalities. Yet, one must ponder, do the younger ones find no joy in this? Click rested his head on his hand, expressing his boredom. The act of sailing often proved to be a rather monotonous affair, with tedium frequently overshadowing any semblance of excitement. The leader, Click, spotted a halted caravan in the distance. From the watchtower, the lookout proclaimed loudly while holding a telescope, "Oh, caravan." Upon hearing this, Click's spirits were lifted, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "My dear companions, prepare yourselves. Inform the crew of the other vessels. Today, we shall embark on a grand undertaking." Oh ho ho, ho! The pirates aboard the ship raised their weapons high, joyfully shouting in exuberance. Eddie Mann, the strategist of the Click pirate crew, inquired, "Captain Click, shall we proceed as we usually do?" As usual, this refers to the act of masquerading as a naval officer to lower the opponent's guard, making it easier to achieve one's goals. Such tactics are frequently employed by him. He disguises himself as a sailor, feigns surrender, and then strikes back at his adversaries. He is willing to resort to any means necessary to attain his objectives, embodying true ruthlessness and a complete disregard for gratitude. This individual is nothing short of a despicable villain. No, I shall approach directly this time. I have grown weary of such underhanded methods. Let this encounter be conducted with integrity, a brazen and audacious act of robbery. Ha ha! The laughter was quite unpleasant. As he roared with laughter, the pirates aboard the ship erupted into a chorus of mirth. Captain Click was indeed correct. Resorting to such despicable tactics was utterly devoid of meaning. How exhilarating it is to engage in a bold and honorable act of piracy. How could the guards of the caravan possibly stand a chance against the formidable crew of the Click pirate group? They are indeed the overlords of the East Sea. The pirate crew under the command of Click. How could they possibly fail to seize even a humble merchant convoy in a single day? At the height of their unwavering confidence, the voice of the lookout once again pierced the air, exclaiming in astonishment, "Leader Click, there is someone running across the surface of the sea, approaching us at an astonishing speed. Hey, have you had too much to drink? What nonsense are you spouting? How could anyone run on the surface of water? This is the ocean, do you understand?" A pirate of some repute exclaimed in outrage. How could it be possible for anyone to run upon the vast ocean? Is there truly such a lack of common sense? The lookout spoke once more. "Damn it, Baker. I haven't been drinking. I see quite clearly that there are 4 individuals, and astonishingly, they all bear an identical appearance." Is he gazing at me? Click, maintaining his composure, declared, "It must be a user of a devil fruit. There is truly nothing to be concerned about. After all, we are the Click pirates, the sovereign of the East Sea. Merely a small-time user of a devil fruit. How could he possibly be my adversary? These individuals are nothing but inept, and they certainly cannot be invincible. We simply need to push him into the sea, and all will be well. Sniper, eliminate him. As you command, Chief Click." Bang! A gunshot echoed on the ship, slicing through the water as it grazed the hair of the individual. Scatter. At Rodney's command, the water clones dispersed in all directions, some rushing towards other pirate ships. Meanwhile, Rodney set his sights on the largest flagship. The adversaries had already detected his presence. A single strike missed its mark, swiftly followed by a torrential barrage of bullets. The Sharingan manifested in his eyes, and the speed of the lead projectiles seemed to slow as he utilized the ocular prowess to track their trajectories, predict their paths, and calculate his next move. His body instinctively reacted, evading the onslaught in a mere heartbeat, as if guided by an innate reflex. Useless. Fool. Shoot him. Turn him into a sieve, Clique bellowed in fury. At your command. The intricate and fearsome pirates were drenched in cold sweat as they continued to fire upon Rodney and his watery doppelganger. Alas, their attempts were effortlessly evaded. Hemi the gun. Seeing his subordinates' incompetence, Kellic was filled with rage. He seized a firearm and aimed it at Rodney, preparing to shoot. The distance was nearly closed, and Shui threw a kunai embedded with an explosive talisman, piercing the pirate ship. What could that be? A pirate leaned over the ship's railing, curiously gazing at the kunai. Suddenly, the explosive tag affixed to the kunai ignited, and then, boom. The once sturdy hull suffered a significant breach from the explosion of the detonating rune, allowing seawater to surge directly into the gaping hole and flood the cabin. This is dire. The ship is taking on water. Abandon ship. Quickly, abandon ship. Without a moment's hesitation, the pirates leapt into the sea, swimming towards the other pirate ships. The gaping hole was far beyond the possibility of repair, leaving them with no choice but to abandon their vessel. Boom, boom, boom. A series of relentless explosions erupted around the fleet as the water doppelgangers moved with remarkable speed. Each time they approached a vessel, they affixed an explosive talisman just above the waterline, detonating the hull and inviting the ocean's embrace, compelling the pirates to abandon their ships. Thus, a formidable fleet of over 1,000 was effortlessly dismantled. The primary advantage of the clique pirates lay in their sheer numbers, however, on the sea. The most crucial asset is the ship itself. Without a vessel, one has no opportunity to venture out. The ships of the East Blue are not the grand creations of Water 7, constructed without any extraordinary materials, rendering them quite susceptible to destruction. In a fleeting moment, the surface of the sea resembled a flurry of dumplings, a multitude of heads bobbing in the water. Rodney remained indifferent to the fate of these individuals. Their survival hinged solely on their own fortunes. Having chosen the path of piracy, they must possess the resolve to face death upon the waves. In the perilous world of the seas, one cannot avoid the blade. They must take responsibility for their actions. Captain Clique, save us, I implore you. Allow us to board your ship. Captain Clique, I do not wish to perish just yet. O Chief Clique, please allow me to board your vessel. I am your most devoted subordinate. The pirates yawned aboard Clique's grand vessel, for it was the last remaining ship. The other dozen vessels had all been obliterated by Rodney's explosive onslaught. Their only means of survival rested upon Clique's ship. Descend. Get out of my way. You worthless bunch. Not a single one is allowed to stay. Where is that damn thing gone? Initially, Clique would accept some unfortunate sailors, but subsequently, he ceased to welcome those he deemed worthless, instead ordering the expulsion of those preparing to board. Although the vessel was spacious, it could not accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 souls, and he was acutely aware that such numbers would inevitably lead to chaos, making combat increasingly arduous. As for the notion of loyalty, it was unnecessary. He harbored no trust in his crew. His dominion over them was not founded on camaraderie, but rather on fear and wealth, a formidable stick complemented by a sweet date. Instilling dread among his crew sufficed. All else was inconsequential. Lives could be replaced. Yet first and foremost, he must eliminate that scoundrel who had so grievously harmed his fleet. He is there. The pirate beneath shouted loudly. Rodney defied the force of gravity, executing a movement akin to that of a certain individual rising from the grave, as he ascended the nearly vertical hull, ultimately standing firmly upon the ship's railing. His eerie crimson eyes swept across the deck, instilling a profound sense of dread among the multitude of pirates. Fire! Clique, resolute and ruthless, commanded his armed subordinates to draw their weapons and fire. With unerring precision, the attack struck Rodney's form, transforming him into a mere liquid. Indeed, a liquid. Nothing but a water clone. As for the true Rodney, he surged into the battlefield from one direction, accompanied by the remaining 2 water clones. Water style, water surge wave. The sea surged violently, and under the tumultuous waves, a considerable amount of cannon fodder was swept off the deck. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. The Phoenix Fairy ignited the sails of the boat with fire, while the blazing fireball surged into the crowd, exploding violently and claiming numerous lives. Alas, the fireball has taken lives. How reckless. Clique's deputy, the foremost enforcer, and the captain of the Clique pirate cruise combat unit, the demon mannequin, brandished 2 iron crutches, each topped with a formidable iron ball. A strike from these weapons could instantly claim the life of an ordinary individual. Akin spun the iron balls incessantly, leveraging centrifugal force to amplify their destructive power, agilely charging towards the true Rodney, not through the discernment of a shadow technique, but rather through sheer fortune. Clang. The white fang, imbued with wind attribute chakra, augmented its cutting prowess, colliding with Akin's iron ball and igniting a cascade of sparks. Yet, had Akin paused to examine his weapon, he would have noted a shallow gash etched upon the iron ball. White Fang effortlessly parried Akin's onslaught. The brute's every strike carried immense weight, the relentless rotation enhancing the centrifugal force to levels far exceeding his own strength. Nevertheless, Rodney met this challenge with apparent ease. His perceptive acuity was unparalleled. The Sharingan captured Akin's movements, processing them in his mind to anticipate and counteract. He was able to deftly repel Akin's attacks using a more energy-efficient method, rendering the demon man's strikes to feel as though they were landing upon cotton, strikingly futile. How could this be? This individual is surprisingly on par with the chief commander? How? How formidable? Commander, muster your strength. You must eliminate him. Indeed, Captain, we are the Click Pirate Crew, the most formidable pirate crew of the East Sea. One of the water clones scoffed, delivering a powerful punch that sent a mere lackey tumbling. The strongest? Is it the largest number of people? As the piercing words struck home, the pirates found themselves at a loss for words, resorting to blindly launching attacks. Under the onslaught, the two water clones swiftly dissolved into mere puddles of seawater. The water clones were frail, akin to shadow clones, possessing little resilience against blows. Only Rodney remained engaged in combat with the demon, Akin. Click squinted, observing that Akin was clearly at a disadvantage, contemplating whether to take a shot. He was indifferent to the potential harm it might inflict on Akin. In his eyes, trading a subordinate for a formidable adversary would be a worthwhile exchange. Nevertheless, Akin still held significant value, prompting Click to refrain from action as he commanded, Bala, go assist Jean. Yes, Leader Click. Allow me, Ironwall Bala, to show this wretch the true meaning of cruelty. Before us stands a figure resembling a sandwich cookie, adorned with towering steel shields that are nearly as tall as a person, one positioned at the front and the other at the back. These heavy shields encase him, much like the layers of a cookie. The shields are embellished with intricate patterns, and at their center rests a pearl the size of a small watermelon. He sports pearl earrings, and atop his head, a single pearl gleams. His hands, elbows, and knees are further protected by smaller shields. This is Iron Wall Bara, the most formidable defender of the Click Pirates. With a resounding clang, he strikes his two shields together, chuckling as he proclaims, now that you have encountered me, your fortune for today is decidedly negative. Rodney, am I engaging in the game of agriculture? Determined to swiftly conclude the battle, the Sharingan accurately identifies the vulnerabilities of the demon, Akin. In his hand, the white fang glimmers brilliantly under the sunlight, with a layer of wind element chakra enveloping the blade. Possessing the formidable cutting power capable of slicing through gold and shattering stone. With a sudden burst of power, he cleaved through the iron ball of the demon, Akin. Akin's eyes widened in disbelief, mirrored by those around him, as if they had witnessed something utterly astonishing. At that moment, someone recognized him and exclaimed loudly, I know who he is. The recently emerged pirate hunter, Josta J. Rodney. Chapter 19. There is a reason for bad luck. I now recognize who he is. The recently emerged pirate hunter, Josta J. Rodney. Rodney turned around, displaying a smile he believed to be benevolent, yet was, in truth, quite sinister. He said, Oh, you know me? Splendid. Those who wish to live, place your hands on your heads and face the ship's railing. Bang! The specter Akin drew forth a firearm and fired a shot directly at him. A wooden stake was left behind as Rodney swiftly appeared behind it, his white fang descending with precision. Regardless of whether one was a green bull or not, the priority was to eliminate the threat. Akin, the merciless pirate, showed no mercy even when his adversaries pleaded for their lives. He was a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, yet this did not warrant Rodney's leniency. Shaking the blood from his white fang, the howling wind heralded the advance of Iron Wall Bala, who recklessly charged forward, his shield poised to strike Rodney's face. With a deft backward lean, Rodney evaded the blow and deftly affixed an explosive talisman to Bala's shield before swiftly retreating. Boom. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. The steadfast Bara staggered backwards, as the fatty flesh between the two grand shields quivered incessantly from the force of the explosion, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Mr. Bara, the captain, the leader of the clique, gazed upon the lifeless figure of the ghostly Akin. The pirates, overwhelmed by panic, turned their anxious eyes towards Clique, seeking solace and reassurance from him. They beheld the sight of akin, a wretched soul. Bala, proceed with your assault. This fellow is utterly incapable of breaching your defenses, and I shall be here to provide support. Click spat disdainfully. Had he known that this individual would perish, he ought to have dispatched him with that move right away. Truly, a loyal henchman like this is hard to come by. Understood, Captain Click. It is quite astonishing that the commander would fall at your hands. However, I am the Iron Wall Bala, the steadfast shield of the Click pirate crew. I am indeed Mr. Bala. He proudly clashed the two shields in his hands, producing an unpleasant sound. The Iron Wall? Perhaps not. The quality of the shield is acceptable. However, I shall ensure your demise here. The detonation talisman surprisingly did not explode, leaving him somewhat taken aback. You intend to let me perish in this place? Ha ha ha. Bala laughed heartily, as if he had just heard an exceptionally amusing joke. Raising a finger, he proclaimed, I have endured a total of 27 battles, and in all these encounters, I have never sustained an injury or shed a drop of blood. Even the cannonballs of the Navy have proven ineffective against me. Can you truly claim you can kill me? If you can kill me, I shall devour my shield on the spot. Rodney replied, but if you are dead, how can you possibly eat? I shall certainly not perish. It is you who will meet your demise. The formidable Iron Wall Barryman charged forth with a menacing countenance, resembling a frenzied bull. However, its vulnerabilities were starkly evident. It possessed sheer brute strength, but in essence, it was merely a pawn, requiring little concern. Swiftly evading the assault, I leapt atop the mast, while Click readied himself, his golden armor sprouting barrels from its surface, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets towards Rodney. The atmosphere was fraught with peril. Once more, I dodged and plunged into the throngs of pirates, akin to a tiger among sheep, reveling in the devastation wrought upon this feeble assembly, plunging the scene into chaos. Bang! Suddenly, a smoke bomb detonated, and several pirates were propelled into the air. One of them landed near Barra's feet, causing a sharp pain in his heel, and he collapsed towards the pirate. The pirate swiftly rolled to his feet, grinning mischievously, and hurled another smoke bomb. A thick fog enveloped the area, and Barra felt a chilling sensation in his throat, rendering him incapacitated. What was happening? Where is that fellow? Click inquired. I don't know. Has that chap Rodney fled? I believe I just heard the anguished cry of Mr. Bala. I heard it too. Where is Mr. Bala? Here, Click. The leader Click, Mr. Bala. He has perished. As the smoke dissipated, the crowd beheld the throat-slain Bala, and discovered a bloodied foot standing ominously upon the ground, a sight both gruesome and terrifying. Rodney seemed like a ghost, vanished from sight, ready to emerge at any moment to reap their lives. In that instant, everyone was at a loss. Click let out a furious roar, firing a shot at the pirate who first discovered Bala's corpse. That unfortunate soul perished without understanding the reason for his demise. Perhaps it was due to Click's suspicion or merely his desire to vent his frustrations through violence. Regardless, he was dead. Prepare yourselves, lads. Click declared as he removed the golden disc from his shoulder, gripping the mechanism behind it. The front of the disc bore the emblem of Click's pirate crew, a skull with an apple-sized cavity in its mouth. Upon witnessing his stance, the surrounding pirates were filled with dread. That is MH5, they exclaimed, recognizing it as Captain Click's most fearsome toxic weapon. Gas masks. Quick, where are the gas masks? My mask. Where's my mask? Clamored the crew. Captain Click, we're still on the ship. One shouted, desperately seeking reassurance. Yes, Captain, could you perhaps encourage us? They pleaded. MH5, the toxic gas Click had prepared, was lethal to ordinary individuals with just a whiff, guaranteeing death within 10 minutes. Of course, this was applicable to the average person. Those with robust physiques could endure longer, while the stronger ones would suffer no ill effects. Click scoffed. What are you all babbling about? This is combat. The dead are merely the unfortunate ones. I care not for the means. Victory is all that matters. Ha ha. Once I enter the Grand Line, I shall undoubtedly uncover the great treasure and become the Pirate King. He donned the gas mask and pressed the switch. Instantly, a thick purple smoke spewed from the skull's mouth, engulfing the deck. In the shadows, Rodney regarded Click as a fool. Toxic gas was so lowbrow. Look at Magellan, always puffing on that stuff like it's a cigarette, consuming poison as if it were food or drink. And yet, he remains unscathed, though he does have a penchant for the restroom. Donning a gas mask pilfered from a pirate, Rodney walked calmly through the toxic haze. No, Maya, please spare me. Screams echoed through the gas, sending Click reeling in terror. He frantically searched for Rodney, But all he could see was a fleeting shadow before another pirate fell. This fellow is he toying with me, like a cat playing with a mouse. Realizing this, Click bellowed, disregarding the lives of his crew, using the golden disc as a makeshift machine gun, firing spikes as bullets in a blind frenzy. Captain Click. Why? No, I don't want to die. Mama, I want to go home. Wah, the sea is terrifying. Some were so frightened they jumped overboard, joining their comrades in a watery fate. Today was too exhilarating. Click's main force was annihilated by a single individual, leaving only Captain Click, who continued to attack indiscriminately, indifferent to the lives of his men. As the poisonous mist began to dissipate, Click was draped in a cloak of spikes, the spike cloak. Rodney, armed with a blade and wearing a gas mask, observed the fully equipped Click, tilting his head before tossing a kunai with an explosive tag. Boom. The impact was significant, sending Click hurtling away and shattering the spike cloak. His golden armor was also damaged, leaving him with multiple injuries. Struggling to rise, he grasped the still intact golden discs and pressed them together. A gun barrel emerged from the center, revealing the Great War Gun. Click's most formidable weapon, weighing over 2,000 pounds, would explode upon hitting its target, with greater force correlating to the strength of the swing. Seeing Click in this state, Rodney understood why this fool had encountered Hawkeye just a week into his journey on the Grand Line, returning in disarray with his fleet of 5,000 reduced to mere hundreds. There had to be a reason for such ill fortune. Why choose to be a gunner? Could a non-lucky fool like you truly wield a gun? Europeans can become skilled gunners, but luck isn't on your side. Click, with his immense strength, was already formidable among ordinary folk in the East Sea. The Great War Gun swung with ferocity, showing no signs of fatigue. His attacks were powerful and explosive, leaving Rodney with no choice but to retreat while striking, as the expendable crew dared not engage. After witnessing Click's ruthless nature, they knew it was futile to offer themselves as targets. If he accidentally killed one of them, there would be no place left to weep. Survival was paramount. You coward! Why do you hide? Click seethed, frustrated at his inability to catch Rodney, who darted around like a monkey. Click, in his rage, had already reduced the deck to a Swiss cheese-like state. Enough. Rodney flung another kunai, still equipped with an explosive tag. This time, Click was wiser. He swung the Great War Gun, aiming to collide with the kunai. Alas, a shuriken launched ahead of the kunai, deflecting its trajectory and landing accurately at Click's feet. Boom. Once again, Click was blasted away, the Great War Gun slipping from his grasp, plunging into the ocean with a splash, leaving no further ripples. Click was finished. Rodney swiftly severed Click's head, leaving a decapitated body behind. He stowed the head in his satchel and surveyed the surrounding pirates, contemplating before affixing another explosive tag to a nearby mast. Waving goodbye, he smiled, "Farewell. Whether you live or die now rests on your luck." With a swift motion, he leaped off the deck, landing on the ocean surface, strolling leisurely atop the waves as he departed. "Quick, that plague is leaving. Get up here," shouted the crew. "Throw down the ropes. This is our last ship, our only hope. If something happens to it, we will have no way out." However, Rodney was resolute. Boom. An explosion severed the towering mast, triggering a chain reaction of continuous blasts throughout the ship. The dreadnought Saber was obliterated by the explosive tags. Rodney extinguished all hope for those pirates. As the saying goes, once you become a pirate, you must be prepared to meet your end in the sea. It is nearly impossible to spare them. Evil deeds must bear consequences. In the vast ocean, human life is the least valuable, yet paradoxically, the most valuable. Only the lives of exceptional pirates hold worth. The rest are but cannon fodder. Ignoring the wails of despair, Rodney completed his mission, and the rewards were officially conferred. Mission: eliminate Click mission level. See status. Completed reward: 500 mission points, 1 permanent chakra fruit, shadow clone technique, body technique, Konoha dragon god. Upon consuming the permanent chakra fruit, a portion of his chakra was instantly replenished and enhanced. Subsequently, he brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands to form a cross, executing the seal of the shadow clone technique with a soft chant, "Shadow clone technique." Bang! Suddenly, an individual identical to myself appeared beside me, sent to another location to run in opposite directions. Shortly after, the shadow clone dissipated and memories surged forth. It was a peculiar sensation, yet undeniably a method for skillfully accumulating experience. Truly, it was a technique devised by the second Hokage, proving its practicality. The Konoha dragon god. My body spun at high speed, coalescing into a colossal dragon-shaped whirlwind that swept up vast quantities of seawater, conjuring a water vortex that emerged from the ocean's surface. As the vortex dispersed, Rodney materialized. Indeed, he was a ninja renowned for his exceptional physical techniques in Konoha. This technique was a ninjutsu created by a Konoha ninja. Although it was an original from the TV series, it had been incorporated into the system, alongside numerous other previously unseen techniques awaiting Rodney's exchange and utilization. Returning to the merchant ship, which continued its voyage across the sea, Rodney entered his room and activated the system. Host: Josta J. Rodney Race. Human rank: Genin attributes: Wind, Fire, Water, Thunder, Earth, Een, Young Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Water Clone Technique. Taijutsu: Uchiha Shuriken Technique, Shadow Dance Leaf, Konoha Whirlwind. Bloodline limit: none. Task points: 760 points. After diligently completing missions to accumulate such a high number of task points, it was time to exchange for some ninjutsu. He chuckled, knowing his strength would soon increase. Lightning Release, Gratitude Wave 250, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique 200, Water Release, Wave Riding Strike 300. After laboring tirelessly, he promptly purchased all he had worked for. The Lightning Release, Gratitude Wave could be used in conjunction with Water Release to inflict double damage, provided he remembered to do so at the time. The Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique was a linear attack, boasting unparalleled speed and power. As for the Water Release, Wave Riding Strike, it was a technique invented by the second Hokage, also known as Instant Water and Clear Water Wave, which utilized water release to create a watery environment, enabling swift gliding across the water's surface and high-speed movement within it. All were quite practical ninjutsu. With the downfall of the clique pirates, the largest pirate crew in the East Sea, Rodney's reputation swiftly spread throughout the region. Single-handedly, he toppled a fleet of over 1,000 men, defeating the 3 strongest members of the clique pirates, and showcasing formidable strength with an unknown devil fruit ability. His eerie red eyes became a symbol of demonic fear among the surviving pirates. Thus, the notoriety of Red-Eyed Rodney began to echo throughout the East Sea. Rodney, gazing at the newspaper filled with articles about himself, tore it apart in frustration. What the hell is this Red-Eyed Rodney? Why can't the East Sea press adopt a more dignified writing style like the World Economic Journal? Can't they portray me in a more favorable light? I am a righteous figure, after all. What else with the red eyes nonsense? Finding a rare opportunity for a vacation, this newspaper soured his mood, as it entirely misrepresented his reputation, and he found himself more concerned with the nickname bestowed upon him by others than his actual deeds. Indeed, if left unaddressed, such a moniker could follow him for life, and he couldn't allow this group to tarnish his name. He needed to devise a strategy to rectify this title. What could he write? Perhaps the Gambler? No, he was no Konoha's premier technician. Such a name wouldn't suit him. The Trickster Rodney. Now that name had a certain flair. Deciding on it, he swiftly took pen to paper, producing an excellent article, and promptly submitted it to the East Sea press, enclosing a few bills of considerable value as a tip, just for good measure. On the 3rd day, his article was featured prominently in the East Sea newspaper. From within the throes of slaughter blooms like a flower at dawn, Josta J. Rodney, a man bold enough to toy with fate. A grand exposition of several thousand words primarily analyzed the origins of his nickname and presented an account of his exploits. Ahem, an honest report. The title The Gambler quickly spread, far surpassing the unfortunate moniker of Red Eyes. Rodney effortlessly salvaged his nickname crisis, albeit at the cost of a few bills. But he was hardly short on funds. Afterward, he went to claim clique's bounty, only to discover that the individual's worth had not yet reached the anticipated figure of over 10 million, despite commanding a fleet of the East Sea's largest crew. This was likely due to Smoker and his associates recognizing Clique as merely a ragtag group. Clique's cunning had delayed their capture, leading to his eventual downfall at Rodney's hands. How many of those misfits survived was no longer his concern. Continuing his routine of undertaking missions, one day, he arrived at a floating restaurant, Baratai. Renowned for its culinary excellence, Baratai was the most famous eatery in the East Sea. The head chef, Zeph, was a pirate who had sailed the Grand Line for an entire year but returned to the East Sea after losing his most vital right leg. He established Baratai to provide delectable meals for travelers and pirates alike. The restaurant boasted a clean and comfortable atmosphere, allowing patrons to savor their meals in peace. A young man donned in a black suit, with golden hair and curled eyebrows, gracefully navigated through a throng of young women, exuding an air of sophistication and gentility. Truly a gentleman. Rodney took a seat, and a server promptly approached, pouring him a glass of fresh water and presenting the menu with a courteous inquiry. "What would you like to order, sir?" Opening the menu, Rodney replied, "One serving of sweet and sour sea king tenderloin, braised beef balls, seafood fried rice, and sashimi of rainbow fish, and please bring me a bottle of wine. Any will suffice." "Very well, sir. Please hold on for a moment. However, sir, Baratai's policy discourages food wastage. Are you certain you can finish this?" The server, eyeing Rodney's physique, inquired. In the sea, every morsel was hard-earned, and food wastage was strictly prohibited. Those who wasted would be forcibly ejected from Baratai. "Rest assured, I can manage," Rodney reassured with a smile. The server nodded, made a note of his order, and departed. The restaurant's ambience was delightful. Each patron relished the culinary creations prepared by Baratai's chefs, which was a source of joy for them. Among the guests were affluent merchants, some even seeking to recruit a Baratai chef to cater exclusively for them. However, all of Baratai's chefs unanimously declined. Baratai held a special significance for them, providing exquisite meals to all who traversed the seas, and witnessing the satisfied smiles on their faces was the greatest compliment to the chefs. With a plethora of skilled chefs, it also posed a challenge, allowing them to enhance their culinary expertise. Under Chef Zeph's guidance, their culinary skills progressed at an astonishing pace. Before long, Rodney's order was served. The sweet and sour Sea King tenderloin arrived in a large platter. As the Sea King's size was immense, the tenderloin piece also substantial, occupying a significant portion of the table. Many patrons were unfazed, as the world was populated by numerous big eaters capable of consuming vast quantities of food and possessing great strength. Rodney began his meal, starting with the sashimi. Each slice was uniformly thick, the translucent sashimi resting elegantly on the plate, artistically arranged. He picked up a piece, dipped it in Baratai's secret sauce, and savored the rainbow fish sashimi. "Delicious," he exclaimed, feeling his taste buds erupt in delight, and his stomach eagerly anticipating more food. Once again, I picked up a brown beef ball filled with rich broth. "Delicious." As I bit into it, the intense flavor burst forth, an exhilarating sensation. I sliced a piece of tenderloin drenched in a vibrant red sauce. Ah, delightful. The sweet and sour notes eliminated any fishy taste from the seafood, making it incredibly appetizing. It should have been my first bite, yet it hardly mattered. I took a mouthful of seafood fried rice. Scrumptious. The various seafood mingled with the rice, creating an explosion of flavor that danced down my throat, satiating my hunger. Satisfied and content, I dove into my meal. I savored the meat and drank heartily, reveling in the exquisite taste. Though my movements were unassuming, the dishes on the table rapidly diminished. Rodney called out, "Waiter, another serving of the same, no sashimi, and 3 more bottles of wine." The waiter no longer questioned his capacity for consumption, as his stomach only slightly protruded despite the copious food he had ingested. Through rigorous training, Rodney's physique had strengthened, and his appetite had grown. The energy provided by the meal was essential, but it did not hinder his ability to eat. Everything he consumed was chewed and packed tightly into his stomach, some already beginning to digest. Another dish arrived promptly, and Rodney continued to indulge, patting his full belly, exclaiming, "Ah, I'm satisfied. Truly delightful. This is the renowned Baratai restaurant. Time to settle the bill." The prices at Baratai were reasonable, not overly extravagant. Similar to his last experience with the explosive talismans, he patted his belly and stowed away a few bottles of wine in his pouch. At that moment, a gang of menacing individuals burst into the restaurant, led by a one-eyed man whose lackeys looked rather disheveled, too pitiful to behold. With a crooked smile revealing rotten teeth, he stammered, "Don't move, this is a robbery. Everyone stay still. Our boss has commanded it." The men stood to the left, the women to the right, and the androgynous figure in the center. Pirates. The once tranquil restaurant erupted into chaos, as patrons, devoid of any combat prowess, cowered in fear, only inflating the pirates' bravado. "Hand over your money. And that kid over there, summon your head chef. Bring out all your cash." The short man's threats were cut short as a polished shoe loomed before him, sending him tumbling into the sea with a splash. Sanji, raising his leg and puffing on a cigarette, remarked, "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." His action elicited numerous gasps from female patrons. His charm was undeniable. Rodney, initially poised to intervene, returned to his seat, realizing his assistance was unnecessary. Sanji was undoubtedly Barity's strongest fighter, alongside ZF, though it remained uncertain how much strength the old man retained after losing a leg. Charge! Attack! The pirates shouted. And a cacophony ensued as Sanji dispatched them from the restaurant. This establishment had no patience for such ruffians, who clearly had no respect for food and had frightened the lovely ladies. Sanji, despite being a flirtatious cook, possessed the demeanor of a gentleman, or perhaps a knight, one who would not harm even those of a third gender in this world. Once the pirates were vanquished, Rodney returned to his merchant ship, the bottles of wine insufficient to intoxicate him, akin to mere refreshments. Next on his agenda was training. One could not afford to neglect that. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He created a shadow clone and engaged in combat, utilizing techniques from the world of Naruto and the Marine Six Powers, all while bearing additional weight. Throughout the battle, he activated his Sharingan, doubling his experience and enhancing his reflexes. The two of them sparred on the sea, staying close to the merchant ship, remaining unseen, until they completed a protection mission. Upon boarding another merchant convoy, he undertook a reconnaissance task, primarily investigating what goods they were secretly transporting. That night, Rodney entered his quarters and instructed his shadow clone to infiltrate the cargo hold, a task better suited for the clone. The second Hokage had devised this technique specifically for gathering intelligence and executing perilous missions. The clone stealthily entered the hold, easily using the Sharingan to subdue the guards before reaching the innermost section. After a thorough search, he discovered only food supplies and local specialties. This felt peculiar. It couldn't be right. There had to be something unusual, otherwise, the system would not have issued such a task. Upon reaching the grain storage, he began to sift through the supplies and soon uncovered boxes beneath the food. Upon opening one, he was astonished to find pristine firearms. Smuggling arms. These individuals were indeed audacious. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. However, a significant portion of the East Blue Navy was rather corrupt. Thus, with proper arrangements, they could easily cover up their illicit transactions under the guise of food supplies and profit handsomely by selling to pirates. With the shadow clone disappearing, a few days later, Smoker received a tip-off from a vigilant citizen, leading to the convoy's apprehension. Life at sea often oscillated between tedium and monotony. One could not train incessantly. Life required balance. Originally, the system shop offered Paradise of Affection, penned by Jiraiya himself. The quality of Jiraiya's writing was renowned, showcasing his dedication and heartfelt effort, resulting in a best-selling book that captivated the ninja world, rich in depth and quantity. Even the denizens of Konoha praised it, albeit with a blush, as it often left readers in need of tissues. Clearing his throat, one could understand why he typically avoided reading such material. It was overwhelming. The pirate-themed novels were merely for amusement, such as The Second Pirate King, The Overbearing Pirate Loves Me, and XXXX, Future Pirate King. Out of 10 titles, 9 revolved around piracy, with only one focusing on the Revolutionary Army. The Navy, disheartened, found these tales unexpectedly popular, stirring fervor among readers eager to set sail as pirates themselves, dreaming of defeating Whitebeard, recruiting Kaido as a subordinate, and having Big Mom as a maid, all while disregarding Shanks. These stories proved irresistible, leading the Navy to abandon all attempts to contain their spread. The specifics of the comics remained less clear. Lying on a deck chair with a novel covering his face, he was enjoying a vacation in a picturesque village. The local culture was wholesome, and the hospitality exemplary, if one disregarded the recent screams. Pirates! Pirates have come! Everyone, hurry inside and hide. Thus, one must ponder, does the pirate world truly offer no respite? Removing the novel from his face, he sighed. The village possessed no combat capabilities, and the intruders were beyond their means. The pirates, though not overly menacing, donned peculiar attire, resembling a circus troupe more than traditional marauders. Their faces were painted in garish makeup, and even their pirate flag featured a skull adorned with a clown's red nose, creating an oddly humorous image. Yet, they remained pirates. The leader of the group was a remarkable figure, reminiscent of a jester. Adorned with a captain's hat perched atop his head, lips painted in an indeterminate shade of red, a comically vibrant nose, a tight-fitting red-striped bodysuit, loose trousers, and a red cloak lined with fur. He wielded a throwing knife between his fingers, laughing boisterously. My little ones, seize it all. Every treasure here belongs to us. Ha ha. Take it. This was Buggy the Clown, a trainee crew member aboard the pirate King Roger's ship, a friend of the red-haired Shanks, who had consumed the paramecia-type split fruit. transforming him into a man capable of ignoring slashing attacks. A man whose name and form could be combined at will. Captain of the Buggy Pirates. Possessor of the Conqueror's Haki, he dared to confront the formidable Whitebeard, while the world's mightiest swordsman could do nothing against him. And he showed no respect even to the face fruit user. He was a man who nearly took the life of the future Pirate King. Buggy, forever a god. This godlike man laughed heartily, guiding his crew to experience life in the East Blue. As the saying goes, the small hide in the wild, the medium in the city, and the great in the court. This man had achieved the ultimate concealment, blending into a group of weaklings while performing menial tasks. Such unfathomable cunning was terrifying, leaving one gasping in astonishment. Today, however, one individual dared to challenge this deity, risking death in a mere encounter. All the pirates that invaded the village were expelled by Rodney, lying on the ground, some groaning in pain, others unconscious. Ever since being knocked down by a single punch from Garp, Rodney had scarcely been injured. It could only be said that Garp's blow was exceptionally fierce, even now. It brought forth a dull ache in his head. Ninjas are fragile, and while they may not be injured, once they are, they easily fall to the disadvantage. A magical strike against a throng of warriors and tanks is indeed a daunting task. Who dares to strike my esteemed Master Buggy? He inquired, brandishing his knife in what he believed to be an imposing manner. Rodney examined him from head to toe, realizing how weak he was. One could only say, as expected of Buggy, for his hidden strength was astonishing. If Shanks, a trainee of the Pirate King, could ascend to the ranks of the four emperors, there was no reason Buggy could not achieve the same. Thus, this fellow might be concealing his true power. Contemplating this, Rodney suddenly appeared before Buggy. Chafe. The blade gleamed coldly as it sliced downwards, cleaving Buggy in half. Yet not a drop of blood flowed, nor could any bodily structure be discerned. Merely a grotesque expanse of red, a stark reminder that anime and reality differ vastly. With a flurry of strikes, Dance of the Cherry Blossoms, Rodney continued his assault, and Buggy was effortlessly sliced into pieces, suspended in the air. His crew displayed no shock, instead bearing inexplicable smiles, having grown accustomed to such displays. This was merely their Captain Buggy's mercy towards challengers, an impromptu performance. As Rodney stepped back, the dismembered pieces echoed Buggy's laughter. Ha! I am immortal. Buggy shall never be killed. Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me. The pieces reassembled into Buggy's form, including his clothing, showcasing his bizarre ability. Rodney's composed demeanor baffled Buggy. Shouldn't he be shocked or terrified? Why was there no reaction? How embarrassing. Ah, a devil fruit, I see. How can you accept this with such calmness? Devil fruit users are rare in the East Blue. Encountering such a power should astonish you. What is there to be surprised about? Not even the face fruit user would faze me, Rodney declared with conviction. Humph, you may never witness it, for you shall be slain by Buggy here. Prepare for death. With a lion's roar, a purple-haired lion approached, atop which sat the beast tamer Machi, donned in a plush white vest. Go, Ricky, devour him, Machi urged. Cracking a whip at the lion, Ricky, with eyes aflame, let out a hungry roar and charged at Rodney. With a crash, both man and beast fell, each nursing a bruise. Who else is there? Rodney smiled, lacking even the desire to draw his sword. This group was truly weak. He strolled towards Buggy, who shouted, "Don't come any closer." Just then, his foot slipped, nearly causing him to topple. What was this? Wasn't the ground clear? It was a flat fall. This was too humiliating. Split cannon. With an arm severed at remarkable speed, he lunged towards Rodney, only to have Rodney dodge and seize the hand, pinning it down. Ouch! Kid, release my hand. Buggy cried, the pain from his split body still registering. How is this kid's reflexes so swift? Ah, you're using such force. Rodney pressed Buggy's hand into the ground, making him feel the agony. Stupid brat, split pancake. Buggy's upper and lower have spun apart at high speed, resembling a flying knife as he howled, "I'm going to hit you." The excruciating pain surged as Buggy's upper half uncontrollably descended, while his lower half floated in a bizarre manner, legs twitching, as Rodney's foot struck Buggy's vital area. Fatal blow. To execute this strike, Rodney had activated his Sharingan. Captain, Buggy, you must endure, cheered the crew, spurring Buggy to overcome the pain, rising unsteadily in fury. Kid, I will kill you and feed you to the fishes. Don't kick, don't kick. Ah, another strike, and the great Buggy collapsed. Is he dead? Is he dead? A crew member picked up a stick, poking Buggy's red nose. Hey, red nose, big nose, Are you awake? Who are you calling Red Nose? Seeking death, are you? Upon hearing Red Nose, Buggy, almost reflexively, overcame his profound pain and stood up forcefully, brimming with fury. Buggy could not tolerate being called Red Nose. Even in deep unconsciousness, he would awaken. After a brief moment of rage, reason returned, and the two locked eyes. Rodney, Buggy, the atmosphere fell silent, and the scene became exceedingly awkward. Split, emergency escape. Buggy's body fragmented into numerous pieces, scattering in all directions. Not far from where he flew, he reassembled amidst the trees. Hovering in the air, but missing both feet. My feet. Through the gaps in the leaves, he saw his feet pinned beneath Rodney's. This was troublesome. His split ability rendered his feet a weakness, unable to fly, and kept too far from his body. Fortunately, my power is invincible here. Immune to slashing attacks. I need not fear for my feet. Now, I must devise a plan to reclaim my feet and rescue my crew. Although he often bullied his crew, Buggy nonetheless placed considerable importance on them. Meanwhile, Rodney gazed at his own feet, a sly grin forming as he realized that cutting would serve him no purpose. He refrained from employing ninjutsu and pointed at the remaining crew members, instructing them to carry the unconscious individuals back to the ship. Casting a glance at Buggy in the woods, he smirked, knowing that it appeared quite unfriendly to Buggy. Who exactly is this fellow? Buggy couldn't recall any details about Rodney, but sensed that he was not to be trifled with, opting to observe the situation unfold. Under Rodney's intimidation, Buggy's crew complied, dutifully moving the unconscious bodies aboard their pirate ship. As for Buggy, his feet remained firmly under Rodney's control, much to his annoyance. How dare you? Are you not planning to let go? The sensation of having one's feet trampled is quite unpleasant. At that moment, Rodney moved, kicking Buggy's feet away, ultimately sending them flying onto the pirate ship. Oh no. Wait. Buggy's body lost control, flying along, every part of him at risk of being lost. But those feet were non-negotiable. Set sail, Rodney commanded. Fearing Rodney's might, Buggy's crew had no choice but to comply, their hearts filled with curses, yet their faces betrayed none. Hanging at the back of the ship, Buggy seized an opportunity to board unnoticed. What is the situation? Buggy inquired of a crew member aboard. I don't know, Captain. This guy insists we set sail towards the nearest Navy base. What should we do, Captain Buggy? The peak of strength in Buggy's pirate crew was Buggy himself, for he was a user of a devil fruit, a rarity in the East Blue, and they had always followed their leader's commands. After a moment of contemplation, Buggy declared, Let me think, let me ponder, but first, you must retrieve my feet. He needed to reclaim them, otherwise, his powers would be curtailed. Is this it? A hand reached over, offering Buggy his feet. Without hesitation, he accepted them, grinning. Yes, indeed. Well done, lad. I hereby appoint you as my first mate. As he reattached his feet, he met a pair of crimson eyes. Hello, Captain Buggy, the young man greeted. You those eyes? I remember now. You're the notorious bounty hunter, Red-Eyed Rodney. Buggy shouted, naming the moniker Rodney wished to deny. Have you set your sights on me, you scoundrel? Damn it. Rodney's forehead twitched with veins, yet he maintained a smile. Captain Buggy, you may call me the drama master Rodney. I hadn't intended to capture you. But it seems I must escort you all to Log Town, the town of beginnings and endings, a fitting place for you. Wouldn't you agree, Buggy? Buggy trembled, cold sweat trickling down his brow. You do you ah, I possess a special intelligence network. I know your identity all too well. What do you want? My identity as a crew member of the Pirate King must remain concealed, or we'll draw the ire of the Navy, and their strength is no less than ours. Buggy protested. Rodney smiled slightly. Indeed, just as you think. He delivered a punch that sent Buggy crashing to the ground. As Buggy, on the verge of utilizing his devil fruit ability, felt a chilling sensation in his wrist, his strength dissipated, leaving him limp on the ground. This could it be? Yes. Indeed. See prison stone handcuffs. You shan't escape. I will deliver you one by one to Log Town. He surveyed the onlooking crew. What are you gawking at? Set sail immediately, or I'll toss you to the Sea Kings. Yes, sir. The crew scurried away. The scenery here is quite lovely. You may remain here. Rodney turned his back on Buggy. Though weakened, Buggy was not without a plan. Seeing Rodney's back turned, he aimed his foot at him. Special Buggy Bomb. A small projectile shot forth from his foot, hurtling towards Rodney. Rodney swiftly turned, unsheathing his white blade, imbued with lightning chakra. He sliced the special Buggy Bomb in two. Boom. Even after being cut, the special Buggy Bomb detonated, and its ferocious power propelled Rodney away. Buggy laughed heartily. Haha. You've tasted my special buggy bomb. Surely, you must be incapacitated. Rodney flew off the pirate ship, not plummeting into the depths of the ocean, but skimming the surface like a stone, bouncing several times before halting on the water. His attire was tattered, skin scorched in multiple places, and his face was blackened from the explosion, with a portion of his bangs singed by flames. This monster. He survived a direct hit from my special buggy bomb. Buggy exclaimed in disbelief. Under the gaze of Rodney's scarlet Sharingan, Buggy felt the specter of death looming. What should I do? Am I destined to meet Captain Roger? No, I have yet to find the treasure. He regretted using the special buggy bomb against Rodney. Very well, you are impressive, Buggy. Rodney gritted his teeth, his body racked with pain. Medical chakra radiated from his palm, soothing his wounds and stimulating cellular recovery. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Buggy retreated frantically, only to be seized by Rodney, who produced a length of specialized steel wire from his pouch. This wire was exceptionally resilient, unless severed. It could not be easily snapped. One end was secured to the sea prison stone handcuffs, while the other was tethered to the railing. Wait, you can't mean just as you suspect. With a swift kick, he sent Buggy tumbling off the pirate ship, dragging him along the ocean's surface. I glub, Buggy gasped as he was pulled along, surfacing and sinking, his body weak and his abilities unusable, feeling utterly helpless. Every half hour, they would haul him up, but if they failed to comply or if he caught them trying to rescue him, they would meet the same fate. Rodney grinned at the surrounding pirates, sending shivers down their spines. Understood. Poor Captain Buggy, please endure a little longer. Thus, for days, Buggy spent his time drifting in the sea, only managing to survive due to his robust constitution. A typical person might have perished. Rodney had genuinely underestimated Buggy's resilience. Suffering from the aftermath of his burns, which took several days to mend, though his hair would need to regrow. In Logtown, Smoker, with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, glared at Rodney, who had delivered Buggy the Clown to this very town for apprehension. Despite this act, Rodney had deceitfully made off with the sea prism stone handcuffs, a treasure far more valuable than the pirate himself. Hey, Colonel Smoker. Don't look at me like that. I'm no beauty. Your gaze makes me shy, and I'm a man with a preference for women. Rodney quickly retreated, crossing his arms protectively over his chest upon sensing Smoker's intense stare. Hearing this, Smoker touched his weapon, revealing his menacing demeanor. You scoundrel, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you regret it. How dare you put me on your wanted list? You stole our sea prism stone handcuffs. And I haven't even settled that score with you. Oh, that? It has already been reclaimed by Vice Admiral Garp, Rodney replied, avoiding eye contact. Huh. How could such a strategic resource as the sea prism stone handcuffs be returned to him? They are a rarity in the East Blue. You must have hoarded them for yourself. Didn't you? Smoker accused. How could I be that kind of person? Don't underestimate me. I aspire to be a champion of justice. Rodney protested. Smoker scoffed, his disbelief palpable. You? A champion of justice? You don't believe me? Not at all, Smoker retorted. Oh dear, it seems Mr. Smoker and Mr. Rodney have quite the rapport, Dasky chimed in with a smile, oblivious to the tension between the two men. Rodney, maintaining a forced smile, suddenly turned his gaze to Dasky. Lieutenant Dasky, what about my bounty? Buggy's bounty was also over 10 million, enough to procure many things. Here it is. Please accept it, Dasky said, handing over a bag filled with bounty money she received from her subordinate. Rodney snatched it without counting, trusting that Smoker and Dasky would not indulge in such corruption. Well, Buggy is now in your hands. That's enough. Having received my payment, our dealings are concluded. By the way, have the damages from the last capture of Ace been repaired? Dasky replied. Yes, they're nearly fixed. They should be open for business again soon. Ah, I see. After contemplating, Rodney tossed a handful of belly to Dasky, stating, consider this my apology for the previous destruction, though it may not be much. After all, one must provide some compensation for the havoc wrought. We all need to make a living, don't we? But the Navy has already compensated, Dasky interjected. No. This is my gesture of contrition, Rodney insisted. Smoker then asked, why did Fire Fist Ace enter the Grand Line? Shouldn't you clarify that, Rodney? Currently, Ace was the most dazzling star of the Grand Line, with few pirates of his caliber possessing exceptional martial arts, endurance, and a formidable Logia-type devil fruit, along with a loyal crew. Oh, that. Don't ask me. Go inquire with Vice Admiral Garp. Rodney quickly shifted the blame. Weren't you the one who assured me there wouldn't be any issues? Smoker pressed. Did I? Rodney feigned innocence. You might want to recall the circumstances of that time, Smoker warned, once again touching his weapon. Huh, I've told you, it has nothing to do with me. Keep this up, and I might just accuse you of slander and disturbing the peace, Rodney chuckled. Humph, I am the Navy. Smoker exhaled a plume of white smoke, looking as if he were a pirate himself. Forget it. This matter concerning Ace is none of my concern. Perhaps it's just an old man's worry for his grandson, Rodney said, shaking his head, eager to distance himself from the issue. Ding. A mission has arrived. Excuse me. I need to use the restroom. Pardon my absence, he said with a chuckle before turning to leave. The Chunin exam is commencing. Will you accept? Accept and begin immediately, or wait a year for the next opportunity. Wait. The Chunin exam? Is it really starting this soon? It seems rather abrupt. Having only been a genin for about a year, he was surprised at the rapid progression to Chunin. Still, I'm not ready to leave this invincible level, he pondered. The thought of the fierce battles among Leaf Village genin brought forth an image of cataclysmic destruction. The fights between the two Leaf Village jonin were chaotic. Like a playful brawl, he wasn't eager to advance yet. The unexpected onset of the Chunin exam was startling, but it was time to progress. He confirmed his participation in the Chunin exam on the system panel. Ding. The host has accepted the Chunin exam. The task commences now. Chunin exam task. Hunt the evil dragon pirates task level. See task rewards. Summoning beast snail, 100 heal technique, creation rebirth, and 1,000 task points. Rodney gasped at the generous rewards. The summoning beast snail was one of Konoha's coveted creatures, renowned for its healing prowess, requiring only a sufficient supply of chakra from the user. Its size was impressive, unlike the frogs of Mount Mayaboku or the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, as a single summon represented the entirety of the creature, with few capable of summoning its full form. The 100 heal technique involved infusing a large amount of chakra into a seal on the forehead, unlocking it when necessary to unleash the stored chakra for powerful jutsu and enhancing physical abilities. It also allowed for group healing by summoning larger snails, enabling seamless self-healing during combat and significantly enhancing the user's overall capabilities. In essence, it served as a reserve of hidden energy, akin to a rechargeable battery, accumulating power for a potent release when required, allowing for simultaneous combat and recovery. Additionally, this technique promised to maintain youthfulness, a dream for many young women, truly befitting Tsunade's reputation. As for creation rebirth, Rodney hesitated. While it was indeed an excellent medical jutsu, enabling instant recovery from injuries through accelerated cell division, it came at the cost of one's lifespan. Brute strength was a highly practical skill used by the Senju clan, allowing the user to precisely control their chakra, enveloping themselves in it for a tremendous display of power. Esteemed users included the first and second Hokage, Tsunade, and Sakura. Ah, what a useful skill. After acquiring it, my strength will significantly amplify. My current power feels insufficient in this world teeming with monsters. I must transform myself into a powerhouse, he resolved. In the pirate world, being robust was advantageous. Not everyone could resemble Gandalf, maxing out melee prowess while casually casting a simple illumination spell. Similarly, he reflected on the three great magicians of the Type Moon universe, each with their unique strengths and combat styles. The illustrious king of fighters from Israel, a paragon of excellence, dons the 10 Commandments as a mere facade, augmenting his prowess to the fullest, with his tiger claws ever at the ready. With such exemplary figures before us, how can one not dedicate oneself to diligent study, maximizing melee capabilities, enhancing attributes, and replenishing health and mana are but a few of the many buffs one must accumulate, after which the blows shall land with unyielding force. It is well known that striking with unerring precision is the epitome of masculine romance. A fragile being with high attack, but low health has no future. Rodney reflects, in my brief life as a ninja, I have learned a profound truth. The more one delves into ninjutsu, the more one realizes its limitations. Indeed, ninjutsu has its bounds. The system interjects. What exactly are you trying to convey? Rodney asserts. I shall no longer be a ninja. I aspire to transcend the realm of ninjas. I shall become formidable. Nami, the petite thief cat, lost her parents to pirates at a tender age and was subsequently adopted by the remarkable female Navy officer, Belmir, along with her sister Nojiko. Belmir raised them as her own daughters, and the trio lived blissfully together. However, their idyllic existence was shattered by the dragon pirate crew, which disrupted the tranquility of their lives in the Cocoa Village. The dragon pirate crew seized control of Koko Village, establishing their base to construct a nefarious empire, intent on dominating the East Sea. The crew's captain, Arlong, murdered her adoptive mother and demanded a monthly tribute from every villager to spare their lives. Nami's once happy life crumbled. Subsequently, Arlong took notice of her cartographic skills and coerced her into servitude, threatening the lives of the villagers. He promised her that if she could amass 100 million berries, she could buy back the village and her own freedom. Thus began her years of thievery, earning her the moniker of Thief Cat. As her skills became renowned throughout the East Sea, rivaled only by the cunning fox, Karina. Once she gathered the requisite amount, she would be able to save everyone. She firmly believed it was possible. The formidable Arlong, allied with the local navy, proved a daunting opponent. Even the navy's ships sent to confront them were sunk, their crews lost to the sea. The strength of the fishmen far surpassed that of humans, and in a region like the East Sea, potent humans were a rarity. In comparison to Arlong, they were no match. This left Nami in despair, resigned to adhere to the terms set by Arlong, as it was the only path available to her. She understood the likelihood of being deceived was high, yet it remained her solitary glimmer of hope. She could not yield. Even the faintest flicker of hope warranted her attempt. With a gentle pat on her cheek, she encouraged herself. Come on, Nami, just 23 million more berries, and I can gather the total of 100 million berries to rescue everyone. Although she was merely a high school student on this planet, her physique had developed remarkably well, likely due to the abundant nutrition in this world. Clad in the attire of a merchant ship stewardess, she mused that the ship's owner must possess considerable wealth. With graceful strides, she pushed her cart towards the ship's finest rooms. Having snuck aboard under the cover of night, she was unaware of which room belonged to the owner. However, she was certain that the occupants of such chambers were affluent. Gently knocking on a door, a gentle voice inquired, "Who is it?" "The kitchen has sent late-night snacks." "Sir, would you like a bite?" Nami responded politely. "Late-night snacks? Just what I needed. Thank you," came the reply, followed by footsteps as the door swung open. A young man with bronze skin and flowing dark hair appeared, his handsome features softened by the dim light of the cabin. "Please, come in," Rodney gestured, his gaze sweeping over Nami's face. This woman seems a bit off, Rodney thought. He was en route to Koko Village and had seized the opportunity for a task along the way, finding unexpected fortune in encountering a thief. As Nami entered, she quickly scanned the room, her eyes landing on the pouch resting on the bedside. With a bright smile, she inquired, "Sir, which dish would you like?" The kitchen's offerings were decent, at least visually appealing, accompanied by red wine. Nami had discreetly laced the food and wine with a sedative. Once consumed, she would steal the man's fortune. "Thank you," Rodney said, savoring the meal. While it lacked the finesse of Sanji's culinary creations, it was nonetheless enjoyable. Yawning, he remarked, "Please close the door when you leave. I am quite tired." "Of course, sir." Nami smiled as she pushed the cart out and closed the door behind her. Standing outside, she pressed her ear to the door, listening intently. As anticipated, rhythmic snores soon filled the room, indicating the occupant had succumbed to slumber. With a triumphant grin, she gently opened the door, using the moonlight streaming through the porthole to navigate the room's obstacles, making her way to Rodney's bedside. Her delicate hand reached for the pouch, and she managed to grasp it effortlessly. However, she sensed a peculiar resistance tugging at the bag. Alarmed, Nami instinctively released her grip, only to be met with a swift, dagger-like object that sliced through the air, grazing her lovely cheek. "What is this? A trap? How perilous!" Yet, as the thief cat, Nami was not one to fall easily into such snares. Conceitedly, she believed she had outsmarted the mechanism, but another swift pull unleashed a barrage of shuriken from the shadows, this time tethered with wire. In an instant, the wire formed a snare, ensnaring Nami and sending her sprawling to the floor in a most undignified manner. "What in the world? This is so tight. What is happening?" she gasped, struggling against the binding wire, which only constricted further, leaving her breathless. "Oh, it seems you have triggered my trap, Miss Thief," Rodney said with a smile as he sat up, appearing utterly unfazed by his earlier slumber. You were not affected?" Nami stammered. "Of course not. I too utilize sedatives frequently and possess the antidote," Rodney chuckled. "Moreover, let me enlighten you. The best way to administer a sedative is to mix it into strong liquor. Such dishes and wines are easily discernible, as sedatives possess a certain flavor. Nami, I have encountered a true expert. My luck is truly unfortunate." Adopting a pitiful expression, she pleaded, "I beg your pardon, sir. This is my first offense. I am compelled to do this for survival. I have a family to support. And should the captain learn of my actions, I would lose my employment." Rodney stowed away the now unnecessary wire in his pouch, stating, "Miss Thief, do you presume I would be swayed by your fabrications?" He leaned closer, inhaling deeply. The fragrance of deceit permeates the air. "You are lying. Nami, you can discern my lies from a mere whiff? What kind of nose do you possess? And lies can be smelled now? What a farcical notion. Humph. Do you not believe me? You have not tasted. Cough, cough. Either way, you are indeed lying. Miss Thief, you are evidently a seasoned criminal. Thus, I shall not show you any mercy." The blade of white fan glimmered menacingly, poised directly before Nami. She could even discern her own fearful reflection upon its gleaming edge. "Am I to perish? No, I shall never meet my end here. Absolutely not. If I were to die, who would be left to save everyone? I must rescue them. For the sake of my cherished memories, and to safeguard the villagers who are like family to me, I must survive. No matter the suffering I must endure. Please, I implore you, spare me. I cannot die yet." Nami cried out fervently. "Oh, provide me with a reason," Rodney replied nonchalantly, oblivious to the fact that he stood before Nami, mistaking her merely for a beautiful thief. I want to save everyone in the village. I beg you, I cannot die yet." Another fabrication, is it? Miss Thief, I take pleasure in deceit, especially when it comes to outsmarting intelligent individuals, yet I detest being deceived myself. Therefore, Miss Thief, he withdrew White Fang. Nami hastily exclaimed, "Wait. I beseech you. Spare me. I can lead you to hidden treasure. I am aware of a pirate crew's concealed riches." Rodney hesitated for a moment, mulling over the notion of treasure, quite an enticing proposition. "Very well. You have successfully intrigued me, Miss Thief. I am indeed interested in the treasure. Now, what is your name?" "Nami." "What? Your name? Please repeat that." "Nami. Is there something amiss?" A grave issue indeed. Rodney gazed thoughtfully at Nami on the ground. How fortunate it was that he encountered her on his way to Cocoa Village. Thankfully, he had not harmed her, for had he done so, he would have faced dire consequences. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, he feigned curiosity. "Are you that little thief cat?" "Yes," Nami nodded. "Do you reside in Cocoa Village?" Nami, taken aback, thought, "How does he know?" She regarded him with suspicion. Unsure of his intentions, Rodney bent down, using a kunai to sever the wire, helping her to her feet. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Josta J. Rodney, a pirate hunter." "Red-eyed Rodney," Nami exclaimed in surprise. "Please refrain from using that dreadful moniker. I prefer the title of Gambler. You may also call me Rodney." He replied with a smile. Hello, Mr. Rodney." Gambler sounds rather embarrassing, exuding an aura of youthful bravado, she thought, choosing to dismiss it. "However, I have heard that Mr. Rodney has red eyes," Nami remarked, half-heartedly. Rodney's reputation soared after his victory over the Click pirate crew, having single-handedly dismantled a fleet of thousands, leaving no high-ranking member alive, all sinking to the depths of the sea. It was said that only a small fraction of that fleet survived, the rest becoming fodder for the ocean. His crimson eyes, akin to those of a demon, symbolized death itself, a harbinger of doom upon their gaze. In the East Blue, for pirates, the name Rodney had become synonymous with death. Encountering him meant facing one's end. The moniker of Red-Eyed struck more fear than the self-fashioned title of Gambler. As Nami felt the weight of his gaze, a shiver ran down her spine, as if a malevolent spirit had fixed its stare upon her. Retreating from the intensity of his eyes, Rodney smiled. "I apologize. That is merely a skill I employ against formidable opponents. Miss Nami, you need not worry." Unlike before, he now exuded the aura of a refined and amiable gentleman, resembling a reassuring older brother, instilling her with a sense of calm. Perhaps he was not the cold-blooded butcher she had feared. "Now, do you believe me?" he inquired. Nami hastily shook her head. "I'm sorry, I misjudged you." May I leave now?" "Not quite, Miss Nami," Rodney said with a gentle shake of his head. Nami's heart raced. An unsettling feeling surged within her mind. Indeed, men seemed to be the same everywhere. Taking a step back, forcing a smile, she asked, "What do you intend to do with me, Mr. Rodney?" Determined to maintain composure, she braced herself for the worst, recalling her solitary ventures across the sea. A bitter smile crossed her lips. What resistance could a weakling like her muster against such a formidable opponent? Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within her as she resolved to stall for time. Unbeknownst to her, Rodney had already branded himself a villain in her mind. He maintained his smile. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Questions? Please, go ahead. Nami inhaled deeply, unwilling to relax even a fraction. Your village is under the dominion of the dragon pirates, correct? He queried. Nami fell silent for a moment before asking, Are you planning to confront the dragon pirates? Indeed. That is my mission, he affirmed. If he were to take on the dragon pirates, perhaps hope flickered in Nami's heart, yet the memory of the dragon pirates might, especially that of their formidable fishmen, extinguished it just as swiftly. Even red-eyed Rodney could hardly match their strength. They were powerful and malevolent, and she had to ensure the safety of her people. Please do not pursue this. You cannot contend with the dragon pirates, she warned. Are you doubting my abilities? Rodney asked curiously. No, please believe me. I am not a weakling, he insisted. Compared to the dragon pirates, the Click crew is nothing. They possess the resilience of fishmen. She exclaimed internally. Fishmen are born with strength exceeding that of ordinary humans by tenfold, capable of tossing houses as if they were mere toys. Humans, when compared to fishmen, are akin to children against adults. There is no competition. While the Click crew boasted grandly, they were merely a disorganized rabble. She had once stealthily boarded their ship to pilfer treasure. Humans cannot triumph over fishmen, she thought. True, the Click crew is indeed a disheveled bunch. But I am no mere pretender. Please trust me, Nami. Lead me to your village, he implored, his eyes brimming with sincerity and confidence. Upon meeting his gaze, Nami felt a renewed determination to prevent Rodney from embarking on such a perilous path. She could not bear the thought of a good man facing certain death, especially when even the Navy struggled against them. You cannot go, are you foolish? They are fishmen. Huh, who do you think I am? Rest assured, I will assist you in dealing with them. Even if you refuse to let me go, I will reach there regardless, he declared, motivated by the prospect of rewards. Moreover, he harbored a personal vendetta against Arlong, a self-proclaimed supremacist among fishmen, who sought to establish a so-called dragon empire in the East Blue. Why can't you comprehend? Nami shouted in frustration. Do not worry. I will not jeopardize you or your village, Rodney assured her, smiling. Nami sighed, having assessed him as a hopeless fool. Unfamiliar with the strength of fishmen, he would undoubtedly refuse to back down. However, once he witnessed the might of humanity, he might meet his demise. Well, what does it matter to me? I must devise a plan to leave here at once. Noticing Nami's reluctance, Rodney chuckled as he retrieved a bundle of bills from his satchel. Upon seeing the money, Nami's eyes widened, transforming into the shape of the currency, unable to tear her gaze away. How about this? If you take me to Cocoa Village, all this money will be yours. Understanding Nami's weakness, Rodney began his persuasion. Though it was possible to reach Cocoa Village via merchant ships, the journey would be arduous and lengthy. It would be far more efficient to accompany Nami on her small boat. It's my hometown. Do you not understand the terror of fishmen? I will disguise myself and will not reveal anything about you or the villagers. You have my word. You've misunderstood. I mean, you need to pay more. Rodney paused. Realizing her intent, Nami began counting the newly acquired stack of bills, securing the deposit. Once they reached the island, he promised to provide the remaining sum. The two reached an agreement. Rodney would not disclose her involvement in bringing him to the island, and she could only place her trust in his word. Very well. Follow me. Counting the bills, Nami tucked them into the fourth-dimensional pocket nestled in her bosom. Rodney's gaze deepened, and upon recalling her age, he withdrew his gentlemanly demeanor, cleared his throat, and inquired, Where are you headed? Since you wish to reach the island, accompany me. The merchant ship is simply too slow. Nami shook her head in refusal. She had brought a small boat, pilfered from a nearby port, lightweight and exceedingly practical. Very well, wait for me, he conceded. After gathering his belongings, he boarded Nami's small vessel and spent the night on its deck. Damn it, this is worse than taking the merchant ship, he muttered to himself. Cocoa West Village was a serene little hamlet, home to a group of simple-hearted villagers. Aware of their burden upon Nami, they directed harsh words at her, hoping she would abandon them and embark on a path to freedom. They never wished to be a hindrance to a young girl. They only hoped that this gentle and kind-hearted girl could attain true liberty, deserving of tenderness and care. All of them were delightful souls, unable to withstand the oppression of the dragon pirates, and they could not alter Nami's stubbornness. Thus, they resorted to this manner in hopes of persuading her to leave, allowing her to escape without guilt. Nami navigated the boat ashore, carrying a small bag, while Rodney chose a different method to infiltrate, primarily to avoid implicating the villagers, an agreement they had made. In the ocean, channeling chakra, Rodney darted through the water like a cannonball. Using the water-walking technique, he could remain submerged for extended periods, extending his breath-holding capacity from mere minutes to half an hour, although vigorous movement would considerably decrease that time. The shallow waters were picturesque, sunlight filtering through the waves, creating a delightful scene. Schools of fish scattered at his approach, only to return, swimming past him in haste. Is there a predator behind me? Rodney wondered, glancing back only to be startled by a massive sea creature resembling a cow, its eyes wide and curious. Adorned with a nose ring and significantly larger than the average sea beast, nearly 100 meters long. It appeared harmless, yet as he contemplated this, the creature opened its gaping maw, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and lunged toward him. Forget what I just thought, Rodney exclaimed, hastily accelerating. Underwater. Both physical and ninjutsu abilities diminished. Water-style techniques became ineffective, propelling himself toward the surface. With a splash akin to a dolphin breaching, he burst forth, running atop the water's surface while the cow-like creature followed suit, rising from the depths, its white teeth glinting menacingly as it charged at him. Do you think I am a weakling in the water? Prepare to meet your end, he declared, lifting a foot to deliver a powerful kick to the creature. With a resounding crash, the cow-like beast toppled, crashing onto the sea's surface and sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. This commotion did not go unnoticed by the nearby dragon pirates, who quickly took notice of the fallen sea creature and Rodney's presence on the surface. 2 fishermen spotted the downed beast, and one swam away to report to their captain, while the other approached Rodney. The fisherman was significantly faster than Rodney's water-walking technique, which he remained oblivious to as he sprinted toward the shore, disregarding whether his infiltration had failed. If necessary, he would eliminate anyone who knew anything, thus ensuring his entry remained undiscovered. Suddenly, a red-skinned fisherman burst from the sea, lunging directly at him. Rodney deftly dodged, causing the fisherman to plunge back into the water, only to surface again and demand, "Intruder, who are you? How can you walk on the water? Why does it matter to you? Who are you?" Rodney retorted. The fisherman puffed up with pride, declaring, "I am Green, a crew member of the Dragon Pirates. You have yet to answer my question. Never heard of you." "You must be a minor character," Rodney replied. "You human. I am a member of the mighty Dragon Pirates, and you dare not recognize our formidable crew?" Green boasted. "Oh, I suppose it is understandable. Our Dragon Empire is still under construction. But since you have invaded our territory, have you paid your protection fee?" As Green spoke, Rodney's foot soared toward him. Bam! His large face collided with Rodney's foot, resulting in a painful encounter that left Green momentarily dazed. However, for a robust fisherman, the blow that could shatter a human skull was merely a discomfort. Shaking off the pain, Green dove back into the depths, taking a deep breath, as his gills filtered the seawater for air, and swam back toward Rodney. The two raced, one above and the other below the surface, with Green refusing to believe a mere human could best him. Yet, he soon found himself washed ashore, leaving a trail of footprints on the soft sand leading into the jungle. Following the tracks, Green plunged into the underbrush, inadvertently breaking something in his path. Whoosh! Several shurikens flew forth, embedding themselves into his body. "Ah!" he cried out in pain. From his perch in the trees, Rodney seized the opportunity, hurling a shuriken imbued with an explosive tag, which struck true, piercing Green's mouth. Boom! The explosive tag could be controlled by infusing chakra, allowing Rodney to dictate its detonation time or trigger it like a landmine. Extremely convenient. With a deafening blast, Green's head vanished amidst a shower of blood and flesh, his robust form collapsing to the ground, saturating the earth in crimson. Rodney transformed into Green's likeness, a strategic move to infiltrate the Dragon Pirates without causing trouble for Nami and the others. He paid no heed to the corpse left behind. After a brief interval, he encountered a simple villager toiling in the fields. As he approached to inquire about the Dragon Pirates' whereabouts, the villager fled in terror. To them, fishmen were akin to monsters, bullying ones at that. "I can't believe I forgot to use the Sharingan to extract information about the Dragon Pirates' location," he lamented, shaking his head in frustration. Just as he prepared to activate the transformation technique to ask for directions, he spotted another fishman approaching from a distance. "Hey, Green, what happened to that human we discovered? Did you not bring him in?" the fishman queried. How fortuitous. Rodney seized the moment, mimicking Green's voice. "I captured that fellow and drowned him in the sea. Humans are utterly feeble." The fishman grinned widely at this proclamation, exclaiming, "Indeed, we fishmen are superior to humans. Such a feeble race could never compete with us." Rodney smirked, Recognizing that these fools were likely brainwashed by Arlong, conveniently forgetting who had been reduced to tears by Kizaru. Had their shift ended, Arlong would have met his demise. Nevertheless, he played along, boasting, indeed. Humans are weak and should be ruled by us fishmen. Those who wish to coexist peacefully with humans are merely deluding themselves. Of course. Now, let us go. Captain Arlong awaits your report. The fisherman clapped Rodney on the shoulder, and they departed arm in arm. Arlong Park is characterized by an architectural style that emulates the amusement parks of the Shambordi Islands, revealing that despite his disdainful rhetoric towards humanity, Arlong secretly yearns for the human way of life. The entrance does not lead to a road, but rather to a waterway that connects to the sea, extending into the courtyard, where 3 swimming pools are linked to this channel, allowing the members of the Arlong pirates to swiftly access the ocean. After all, as a fisherman pirate crew, they have no need for land travel. If it weren't for the exhaustion of a long journey, they wouldn't require boats to leave this place. With caution, they could even venture into the calm sea zones with ease. Accompanied by a fisherman, they leap into the sea, holding their breath as they pass through the entrance and into the pool, then spring onto the land. Directly opposite sits a fisherman with a serrated long nose and purple scales, adorned in a yellow floral shirt with an open collar, bearing a red sun emblem of the Sun Pirates on his left chest, while the emblem of the Arlong Pirates is tattooed on his left forearm. Dressed in gold and silver, he resembles a nouveau riche. This is Arlong, the leader of the Arlong Pirates. Hey, Green, what has become of that human? Arlong asks nonchalantly, his voice grating as his sharp teeth clash grotesquely. While he may be ugly, his sister is quite beautiful, a mature beauty, albeit without legs. Ahem. Rodney shakes off the water and smiles. Of course, I dealt with him, Boss Arlong. How could a mere human stand against us fishmen? Ha ha ha. You're absolutely right. Arlong laughs heartily, declaring, humans resisting fishmen is akin to defying the laws of nature. How can they not understand the need to submit to it? This is the creed Arlong adheres to, believing that fishmen are inherently superior to humans, and that humanity should bow before them, a natural law that cannot be contravened. Ha ha ha. His raucous laughter echoes throughout Arlong Park, and as he laughs, the other fishmen join in, filling the park with a jubilant atmosphere. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashes in the sunlight, streaking toward Arlong like a white rainbow. Startled, Arlong immediately opens his toothy maw and bites down fiercely on Rodney's white tooth. The blade atop the white tooth, coated with a thin layer of wind chakra, slices through the corner of his mouth. Despite the pain, he doesn't release his grip. Instead, he channels his agony into strength, clamping down harder. A crack resounds. The not-so-resilient white tooth shatters. Damn it, I shouldn't have had such high hopes for the white tooth. The white tooth, while sharp, is not particularly strong among ninja tools. It's merely sharper than an ordinary knife. Arlong's teeth, however, prove to be unexpectedly formidable. Next time, I'll aim for the heart. Originally intending to slice Arlong's throat, Rodney finds himself thwarted and realizes he underestimated Arlong's strength. Green, what are you doing? What on earth was that? Arlong spits out fragments, his mouth torn and bloodied, rendering him particularly fearsome. The fishmen are left in shock, unable to fathom that the usually docile Green would dare to ambush their leader, knowing Arlong is the strongest here. Such an act is undoubtedly courting death. Even if Arlong cares for his subordinates, Green will not escape unscathed. Rodney, having missed his strike, retreats swiftly, standing atop the wall, shedding his disguise to reveal his true form. Human, who are you? Where's Green? Arlong bellows. Green? You mean the fishman I just eliminated? I killed him in the woods. I hope he was taken by a beast. Rodney shrugs, revealing his crimson eyes. Bastard. Despicable human. You killed my comrade in such a vile manner and dared to attempt to ambush me. Cowardly. Arlong, particularly protective of his kin, is incensed by Rodney's words, his eyes bloodshot with a desire to rend him to pieces with his own teeth out of sheer rage. Is that so? Are you enraged, Arlong? Rodney begins to move his hands, forming the final seal in mere seconds. Leave him to me, Boss Arlong, pipes up a fisherman with azure skin, adorned with a shock of golden hair and rosy cheeks. Chu, one of the executives of the Arlong Pirates, whose strength ranks among the top 3 in the crew. Understood. Boss Arlong. Water gun. Chu exclaims, unleashing a long stream of water arrows aimed directly at Rodney. The powerful torrent collides with the water arrows, swiftly engulfing them and knocking Chu and the other fishermen down. Arlong and Chu remain unfazed as Arlong declares, ha ha ha, Humans, we are fishmen. Water holds no threat to us. Ha ha ha. I will tear you apart. Chu, silent, leans down to drink copiously from the sea, his body swelling like a balloon, before unleashing a barrage of water at Rodney. Water cannon. A multitude of water arrows surge forth, as swift as bullets, easily piercing through trees and subsequently Rodney's body. Useless human. Just as they believe victory is theirs, Rodney's form transforms into a wooden stump riddled with holes from the water arrows. What? Where is he? Chu's eyes widen as a figure bursts from the water, crashing into a nearby fishman. Boom. Smoke engulfs the area, and suddenly, a fishman soars into the sky. Bang. The crowd hears Rodney's muffled shout, followed by an explosion, dismembering the airborne fishman, who plummets into the pool, staining the water with fresh blood. Bastard. Humans truly are despicable creatures. Everyone retreat. Jump into the sea. Shocked by the turn of events amidst the smoke, they have no choice but to withdraw to minimize casualties. Upon Arlong's command, the fishmen leap into the sea, vanishing as the smoke clears, leaving no trace behind. Don't come up. I refuse to believe he can endure that long. Fishmen can breathe freely underwater, something humans cannot rival, even if that human mingles among his kind. He cannot hold his breath for long. 1 minute passes. 2 minutes pass. 3 minutes pass. 10 minutes pass. A figure erupts from the water, eyes gleaming with malice, charging toward Arlong with intent to kill. Arlong does not move. Instead, a soft-bodied fishman named Kruby, with 2 bun-like hairdos and clad in martial arts attire, intercepts him, raising a leg to deliver a kick to Rodney's abdomen. Fishman karate, sea speed, lower abdomen kick. The precise strike lands squarely, a blow potent enough to shatter a human's ribs and sever their spine, leading to a fatal outcome. Yet, in the next moment, Kruby realizes his target has transformed into a puddle of seawater. Water clone. Water? How is this possible? Kruby and the others have never encountered such an enigmatic ability. Could it be the work of a devil fruit user? Arlong quickly dismisses this notion. For how could a devil fruit user venture into the water? They become powerless within it. But how else can one explain this strange ability? In this world, there exists no true ninjutsu. What is practiced in the land of water merely resembles an illusionary technique, significantly inferior to the genuine ninjutsu of someone like Rodney. Boss Arlong. Look, Cho suddenly exclaimed. Arlong followed his gaze, observing new blood rising from the water's surface, clearly indicating that someone beneath was injured. With a splash, a merman emerged from the sea, breathless, exclaiming, Arlong, Boss Arlong, that human is right below. Without a moment's hesitation, Cho leaped into the water, and Arlong, concerned for his kin, followed suit. However, Kruby regarded him with a serious expression, stating, that voice does not belong to Ted, human. Upper burst palm. He struck towards Rodney, who reverted to his original form, his Sharingan swiftly capturing Kruby's movements and mirroring them. Upper burst palm. A resounding crash echoed as Rodney and Kruby both staggered back, though Rodney was forced further away. How is it possible? That stance. It truly is upper burst palm? How can a mere human master merman karate? Kruby, a black belt holder in merman karate, instantly recognized that Rodney's previous move was identical to his own. He could not fathom that Rodney had replicated his motion using the Sharingan and amplified his strength with chakra, allowing him to unleash a power that rivaled Kruby's. Ultimately, the physical prowess of the merfolk far exceeded that of Rodney. Why should I tell you? Rodney mused, finding merman karate intriguing. Once he mastered the immense strength, his capabilities would soar. As he recalled, humans could indeed learn merman karate, with him as a prime example. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army had masters of merman karate teaching their ranks, including Sabo's girlfriend. Thus, it represented a formidable form of martial arts. In essence, it was a resource ripe for exploitation. At that moment, Rodney gazed at Kruby with newfound admiration. Compared to the martial arts of the Naruto universe, this world's techniques were lacking in many aspects. The martial arts of Naruto emphasized coordination and adaptability, while those of the pirate world were straightforward and destructive, a reflection of the extraordinary physical attributes of its inhabitants. Nonetheless, the level of devastation achievable was unmatched by ordinary martial arts. With numerous styles such as the Marine 6 styles, merman karate, and the 8 strikes, the Sharingan's inside allowed for perfect replication of movements, while chakra could substitute for muscular strength, enabling the use of seemingly authentic techniques. Rodney smiled slightly, imitating Kruby's stance, which incensed the latter. You despicable human. How dare you steal our merman karate? I will end you. Kirby declared, launching a high kick towards Rodney. Merman karate, rising back kick. The two executed identical attacks, their kicks colliding with fervent intensity. Kirby seethed with fury, struck by the same technique from someone he deemed inferior, elevating his rage. As a black belt in merman karate, it was his pride, and this human was trampling it. He couldn't fathom which traitorous merman had imparted their pride to a loathsome human to use against him. I will unleash the essence of merman karate upon you, making you realize that humans will forever be inferior to merfolk. He positioned his right fist at his waist, raising his left hand in a knife hand gesture. 100-tile punch. In the water, this technique could shatter 100 tiles, indicating the power of his punch. The resistance of the water was considerable, affecting even merfolk, and on land, the absence of air resistance would enhance its speed, while its velocity would decrease underwater. Observing Kirby's stance, Rodney's eyes captured his movements and muscle contractions, adopting the same posture, channeling chakra into his fist. Merman karate, 100-tile punch. Merman karate, 100-tile punch. The two fists collided, unleashing immense force, neither Rodney nor Kirby yielding an inch. A fierce wind swept through, dislodging tiles from rooftops and causing trees to sway perilously, as if they might topple at any moment. Ultimately, it was Rodney who faltered first. His imitation, crafted through the Sharingan and chakra, was inherently flawed when compared to the original. The hand he used to strike Kirby throbbed painfully, temporarily immobilized. Damn it, I should have held back. Rodney retreated. Perching on a rooftop, his right hand incapacitated for the moment, yet he had gleaned a portion of merman karate, which was a worthwhile endeavor. It would take time to recover, and now, his gaze shifted downward, spotting Kirby's smug expression. This stern merman believed he had triumphed over the human in merman karate, reveling in his perceived victory. How naive. Humph. Humans will never match merfolk. How could a mere human possibly challenge us? Kirby asserted. At that moment, Arlong, Cho, and a six-armed octopus man, accompanied by a group, emerged onto the shore. Did the water clone fail to hold up? Never mind. Let South blow this place to smithereens. He, Rodney, was an artist. Arlong glared at Rodney, seething with rage. You vile human, resorting to such despicable tactics against my kin. It appeared the water clone had dispatched quite a number of merfolk. Utilizing a water clone in such an environment was particularly effective. Akin to a stand-in, the shadow clone would siphon off a significant amount of chakra, and its destruction would be wasteful. However, the water clone, after receiving a portion of chakra, could operate independently. The only drawback was the lack of memory transfer. Otherwise, shadow clones would be unnecessary. Oh, is that so? Shadow clone. A clone materialized beside him, and Rodney's temporarily immobilized right hand procured 3 shurikens from his pouch, hurling them forth while the shadow clone did the same. The shurikens effortlessly sailed past Arlong and his companions. Nearby, the octopus, Xiaoba, boasted, humans are just humans. They can't even throw a weapon accurately. The shurikens were tethered with fine steel wire, which Xiaoba bit down on, yanking it back with his left hand. Consequently, the shurikens spiraled in midair, altering their trajectory and ensnaring the group. What's this? Such feeble things think they can bind us merfolk? Arlong scoffed, dismissing Rodney entirely. The shadow clone formed hand seals, biting down on one of the steel wires. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Scorching flames surged along the wire toward the 4 merfolk. Not good. Arlong hastily severed the wire, as did Kirby and Xiaoba, fleeing towards the pool. However, Cho chose a different course. He opened his mouth and sprayed, attempting to douse the flames with seawater from his belly. Regrettably, the high-temperature flames ignited by chakra were not so easily extinguished by a mere splash of seawater. As water met fire, in an instant, the seawater evaporated. Indeed, while water could extinguish flames, when the fire's temperature was exceedingly high, a trivial amount of water was futile. Cho was engulfed in flames, the searing heat transforming him into a living torch, the agony unbearable. In his torment, he broke free from the wires and leaped into the pool. Before long, Arlong, Kirby, and Xiaoba emerged onto the shore, carrying the charred Cho, whose skin bore no unscathed patches, and whose hair had been entirely singed away. Rodney was undergoing the healing technique of his shadow clone, his right hand now capable of movement, albeit limited. He gazed down at the severely injured Geo and chuckled, overestimating oneself. The damage inflicted by flames is far more potent than that of water. Human, I shall slay you. This time, Aaron chose not to be a mere spectator. He had overheard Kirby mentioning that this human practiced fisherman karate, and such a threat must be eradicated. With a mighty leap, he opened his jaws wide, lunging towards Rodney. Rodney and his clone deftly evaded, causing the structure beneath them to shatter as Aaron burst through the wall, wielding a serrated great sword. Great cleaver slash. Upon seeing the weapon, Rodney clicked his tongue, tightening his fists. He felt ready, yet facing Aaron required a guerrilla approach. His chakra was still ample, but caution was paramount against a fishman. Aaron bent his legs, exerting force akin to a torpedo launched from a submarine, charging forth with his blade raised high. Shark water arrow. Leaf dragon god. His body spun, summoning a dragon-shaped whirlwind that collided with Aaron's sword, instantly sending him crashing into the sea. Meanwhile, the shadow clone surged towards Kirby. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. The invisible air bullets struck Kirby, inflicting excruciating pain as numerous blood holes appeared on his arms and chest. Blood gushing forth. How can this be? What is this ability? The wind-based attacks were largely unseen, only detectable by those skilled in observation haki, chakra sensing techniques, or ocular powers akin to the Sharingan. For Kirby and his companions, the vacuum sphere was a grave threat. Allow me to escort you to your demise, the shadow clone declared, but at that moment, waves surged and droplets of water shot towards him like bullets. The clones were far more fragile than the original. Even the slightest hit would render them non-existent. Struck by the water droplets, the shadow clone vanished instantly. Aaron emerged unscathed from the depths, having utilized his unique fishman abilities, which allowed him to wield water as a formidable weapon, converting ordinary water into a shotgun-like barrage. Let me show you the might of a fishman. With a motion akin to grasping an object, he scooped up a handful of seawater, raising a multitude of droplets. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The flames incinerated the droplets, transforming them into steam and forcing Aaron to evade. Rodney inquired, "What did you just say?" The atmosphere grew tense, and Rodney's actions further enraged Aaron, whose eyes morphed into bloodthirsty slits, a common reaction among fishmen when provoked. "My dear compatriot has been wounded and slain by you, and you dare to insult our noble kind, human." He glared at Rodney, their eyes locking. "I shall kill you. You will learn the meaning of cruelty. Kirby, Xiaoba, join me in slaying him." Understood, Kirby assumed a stance typical of fishman karate. All right. Xiaoba brandished 6 long swords with his 6 arms, preparing to engage. "Are we ready to attack?" He flexed his arms, still slightly sore. Water release. Water chaos wave. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, and Aaron, Kirby, and Xiaoba braced against it. Xiaoba chuckled, "Is this human a fool? How could water possibly harm us fishmen?" While speaking, his 6 tentacles waved about, exuding a cheerful demeanor. Aaron scoffed. "A mere human cannot fathom the power of a fishman." "Wait, Aaron, look at his hands." Kirby noticed Rodney's continuous movements and shouted, "Lightning release, thunder wave." Brilliant bolts of lightning surged from Rodney towards the 3 fishmen at an astonishing speed. Crack. Ah! The 3 were paralyzed by the electric shock, and seizing the moment, Rodney halted the stream of water and took a deep breath, forming a single hand seal. His chest swelled, chakra gathering in his throat, and in the next instant, a raging inferno surged toward the trio. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. What? The blaze rushed forth, scorching their skin. The moisture on their bodies evaporated rapidly, causing their skin to crack before being engulfed by the flames. Rodney heard their agonized screams and the sound of heavy objects plunging into the water. Realizing the dire consequence of his actions, he ceased his chakra output, having expended a significant portion. Not everyone possessed the prowess of Madara. A B-rank jutsu had been wielded with the effect of a forbidden technique. However, he had also invested considerable chakra for the visual spectacle, resulting in a formidable display. They could not be allowed to flee. 8 gates. First gate. Open. Release. The cerebral limits were lifted, allowing for complete bodily utilization. 8 gates. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Fatigue was alleviated, replenishing his energy by overloading his body's reserves. 8 gates. Third gate. Life gate. Open. Blood surged to the surface, and the green chakra energy surged intensely. This was the final safe zone of the 8 gates. Here, Rodney paused, prioritizing his well-being as this was merely an experiment, not intended to threaten his life. The shackles within him temporarily vanished, allowing chakra to flow freely, which was sufficient. With a powerful stomp on the building, a tremendous force shattered it. collapsing it as if it were a cannonball discharged into the water. Wave riding strike. Before the system could activate, Rodney spotted Aaron in the water. His body charred and severely burned. Aaron, too, noticed Rodney, his eyes widening in disbelief. Human, how dare you venture into the sea? This is our domain. He realized that this human's attack method involved expelling various flamboyant techniques from his mouth, yet he was no devil fruit user. In the water, this individual exhibited remarkable fluidity, showing no signs of fatigue. Wait, Aaron, look at his aura. Kruby felt the overwhelming presence emanating from Rodney, filled with trepidation. He too had suffered burns. And while the seawater stung painfully, such minor injuries were trivial for fishmen. The chakra surrounding Rodney deterred Kruby from attacking, who knew what extraordinary skills he might unleash. Yet, Rodney had no intention of employing any special techniques. Amplified by a vast reservoir of chakra, he executed a technique previously unattainable. Leaping into the air like a released arrow aimed at Aaron. Aaron refused to bow to a human and would not choose to retreat. He sought to defeat Rodney, intending to rend him apart with his proud teeth, vowing never to relent even in death. He opened his jaws wide, lunging at Rodney. Unfortunately for him, a formidable fist met his teeth, and despite the water's resistance, overwhelming force compensated for the drag. That punch shattered Aaron's razor-sharp teeth, and Rodney granted him no respite. One punch followed another, relentlessly pounding Aaron as if he were a mere punching bag. With his right fist drawn to his waist, the movement caused Kruby, who was poised to assist, to widen his eyes in shock. Fishman Karate, 1,500 tile punch. Boom. A tremendous force erupted, propelling Arlong out of the water's surface. Rodney did not linger either. He broke through the waves, swiftly pursuing Arlong with a series of steps upon the water. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, he leaped into the air, positioning himself behind Arlong, and delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring. One kick followed another, fueled by an insatiable desire for dominance. After a relentless barrage of strikes, he executed a final aerial kick, sending Arlong crashing into the ruins of Arlong Park. Arlong lay bloodied among the rubble, unconscious from the beating he had endured. Rodney approached without uttering a word, aware of the trouble this foe represented. He placed a foot upon Arlong's chest, crushing the emblem of the Sun Pirates beneath him. With a resounding crack, Arlong's ribcage shattered, bones piercing through his lungs, heart, and blood vessels, causing a torrential flow of blood to surge forth from his mouth. Arlong, no, cried Kruby and the octopus, Chopper, as they scrambled ashore and witnessed their leader's demise. Now it's your turn. Rodney's gaze shifted to Kruby and Chopper, the last two remaining adversaries needed to complete his mission. I will kill you, Kruby shouted defiantly, unleashing the Fishman Karate technique, 1,000-tile punch. Rodney effortlessly evaded the attack, his Sharingan keenly observing Kruby's movements. Recognizing the familiar stance of the 100-tile punch, albeit with amplified power this time. With a swift motion, he drew a kunai from his pouch, its edge glistening with a razor-sharp wind blade. In a flash, he severed Kruby's robust arm, not pausing in his assault. He affixed an explosive tag to Kruby's body, pivoted, and delivered a spinning kick to his abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. The chain reaction of explosions commenced, obliterating Kruby, the soft-boned fishman, in a fiery demise. Now, it's your turn. Chopper trembled, gripping his weapon tightly and retreating in fear. Rodney loomed over him like a deity of death, casting a long shadow far more intimidating than that of Arlong. If you abandon the Arlong pirates now, I can spare your life. Leave this place immediately and return to your homeland, Rodney proposed. The system chimed, indicating the mission's completion, with only Chopper remaining, signaling the end of the Arlong pirates. Chopper, known for his naive and gentle demeanor, had always been kind-hearted when not engaged in battle. He had committed no grievous acts in the original narrative, making him a target for mercy. You killed everyone. I will not leave. Despite his overwhelming fear, Chopper stood his ground. Is that so? Rodney responded, activating the 8 gates and delivering a powerful punch to Chopper's face, sending him crashing into the sea. After the gates closed, Rodney felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and he struggled against the void that enveloped his body. Dizziness clouded his mind, but he pressed on, stumbling into the forest. Through the haze, he glimpsed a river, where a group of fishmen he had defeated waved at him cheerfully. Is this an illusion? Ding. The host has completed the CH9 exam mission. Mission: eliminate the Arlong pirates. Mission rank: C. Status: completed. Rewards: Summoning Beast Slug, 100 Hero Technique, Creation Rebirth, and 1000 Mission Points. Ding. Level Up. Host, Jostad J. Rodney. Race, Human. Level, CH Neen. Attributes, Wind, Fire, Water, Lightning, Earth, Yin Yang. Ninjutsu, Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire. Water Clone. Taijutsu, Uchiha Shuriken Technique, Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind, 8 Gates. Bloodline Limit, None. Mission Points, 1340. Lying in bed, Rodney felt utterly drained. The room was simple yet cluttered, filled with numerous books and scattered notes. A pleasant citrus scent lingered in the air, creating a comforting atmosphere. He had not been rescued by his mother, but rather by Nami, who had come to investigate the situation. The battle at Arlong Park had drawn the attention of many villagers from Koko West Village, and Nami, still considered a member of the Arlong Pirates, approached without fear of attack. Upon nearing the scene, she discovered Rodney, mistaking him for a failure, and hid him in the bushes before proceeding to Arlong Park, only to find it reduced to ruins, with Arlong's lifeless body sprawled among the debris. In utter shock, she questioned whether their nightmare had truly ended so easily. Hesitant but compelled, she approached and plunged her small dagger into Arlong's cold corpse multiple times, affirming that the nightmare was indeed over. Overwhelmed by emotion, she wept beside Arlong's body, releasing the pent-up feelings she had harbored for so long. After an indeterminate time, she remembered Rodney hidden in the grass. Summoning all her strength, she carried him back to her room, ensuring he was comfortable. "Mr. Rodney, do you feel any better?" A girl with blue hair and bronze skin entered respectfully. Rodney had vanquished Arlong, liberating the villagers from the oppressive weight he had cast over them, allowing Nami's beloved sister to live without fear of the sea's dangers, and freeing the villagers from their guilt toward Nami. "Is it Miss Nojiko?" "I'm feeling all right. I just can't move," Rodney replied, his voice weak as if he had been in a prolonged meditative state, having exhausted too much chakra. He recalled the time when Kakashi faced Zabuza, similarly drained after an intense battle, having pushed his chakra reserves to their limits while employing several high-level jutsu. Rodney's current condition mirrored that of Kakashi, burdened by internal injuries, particularly from Kurubi's attacks, which had left him with lingering damage that required urgent attention. "Please, continue to rest. Is there anything you need?" Nojiko inquired. "Nothing much. How is Nami?" he asked, having been unconscious for 2 days. Nami was presumably busy retrieving the treasures buried beneath the rubble, wealth that had long been extorted from Koko West Village and others by the Arlong Pirates. Nojiko replied, "Nami and the others are distributing the recovered wealth. And what of Arlong's head? As per your wishes, it has been taken care of by the village butcher. Thank you for your help." He closed his eyes, realizing that without the ability to move his hands, he couldn't gather chakra, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. "Blast it. I will never deplete my chakra reserves again. I should never have opened the 8 gates. A day later, Rodney regained control of his hands, and with Nojiko's assistance, he began to form hand seals, concentrating chakra. Hours passed as he painstakingly performed the seals. Hi, In, Tori, Shin, You, and then, with a decisive slap of his hands upon the bed, black runes spread like a web around him. Summoning technique. Boom. A plume of white smoke arose, revealing a blue and white slug, less than a meter long, at the bedside. "How delightful to meet you for the first time, Lord Rodney." The slug's voice was ethereal and gentle, reminiscent of a caring older sister. Upon noticing Rodney's injuries, she inquired, "Are you hurt? Do you require treatment? Please, first tend to my internal injuries. Though I currently possess limited chakra, without your chakra, my ability to heal you would be significantly hampered. However, as long as your chakra does not deplete to the point where I can no longer maintain the summoning technique, we can proceed," the slug explained. Compared to the summoning beasts of Mayaboka Mountain and the Dragon Cave, the slug was particularly adept at healing. Yet, without sufficient chakra, her extraordinary self-healing abilities were also curtailed. When Tsunade was severed in two, the slug needed to maintain the contract while healing the 5 Kage, resulting in a slower healing process. However, once Tsunade recovered, the 5 Kage swiftly returned to life. The slug's healing prowess was influenced by the contractor, although it was not a particularly powerful medical ninja, so the impact was minimal. "Then I shall trouble you." "Let us begin," Rodney replied. "Yes." The slug climbed onto Rodney's body and commenced her healing. Instantly, Rodney felt a refreshing sensation, akin to quenching a long-held thirst in the desert, as if he had discovered an oasis and plunged into its waters. "My chakra. He sensed a rapid recovery of his chakra. The slug continued, Lord Rodney, you have mastered the Baiken no Jutsu, allowing a resonance with my chakra. Now, I shall expedite your chakra recovery, and once you complete the Baiken no Jutsu, I can transmit a small amount of chakra to you. Her sage chakra was not something an ordinary individual could sustain. She could only assist in restoring a fraction of chakra. Otherwise, the contractor's body might not withstand it, potentially leading to complications. I feel rejuvenated. In that case, I shall gather my chakra. Mr. Rodney, you are. Noki and Nami burst through the door, their eyes widening at the sight of the slug atop Rodney. They cried out in alarm. Nami, maintaining her composure, retrieved a collapsible staff from her fourth-dimensional pocket and aimed it at the slug. Wait, she is not an enemy, Rodney exclaimed urgently, halting Nami just as her staff was about to strike the slug. Nami paused, perplexed, glancing between Rodney and the slug. The slug turned her head and reassured them. Please do not worry, I am healing Lord Rodney. Ah, a talking bug, Noki and Nami exclaimed in astonishment. The world of pirates indeed harbored numerous peculiar creatures. Yet talking animals were rare, especially in the East Blue, where even Nami had never encountered such an oddity despite her years of adventures. Rodney clarified. The slug is my companion, capable of healing my injuries. Ah, I see. But a bug? How disgusting. Nami shivered. Despite her formidable fighting prowess that had left the Straw Hat Crew's top 3 members battered, yet she still retained a sense of femininity. Upon hearing this, the slug's antennae drooped, seemingly hurt. Nami, realizing her misstep, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit afraid of bugs. It's quite all right, no offense taken. The slug's voice was soothing, reminiscent of a gentle older sister. If one were to disregard the grim realities of the Land of Shadows, one might reflect on the number of mature women with similar voices. Tsunade and Sakura, those female ninjas were much better. The slug muttered. Overheard by Rodney. Rodney mused. It seems the slug harbors some grievances. However, from the slug's words, he understood that she was not merely a product of the system, but was intertwined with the world of Naruto, suggesting that the narrative might be nearing its conclusion. Having progressed at least halfway, could it be possible to utilize the slug for reverse summoning, transporting himself to the Wetbone Forest and subsequently into the world of Naruto? The thought sparked in his mind, though he refrained from inquiring further, as Nami and Noki were still present. Nami asked, Mr. Rodney, how is your condition? I am well. The slug's treatment is proving effective. My body is gradually recovering. The soreness in my muscles is dissipating, and my chakra is slowly returning. Soon, I shall be able to rise and walk. He then inquired, how are the villagers faring? They have reclaimed the treasures stolen by Arlong and are energetically repairing the village, which was ravaged previously. We are even preparing to erect a statue in your honor, Mr. Rodney. A statue? There is no need for that. I merely came to eliminate Arlong. I am grateful for your assistance. Without it, I might have been devoured by a passing beast in that state, Rodney chuckled. If you truly wish to repay me, perhaps you could assist me with a small favor. Huh? Assistance comes at a cost, you know. Nami, with a glint of greed in her eyes, rubbed her fingers together. Wait, Nami. Noki sighed, casting a resigned glance at her sister. This child has become somewhat avaricious due to her past experiences. A fee? That is acceptable. You may keep the bounty on Arlong. It should amount to around 10 million berries. Is that sufficient? That will do. Nami nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with visions of berries. However, since you helped everyone, I shall reluctantly accept only half. By the way, what favor do you require, Mr. Rodney? You do possess a semblance of conscience, Rodney remarked. I plan to set out directly from here towards the Grand Line. I need you to guide me to the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Traveling by merchant ship would be excessively slow. He was prepared to enter the Grand Line, having already apprehended most of the notorious pirates in this region, rendering further stay here meaningless. The Grand Line? Are you intending to enter there now, Mr. Rodney? Nami pondered. Realizing that Rodney had defeated the Krieg pirates and the Dragon pirates, it became evident that he had no rivals left in the East Blue, making his entry into the Grand Line entirely reasonable. Rodney's response aligned with her thoughts. Remaining here served no purpose. Ms. Nami, I recognize your exceptional skills as a navigator, so I kindly request your assistance in escorting me to the entrance of Reverse Mountain. I shall enter on my own, feeling proud at being recognized as an excellent navigator. Nami smiled mischievously but then questioned, alone? How will you traverse the sea currents? I shall simply walk across, Rodney replied, as if it were the most obvious of matters. He could disregard the turbulent sea currents and traverse the cliffs effortlessly, posing no danger to himself. Indeed, he was likely unparalleled in the entire world. Oh right, you can walk on water. That is indeed no problem. Nami nodded, grinning as she asked, when do you plan to depart? Once I have fully recovered, but until then, I shall impose upon you. Noki shook her head, smiling. Not at all. You saved our village. It is our duty to assist you. Please, rest and heal here. We will prepare lunch. With that, they exited, allowing Rodney to continue his recuperation undisturbed. Such gentle young ladies, the slug remarked wistfully. Indeed, they are. By the way, slug sister, may I ask you something? Rodney proceeded to share his previous speculation with her. After pondering for a moment, the slug replied, that would not be feasible. Lord Rodney, your contract is somewhat unique. I am unaware of when you formed this bond with me, and I lack the means for reverse summoning. This is my first time entering a world so rich in natural energy. The habitat of the wet-bone forest and other summoning beasts does not completely align with the world of Naruto. Generally, it is the ninja who has made a contract with them that passes it down to their disciples. Or it may be an exceptionally fortunate ninja who stumbles upon this realm. If they pass the trials, they are then able to form a contract with these summoning beasts. The Elder Slug is a split entity of the Slug Sage from the Wetbone Forest and is aware that there are other worlds beyond this one, though she has never ventured into those other realms. This is her first time being summoned by Rodney. The natural energy in the pirate world is extraordinarily abundant, which is one of the reasons the flora and fauna here are notably large. For a summoning beast like the slug, which cultivates genjutsu chakra, this environment is undoubtedly paradise. The Elder Slug has come because the unexpected contract with Rodney piqued her curiosity, prompting her to see what it was all about. Why not? I would also like to visit Konoha. Upon reflection, it seems likely that the system prevents him from wandering freely. I apologize, Lord Rodney, but I am also uncertain. The Elder Slug's antennae twitched slightly, indicating her displeasure. Wait, I can't go to the Wetbone Forest? How am I supposed to cultivate Senjutsu? He had hoped to learn Senjutsu, but it now appeared impossible, resulting in a significant loss. System, was this part of your calculations? The slug replied, Lord Rodney. I see you are knowledgeable about Senjutsu. However, you do not need to venture to the Wetbone Forest. You can cultivate in any area rich in natural energy. How so? The Elder Slug explained. Ninjas typically enter the three great sanctuaries because of the abundant natural energy, which facilitates their understanding of it. Sages usually do not leave these sanctuaries, but the natural energy in this world is far more plentiful, at least double that of Lady Tsunade's world. It can truly be regarded as a treasure land. This is splendid news. The East Sea is so rich in natural energy. What about the Grand Line? The New World? Using the Sea Kings of these regions as an example, there is a stark contrast between the Sea Kings of the New World and those of the East Sea. Here, they might reach a few dozen meters at most, while in the New World, the Deep Sea Kings measure thousands of meters, making them incomparable. Thus, the natural energy there is undoubtedly abundant. By the way, Elder Slug, you mentioned Lady Tsunade. She is the 5th Hokage? Indeed, I didn't expect you to know Lady Tsunade. Lord Rodney. Well, due to some special circumstances, I am aware of certain matters there. Is she still the 5th Hokage? No, Lady Tsunade has retired, currently. Konoha is under the governance of the 6th Hokage. Oh, so the story has concluded, and Konoha is now under new leadership, with the ninja era nearing its end. Can they come here? If we could summon Tsunade through the slug's reverse summoning, she could help if anyone gets injured. The slug shook her head, stating, that may not be possible, Lord Rodney. Your contract differs from that of Lady Tsunade. Reverse summoning cannot be performed. I can only come here or return. Well, how shall I put it? Someone facilitated your contract's transfer to me, so I am effectively the only ninja in this world. Elder Slug, would you be willing to become my summoning beast? The Elder Slug's appendage moved gently, her tone warm. Of course, Lord Rodney. Your strength is quite impressive, and I am very intrigued by this world. After all, apart from the Naruto world, I have not visited others, and such a novel experience is rare for me. Haha. Thank you, Elder Slug. It's no trouble. As he regained some strength and rose from the bed, he still felt a wave of weakness, as if his body had been drained. I need a tailed beast as a power bank. Chakra can be quite a burden in some respects. The Elder Slug slowly crawled off him, leaving a sticky residue on his clothing, being a slug and all. It seems Nachi and the others would have their work cut out for them. What is happening outside? There seemed to be some commotion outside, and he approached the window. Through the orange grove, he saw a crowd gathered, seemingly engaged in a heated argument. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and the door swung open. Nachi stood there, looking frantic. Mr. Rodney, the Navy has arrived. They demand your surrender. You must leave at once. Surrender? Why? Rodney was bewildered, having no idea what was going on. With Nachi's explanation, he grasped the situation. It was the Navy Colonel Mouse, who was in collusion with Arlong. Colonel Mouse from the 16th Navy branch was a disgraceful scoundrel, colluding with Arlong's gang, extorting villagers, and accepting bribes. Without him, Arlong would not have been so brazen in his tyrannical reign over the villages near Cocoa Village. This wretch had committed numerous despicable acts under the guise of the Navy, even stealing the 100 million berries Nami had painstakingly saved to redeem her village. Truly, he was a base and shameless individual. Today, he had come to collect long-standing bribes from Arlong but was unaware that Arlong had been vanquished. He sent someone to investigate. And when a villager inadvertently revealed that Rodney was still bedridden, he seized the opportunity to profit from Rodney's situation. Unfortunately, they had mistaken their target. Let us go. Elder Slug, my body is ready to move again, so a few Navy officers do not concern me, he declared. Nachi expressed her worries, but your health? She remained concerned about Rodney's well-being, having lain in bed for several days. Rodney shook his head, saying, this will be interesting. An unruly mob does not warrant my full strength. Hee, Miss Nachi, please assist me. I shall pay a visit. Very well. Encouraged to persevere, Nachi reluctantly helped him toward Colonel Mouse. Near Nami's home was an orange grove planted by her adoptive mother, Belmere, to sell oranges and supplement their household. Belmere was a strong individual and an excellent Navy officer. Outside the grove, the villagers of Cocoa Village were obstructed by the Navy, led by a man donning a mouse hat, with a shifty demeanor and a face marred by 6 whisker-like scars. Ha, he sneered. What do you lot want? Do you not know I am a Navy colonel? I have come to commend the great hero who vanquished the fearsome pirates. What is this? Are you attempting to oppose the Navy? Commend a hero? Where were you when the Arlong pirates were terrorizing us? Are you still a part of the Navy? A middle-aged man dressed in brown with a spinning windmill on his hat, bearing several intersecting scars on his face, spoke up. This was Mr. Ajian, a true man who had been gravely injured by Karubi while protecting Nami's mother. He treated Nami as if she were his own daughter, and had circumstances been different, he might have formed a family with Nami's mother, a family that would have been blissful. Nami, standing beside him, added, humph, a bunch of scoundrels colluding with pirates. Colonel Mouse regarded her with a sneer, retorting, I remember you were also part of the Arlong pirates, little girl. What is the matter? I suspect you have ties to them. Arrest her. How dare you touch Nami? Try it if you dare. No one is allowed to harm our treasure. Initially, the villagers gathered spontaneously to obstruct the excessive actions of the overbearing Colonel Mouse. Their words were few. They expressed gratitude towards Rodney, but had no intention of confronting the Navy head-on. They planned to delay matters until Noki could escort Rodney away. However, the Colonel's declaration to capture Nami altered the situation entirely. Who, one might wonder, is Nami? They hold this child dear to their hearts, having watched him grow, akin to their own family. Moreover, Nami braves the elements for the sake of the village, risking her life on the treacherous seas to procure treasures. How could they not feel anguish at the thought of her peril? How can one prevent them from becoming angry? The words of Colonel Mouse ignited a powder keg of fury among the villagers. While we can tolerate your collusion with the nefarious dragon pirate crew, we will not stand idly by while you threaten our cherished treasures. The villagers' demeanor shifted dramatically, causing Colonel Mouse to retreat in fear. Regaining his composure, he drew a pistol and aimed it at Mr. Ajian, exclaiming, Scoundrel! How dare one oppose the Navy? This is tantamount to courting death. As he drew his gun, the villagers, though filled with trepidation, did not retreat. Instead, they glared fiercely at Colonel Mouse, which clearly demonstrated their resolve. At that moment, a voice echoed, I am Rodney. Who seeks me? Upon hearing this voice, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Rodney, supported by Noki Gao, made his way forward, while a once massive slug had now shrunk to the size of a palm, resting upon his shoulder. This was a fragment of the slug, necessitated by her considerable size, resulting in the emergence of a smaller version to accompany him. Mr. Rodney? Mr. Rodney, your body has yet to recuperate. How is it that you have ventured out? Indeed, Mr. Rodney, we shall take care of this matter. There is no need for you to worry. Mr. Rodney, how did you manage to come out? Upon seeing Rodney, Nami exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze signaling to her sister to take him back. How could someone in such a frail state possibly remain here? Noki shook his head, indicating his inability to assist. Rodney replied, I am Josta J. Rodney. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Colonel Mouse sheathed his weapon, observing the frailty etched upon his visage, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. He subsequently lowered his guard. Although you have vanquished a malevolent dragon, one that even I could not contend with, your weakened state suggests that you, too, would likely be no match for a mere bullet. He naively believed that the feeble Rodney was someone he could easily manipulate. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, I am Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division of the Navy. I have heard that you have triumphed over the fearsome dragon pirate crews Arlong. Indeed, is there a problem? Of course. Colonel Mouse suddenly exclaimed, you have slain our target. A plan we had meticulously orchestrated for so long. You have abruptly disrupted our plans, Josta J. Rodney. Are you aware of the gravity of your actions? How shameless. The villagers were incensed, exclaiming that all you ever do is accept bribes, never attending to the needs of the people. You conspired with Along to oppress us. And now, astonishingly, you have extricated yourself from your own accusations, only to turn the tables and attempt to intimidate your benefactors. How can one exhibit such shamelessness? Rodney, too, blinked in disbelief, having never encountered such a person who could so audaciously frame accepting bribes as an act of undercover work. What on earth is this? Do you intend to wait until you ascend to the position of the second-in-command of the evil dragon pirates before executing a comprehensive scheme? To perform an act of treachery? Nonsense. It is evident that you have colluded with the malevolent dragon pirate crew, oppressing the virtuous. Had it not been for Mr. Rodney, we would have remained in such a wretched existence for an indeterminate duration. Where is your navy? You are collecting money. Now you even slander Mr. Rodney. Individuals like you are unworthy of serving in the navy. Indeed, that is correct. Such individuals are unworthy of serving in the navy. Depart from our village. Indeed, you are correct. Leave swiftly. Get out of our village. Depart. Depart. Amidst the fervent uproar, Colonel Mouse, feeling increasingly exasperated, discharged a shot towards the heavens, exclaiming loudly, what is all this commotion about? Pirate hunter Josta J. Rodney, I now harbor suspicions that you are colluding with other pirate crews. Let's take a trip back to the Navy branch together. What is shamelessness? This is what shamelessness looks like. Sister Slug softly remarked, Lord Rodney. This human truly lacks any sense of shame. Indeed, it is my first encounter with such unabashed audacity. Rodney nodded, suggesting she dissolve the handgun in his possession. Very well. Sister Slug expelled a tangy, acidic fluid that precisely landed on the pistol held by Colonel Mouse. Sizzle. Sister Slug possesses a limited array of offensive capabilities. Her tongue's adhesive and corrosive nature is formidable, acknowledged even by Uncle Snake as a lethal technique capable of ending his life. Merely adhering to the surface of a firearm, it reduced the weapon to nothing more than its stock. This, he summoned his courage and gazed at Rodney, exclaiming, you are launching an assault on the Navy. There are indeed people here. Rodney gazed at him with a look of incredulity and remarked, for heaven's sake, could you use a bit of common sense? Is everyone merely out today to observe the state of my injuries? There are no outsiders in the village, are there? Surely, no one has noticed, right? The villagers stood in momentary astonishment before gradually dispersing. Indeed, the sky hinted at impending rain. I must return to gather my laundry. Let us all depart together. I feel the same. It is perplexing that, under the bright sun, everyone insists that rain is forthcoming. Rodney smiled, declaring, you may be shameless. And I can be as well. As the villagers went their separate ways, Colonel Mouse wore a grave expression, while the sailors behind him nervously raised their muskets, aiming them at Rodney. Oh, must it truly be this way? Must one really aim at me? It will be quite disastrous, even fatal. Rodney cast a glance at them, a glint of crimson flickering in his eyes. As the illusion was unleashed, those of feeble mental fortitude among the Navy found their bodies stiffening, rendered immobile, akin to the sensation of being pinned down by a malevolent force. They could only widen their eyes, gazing at Rodney and his companions with sheer terror. Why you? Colonel Mouse was still able to move, a deliberate act by Rodney to instill fear. Don't even think about escaping, Rodney remarked with a smile. Individuals like you, mere scum, only bring trouble. Today, I shall act as the instrument of justice. No, please do not take my life. I possess wealth, and I am willing to offer you all my riches. Colonel Mouse, terrified, plopped down onto the ground, retreating repeatedly until he leaned against an orange tree. His body trembled. His face drained of color, and his trousers became damp. Truly cowardly. Rodney curled his lip, However, the intensity of his gaze was undeniably fearsome, apart from its formidable abilities. The Sharingan also greatly enhanced one's appearance, exuding a terrifying aura of dominance. "My Lord Rodney, how shall we deal with this individual?" Sister Slug inquired aloud. "Shall we dispose of it? I cannot remain here indefinitely. To avoid prolonged complications, it is best to eliminate it directly. As for the manner of its demise, the villagers of Cocoa West have not encountered them." Rodney chuckled, gazing at Colonel Mouse, and said, "After all, I am not a devil. I shall grant you a head start of 40 meters. Ah. Upon hearing those words, Colonel Mouse scrambled to his feet, recklessly dashing forward with fervor. Then, observing that Colonel Mouse had gained considerable distance, he seized a handful of shurikens and hurled them toward him. Colonel Mouse let out a piercing scream as his chest was pierced, subsequently falling to the ground, lifeless. "Is Mr. Rodney truly unscathed?" Mr. Ajian inquired. "There is no issue. When someone comes to inquire, we simply need to ensure that the villagers present a unified response, claiming to have never encountered that individual." As he approached the naval officers, he continued, "Although you have committed numerous transgressions, your crimes do not warrant capital punishment. Look into my eyes." As the three interlocking comma shapes began to whirl within his gaze, the naval officers appeared momentarily entranced, one by one collapsing to the ground. "What has transpired? Rest assured, all is well now. When this group awakens, they will depart on their own accord." He employed an illusion to alter the cause of Colonel Mouse's demise, claiming that he perished at sea, swallowed by a sea creature, in the line of duty, rather than having been slain by him in Cocoa West Village. To evade the disaster, he sought refuge in Cocoa West Village, where the villagers received them warmly. Indeed, if no one possessing hypnotic abilities were to unravel this illusion, it would persist, gradually shaping their beliefs over time. It was a rather simplistic application of illusion, unfortunately. It bore no effect on those with resolute wills or superior mental fortitude. Rubbing his eyes, which felt somewhat sore due to a lack of chakra, he instructed Sister Slug to dissolve Colonel Mouse's remains with her acidic liquid, erasing all traces. Although Noki and Nami were somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with Rodney's decision. 3 days later, with his chakra fully restored, Rodney regained his vitality and set his sights on Reverse Mountain. The mission points in the East Blue were insufficient. He needed to venture into the Grand Line, departing aboard the ship of the dragon pirate crew, the Shark Spab. It was an unattractive vessel, sporting a jagged nose reminiscent of a dragon, lacking in aesthetic appeal. Under Nami's guidance, Rodney's shadow clones commenced the ship's voyage. It was indeed fortunate that the ship remained intact during their earlier battle. "Mr. Rodney, your abilities are truly remarkable. One person is akin to an entire pirate crew," Nami remarked cheerfully, clutching a nautical chart and compass, confirming their direction. Without entering the Grand Line, navigation in the four seas still relied on a compass, as the magnetic forces here were not as overwhelming, allowing the compass to function effectively. "It's quite satisfactory," Rodney replied, reclining in a deck chair, savoring the shade and a chilled beverage in a state of bliss. The Shark Spab sailed smoothly, with a manatee leading the way. The manatee, known as Moo Moo, was a sea creature brought by Arlong from the Grand Line, formidable in the East Blue, but unfortunately encountered Rodney, who incapacitated it. Awakening to find the dragon pirate crew gone, Moo Moo had indulged itself by attacking the villagers of Cocoa West who had left fish drying by the shore, only to be captured by Rodney as a laborer. With a headache, Moo Moo lamented its ill fortune, wishing for something to eat and cursing its bad luck. "Nami," Rodney said, "let us first head to Log Town to exchange Arlong's bounty, then find a way to sell this ship for a smaller one, before I proceed to Reverse Mountain. That shall be our course." Rodney nodded in agreement, instructing her to make the arrangements. Had Nami been more formidable, he could have taken her along, as having a navigator would mitigate numerous dangers at sea. Moreover, Nami was destined to blossom into a stunning beauty. Alas, he reluctantly discarded several million, considering it a chance to forge positive connections, shaking his head as he resumed his sunbathing. Lunch consisted of braised sea creature, with Moo Moo consuming the most, given its laborious role. Dinner was enjoyed at the floating restaurant Baratai, where an unexpected encounter led to a delightful meal shared with Nami. During this time, Sanji prepared a plethora of delectable dishes for Nami, though most ended up in Rodney's stomach, as Nami, a lovely maiden with limited combat skills, could not consume as much. "Sanji's culinary skills are impressive," Rodney mused, inciting Sanji's ire, nearly provoking a confrontation. Ultimately, Nami diffused the tension. What a delightful dinner we had yesterday, Nami reminisced. Savoring Sanji's cooking, Rodney offered her a packet of spicy snacks he had requested from Verity's chef the previous night. Would you like some? He inquired. Thank you. So spicy and fragrant, Nami exclaimed, instantly taken by the flavor, as they chatted away, devouring the snacks together. The day passed with them on the ship, engaging in conversation, snacking, playing cards, and reading newspapers and novels. Life at sea was undeniably monotonous. With Nami by his side, he found it difficult to indulge in any romantic notions, considering her still a minor. Thus, they continued until they reached Loketown. At Smoker's location, they exchanged Arlong's bounty and sold the shark's spab, adhering to their prior agreement to split the bounty before acquiring a lighter vessel for their journey to Reverse Mountain. The shark spab was excessively large for Nami to manage alone, rendering its sail prudent. Rodney procured a nautical chart for Reverse Mountain from Smoker, who reluctantly supplied it. Wary that Rodney might venture into piracy due to his apparent desire for wealth over justice, he believed that should Rodney become a pirate, he would indeed be a slippery and troublesome one, likely to cause significant strife for the Navy. Upon receiving the chart, guided by Nami, they approached the vicinity of Reverse Mountain. Here, Rodney instructed Nami to halt, for the proximity to the currents could carry the ship away, leading to potential complications. Farewell, Nami, he called, standing atop Moo Moo's head and waving to her aboard the ship. Goodbye, Mr. Rodney. In a few years, I too shall venture into the Grand Line to chart its waters. Please be my support then, she replied. With a wave, he directed Moo Moo towards Reverse Mountain. Reverse Mountain, also known as Leviathan Mountain, has two intersections with the Red Line and the Grand Line, one of which is this. The other is the Holy Land Mariehua. This mountain is fraught with danger and wonder, serving as an entrance to the Grand Line. Unless one traverses the windless zone, it is imperative to navigate through here to enter the Grand Line. The currents of the four seas are so robust that they defy gravity, causing the water to flow upwards, assembling at the peak in an X-shaped intersection, where the water cascades downward, marking the sole exit and the gateway to the Grand Line. Newton might ponder, do these cartoonists not respect my laws of physics? Reverse Mountain serves as both the starting point and terminus of the Grand Line. On the other side lies the New World's end. However, one must cross the Red Line and enter the vast, perilous New World. Furthermore, one can never predict what challenges await in the ever-shifting landscape of the New World. Navigational methods are the safest, especially when compared to others. Reverse Mountain towers into the clouds, its peak obscured from view, veiled by dense clouds even halfway up. Its majestic and formidable presence is unforgettable, the mountain devoid of vegetation, revealing its red rock surface. Goodness, how high is this? Rodney mused, uncertain of its true height, yet aware that it was indeed very high. Upon arriving at the entrance of the waterway, the sea surged upward, defying the laws of physics, creating a surreal atmosphere. Towering white stone gates stood above the waterway, layered upon one another, adorned with enigmatic carvings. These gates had stood sentinel for an indeterminate duration, bidding farewell to countless ambitious youths yearning for great treasures. They would remain here, day after day, year after year, steadfast like sentinels, enduring the elements, unmoving as mountains. Moo Moo, let us ascend and leave this place for the Grand Line. Freedom awaits you, Rodney encouraged, patting Moo Moo's towering horn. The sea cow responded with a call, propelled by the currents as it swam towards the mountains. The currents were tumultuous, resembling a cascade rushing downhill, yet they flowed from lower altitudes to higher ones. Whoever tells me that water flows downhill shall face my ire. Moo Moo swayed its tail, moving swiftly as the wind whipped against its face, causing it to squint in discomfort. With the current's aid, they pierced through the misty clouds, making several daring surges until they reached the mountaintop. There, they beheld 3 additional waterways, converging at the summit, where 4 currents combined and surged toward a singular outlet. Let us go. Rodney laughed heartily, urging Moo Moo to plunge downward. The descent was thrilling. Akin to a roller coaster ride, Moo Moo remained steady, albeit the encroaching seawater frequently drenched its attire, transforming it into a sodden mess, yet it radiated exuberance. For the thrill surpassed that of any amusement ride. Oh, Moo Moo, accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Moo Moo hastened its pace, the fierce wind battering its face, contorting its expression. Once more breaking through the clouds, Rodney could discern the outlet below, along with a dark island. Wait, an island? Moo Moo, slow down, slow down, slow down. We must reduce speed, Rodney yelled, fearing they would collide with the island obstructing their exit. Moo Moo also wished to decelerate, but even if it ceased its movement, the combined force of its recent speed and the current propelled them forward at an alarming rate. Human, how could you be so reckless? The deafening wails echoed in Rodney's ears, as if dozens were clamoring nearby, accompanied by the sound of nails scraping against a chalkboard and knives dragging across glass. Moo Moo shut its eyes in distress, pressing its ears against its skin. Its hearing was more acute than Rodney's, allowing it to discern the anguish, longing, and sorrow within those sounds. Yet, more than that, it was the assault on its sensitive hearing that caused it pain. Unable to bear it, it plunged into the water. And Rodney followed, his feet seemingly glued to Moo Moo's head, hands gripping its horns. However, sound traveled faster underwater, amplifying their discomfort. They had no choice but to resurface. The massive black island loomed before them. Although their speed had diminished, it seemed they were still on a collision course. Just as Rodney prepared to act, the island stirred, its gaping maw wide open, revealing white fangs like towering peaks, with seawater streaming through the gaps. Moo Moo, swiftly change direction if you wish to avoid being swallowed. Upon hearing this, Moo Moo exerted every ounce of strength to escape the terrifying pull. Successfully navigating to the island's opposite side, they both sighed in relief, thankful that Moo Moo was not a ship, else it would have been challenging to maneuver. Rodney gazed at the island, murmuring, "Is this the island of Laboon? It's truly enormous." They found themselves beneath Laboon's colossal eye, gazing upward at the nearly 100-meter-wide orb. Utterly awestruck. Originally a denizen of the West Sea, Laboon had followed the Rumbar pirates here decades ago, entrusted to the care of Crocus, the guardian of the Twin Cape. Laboon had been promised a return after a circumnavigation of the globe, but tragically, the Rumbar pirates were annihilated by rival crews in the mystical Triangle Sea 49 years prior. This pirate crew, which once brought joy to a weeping child, was now reduced to merely Brook, who had consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi and remained trapped in the mystical Triangle Sea. Laboon waited for 50 years, yet the Rumbar pirates never returned. Its massive form could not traverse the waterway back to its homeland, leading it to repeatedly crash against the Red Earth continent. Longing to reunite with its friends and fulfill the promise made long ago, Laboon was a whale imbued with human emotions, and its plight was heart-wrenching. Daily, it battered against the Red Earth, its body scarred and weary. Had it not been for Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, providing care, it likely would have perished long ago. Perhaps I should lend a hand, Rodney sighed, gathering his chakra near his vocal cords to amplify his voice. Laboon, look this way. I have news about the Rumbar pirates. To Laboon, the Rumbar pirates were akin to family. Upon hearing this, its enormous eye shifted toward Rodney and Moo Moo. Moo Moo, terrified, teetered on the brink of fainting, desperate to flee but held back by Rodney's threats. Do not run, or I shall turn you into a stew. You shall become what you once consumed. Moo Moo lamented, I am in dire straits. The piercing sound echoed again, prompting Rodney to cover his ears in vain. Young man, where did you learn of the Rumbar pirates? A robust elder, donned in glasses and a floral shirt, adorned with a rooster comb-like headpiece, stood atop Laboon's back, his gaze scrutinizing. Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King and guardian of the Twin Cape, spent his days reading newspapers and tending to Laboon. Their bond had deepened over decades of companionship. Crocus had accompanied Laboon consistently, save for brief periods when he sailed with Roger. Even after traversing Giraffe, they had never encountered the Rumbar pirates, leading Crocus to deduce that perhaps they had perished. To prevent Laboon from waiting in vain, he had conveyed this disheartening news, prompting Laboon to strike the Red Earth in a desperate quest to reach the other side and search for the Rumbar pirates personally. Hearing a young man speak of the crew, Crocus suspected deceit. This lad appeared no older than 20. The Rumbar pirates had existed 50 years prior, and few were aware of them. Where did you learn of the Rumbar pirates? Crocus inquired again. Rodney, unable to see him, replied to Moo Moo. Wait here for a moment. With a leap, he landed on Laboon's damp skin, his feet adhering as if suctioned, allowing him to ascend vertically. Laboon, a colossal island whale, had grown so vast that Crocus could no longer treat it externally. He had resorted to entering its body for treatment. Within Laboon's stomach, Crocus had fashioned a comfortable space, constructing various amenities that did not interfere with Laboon's daily life. The wonders of the pirate world. Upon reaching Laboon's back, Rodney found it significantly larger than a plaza. He also encountered Kurikasu, the ship's doctor aboard the Pirate King's vessel, who was gazing at him with a rather unfriendly expression. Beside him lay a sun lounger, complete with a parasol, suggesting he was enjoying a leisurely life. "So, you claim to know about the Rumbar pirates?" "Indeed, I do," Kurakasa replied. "Are you aware that this pirate crew was active 50 years ago?" "Yes, I'm aware. That island whale, Laboon, was brought out by them. Although they have all perished." "Wow. Laboon has exceptional hearing. He can even perceive ultrasonic sounds. How could he possibly miss such a noise?" Laboon's agitation was palpable, his body thrashing about. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet," Kurakasu interjected. "Kid, are you here to amuse yourself at my and Laboon's expense?" "Certainly not. The Rumbar pirates were annihilated in the mystical Triangle Sea 50 years ago. Indeed, they all perished. However, one named Brook, who consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi, has returned to life. He is the last of the Rumbar pirates, yet he remains trapped in that location. I've heard that his shadow was taken by the warlord, Gecko Moria, which is why he cannot escape," Rodney explained. A sound emanated from Laboon, no longer sorrowful but rather cheerful. "You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Kurakasu inquired. Rodney shook his head, stating, "No, how could I deceive the ship's doctor of the Pirate King? That would be sheer folly." Kurakasu stroked his beard, saying, "I am now curious about the source of your information." The fact that he was the ship's doctor for the Pirate King was not common knowledge, and Rodney's account of the Rumbar pirates piqued his interest. Rodney smiled, saying, "I consumed a peculiar devil fruit, granting me the ability to randomly glimpse certain events. I happened to see something about the Rumbar pirates. That Brook is a man in a black suit, a tall top hat, with an afro and thick lips, who seems to be quite the lecher." As he spoke, he revealed his Sharingan, enhancing his credibility. Let me think. Brook? That sounds about right." At this moment, Kurakasu was entirely convinced. This unique ability of his bore a certain extraordinary power. "You dare venture into the Grand Line alone?" He perceived Rodney as somewhat reckless. The journey of a pirate is never a solitary endeavor. Only through mutual support with companions can one reach the end. "And there's a sea cow. I will release him later. I only intend to enter the Grand Line to hone my strength, not to court death. Besides, he could escape easily. No ordinary person could capture him. If he reaches a crowded area, he could transform and blend in, ensuring he remains undetected. This power bestowed upon me is not limited to those abilities." Observing his confident demeanor, Kurakasu shook his head and folded up his sun lounger, saying, "Young man, if what you say is true, then Laboon and I owe you a significant favor." "It's merely a small act," Rodney replied, shaking his head, seemingly recalling something, and rubbed his hands together, shyly smiling. I don't possess a record pointer. Could you assist me? In this chaotic magnetic field, where the climate is ever-changing, one can only navigate from island to island by utilizing a record pointer to sense the magnetic forces, indicating the way forward. Each journey requires a period of waiting for the pointer to recharge its magnetic energy before directing to the next island. Kurakasu laughed heartily. "No problem, follow me." "Laboon." "Wait a moment. You will soon meet the person you long to see." Laboon stirred, creating a colossal wave as he swam to the edge of the lighthouse. Upon their arrival, Kurakasu learned that Rodney was a bounty hunter, having eliminated many formidable pirates in the East Sea, which was why he had brought the sea cow into the Grand Line. Truly, the audacity of youth knows no bounds. The current generation is just as formidable as theirs from years past. "Please wait for me here." Kurakasu entered the lighthouse to fetch a record pointer for Rodney. Meanwhile, Rodney observed Laboon's body, marred by numerous scars and fresh wounds, likely incurred recently from his repeated collisions with the Red Earth continent over the years. Then, the summoning technique. Bang! A 20-meter-long slug appeared beside him. The slug lady asked, "Lord Rodney, how may I assist you?" "Slug lady, can you assess if that whale's injuries can be healed?" The slug lady focused her gaze on Laboon, marveling at the whale's impressive size. However, compared to her true form in the wet-bone forest, it was considerably smaller. After all, her true form, the slug sage, encompassed the entirety of the wet-bone forest. "Yes, these injuries will heal quickly, likely within half an hour." "Lord Rodney, shall I begin now? However, please wash off the seawater from its skin. The salt can damage my mucus. While it won't lead to my demise, it would be quite uncomfortable." Ultimately, the slug lady remained a slug. The salt would dissolve her cellular structure. Being a spirit beast, she wouldn't perish, but it would be quite unpleasant for her. "No problem, Laboon. Could you come a bit closer?" Laboon obediently moved near, almost touching the vertical cliff. Here it comes, water release, water surge. Chakra formed a torrent of fresh water, washing away some of the salt from Laboon's skin. All right, I'm starting. The slug lady began to glide over Laboon, her 20-meter length resembling a doll perched atop him. The green healing chakra penetrated Laboon's skin, stimulating the healing of his wounds. Although the old scars had long since healed, the new ones could still be treated. Even without chakra, medical ninjutsu could still affect the physical body, using chakra to facilitate the healing process. Laboon felt a sense of comfort. Compared to Kurakasu's injections of healing medicine, this method of healing was far more enjoyable. That is, Kurakasu emerged, holding the record pointer and noticing the slug lady atop Laboon, inquiring curiously. Oh, Mr. Kurakasu, this is my partner, the slug lady, who can accelerate healing using her bodily energy, and it is also one of my abilities. Your ability manifests this way? No, it is a summoning. These are eyes that can perform miracles. The red eyes momentarily stunned Kurakasu, who then chuckled. Indeed, just those two abilities are quite astonishing. Young man, is it all right if I share this with the old man? It's fine. You wouldn't divulge my abilities. How reassuring. Here, this is the record pointer you requested. The magnetic energy is fully charged, pointing to the next island. Now, which route do you wish to choose? He asked. This is the starting point of the Grand Line. From here, 7 different magnetic routes extend outward, representing 7 paths. Regardless of which route is taken, they all ultimately lead to the same destination, Raftel. However, once a route is chosen, it cannot be altered. One can only continue forward. Returning to take another route would be futile. The Grand Line. Which route leads to Alabasta? Take that one. Kurakasu indicated a direction. Understood, I shall proceed along that path. The reason for this choice was simple. In the anime, Luffy had taken that route, and he only knew what that path entailed. The other 6 paths were shrouded in mystery for him. So he chose the one most familiar to his heart. All right, Lord Rodney. The elder slug slowly descended from Labu's body, and Labu's new injuries had all healed, rendering him quite healthy. However, aiding Labu had drained Rodney of considerable chakra, necessitating some time for recovery. The talking elder slug momentarily astonished Coloccus. Yet having accompanied Roger through various storms, he had witnessed far more extraordinary sights. After all, it was merely a talking slug. Admittedly, he had encountered few talking animals, and the elder slug genuinely intrigued him. A talking creature? Indeed, the elder slug was formidable, albeit not particularly skilled in combat. However, when it came to healing, none could surpass her prowess. Rodney confidently patted the elder slug's body, only to find his hand covered in mucus. Such a remarkable ability. Coloccus marveled at it. Lord Rodney, the natural energy here is significantly more abundant than before, nearing the level suitable for practicing sage arts. The elder slug whispered. How long will it take to cultivate? That remains uncertain, but it will take longer than in the wet-bone forest. Let us set that aside for now. Thank you for your assistance, elder slug. It was nothing. I shall take my leave now, the elder slug replied before vanishing from sight. Coloccus exclaimed once more, your abilities are truly impressive. Was that enormous slug dispatched through your fruit powers? Pretty much. I simply sent the elder slug back to her origin. Rodney smiled subtly. He then inquired, Coloccus, when do you intend to depart? What? Do you wish to accompany me? Well, I might as well hitch a ride on your favorable winds if there is a ship available, Rodney replied, unabashedly admitting that he would certainly follow Coloccus unless there were a mission to divert him. Huh, quite so. I need to head to Sabaody Archipelago to summon an old friend. Will you be joining me there? Sabaody Archipelago? You mean to seek out the Dark King Rayleigh? Poor Moria is likely in for trouble. Despite the age of the Pirate King's crew, it must be noted that age does not equate to weakness in the pirate world, especially among the formidable old-timers. Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, their powers might have waned, yet how much could they have diminished? Even if they are not as strong as in their youth, they still stand at the pinnacle of this world. Your grandpa remains your grandpa. Coloccus, a ship's doctor, knew that few aboard Roger's ship were mere pushovers. He could handle them alone, but facing the likes of Moonlight Moria might pose a challenge. Having Rayleigh along would certainly facilitate matters, especially if he needed to compel Moria to return Brook's shadow. Moreover, Coloccus was eager to reunite with the first mate. Oh, by the way, I sent your crewmate Buggy to prison, Rodney mentioned. Haha, that little rascal Buggy? You actually imprisoned him? Well, that's just his bad luck, Coloccus chuckled, recalling the red-nosed fellow without concern. He firmly believed that Buggy would never remain restrained, despite his cowardice. He was a man favored by the captain and would not be easily subdued. So, Rodney, is it? Prepare yourself. We shall be setting off. Just like that? Indeed. Kalokas nodded, and they boarded Labu, ready to rest within his form for the night. As for provisions, they would manage while traversing the seas, needing only to prepare fresh water and fine wine. Rodney's vision flickered, revealing a new task. Task: Dissolve Baroque Works Task Level. B Reward: Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Water Release: Water Barrier, Master Sage Technique, Permanent Chakra Fruit, 5,000 Task Points. Task: Defeat Crocodile Task Level. B Reward: Bloodline Limit. Boil Release, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower. Fire Release: Head Hardening, Lightning Release, False Darkness, Lightning Release. Angry Thunder Tiger, 5,000 Task Points. 2 tasks? Surprised, Rodney fell into contemplation. He had merely intended to navigate the route to Alabasta, yet tasks were suddenly assigned. 2, no less. The rewards were indeed enticing. Is it typical for a B-level task to offer such high rewards? What is the matter? Kalokas observed Rodney halting in place, gazing ahead as if entranced. Nothing. Just recalling some things, Rodney shook his head and approached the cliff's edge, where he spotted the manatee surfacing. You are free now. Go wherever you wish. The manatee swiftly submerged into the sea, eager to depart as if it could not leave fast enough. Oh dear, do you dislike me so? Indeed. The manatee noted how Rodney appeared more frightened than when encountering Arlong, wishing only to escape this harbinger of doom, now truly free, though uncertain who would provide its sustenance. Previously, it had relied on Sheba for care while under Arlong's watch. Well, it's time for us to leave as well. After a long absence, we shall embark on a journey, Labu, Kalokas declared, patting Labu's skin as the creature emitted an excited and joyous call. How shall we proceed? Rodney inquired. Into Labu's belly. We will head to the nearest location. Conveniently, it aligns with the route you chose, Kalokas explained. Indeed, I am headed for Alabasta. After a moment's thought, Kalokas remarked. I recall you are a bounty hunter, correct? Are you planning to confront the warlord of the sea there? Alabasta was home to the warlord Crocodile, who frequently eradicated pirates arriving in the country, earning the respect of the populace. The warlords of the sea are recognized pirates by the world government, permitted to plunder legally without being hunted, regarded as lackeys of the world government. Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, Don Quixote da Flamingo, they acted like a sieve, filtering out pirates and significantly alleviating the Navy's burdens. Although they were often scorned, one could not deny their contributions to the Navy, albeit in a roundabout way. Haha, old man, don't say that. I can't possibly take on a warlord at present. Well, perhaps I could, Rodney mused. Recalling that Crocodile's fruit was countered by water, sand loses its potency when saturated, much like Gaara. He wondered if water produced by water-based chakra would be effective. If it were, he might be able to defeat Crocodile even without Hokage. The sand fruit's abilities were a boon in Alabasta, but also easily countered. Additionally, Crocodile was solely focused on uncovering the Dark King's whereabouts, likely having neglected Hokage training, making the odds about even. He resembled a certain overzealous deity, appearing too early and subsequently facing disaster. Rodney continued, I have some matters to investigate in Alabasta. My eyes have witnessed certain events that require clarification. Oh, Kalokas, intrigued, asked. May I inquire what those are? After a moment's reflection, Rodney replied, someone is secretly utilizing dance powder. Dance powder? Such a substance is utterly useless in a water-scarce nation like Alabasta. Dance powder is employed for artificial rainfall. However, its effects are quite tyrannical, drawing nearby water vapor to create precipitation. To resolve their water crisis through theft from others is nearly fatal for a desert nation. Did you see who was responsible? Rodney shook his head. Only fragments. Thus, I wish to investigate further and eliminate that individual. With a menacing gesture, the old man declared, You may go. But I fear I may not accompany you much longer. No, I am truly grateful for your escort. If Mumu were to take me, given the vastness of this place, its speed would inevitably slow. I must wait here for the pirate ship approaching from that direction to rob them. It would be quite troublesome. Haha. Go fetch some wine and water and prepare. Come lend a hand. Very well. The days at sea continued in their usual fashion, yet they differed from the past. Laboon's body had grown sufficiently large, nestled within its belly. The azure sky above, adorned with fluffy clouds, seemed to be the whimsical handiwork of Kurokas, a stark contrast to the darkness, radiating brightness. One could only wonder what kind of paint he used that it remained uncorroded by Laboon's gastric acid. The pale blue acid was as expansive as a lake, with a small island floating at its center, upon which stood a quaint wooden cabin, flanked by a coconut tree. A few garments hung on a clothesline stretched between the tree and the cabin. If one could overlook the raucous noise, this place could be deemed suitable for leisure and relaxation. As for the source of the noise, Rodney had divided himself into a multitude of shadow clones, engaging in the practice of the 6 powers and fishman karate. His chakra now allowed him to create hundreds of shadow clones, each honing their skills, subsequently returning their experiences to him, resulting in a geometric increase in his training speed, a terrifying accelerator. Kurokas could not help but marvel. The youth of today are truly astonishing. Even the ability to walk on water is enough to inspire awe. What kind of devil fruit has this lad consumed? His powers are diverse: prophecy, healing, duplication, water walking. He surely possesses further hidden talents. If properly developed, in due time, he will undoubtedly carve out a place for himself upon the seas. A sudden pang of realization struck him. He felt abandoned by the times, or rather, unable to keep pace. Such formidable abilities would have been dreadfully formidable in their era. If only the strength of the duplicates were not so feeble, one could dominate the seas solely with them. No wonder this lad claimed that no one could capture him if he so wished. Returning his gaze to the book in hand, his eyes grew increasingly profound. Oh, this author is remarkable. As I read, I, an old man, feel my blood surge with excitement. Jiraiya, what a formidable writer. Laboon swam through the depths, following Kurokaz's guidance. With its massive physique, it instilled fear in creatures several times larger than those found in the East Blue. They dared not approach to cause trouble. The unpredictable weather above the sea held no sway over the depths below. Even the tallest waves on the surface could not affect the serene calm of several hundred meters beneath. Such depths were considered shallow for Laboon. Before long, Laboon surfaced, and Kurokas emerged from the valve on its back. In the distance, land appeared, a large island adorned with immense spherical cacti, shrouded in a thin mist, lending it an ethereal quality. Glancing at the recording compass on his wrist, he turned to Rodney. Rodney, the compass's magnetic force is waning. We must pause here to recharge it. Since Rodney was still learning, the compass remained in Kurokas's possession. Each island possessed a unique magnetic force. The compass needed time to attune itself to the local environment before pointing to the next island. Thus, they would have to wait, though the duration remained uncertain, perhaps hours, perhaps even a year. We have only been traveling for a few days. Rodney remarked, is it really that quick? Do not underestimate Laboon's speed. It is quite swift. Its size confines it to the depths, unable to traverse shallow waters. Hence we shall ascend first. Giving Laboon a pat, he continued, Laboon, we shall disembark. Once the magnetic force is replenished, we will set sail. Laboon let out a sound in acknowledgement. Then I entrust you with this, Rodney. He tossed out a rope and produced a wooden board resembling a surfboard. Understood. Rodney secured the rope around his waist and leaped off Laboon's back. He landed deftly upon the ocean's surface. Soru. In an instant, he sped across the water with Kurokas in tow, the board beneath his feet serving as a surfboard. Slicing through the waves at an astonishing pace toward the island ahead. Before long, they reached the shore. Kurokas declared, this is Whiskey Peak. I have heard of it, but I've never visited. Whiskey Peak lies in close proximity to Twin Cape, but he was unsure of the specifics of this place. While he was uncertain, Rodney was well aware. This was a town welcoming pirates, yet in truth, it was a haven for bounty hunters, functioning as a subsidiary of the clandestine criminal organization, Baroque Works. With a slight smile, he suggested, old man, let us explore the town. Given its name, I wonder if there is any whiskey to be found. Indeed. Kurokas agreed, for many pirates of the sea were known to be drunkards, yearning for fine spirits. The duo made their way toward the town nestled beneath the towering spherical cacti. Their arrival was understated, lacking the fanfare of townsfolk welcoming them. Yet the presence of two unfamiliar faces inevitably drew attention. In the shadows, an individual clutched Rodney's previous bounty notice, stating, Jostad J. Rodney, a bounty hunter from the East Blue, with a bounty of 3 million berries, a veritable prize. I wonder who the old man accompanying him is. Little did he know, Rodney's bounty had long been rescinded by the Navy under Kobe's orders, rendering this notice obsolete. The notice he held was outdated, and the speed at which the bounty was revoked had left him unaware of the latest developments. The bounty hunters in the town had set their sights on Rodney. intent on capturing him to claim the reward from the Navy. Let us prepare a banquet and offer this bounty hunter a splendid evening. No problem. They gathered, sharing sinister laughter, their intentions clear. They had always operated this way. Knowing their own weakness, they chose to band together, exploiting the arrogance of others to deceive unsuspecting newcomers into suffering a beating. Many inexperienced young pirates had already fallen prey to their schemes, earning them bounties. Yet, Rodney was aware of their true nature, and he was not alone. He was accompanied by a seasoned veteran. Not long after Rodney and Kuroka's began to explore, they found themselves encircled by a group of hopeful faces. One among them eagerly inquired, "Are you two pirates? So soon?" Kuroka's chuckled. The old man was once a pirate for a few years, but now, he is retired. "Why did you retire, old man?" "Pirates are heroes of the sea," one asked. "Age has caught up with me. My body can no longer endure," Kuroka's replied with a smile, though he felt puzzled. The reputation of pirates upon the seas was hardly favorable. He had walked that path himself, and no one would have welcomed him so warmly. This was his first encounter with a town that embraced pirates. It felt peculiar. "Is this young man your grandson?" one queried. Rodney remained silent, maintaining a smile. Before Kuroka's could respond, another chimed in, "Your grandson must be a formidable pirate." Rodney maintained his smile, listening to the flattery from the group. Kuroka's intended to clarify the situation, but upon seeing the grin on Rodney's face, he sensed something nefarious brewing and decided against speaking. At that moment, Rodney spoke up. His voice elongated to capture everyone's attention. "Actually, I am a bounty hunter." The crowd fell into an awkward silence, the uninformed bystanders unsure of how to respond. Realizing they had misdirected their compliments, an eerie quiet enveloped the atmosphere, and Kuroka's chuckled heartily as he departed alongside Rodney. "How infuriating. This lad is toying with us." "Indeed. Yet we must devise a plan to capture them. Is he not a bounty hunter like us? Worth a pittance?" "No, you are mistaken. Look at that smug grin on his face. For some inexplicable reason, I have an overwhelming urge to land a punch on it. Count me in." "Yes. I want to join as well." "Me too." Rodney Kuroka stepped into a tavern, where the air was suffused with the aroma of alcohol, not particularly exceptional, yet not entirely unpleasant. The wine was decent, albeit with a somewhat low alcohol content. Kuroka's, a veteran in the field, could discern the wine's strength merely by its scent, while novices like Rodney could only follow behind, exclaiming in admiration, "Two patrons, what would you like to drink? We offer exquisite wines crafted from last year's bountiful harvest. The flavor is delightful," the tavern's bartender recommended. Kuroka's waved his hand dismissively. "Bring me the strongest liquor you have. Wine is merely fruit juice. What's so enjoyable about that?" It seemed the old man was once a boisterous character who relished hearty meals and strong drinks, seeking the most potent spirits in the most perilous places. "Very well." The bartender smiled and turned to fetch the strongest drink available. The other patrons exchanged glances, aware this newcomer was in for trouble, boldly requesting the strongest liquor. They chuckled amongst themselves, knowing they wouldn't even need to resort to trickery to bring him low. When Kuroka's drink arrived, Rodney requested, "I'll have a cup of oolong tea." "Oolong tea? What is that?" The bartender was taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with Rodney's request. "My apologies, I seem to have forgotten something." Slapping his forehead, he grabbed a bottle of whiskey and a clear liquor of unknown origin from the shelf, mixing them together. With a finger imbued with fire chakra, he ignited the concoction. "Well, it is well known that oolong tea can indeed be ignited," he remarked, extinguishing the flames and taking a satisfied sip. Rodney silently set down his cup, rolling his eyes, and slumped over the table. The onlookers exchanged glances, while Kuroka's remarked, "You truly have a poor tolerance for alcohol. How do you expect to survive at sea?" He then downed an entire bottle, pointing at Rodney. "Bring another 10 bottles and put them on this lad's tap." After 10 bottles, Kuroka's too succumbed to the effects of the drink. "Huh, 2 weaklings. I could down an entire barrel." A patron scoffed. "I could drink 3 barrels." Another boasted, "I could manage 10, 20. Unbeknownst to them, the tavern's bounty hunters suddenly erupted into a noisy brawl. Enough of this racket. At that moment, 2 individuals entered, silencing the crowd. The first, a middle-aged man with long, curly hair, was well-dressed and spoke slowly, exuding an air of kindness. His presence quelled the tavern's uproar. Following closely was a tall, dark-skinned figure dressed in a nun's attire, though her face, square-jawed and devoid of facial hair, suggested a masculine aura. The newcomers were Icolum, the mayor of Whiskey Peak, and the nun, who were, in fact, members of the Baroque works, Mr. 8 and Miss Monday. Mr. 8 was not only a mid-level agent, but also the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, operating undercover within the Baroque works to protect Princess Vivi and uncover their secrets. He had infiltrated the organization alongside her, tasked with managing the bounty hunters and capturing inexperienced young pirates entering the Grand Line, using them to procure bounties. A vital source of funding for the Baroque works. Mr. 8 surveyed the now quiet patrons, declaring, "The East Blue Pirate Hunter has a bounty of merely 300,000 berries. Capture him and deliver him to the Navy for the reward." 300,000 berries. Rather paltry, someone scoffed. A pirate hunter? In the weakest of seas. Utterly useless. Indeed, there's no need to get them drunk, another chimed in. Just an old fool, worthless. Toss him into the sea and let fate decide his outcome. As they conversed, a few approached to lift Rodney away, only to be sent crashing into the wall by a drunken Rodney's dismissive gesture. Such strength. Witnessing the incident, the onlookers gasped. Mr. 8 frowned and ordered, "Miss Monday, handle this." Understood. Miss Monday approached, extending her bear-like hand towards Rodney. Suddenly, her wrist was seized by another hand, smaller yet stronger. Rodney opened his eyes, his dark gaze filled with mockery. "Just like this," he quipped. Miss Monday twisted her wrist free, her voice, unexpectedly delicate for her robust physique, asserting, "Your strength is considerable, but mine exceeds yours." Rodney replied, "Who said anything about strength? I wasn't even using my full power." With the ability of superhuman strength, he enveloped himself in chakra, unleashing a torrent of energy that could easily shatter walls. The more chakra he expended, the greater his strength became, and he was adept at managing its consumption. Seated there, his chakra surged, creating a violent gust that rustled the patron's clothing. Colokas, intrigued, opened one eye to observe Rodney. This lad possesses hidden skills. No wonder he dares to venture into the Grand Line alone. Miss Monday narrowed her eyes, tearing her nun's attire, revealing a pair of safety shorts and a pink checkered skirt. However, the most striking aspect was her muscular physique, reminiscent of iron cast in bronze. "Rodney, is that a muscular Barbie?" "No, this is more akin to a brute." Miss Monday's masculine appearance was somewhat unsettling, and Rodney couldn't suppress his discomfort. "What twisted humor does the artist possess? I have never encountered a man stronger than myself. Do you think your strength can surpass mine?" she queried in her incongruously feminine tone. Then, with one hand, she lifted a cabinet from the tavern and hurled it at Rodney. Rodney effortlessly caught it and tossed it aside. To him, the cabinet filled with liquor was as light as a feather. Of course, even in his normal state. It wasn't particularly challenging. Grabbing Colokas, he smashed through a wall and onto the street, where a group brandishing knives and guns surrounded them, clearly well prepared. "Old man, stop pretending. You should find somewhere safe to hide," he exclaimed, tossing Colokas onto a rooftop. The old man landed safely, sitting on the roof and laughing. "Let me witness your true strength." Boom. Miss Monday also crashed through a wall, opting not to use the door, instead following the path Rodney had created, albeit with greater force due to her height. Her muscles rippled with aesthetic power, though Rodney found no beauty in it. She raised her fist, preparing to strike down upon him. Fishman karate, superhuman strength, upper body smash. The blow, enhanced by her strength, collided with Rodney, shattering the ground beneath him as he absorbed the force into the earth. Miss Monday was not as fortunate, having been struck back by a powerful blow. While Rodney seized the moment to pursue his advantage. "Shave," he exclaimed, unleashing his formidable strength with a technique reminiscent of the leaf whirlwind. Bang! Miss Monday was sent flying by a kick, the force of which, though immense, was not lethal. It merely incapacitated her for a time. "What are you all waiting for? Dispose of him." Mr. 8 urged the dazed group of pirate hunters, jolting them from their shock at Miss Monday's defeat. They raised their guns and opened fire on Rodney. Tat 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 tat. Although puzzled by how they could fire so many rounds without magazines, Rodney knew he had to evade. In the midst of dodging, he swiftly slapped his palm against the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth suddenly rose from the ground, intercepting the incoming bullets. Water release, water surge. A torrent of water burst forth from behind the earthen barrier, sweeping the group away like refuse down a toilet, leaving only a few, including Mr. 8. Seeing his subordinates falter, Mr. 8 scoffed, "What useless fools. I shouldn't have allowed you to engage." As Rodney peeked out, Mr. 8 commanded, "Prepare to fire." A gun barrel emerged from his curly hair. Cannon fire ready. With a tug on his bow tie, the curly-haired cannon fired. Bang bang bang. Bullets the size of lychees shot forth. Rodney smashed through the earthen wall, colliding with the bullets, resulting in a resounding explosion. Chafe. A figure suddenly surged towards Mr. 8, delivering a precise strike to his neck, rendering him unconscious on the ground. Rodney then turned his gaze towards the approaching pirate hunters, a faint smile on his lips. Shadow clone. With a series of pops, 3 clones erupted from him, charging into the oncoming crowd. Like a tiger among wolves, they overwhelmed the pirates effortlessly, surrounding them much like the infamous Uchiha Obito against the 10,000 ninja coalition. After gathering them together, Rodney slapped Mr. 8 awake and inquired, "Baroque works? Do you know of it?" Mr. 8, taken aback, replied, "Of course, my target this time is you, to eliminate you." Rodney smiled, "Come now. Tell me the location of Baroque Works headquarters, or summon a few of your comrades to assist in their demise." He pressed a shuriken against Mr. 8's chin, adding, "Think carefully. Your life hangs in the balance." Who are you? What is your purpose? Are you trying to extract information from me?" Rodney chuckled. "I am Josta J. Rodney. Just know that my aim is to dismantle Baroque Works, and then make your decision swiftly. Otherwise, I will eliminate you. Why is a bounty hunter from the East Blue so formidable for a mere 3 million berries?" Mr. 8 questioned. "That's a long story involving a past grievance. It has since been revoked. Your intelligence network is quite poor," Rodney replied. Kurakasu approached, chuckling. "You won't glean much information this way." Rodney responded, "I will make him speak. No need for the Sharingan just yet. He has his own thoughts. No need to rush." Mr. 8 glanced at the unconscious pirate hunters around him, realizing they were all members of Baroque Works. They had lured these individuals to form a small town, deceiving unsuspecting novice pirates. Sighing, he said, "Baroque Works is in Alabasta, but I am uncertain of the exact location. However, you may chance upon it there. This is all I can disclose." He, alongside Princess Vivi, had infiltrated Baroque Works to investigate the truth, but had yet to uncover anything substantial. While this man appeared to be a bounty hunter, it was uncertain whether he was trustworthy, and crossing paths with Baroque Works could potentially expose the underlying truth. Rodney was oblivious to Mr. 8's true intentions and cared little to find out. If not for his apparent good nature, he would have eliminated him. The individuals here merely sought the bounties on pirates. They could serve as a filter to prevent malevolent characters from preying on innocents. "Enough, you have outlived your usefulness." With a swift grip, Rodney rendered Mr. 8 unconscious. "Is this the end?" Certainly not. He rummaged through Mr. 8's belongings until he found what he sought, grinning. "Ah, here it is." In his hand rested a permanent record pointer, quietly indicating Alabastus magnetic force, eternally pointing towards its location. "A permanent pointer? How did you know he had one?" "Did you see it?" Kurakasu inquired, puzzled. Rodney replied, "Not exactly. As a member of Baroque Works, the likelihood of him possessing a permanent pointer is quite high. So I merely checked." He acknowledged a degree of luck in his gamble, yet it proved fortuitous. Tossing the permanent pointer in the air, he declared, "Old man, we should take our leave. Time had not elapsed significantly. Well, there is still some ale at the tavern. Let us take it with us." They both possessed considerable strength, yet could only carry away half a warehouse of liquor. Rodney hoisted Kurakasu, who balanced a large wooden plank laden with barrels, and together they ventured into Laboon's mouth. They placed the liquor in a storage compartment within Laboon's body, resuming their journey. At Little Garden, after several days at sea, night fell as Laboon halted before an island, their intended resting place. Upon landing, Rodney inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of sulfur. "This island has a volcano, hence the strong sulfur scent," Kurakasu noted. "Then this must be Little Garden," Rodney deduced, wrinkling his nose at the unpleasant odor. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the prehistoric ambience of the trees resembling cycads, alongside an array of peculiar flora. "No worries, you'll get used to it," he reassured. "Let us see if we can hunt something for Laboon's dinner and gather some food for ourselves." Rodney waved his hand and ventured into the jungle. "Oh, that old man can start a fire," Kurakasu mused as he gathered dry branches. As Rodney traversed the dim forest, the fading sunlight filtered through the leaves, diminishing visibility. He paused, glancing up to find a saber-toothed tiger perched on a fallen trunk, eyeing him intently, its elongated teeth resembling deadly blades capable of piercing flesh with ease. "Wow, a live saber-toothed tiger. This is a first," he marveled. Due to the vastness of the sea, islands lacked interaction, leading to disparate developments. Some had advanced into modern societies, while others remained in primitive eras. Many islands hosted unique creatures, vanishing upon departure. This island, due to its unique climate and location, was home to a plethora of extinct species, including dinosaurs, with the saber-toothed tiger not even being the apex predator. Contemplating the situation, Rodney decided that taking down a larger creature would be more beneficial, as one saber-toothed tiger would not suffice to satisfy his hunger. "Clear off," he shouted, unleashing a wave of force that sent the saber-toothed tiger fleeing, tail tucked between its legs. Climbing a tree, he peered into the distance and spotted a herd of brachiosauruses feasting on cycad leaves, one towering nearly 100 meters high. Among them, one bore numerous old scars and exuded a fierce aura, likely the leader. "You'll do," he determined, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Shave. In a flash, he arrived before the Thunder Dragon chief. With a mighty punch, he struck the chief on the head, sending him crashing to the ground like a collapsing mountain. "Wishing for death?" Rodney inquired, glancing at the Thunder Dragons, who hastily shook their heads and fled. "Well, if I consume a large thigh with the old man, and then let Lab devour the rest, that should suffice. Lab is enormous and eats quite a bit at each meal. This small portion would only serve to fill his belly, leaving the remainder for him to hunt himself." Dragging the Thunder Dragon's body proved to be a laborious task. Even in a state of enhanced strength, it was exhausting. Suddenly, a booming sound made Rodney look up. Was it raining? A giant clad in armor, wielding an axe and a round shield, blocked the sunlight as he approached. Observing the fallen Thunder Dragon chief and the struggling Rodney. "A human?" he exclaimed with a voice as thunderous as the sky, filled with curiosity. "Another human has arrived here? Do you have any wine?" "Indeed. Would you care for some?" Rodney replied. The giant laughed heartily. "Good. I'll assist you. You can ride on my hand." "Splendid." Rodney leaped onto the giant's palm and pointed. "Let us head that way." "Off we go," the giant declared, dragging the Thunder Dragon while carrying Rodney along. "By the way, I am Brokey. What is your name?" The booming voice of Brokey resonated like drums in Rodney's ears. "Rodney. You may call me Rodney." "Greetings," Brokey continued. "Are you and your crew here to gather magnetic energy?" Brokey was one of the captains of the giant soldier pirate crew from a century ago. Known as the Red Demon, a close friend of the Blue Demon, Dongli. Their friendship had turned into a century-long duel, sparked by a trivial debate over who could hunt the larger prey, with every confrontation ending in a stalemate. 100 years of quarrel over such a minor issue seemed, well, somewhat wasteful of life. However, given that giants live 3 times longer than humans, a century was merely a third of their lifespan, ample time for them. They remained great friends, despite their rivalry for glory. Rodney shook his head. "I merely came out to hunt. I brought a permanent compass." "Ah, you are fortunate. If it were a record compass, you would need to stay here for a year to gather enough magnetic energy," Brokey explained. The little garden was notoriously treacherous. Using a record compass to arrive required a year's stay to store sufficient energy. While this posed no threat to Rodney, it was a nightmare for weaker pirates. Volcanic eruptions were as frequent as meals, and apex predators like Tyrannosaurus rex roamed the land, coupled with unbearable heat. Most individuals could not survive a year here. Moreover, Brokey and Dongli used the eruptions as signals for their battles. Unfortunate souls caught in their fights often met untimely ends. Just then, Rodney noticed another giant seated where he had landed, holding a barrel of wine as if it were a mere cup, draining it in one gulp. "Dongli?" Brokey shouted. "Brokey? Ha ha ha. Have you come for wine as well?" The bearded giant was indeed Dongli, Brokey and Apos' rival for a century. They typically fought amidst the eruptions, refraining from conflict otherwise. "Indeed, I was invited here by Rodney. I heard there was fine wine to be had." Rodney greeted Dongli. "Well, let us drink together. Wine is far more enjoyable in the company of friends." Dongli laughed heartily, finishing another barrel. While gathering firewood, I encountered Dongli. I invited him, knowing he was from the giant soldier pirate crew, said Kalokas, who recognized Dongli's age and history. Brokey sat down, dismembering the Thunder Dragon chief, using nearby trees to fashion skewers for roasting the meat over an open fire. He took a barrel of wine from Dongli, lifted the lid, and downed it in one go. "Ah, the long-lost taste of strong liquor." Brokey laughed heartily. They engaged in conversation, reminiscing about the joy of drinking with friends, a pleasure long absent from their lives. Cheers to friendship. The giants had a straightforward nature. Kindness begets kindness, and they welcomed Rodney as a friend. With Kalokas and Rodney raising their cups, they found drinking from barrels rather cumbersome. Soon, the Thunder Dragon meat was ready, and they feasted and drank heartily. Dongli asked, "Kalokas, You mentioned knowing the fate of the giant soldier pirate crew. What has become of my comrades? They have disbanded. Disbanded. Impossible. Even if we left, Yururu and Sanruru would have kept the crew afloat, Dongli insisted. The crew disbanded decades ago when I first ventured into the seas. I heard this from a giant. Kalokas replied. How could that be? Sanruru and the others should still be able to manage. The giant soldier pirate crew consisted of 4 captains, Broki, Dongli, Sanruru, and Yururu. While Broki and Dongli remained locked in their century-long duel, they believed that the other 2 captains could sustain the crew. Kalokas continued. Many years ago, the crew was captured by the Navy after losing 2 powerful captains. They were saved from execution by Sister Galmero, after which the crew vanished from the seas. And the giants seldom appeared. What? I never imagined this would happen, Broki exclaimed, smiting his forehead in self-reproach. Thank goodness for that, sister, Dongli remarked. Rodney interjected, you should be cautious in your gratitude towards that individual. Dongli and Broki turned to him, while Kalokas, bewildered, asked, did you witness something? Indeed. It was a conspiracy, Rodney explained. Sister Galmero and the Navy orchestrated a scheme to allow her entry into Elbaf, aiming to eliminate the animosity between Elbaf and the Navy, thus facilitating the introduction of giant soldiers into their ranks. This was a performance orchestrated by Sister Galmero and the Navy. What? Such a thing exists? Kalokas was taken aback, shocked by this revelation. The despicable Navy. How dare they deceive our kin? They preferred to trust their friends over a stranger they had never met. Rodney turned to Kalokas and inquired, have you heard of someone in the underworld known as Yamaba? Yamaba? Kalokas pondered. I've heard she is a trafficker. Yes. She is known as the Holy Mother in Elbaf, but in truth, she is an unabashed trafficker, selling adopted children to CP. Furthermore, she also took in one of the 4 emperors. Big MOM. Rodney refrained from mentioning that Sister Galmero was a user of the soul fruit. Revealing too much could lead to trouble. Why is it that I cannot resist revealing too much? A moment of revelation brings fleeting joy, yet continuous revelation brings endless delight. In any case, there are no pirates pursuing here. Big Mom. That monster. Kalokas recalled the time they allied with Carp, the woman from the Rocks Pirates. Among a crew of formidable monsters, she was indeed powerful. Now she stands as one of the 4 emperors, on par with that young Shanks. Could she have trafficked our giant kin's children? Not at all. However, the Navy currently possesses a giant army, along with several victories, Rodney remarked. Suddenly, Dongli rose and declared, let us continue the fight, Bragi. Bragi also stood, affirming, indeed, we shall fight on. Only those who survive can return. I aim to revive the giant warrior pirates. Let us go. With that, they brandished their massive sword and axe and clashed, the storm of battle whipping up winds that made it difficult to see. Kalokas stood firm, safeguarding his drink. Rodney, with his back to the storm, seemed as though his feet were glued to the ground. How did it escalate into a brawl so suddenly? Rodney mused, unable even to turn his head. This is what giants are like? The mere aftershocks of their battle unleashed such energy, it was truly terrifying. Yet, Big Mom was even more fearsome. At the tender age of 5, she severely injured Yoru, the captain of the giant warrior pirates, leading to his eventual demise. Although this was partly due to her hunger pangs, it nonetheless illustrated the terrifying prowess of that monster. Such is the nature of giants. Yet the seas are rife with monsters. Rodney, you have a long journey ahead. Kalokas calmly savored his drink, commenting, their fight does not concern me. No matter how long they battle, it will always end in a stalemate unless interrupted by external forces. They will continue this way for their entire lives. And I feel it is a waste of existence. Bragi and Dongli were truly evenly matched. Even their attire and weaponry were of similar quality, making any unexpected outcome improbable unless someone meddled or one of them slipped, causing the other to gain an advantage. Giants fight for glory. The reason they began battling is inconsequential now. Indeed, it is no longer important. They will fight to the death for the honor of warriors. The battle between Bragi and Dongli concluded once more in a draw. They lay on the ground, gazing at the vast starry sky. Dongli asked, Bragi, how long do you think we will continue to fight? Perhaps for a long time? After so many battles, has it been nearly a century or already a century? For all these years, Haven Tea we always ended this way. The future will likely be the same. Ha ha ha. Dongli, you truly are my dear friend. Bragi laughed. That is certainly true. We are lifelong rivals. The 2 giants lay on the ground, engaging in casual conversation, while Rodney and Kalokas dragged a Tyrannosaurus and a Triceratops to the shore to present to Labu for dinner. Dongli's gaze fell upon them, and he suddenly said, "Bragi, how about?" Bragi, being his lifelong friend, could tell at a glance what he was thinking. "Well then, let us proceed with that, Rodney." Rodney turned to inquire. "Is there something you need?" "We would like to ask you a favor," Donnelly replied. "What is it?" "Please, speak. Would you help us check on Elbaf? If all is well, we can rest easy. If I happen to pass by someday, I will," Rodney promised, though he could not guarantee he would visit Elbaf. "Then we entrust this to you. As thanks, we will gift you something," Bragi stated. Your things are too large for me. I'll pass," Rodney replied. Donnelly chuckled. "No, it's not a physical object. We currently can't offer you anything substantial. We only possess a permanent pointer leading to Elbaf, but we cannot give that to you. It's about combat techniques." "Giant combat techniques? Could it be? The ultimate technique we giants call the hero's spear. I wonder if you can learn it." "After all, no human has ever utilized our skills," Bragi and Donnelly declared. "The giant's ultimate technique, the Elbaf spear, Wi Gu. It is assumed that Big Mom's Wi Gu is a giant skill." "Wi Gu?" Rodney's eyes brightened. "Big Mom's Wi Gu possesses immense destructive power, likely learned within the Rocks Pirates, as the giant race considers her a formidable foe, making it impossible for them to impart such knowledge." "But can a mere human truly master it?" Rodney queried, as the physical disparity between giants and humans is vast. "Perhaps," Donnelly replied. "I will simplify Wi Gu for you, making it easier to learn, and you can also relearn it when you reach Elbaf." "I understand. Please teach me, esteemed masters." "Then let us begin. Watch closely, Rodney. I will first demonstrate the complete version of the Elbaf spear," Bragi proclaimed, rising and raising his axe, stating, "The most crucial aspect is the weapon in your hand. Without a sturdy weapon, attempting this technique with mere flesh will impose great strain. Our weapons have endured a century of battle. After executing this move, they may well shatter." He swung his axe at the empty sea. Elbaf's spear, Wi Gu. The axe unleashed a grand spiral of air, its fierce and violent power compressing into a sharp spear, seemingly capable of piercing through anything, creating a massive hole in the sea until the force dissipated and the water engulfed the void. Crack! This strike caused his aged weapon to shatter, ending its lifespan. Rodney's Sharingan recorded Bragi's movements, and he exchanged task points for a standard blade from the hidden Cloud Village, mimicking Bragi's earlier actions. He gathered a considerable amount of chakra in his arms and blade. Elbaf spear, Wi Gu. Boom. The spiral blade of chakra compressed into a spear. Yet it barely traveled far before dissipating in midair. Not bad, truly impressive. Such learning aptitude, you are a remarkable warrior," Donnelly exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Even they took a long time to learn the Elbaf spear. When they first attempted it, they could not produce such a blade of energy. Indeed, a natural-born warrior," Bragi affirmed. "Given time, you will surely master it." Donnelly remarked, "Bragi just utilized the complete version of the Elbaf spear. I will now teach you the simplified version. While it may seem unnecessary, it will greatly assist your mastery." He stood and swung his great sword. Elbaf spear, Wi Gu. This strike, while less powerful than Bragi's earlier execution, still held considerable might, causing cracks to appear in his weapon. Another few such attacks might lead it to shatter. Attacks of this nature, even giants' weapons, cannot withstand continuous use, which is one reason they rarely employ this technique. Donnelly and Bragi then began instructing Rodney on the nuances of the Wi Gu technique, enlightening him and clarifying many uncertainties. Utilizing the simplified version significantly increased the success rate and yielded considerable destructive power, with an attack range of 40 meters in front of him. If he attempted the true Wi Gu, it would likely be unattainable. Elbaf spear, Wi Gu. The spiral blade of chakra pierced through the large tree before him, demonstrating notable power. Crack! A crack appeared on the straight blade in his hand, which subsequently shattered, leaving only the hilt firmly grasped in his grip. The wear and tear of weaponry was inevitable. To ensure longevity of a blade, one must master the art of dominance. Prior to achieving this mastery, Rodney had two choices: to perpetually switch weapons or to seek out a superior quality blade. Alas, if only he had taken the third-generation Oni cut from Rogue Town, he would not have found himself unarmed after the shattering of the White Fang. Shaking his head, he suddenly recalled that the corpse of the sword Saint Ryoma from Wano had been unearthed by Moria, who possessed a fine blade, the Autumn Water, crafted by the 21st generation. He remembered the quality of that sword to be quite commendable. With this thought in mind, he turned to Kuroka's beside him and said, "Old man, I would like to request your assistance." Oh, what is it? Kuroka's replied, turning his attention from bandaging Brookie and Dori. I just spotted a remarkable sword in the possession of Moria subordinate, a zombie. I would like to ask if you could have your friend transported to Sabaody Archipelago, where I can retrieve it. Oh, have you taken a liking to that sword? Very well, I shall inform the first mate, and you may collect it from him when the time comes. Consider it a token of gratitude for helping Labu find friends. He had not previously contemplated what to offer Rodney as a gift, but it seemed he had found a solution. However, he would need to verify the sword's quality. If it fell short, he would prepare another gift instead. Thank you, old man. Kuroka's waved him off, returning to his task. Brookie and Dori were constantly nursing both old and new wounds. Their robust giant physiques were the only reason they had not succumbed long ago. You must refrain from fighting for the next few days. It would be detrimental to your health. Listen to the doctor. Kuroka's admonished. Brookie chuckled, but doctor, that simply cannot be. Our battles occur daily, and with the eruption of the volcano, it signifies the commencement of our skirmishes. You may take a day off. Think of your health. Haha, doctor, that would not be in our nature. Their responses left Kuroka's exasperated, akin to the crew members on the ship who, despite being forbidden from drinking while injured, insisted on doing so. No matter how much he tried to deter them, it was futile. Very well, let us forego fighting tonight. Kuroka's concluded, leaping down from Dori's shoulder in search of rest. The elderly could not afford to burn the midnight oil. It was detrimental to their health. We should also take our leave, Brookie and Dori said, lying down and immediately drifting into slumber. Their snores resonated like thunder, echoing through the night. Rodney, disturbed by the cacophony, relinquished any thought of sleep and sought a quiet place to practice the Elbaf spear and 6 styles with the shadow clones. As for rest, that could wait until tomorrow. One night without sleep was of little consequence. After a fortnight of sailing, Rodney finally arrived at his destination, the port city of Alabasta, known as Oilseed Flower. Not long ago, he had bid farewell to Labu and Kuroka's before entering this country. On the day he departed from the little garden, the colossal fish that could consume islands was shattered by Dori wielding the Elbaf spear, marking the end of his blade's lifespan. Throughout the past 2 weeks, aside from training, Rodney also devoted a shadow clone to studying navigation and medical knowledge with Kuroka's, focusing primarily on the latter. Medical ninjutsu chiefly involves stimulating one's cells with chakra to hasten healing through rapid division. However, cellular division has its limits. Excessive stimulation could lead to a shortened lifespan. For minor injuries, it was wiser to utilize medicinal remedies. Concurrently, he inquired with Kuroka's about which wild edibles were safe and which were not. Yet, he predominantly consumed meat, taking care to avoid plants that could prove hazardous. One misstep could lead to dire consequences, leaving him with no place to lament his fate. Over these 2 weeks, he diligently committed to memory Kuroka's teachings, utilizing his Sharingan to enhance retention, thereby transforming the knowledge into his own. The Sharingan was indeed a remarkable asset. Upon nearing Alabasta, he bid farewell to Labu and Kuroka's, propelling himself through the sea with wave riding. During his journey, he encountered a sea cat, which he chose as a steed. For the people of Alabasta regarded the sea cat as a sacred creature. Its presence also heralded his entry into the climatic realm of Alabasta. The sea cat guided him to the port, and upon landing on the shore, he inquired amidst the astonished gazes of the locals, "Excuse me, is there a place where water is sold?" While water release could indeed conjure water, the thought of drinking water he had regurgitated felt unsettling. He had previously used this technique when his drinking water had run dry at sea, but he preferred alternatives when possible. Upon stepping onto the land, he was greeted by a sweltering wind, the environment starkly contrasting that of a coastal city, resembling more of an arid interior. The horizon was dominated by endless yellow sands. Truly, it lived up to the reputation of a nation plagued by water scarcity. One individual pointed him in the right direction, and Rodney handed him a moderately valued belly in gratitude before departing. Due to the lack of fresh water, aside from bars, there were establishments dedicated solely to serving water, with prices akin to those of alcoholic beverages. He purchased a barrel of water, slung it over his shoulder, and then acquired a map of Alabasta. Unfolding the map, he noted that he was in the port city of Oilseed Flower. By heading west and traversing the desert, he could reach Alabasta's only major river, the Santora River. Crossing this river would lead him to the desiccated city of Aluma, from which he could proceed northward through the oasis of Yuba to arrive at Crocodile's stronghold, the City of Dreams, Rain Base. However, there was the option of traveling by water. He could depart from Oilseed Flower and enter the mouth of the Santora River. Indeed, the broad river, which flowed through Alabasta, originated from seawater intrusion. Had it been fresh water, the cities along its banks could sustain countless lives. Regrettably, it was a saline river. Navigating the Santora River would invite attacks from the resident Santora catfish, posing considerable trouble. Traveling overland would also present its own challenges. He produced a coin, determining his route. Heads for land, tails for water. Clink. The coin spun through the air before landing in his palm. Heads. Very well. Overland it is. He sought another individual to confirm his direction, purchased a sand sledge, and quickly learned how to operate it from the owner. The sand sledge functioned like a sailboat across the desert, propelled by the shifting winds. Thus, Rodney exchanged for wind release. Breakthrough, preparing for unexpected circumstances. He secured the water atop the sand sledge, steadied himself, tied a rope around his waist, and raised the sail. Whoosh! The sand sledge shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, and Rodney skillfully adjusted to the wind's direction, setting off toward the Santora River. The bounty hunter? Jostat J. Rodney? Has he arrived at Oilseed Flower? His trajectory is westward. If he continues this way, heading north will lead him to Rain Base. What could his objective be? The Baroque Works? The kingdom's most prominent casino, within the hidden office of Rain Base, a cultured woman's voice remarked. She had effortlessly defeated Mr. 8 and Miss Monday, showcasing formidable prowess. However, since the boss had ordered her elimination, there remained high-ranking operatives in Alabasta. Then let us dispatch Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. With 2 devil fruit users, they should be capable of vanquishing the suspected devil fruit user, the bounty hunter. Having settled on the task force, the woman smiled and returned her focus to her work. Upon traversing the vast desert, Rodney commandeered a sand sled to cross the St. Dora River. Soon discovering that the sled was capable not only of swift movement over sand but also across the water's surface, though it leaked slightly. The slow rate of leakage was inconsequential, allowing him to reach the opposite bank of the river. That was sufficient. Peering downward, he caught sight of a colossal shadow approaching through the water. Curse be it, another creature was making its way toward him. This was reminiscent of his journey at sea, where aquatic leviathans often emerged unexpectedly. Why could they not adopt a different approach? With a gust of wind, he invoked the technique wind release. Breakthrough. The wind surged against the sail, propelling the sled forward with renewed vigor. A massive entity erupted from the water behind him, its gaping maw swallowing mouthfuls of water. Its house-sized eyes appeared adorably daft as it spotted Rodney, thrashing its immense tail in pursuit. What in the world? How could a catfish grow to such proportions? What did it consume to attain such size? Rodney paid no heed to where the sled was headed. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of fireballs that detonated upon striking the St. Dora catfish. The creature writhed in pain, attempting to evade the onslaught, crashing back into the water and sending waves that further accelerated the sled. Rodney laughed heartily, summoning another gust of wind to hasten their escape. Emerging from the water and onto dry land, he lowered the sail and emptied the water from the sled. After shaking off his long robe, which he had donned to shield himself from the sun's harsh rays, he adjusted his windproof sunglasses. The ensemble had cost him a considerable sum, those unscrupulous merchants. The sun blazed mercilessly, its heat oppressive in the barren desert devoid of any shielding. The temperature soared, and the sand itself radiated intense heat. Were it not for the unique materials used in his ninja footwear, they would have likely melted underfoot. Within mere minutes, the sled dried out, and he set it back upon the sand, standing atop it. The remaining water was stowed away in his pouch as he once again raised the sail and sped forth. In a short while, he arrived at the port city of Aluma, though it paled in comparison to the vibrancy of Canola Blossom. Rather, it appeared desolate and sparsely populated. This was largely due to Alabastan's arid climate, which suffered from a lack of rainfall. The use of dance powder had exacerbated the situation, leaving areas outside the capital bereft of moisture. Some regions had not seen rain in over a year, leading to widespread discontent across the nation. Recently, whispers circulated of the king's clandestine use of the globally prohibited dance powder, intensifying the people's grievances. Rumor had it that rebel forces were gathering near Canola Blossom. Though the populace remained scant for the time being, Rodney secured the sled outside the Soul Inn in the town, a once thriving establishment now reduced to isolation. Many had relocated to the nearby oasis of Yuba or crossed the St. Dora River towards Canola Blossom, seeking sustenance in a land where water was alarmingly scarce. The innkeeper, a frail old man with a kindly visage, smiled and advised, "Traveler, it would be wise to leave this place. It is hardly suitable for living." But why do you remain here? Rodney inquired. Because this is my home. There is still a modicum of water left, sufficient for us who have chosen to stay for a while longer. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not abandon my home. It was their sanctuary, and they would not easily forsake it. Rodney pondered this reply, then asked, do you not wait for rain? Have you considered digging a well or employing alternative means to procure fresh water? The innkeeper shook his head. Our town has but one well. It used to be replenished by the rains several times a year, providing ample underground water for everyone's daily needs. However, with over a year without rainfall, it has long been depleted. The scarcity of fresh water compels many to leave. As for other methods of obtaining fresh water, I am unaware. We have always relied on rain and underground sources. Rodney fell silent. Logically, being near the coast, they could distill seawater to acquire fresh water. Although excessive consumption of distilled water may be detrimental, it could significantly alleviate immediate freshwater needs. Yet, the locals seemed oblivious to this. He discerned that the trajectory of technological advancement in this world had diverged considerably. The isolation due to maritime conditions hindered external communication, resulting in varied lifestyles among the populace. Some appeared to inhabit a modern era, while others resembled the medieval period or even antiquity. Their lives were not particularly vibrant. Technology served primarily the elite, while the lower classes remained untouched by its advancements, adhering to age-old traditions. Despite the existence of cyborgs capable of emitting lasers, some individuals still led lives reminiscent of ancient times. Rodney found this perplexing. Wasn't technology meant to serve humanity? It seemed the world had channeled all its energies into warfare, neglecting the common folk. Life was undervalued. With a sigh, Rodney acknowledged that he was no scientist capable of instigating a technological revolution. He could only undertake endeavors within his limited capacity. His worldview clashed with that of this realm. Despite having integrated to some extent, he still felt a sense of dissonance. Rising from his seat, he asked, do you have any concave glass? A pot lid would suffice, but concave glass is preferable. Concave glass, let me think. Oh, I do have some. What do you need it for? Just a little experiment, Rodney replied with a smile. The innkeeper produced a sizable glass dish, seemingly intended for serving food. Rodney also requested 2 bowls, one large and one small. He made his way to the banks of the St. Dora River, filling the larger bowl halfway with seawater and burying the smaller bowl in the sand. Positioning the concave glass over the larger bowl, he left it exposed to the sun. Curiosity piqued, the innkeeper asked, what are you doing, traveler? Extracting fresh water from seawater, Rodney explained. The innkeeper was taken aback. Extracting fresh water from seawater? Surely you jest. Influenced by a lack of technological understanding, he had no concept of distillation, though they did manage to extract fresh water from damp sand. They remained wholly reliant on the whims of nature. Without rain, they faced dire consequences, and the moisture trapped in the sand was but a trickle. Although the concave glass dispersed light, the intense heat from the sand and sun caused the seawater to evaporate rapidly. Water vapor ascended, captured by the concave glass. Whereupon Rodney exhaled a refreshing breath, causing the warm vapor to condense into droplets. The curvature of the glass directed the droplets inward, ultimately falling into the smaller bowl. Meanwhile, the water in the larger bowl continued to evaporate. When Rodney finally cleared away the sand, retrieving the scorching glass and both bowls, he found the smaller bowl filled to the brim with warm distilled water, while the surface of the larger bowl was coated with a layer of salt crystals. The bottom a mixture of water and salt sludge. He offered the distilled water to the innkeeper, saying, give it a taste. Trembling, the innkeeper took a sip. It was mild, devoid of any briny taste, and though it felt slightly different from the water he was accustomed to, it was undeniably fresh. Fresh water, truly extracted from seawater? Tears welled in his eyes as he cradled the water. If only you had arrived sooner, so many would not have departed, and countless lives could have been saved. Rodney remarked, although this is fresh water, consuming it over extended periods is detrimental to one's health. It is advisable to incorporate more vegetables and other foods into your diet. Since distilled water lacks the trace elements essential for the human body, excessive consumption yields no benefits. However, one can replenish these elements through alternative means. Oh, and remember to store some ice for the night. The temperature in the desert fluctuates dramatically between day and night, often soaring to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius during the day, while plunging below zero at night. The condensation of distilled water is a critical step. Its temperature merely falls below that of steam, so utilizing ice is preferable. He meticulously wrote down the necessary items and steps for producing distilled water and handed them to the proprietor, who received the information with immense gratitude. For those unfamiliar with this method, it was akin to a lifeline. In the desert, the presence of water signifies the chance for survival. They would no longer need to rely on the whims of the weather. All of this was owed to the individual before them. May I inquire your esteemed name? Dear guest, J. Rodney Josta. Please remember every step outlined above and, ideally, customize a more efficient collection device. Having rested sufficiently, Rodney prepared to depart. My Lord Rodney, are you truly leaving? Might you stay a few more days? Once everyone learns of your deeds, you shall undoubtedly achieve fame akin to that of Lord Crocodile. The proprietor earnestly implored. He believed that Rodney would emerge as an even greater hero than Crocodile. While Crocodile safeguarded his people, Rodney's method held the potential to save countless lives, and if disseminated, it could indeed rescue many. No need, it's but a trifling matter. I have more pressing tasks to attend to. With that, Rodney set sail, departing with the sand sled. The proprietor gazed after him, resolute in his belief that Rodney's name would echo throughout Alabasta. Not long after leaving Aluma, Rodney halted the sand sled. Before him stood a colossal, earth-toned turtle, the size of a house, blocking his path. On its back rested a seat shaded by an umbrella, occupied by two individuals, a man and a woman. The man, with dark skin and clad in a brown coat adorned with the number 5 on both his left chest and the lower right corner, sported dreadlocks and sunglasses, exuding the aura of a rock star. The woman, wielding a small parasol and dressed in a lemon yellow fitted skirt emblazoned with cut lemon motifs, wore a yellow hat and radiated a fashionable charm, her smile tinged with a hint of malice. Observing the wanted poster in her hand featuring Rodney's likeness, she chuckled. Ah, found him. What a pity the warrant has been rescinded. 3 million berries is quite a sum for pocket money. Such a shame. The man interjected. Let us skip the pleasantries, Miss Valentine. Once we eliminate him, our mission will be complete. Miss Valentine, displeased, retorted, we specifically journeyed here to eliminate this individual? The sun is scorching, and my skin can barely endure it. Mr. 5, expressionless, nonchalantly picked his nose, extracting a small piece of mucus, which he pinched between his fingers and aimed at Rodney. Taking him down is merely a trivial task, quite simple. With a flick of his fingers, the mucus was propelled forward. Boom. An explosive detonation erupted, sending a cloud of sand billowing into the air. A kunai embedded with an explosive tag shot forth, striking their seat. As the tag ignited, Mr. 5 promptly seized it. The explosion ensued, leaving his hand charred but otherwise unharmed. He smugly proclaimed, I have consumed the bomb fruit, rendering explosions ineffective against me. Miss Valentine laughed. Is this his final struggle? Mr. 5, how pathetic indeed. This is the nature of the weak. Our mission is complete. Just then, Mr. 5 pushed Miss Valentine aside as a flurry of shurikens flew past, embedding themselves in the sand behind them. Turning to see Rodney standing unscathed, smiling, he exclaimed, Surprises, motherfucker. Rodney discarded his long robe, flinging it aside, and with a swift motion of his hand, produced a multitude of shurikens. The densely packed projectiles hurtled towards Mr. 5 and Mississippi Valentine. Such petty skills. Daring to show off before me? Mr. 5 scoffed, nonchalantly picking his nose and flicking the extracted booger at the incoming shurikens. Boom. As a user of the explosive devil fruit, Mr. 5's entire being could serve as a bomb. Even his nasal discharge could explode upon contact. Such a terrifying ability. And yet he resorts to playing with boogers? Was he not afraid of drawing blood? Miss Valentine leapt into the air, buoyed by the wind, and gazed down with an exaggerated grin. Mr. 5, that person is still standing there. She had consumed the float fruit, granting her the ability to control her weight from 1 kilogram to 10,000, allowing her to hover temporarily in the aftermath of the explosion. Your taste is quite commendable. Sporting those yellow and white stripes, Rodney remarked, taking in the view from below. Miss Valentine shrieked, I will kill you. Here comes my attack. 10,000 kilograms. Topple. Rodney casually stepped back, observing as Miss Valentine crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater, sand spilling into the gaping hole. Emerging from the pit, she wore an expression of indignation. With her weight under her control, she lightened herself and leapt momentarily into the air. Indeed, one cannot trust a woman's weight. Rodney mused silently. At that moment, Mr. 5 charged at him, throwing a punch that, if it connected, would result in explosive injury. Rodney deftly dodged and unleashed a vacuum sphere. The invisible air bullet struck Mr. 5, triggering explosions that sent him reeling, though he remained unscathed, exclaiming in astonishment. How is this possible? A vacuum sphere should easily pierce through this fool's body. Brushing off the dust, Mr. Five remarked, I suspected you would attempt a sneak attack. The moment you come into contact with me, my body will explode, regardless of where you strike. Ah, so that is the case. I thought you a simpleton, Rodney chuckled. His understanding clarified. The vacuum sphere had been neutralized by Mr. Five's explosive nature upon contact, explaining the recent events. Then, fire release, Phoenix fire. Fireballs shot forth as Rodney charged alongside them, the flames serving as a diversion, creating clouds of smoke to obscure vision. Suddenly, Mr. Five heard a voice. Fishman karate, 100-watt punch. The surge of fist power pierced through the smoke, striking Mr. Five and sending him flying. This time, no explosion ensued, as Mr. Five was caught entirely off guard. What a waste of such a fine fruit. Rodney shook his head, utilizing his Sharingan to navigate through the smoke, swiftly reaching Mr. Five's back. His body spun, unleashing a dragon twister that sent Mr. Five soaring into the heavens. Leaf Dragon God. Bang! Mr. Five crashed to the ground, unconscious. Rodney turned to face Miss Valentine, revealing a smile that, coupled with his crimson eyes, instilled terror within her, leaving her profoundly shaken. Yet, she found solace in her aerial position. If the wind carried her away, she might survive. Suddenly, she felt a tightness around her ankle and looked down to see a steel wire tethered to an unknown weapon secured around her leg. The other end held firmly in Rodney's grasp. Come down. Rodney yanked Miss Valentine from the air. Ah! She screamed as she plummeted to the ground. A cold kunai pressed against her throat. The man who had effortlessly bested them wore a grin and said, I have a few questions for you. Which high-ranking agents from Baroque Works are in Rain Base? His eyes slightly opened, revealing a cold, indifferent light that sent chills down Miss Valentine's spine. Despite the sweltering heat, she felt as though she were plunged into an icy abyss. Without a second thought, she replied, Mr. 2, Miss Christmas, Mr. 4, I saw them a few days ago. I don't know about the others. They must be on a mission. Oh, I see. If you're lying, this will be your fate. He smiled, casually tossing the kunai toward the sand dunes. A scream echoed as Miss Valentine stiffened, turning to witness a gun-toting vulture and a comically dressed otter. Both pierced through simultaneously by the kunai, lifeless and bleeding into the sand. These were mid-level operatives of Baroque Works, known as the Unlucky Pair, tasked with gathering and reporting intelligence while monitoring fellow members. Should any dereliction of duty arise, they were to be dealt with explosively, and today was no exception. Though they had met their end at Rodney's hands. With a smile, Rodney said, I'm not a devil, you know. Perhaps there was some oversight just now. Miss Valentine nodded vigorously. Yes, there was an oversight. And the vice president, Miss All Sunday, Mr. 1, Mr. 2. I truly don't know about anyone else. I swear. I'm not lying. Very well, I'll take your word for it. The last image Miss Valentine beheld was Rodney's smile, those swirling crimson eyes. As she felt something surge from her neck, her strength ebbing away, yet feeling no pain. Only warmth, a most comforting sensation. But I never said I wouldn't kill you, Rodney whispered, burying Miss Valentine's corpse beneath the sands before turning his attention to Mr. 5. Approaching the gravely wounded Mr. 5, he retrieved a banana from his pouch. If a devil fruit user perished, there was a significant chance that their powers would transfer to the nearest fruit, transforming it into a devil fruit with their abilities. Of course, this was contingent on chance and not guaranteed. If Rodney were to slay Mr. 5 now, acquiring his powers was uncertain. Much like SCHR Dinger's cat, the outcome of Rodney's fruit remained unknown. He might gain Mr. 5's abilities or he might not. However, falling into the hands of a martial arts master was undoubtedly preferable to Mr. 5. For instance, if the explosive fruit were consumed by Garp, not only would his punches possess immense power, but simply making contact with an enemy would trigger an explosion. The potential for devastation was no jest, as one's body could serve as a bomb. Flicking boogers was child's play. If one was suited for close combat, why not apply the strength to martial arts? A single punch could unleash a high explosive grenade. What more could one desire? Why waste time with boogers? Regardless, it was time to proceed. The kunai plunged down, ending Mr. 5's life. Almost instantly, Rodney noticed the banana in his hand beginning to change. Its yellow skin gradually turned red, adorned with swirling patterns reminiscent of a vine. The explosive devil fruit had manifested. Yet, Rodney chose not to consume it, deciding instead to hold on to it. The explosive powers would be somewhat redundant for him, given that in the Naruto universe, there existed a kekkei genkai known as explosive release. Without mentioning the artist Deidara, The Earth-style explosive punch utilized by Kabuto during the Ninja World War demonstrated similar effects. While it could only cause the target to explode upon impact, it was still more than sufficient. Now, does he not still possess the explosive talisman? Alas, upon reflection, it seems that the capabilities of a certain office worker are indeed most practical. Anything they touch transforms into a bomb, an exceedingly useful ability. Killer Queen, third bomb, losers eat dust. Time rewinds by an hour. Ha ha ha. Ending the unrealistic delusions, he buried Mr. Five's corpse and approached the transportation vessel they used, the waterway transport turtle. After casting a glance at it, he used an illusion to control the creature, leaping onto its back, and commanded, "Go!" to Yuba. The waterway transport turtle kicked up a cloud of dust on the sandy terrain, moving slightly faster than when using the sand sled. Yuba, a city constructed in the last decade within the oasis of the desert, connects to the Rain District and Aluma, serving as a crucial stop for desert merchants to rest and replenish supplies. Since its establishment, it has flourished, but with over a year of drought. The oasis of Yuba has begun to wither, the sands encroaching steadily. Recently, nearby nomads have entered, exacerbating the scarcity of water, and the waterway providing sustenance to Yuba has increasingly dwindled. The architect of Yuba was Dorado, the father of the future rebel leader. The issue of the dancing powder was exposed shortly before Rodney's arrival, causing a national uproar and leading many who had trusted King Cobra to fall into doubt, with radicals joining the rebellion. However, Dorado has always placed his faith in the king, believing he would not commit such acts. His son, although trusting Cobra, chose to join the rebellion for the sake of the struggling populace, and with his inherent leadership qualities, he successfully ascended to the position of leader. But that was not the current focus. Rodney arrived at this once prosperous oasis, which, compared to Aluma, still exhibited some degree of prosperity. Yet the passers-by wore expressions of concern due to the dwindling water supply. Recently, merchant caravans have become scarce, leading to a decline in local services. The inhabitants found themselves unable to earn a living, facing threats to their lives, and thus chose to leave in search of safety. The trees remaining here are hardy, drought-resistant species, names unknown, but beneath their shade, a gust of wind carries a mouthful of sand. Rodney exclaimed, "A sandstorm approaches." In the distance, the yellow sands rolled ominously, resembling the end of days. The dust, lifted by the winds, engulfed the sky, akin to a colossal beast seeking to swallow this pearl within the desert. Just as he anticipated the locals would retreat into their homes, a group surged forth, led by a somewhat rotund elder. His rough, calloused hands clutched a shovel, and his eyes shone with determination. "Come on, everyone. Yuba will never be consumed by a mere sandstorm. We can restore Yuba to its former glory." His words resonated with a powerful spirit, inspiring a group of robust young men to raise their shovels and shout, charging toward the waterway. They could not allow the sands to engulf it. That was Yuba's last hope. Rodney observed this scene and sighed, feeling he might be overstepping, yet he could not restrain himself. Just a small act of assistance, nothing more. He purchased a wind-resistant face veil crafted by the Hidden Sand Village from the system shop, breathable and effective against sand, paired with windproof sunglasses, rendering him fully equipped. The sandstorm approached swiftly, and Rodney entered its midst, visibility plummeting. The earlier group had gathered by the waterway, shoveling the encroaching yellow sands away. However, human effort paled against nature's fury, especially with some working against them. Rodney appeared at the side, splitting into clones. The startled onlookers, including the elder, who was Dorado's son, Kosha, questioned, "Who are you?" Without responding, Rodney's clones positioned themselves on either side of the waterway, their movements synchronized as they proclaimed in unison, "Earth release. Earth flow wall." Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, walls of earth surged from the ground, joining together to create a long barrier against the sand. The clones tirelessly continued to reinforce the wall. When the storm subsided, Rodney's clones dissipated from exhaustion. When Dorado and Kosha found him, he was breathless, seated atop a deceased purple scorpion. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire your name?" Dorado addressed Rodney with the highest honors of Alabasta. His son Kosha and the others mirrored this respect, recognizing the worthiness of this stranger. The construction of the sand barrier significantly eased their daily toil, safeguarding the waterway, which in turn protected the lives of the city's inhabitants. "Rodney, you may call me that." He rose, having consumed a considerable amount of chakra, leaving only a fraction of his usual reserves. However, he retained some, as he had been infusing chakra into his forehead daily since mastering the 100 healings technique. Though the mark had yet to manifest, he had no intention of using it just yet. After all, the situation had not reached a dire state, and he was reluctant to draw on his reserves. With a smile, he said, "Uncle, I intend to stay here for a few days. Might you consider waiving my travel expenses?" Dorado turned away. "Of course, it will be waived. You have done so much to protect the lifeblood of this city. I will do everything in my power to accommodate your wishes. I am the mayor here, Dorado. This is my son, Kosha." Kosha remained somewhat taciturn, yet his gaze towards Rodney held a clear respect, mingled with a hint of caution, for he recognized the power Rodney had wielded was that of a devil fruit user. He had encountered others before, though none with such remarkable abilities. "Thank you, Uncle." Rodney smiled as he dragged away the scorpion he had slain while constructing the earth flow wall. Such a large creature would surely make a delectable meal, he mused. The others, intending to assist him in moving the scorpion, soon discovered they could scarcely budge it, while in Rodney's hands, it felt as light as paper. Settling into the finest room of the inn arranged by Dorado, he exhaled deeply. The water resources here were precious, and bathing would be a hassle. Fortunately, Rodney possessed water release. However, to avoid any misunderstandings, he opted to bathe at night. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from the door. "Come in." The one who entered was Kosha. "I apologize for the intrusion. My father sent me to see if Mr. Rodney requires anything." "Oh, nothing much. It's quite comfortable here. By the way, where is the scorpion I defeated?" Rodney inquired. "It's placed behind the inn," Kosha replied. "Curious, if I may ask. What do you intend to do with it?" "Eat it," Rodney answered nonchalantly. "Eat? Such a large scorpion?" Kosha was taken aback. They had never considered such a creature could be food. "Indeed. Oh, by the way, I would appreciate it if you could prepare an iron plate and a few stones for fire, along with some seasoning. I wish to make grilled scorpion." "Very well." Kosha nodded, leaving, albeit with lingering questions, yet he chose to fulfill Rodney's request. Soon, he returned with the necessary items as twilight descended. Rodney ignited the flames, dissecting the scorpion, discarding the inedible parts. The remaining flesh, revealed beneath the shell, was tender and white, akin to the meat within crab claws. Sizzling on the iron plate, he seasoned it, causing the nearby children to salivate. "Come, let us feast together," Rodney called, initiating a bonfire gathering. The revelry continued late into the night, until everyone returned home, seeking their families. Later that night, after bathing, Rodney wrapped himself in a robe and ascended to the rooftop of the inn, where the starry sky dazzled with unparalleled beauty. Lowering his gaze, he noticed someone waving at him. Upon closer inspection, it was Dorado. He leaped down, laughing. "What is it?" "Uncle Dado, staying up late is detrimental to the health of the elderly." Dado chuckled and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. I wake up quite late in the mornings." "What's the matter? Unable to sleep?" "No, I'm merely curious about the source of the water in Yuba." Today, he had constructed earth flow walls on both sides of the waterway, yet he had not discovered where the source lies. Dado didn't conceal it from him, explaining, "That is groundwater emerging from the depths of the earth, providing vitality to this city." "I see. Can we dig a well?" "This is not Aluma, near the Santora River. It lies in the heart of the desert, relying on groundwater and rainfall for sustenance. Digging wells is quite challenging. We have been striving for it." Dado was not an obstinate man. He understood the need for wells, but despite numerous attempts, they had not struck water. Nevertheless, he faced sandstorms with unwavering composure. A man of iron will who would not be defeated by such adversities, determined to continue fighting for Yuba. "I understand," Rodney pondered. He had no direct perception of Yuba's water scarcity. After all, it was far less parched than Aluma. However, with the threat of sandstorms, without the efforts of Dado and others, it might very well resemble Aluma. Based on the recent sandstorm severity, it might not take half a year for this place to dry up. Kosha's presence indicated that the situation had not deteriorated to the point of him joining the rebel forces, signifying his continued faith in Kabura, yet Crocodile was obstructing their efforts. Intent on erasing Yuba, this oasis city, from the map. The atmosphere here felt somewhat never mind. That was not his concern. As long as he could disband the Baroque workshop before the rebellion and defeat Crocodile, that would suffice. After bidding farewell to Dado, Rodney refrained from inquiring why this elderly man was present here. Perhaps he was nocturnal? Standing at the narrow window, he gazed out at the serene, silent desert under the night sky. If only he had the sands of the guardian crane or Gara during his confrontation with Crocodile. it would surely be an amusing sight to behold. However, sand against sand held little significance. Crocodile's weaknesses were glaringly evident. He was overly reliant on his fruit, wielding formidable power thanks to the advantageous conditions here, but upon contact with water, the sand would solidify, causing him to temporarily lose his fruit abilities. At that moment, Crocodile's strength would undoubtedly diminish significantly compared to Rodney's. At that time, he would be at my mercy. With such thoughts, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously, resembling a villain with a rather unpleasant expression. The next morning, as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise, the air remained relatively humid. Rodney awoke early, had breakfast, and happened upon Kosha carrying a shovel. Curiously, he asked, "Kosha, the sandstorm hasn't arrived. What are you doing?" Kosha explained, "Digging a water well. Yuba cannot rely solely on the waterways. Otherwise, we will all perish here. Water is incredibly precious in this land, akin to life itself, especially in this arid desert. The water in Yuba is indeed dwindling. We cannot depend solely on those waterways." "I'll help too," Rodney said with a smile. "Isn't that too much trouble? You have already aided us immensely." "It's no trouble at all. I have nothing else to do, so resting here for a while is perfectly fine." Rodney shook his head, smiling. "Prepare several shovels for me. I can use many." Remembering the abilities he had employed during the sandstorm, Kosha nodded and, after expressing his gratitude, sent someone to fetch a pile of shovels. Shadow clone technique. He created several clones and, alongside Kosha, sought an area with nearby vegetation to commence digging. "Hey everyone, let us dig for water." "Oh." The shadow clones raised their shovels, forming groups and utilizing their chakra and brute strength to dig rapidly. Some clones, finding the shovels unwieldy, resorted to earth manipulation. Kosha stood there, bewildered, holding a shovel, unsure of what to do. As the clones had already unearthed a considerable amount of sand, Rodney tossed aside a shovel full of sand, crouched down to feel the soil, which was somewhat moist rather than parched, indicating they had likely found the right spot. He called over a few shadow clones to initiate a frenzied digging mode. The deeper they dug, the more humid and cool the sand became. Nodding in approval, Rodney realized he was already in a pit over 10 meters deep and shouted, "Kosha! Kosha! Mr. Rodney, I'm here," Kosha replied, peering over the edge of the pit. "Weave struck the right place. There should be water here." "That is wonderful." Kosha clenched his fists, overwhelmed with joy. "Go fetch some tools for transporting the sand. I've compacted the surroundings, but I can't move any further." "Understood, please wait." Kosha eagerly dashed back to bring a group of people to transport the sand. Subsequently, the shadow clones began working alongside Kosha and others to move the sand, which became heavier with each load. They did not discard the sand but planned to distill the moisture for drinking purposes. Even poverty has its solutions. Had they not been situated in the heart of the desert, the inhabitants here might have already figured out how to distill seawater. "Hey, we've dug up water. Wait, don't dig anymore." A Chneen heard his shout and rushed over, discovering Rodney standing atop murky water, with several clones still digging, causing the water to rise. "Water? There's water. Ha ha ha. Yuba can regain its former vitality. Splendid. May the heavens bless us. We will surely triumph over the sandstorm. As long as it rains, Yuba will return to its previous splendor." Uncovering fresh water was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline for the people here. Water signified life, and Yuba had regained its lifeblood, allowing it to restore its previous prosperity. "Wonderful, water has appeared." Kosha clenched his fists, knowing Yuba could endure for a while longer. Rodney returned to the waterhole, and alongside 3 clones, he employed the earth flow wall technique to encircle the area, saying, "Let us find a few people to cover this to avoid direct sunlight, preventing the water from evaporating uselessly." "Yes, Mr. Rodney." Kosha understood and sent people to find the best mud masons in Yuba to construct a shade shelter, complete with an entrance and exit, rendering it impervious to the sandstorm's encroachment. Although retrieving water would be somewhat cumbersome, it was far better than allowing it to evaporate in vain. As the crowd cheered, Rodney gazed into the distance, where dust was rising. Narrowing his eyes, a crimson hue flickered in his gaze. His vision sharpened once more, and through the haze, he spotted a large turtle, smoking and exuding an air of nonchalance, swiftly making its way toward him, pulling a pink cart that seemed somewhat feminine. "That's." Kosha also noticed the commotion. Rodney exhaled gently, saying, "Perhaps it's an assassin come to find me." "Kosha, tell the people of Yuba to stay inside. Otherwise, they may be caught in the fray." "But I..." Kosha was about to insist he could help, but was interrupted. These individuals are formidable assassins. Your involvement would be futile. I can handle them better. With that, he leaped away, vanishing before Kosha, leaving only his silhouette behind. Watching the retreating figure, Kosha clenched and relaxed his fists, struggling with indecision before ultimately deciding to inform everyone to take cover. Rodney stood at the waterway, blocking the path of a transport turtle. The carriage door swung open, and a group of individuals emerged. Among them was a bald man, arms crossed, adorned with a single character on his chest. His imposing stature and muscular build clad in monk-like attire, embellished with serpentine designs. His demeanor was cold and unyielding, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He was clearly a man of few words, but immense strength. However, what drew Rodney's attention more was the individual next to him, languidly perched with one leg crossed. Adorned in a pink swan costume, the words emblazoned on the back, exposing two shapely legs with an alluring visage accentuated by makeup. This figure was reminiscent of a ballet dancer, calling out rhythmic numbers. 121, 1, 2, 121. This was Mr. 2, a senior agent of the Baroque Works, the only one without a partner, and of a gender that defied conventional classification. The ocean was a realm of wonders, where even the presence of such beings as Mr. 2 was not uncommon. There existed a nation where Sanji had endured 2 years of torment, a fate particularly cruel for a man driven by lust. He had nearly succumbed to assimilation there. On the other hand, Von Clay, though eccentric, was a man of loyalty. He was neither entirely good nor irredeemably evil. Rodney's gaze swept over the others, landing on a man with the number 1 on each cheek, Mr. 11, a swordsman from Huazhou, wielding the famed good blade 50 Works. This exceptional weapon had secured his position as a mid-level agent within Baroque Works. Without it, he would have been no different from countless others beneath that rank. Leading the assassination attempt against Rodney was none other than Mr. 1, Des Bones, the strongest senior agent of Baroque Works. Having consumed the blade fruit, he possessed the ability to transform any part of his body into a sharp blade, rendering his skin as resilient as steel. Alongside him was Von Clay, the enigmatic Mr. 2, while Mr. 3 and his partner were absent. Mr. 4, accompanied by Mississippi Christmas and several lesser assassins, such as Mr. 9, Mr. 11, and the blue-haired girl, Mississippi Wednesday. A princess of this nation, who had infiltrated Baroque Works to uncover the secrets of the dance powder, were also present. The failures of Mr. 5 and Mississippi Valentine had stirred Crocodile into action, prompting him to dispatch Mr. 1 and his cohort to locate Rodney. If they could recruit him, it would be ideal. If not, they would eliminate him without hesitation, as Crocodile would never allow a threat to persist. Mr. 1 addressed Rodney directly. The pirate hunter, red-eyed Rodney from the East Blue. I present you with an opportunity to join Baroque Works. Should you choose to accept, your past transgressions will be overlooked, and you may ascend to the rank of Mr. 5 or higher. If you refuse, his arm transformed, a razor-sharp blade materializing, with fingers morphing into lethal edges. There was no doubt that refusal would lead to a violent confrontation. Rodney scratched his head, squinting with a smile. In that case, I shall. His eyes flared with murderous intent, the blood-red Sharingan ablaze with the desire to kill. I shall strike first. He burrowed into the sand, prompting Mr. 1 to shout, Mississippi Christmas. A plump old woman, speaking rapidly, replied, Understood, understood, no time for chatter. Her mouth elongated, sprouting whiskers, her skin sprouting fine black hairs, transforming into a humanoid mole. Mississippi Christmas, who had consumed the mole fruit, burrowed swiftly into the sand, seeking Rodney's whereabouts. Mr. 11 felt a tightening around his ankle as a powerful grip seized him, pulling him down before he could utter a sound, burying him in the sand. Fool! Mr. 11 is such a simpleton, Mississippi Christmas exclaimed, dragging him back up in a fit of rage. Mr. 1, keen-eyed, spotted the explosive tag on Mr. 11's chest and bellowed, Everyone run. Rodney's bomb paper. Mr. 1 and his team possessed far more intelligence regarding Rodney than the others, including knowledge of the explosive tags, which they had tentatively termed bomb paper due to their explosive nature. Boom. The tag detonated, sending everyone retreating and dropping to the ground, engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Princess Vivi, still on the ground, felt a presence emerging from the sand, startling her. As she prepared to scream, a large hand covered her mouth, silencing her. Quiet now. Come along. The hand pulled her into the sand, where a shadow clone whisked her away to Yuba. The rest would have to contend with the ensuing battle. Emerging from the sand, Rodney shook off the dust and drew Huajo. Its blade adorned with fiery patterns, a superior weapon compared to the standard long sword he had previously wielded. With Huajo held across his chest, he faced the agents before him, questioning, who wishes to step forward to meet their demise? Did you take Mr. 11's sword? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Von Clay's voice was akin to a quacking duck, unsettling Rodney. In anime, this character was humorous and endearing, albeit eccentric. In reality, it was a different matter entirely. This posture, this tone, perhaps it was best to forego the blade. He thrust the sword into the sand, when suddenly a mole popped up, frantically exclaiming, "Are you an idiot? You nearly cut me. I could have died. Back away," someone shouted as Mississippi Christmas glanced up, seeing the glint of a raised blade poised to strike down. She quickly dove into the sand, and the hole she created was swiftly torn apart by a terrifying blade aura, the dry sand swirling inward. This individual approached with a playful demeanor, Mr. One stated gravely. He seems to regard Mississippi Christmas and many of us as mere playthings. Understanding Rodney's intent, Mr. One and Von Clay exchanged glances, advancing from opposite directions. Mr. One's fingers curled into claws, blades sprouting from his fingertips as he lunged at Rodney, only to have his strike parried by Huajo, sparks flying in all directions. Ballet fist, graceful swan dance. Von Clay unleashed a flurry of kicks, creating multiple afterimages. Shadow clone. A figure appeared beside Rodney, blocking Von Clay's kick before vanishing. What was that? Mr. One thought, increasingly frustrated by Rodney's tenacity. He was proving to be a more formidable opponent than any he had faced before. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he unleashed a relentless assault, each blow met with precision by Rodney. Von Clay gasped, realizing Rodney matched Mr. One's prowess. A truly formidable adversary. Yet, I must utilize my skills to their fullest potential. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed at the two engaged in fierce combat below. The transgender fist technique, a memoir of that summer. How disgusting. Rodney repelled Mr. One with a single strike, his body twirling as a ferocious dragon-shaped whirlwind formed, stirring up vast amounts of yellow sand, transforming into a fearsome golden dragon. The Leaf Dragon God. What? Von Clay's attack collided with the Leaf Dragon God, only to be instantly engulfed by the yellow sand dragon. The sand lashed against his face, causing stinging pain, and in some areas, it tore through his skin, drawing blood. Struggling against the wind, Von Clay managed to open his eyes, spotting Rodney in the center of the wind dragon. Gritting his teeth, he spun rapidly, unleashing a flurry of spinning kicks, closing in on his target to knock it down. Behold my proud technique, the transgender fist technique, 320,000 revolving kicks. You should take a rest. The Great Leaf Whirlwind. A powerful kick soared towards Von Clay, colliding with his massive leg and sending him flying to the ground, unable to rise. Still feeling queasy, he realized that the Sharingan could flawlessly replicate the martial arts here. Yet the transgender fist technique was one he had no desire to learn, as it felt like acquiring it would cost him something profoundly significant, perhaps his integrity, most likely. Shifting his gaze to the onlookers, he remarked, "Well, who's next?" Woof. Suddenly, from somewhere, a dog barked, and a hefty figure hurled a baseball at him, which he easily dodged as it landed behind him. Huh, you think such a baseball can attack me? Ridiculous. Just as Rodney was basking in his triumph, the baseball behind him suddenly erupted with light. Sensing it, he quickly unleashed a shave and fled. Boom. Damn it, it's a bomb. Rodney leaped from the sand, only to feel a pair of mole-like claws grip his ankle, preventing his escape. Mr. One pursued, swinging his arm, the blade on his arm glimmering ominously, clearly intent on severing his head with this strike. Rodney blocked Mr. One's knife with the Huajo, and in an instant, Mr. One launched another offensive. His fingers sharpened like knives, aiming for Rodney's heart. 6 styles, iron block. His muscles hardened like steel. Although his body could not move freely, it was sufficient to withstand the strike. A resounding clash echoed from his chest as Mr. One's strike failed, prompting him to retreat again as Mr. Four's baseball bomb flew in. Releasing the iron block, he broke free from Miss Christmas's dual claws and used a shave to evade, tossing the Huajo towards Mr. Four, who wielded the several-ton baseball bat, while simultaneously executing Fire Release, Phoenix Fire. Fireballs rained down from the sky like a meteor shower. Mr. One waved his arms, shattering the fireballs aimed at him. Clang! The huajo was knocked away by Mr. Four's bat, embedding itself in a nearby sand dune. Rodney swiftly darted over, retrieved the huajo, and struck a pose, causing Mr. One to sense something amiss. Quickly retreat. He hardened his body to steel-like rigidity. Elbaf's gun, Wagwa. Spiral sword energy tore through the desert, creating a vast cloud of sand, plowing a long trench in the desert. Mr. One stood in the center of the trench, even his steel-like body sustaining injuries from this immature Wagwa. Beside him, Mr. Four, Miss, and several other minor characters had already fallen, the stronger ones losing consciousness, while the weaker ones succumbed to death. Terrifying. Is this person a monster? Mr. One murmured. The so-called monster was examining the huajo in his hand, grinning as he remarked, "What a fine blade. It should last a while longer." "Hey, you over there, shall we continue?" Mr. One, struggling to stand. He retorted, "With your kind of strength, have you truly just set sail?" "Yes, I think it's been about a month since I set sail." Rodney smiled, addressing Mr. One. "Des Bones, how about joining me? The terms are negotiable. Although I am a lone wolf, I wouldn't mind having one or two competent allies." With that remark, he expressed his interest in Mr. One's abilities, hoping to recruit him. Mr. One remained silent, adopting a stance, clearly preparing for a fierce battle. "Is that so? Then allow me to grant you a more visually appealing demise." A layer of lightning enveloped the huajo. Even kenai, such rudimentary tools lacking craftsmanship, could be infused with chakra. So how could the huajo not? "What fruit is this?" Mr. One Kuden and Appos, T help but inquire, initially thinking Rodney possessed a fire-related fruit akin to the flame fruit. But now, with the sudden appearance of lightning, he was utterly baffled. "Who knows? I might be a magician. What you see could merely be an illusion." Shrugging and smiling at Mr. One, he said, "Come on, let me give you a swift end," transforming his 10 fingers into blades. He crossed them over his chest and lunged fiercely at Rodney. Micron slash. Rodney sensed countless minute sword energies intertwining, forming an impenetrable sword net. Should he be struck, he could very well be sliced into cubes. A chill ran through him as he wielded the huajo, truly dancing with it. The air filled with the remnants of the huajo, clashing with Mr. One dozens of times in an instant. The Sharingan spun ceaselessly in its socket, accurately capturing Mr. One and Appo's movements, and on several occasions, he seized upon openings. Yet regrettably, Mr. One and Appo's body was as hard as steel. Even lightning-infused chakra could not breach it in a moment. Excellent swordsmanship indeed. Were it not uniquely yours, I would be quite envious. As a wielder of the Sharingan, failing to replicate would be an affront to these eyes. Regardless of suitability, replication is paramount. Using the same techniques against enemies, if one cannot win, at least one can annoy them. Look at the 50-50 situation. It could have been resolved swiftly, yet their reluctance to unleash the full power, opting instead to use identical moves to irritate the opponent. With his chakra reserves, swift resolution is key. Alas, Mr. One's techniques were developed after consuming the devil fruit, and even replication would not suit Rodney. Unfazed by Rodney's musings, Mr. One altered his previous assault, circular knife blades sprouting from his arms, spinning rapidly like saw teeth, swinging his arms to attempt to cleave Rodney in two with the blades. Clang, clang, clang. The serrated blades clashed violently with the huajo, sparks flying. This fellow is incredibly tough. Perhaps this could work. An idea sparked in his mind. He aimed for a swift resolution, attempting to evade Mr. One entirely by diving underground. "Miss Christmas, where did he go?" Mr. One inquired. "I don't know. I can't find him." Miss Christmas called from below. "I see him, Knowing Miss Christmas's end was near, Mr. One focused on locating Rodney's position. Behind a dune, Rodney drew blood from Miss Christmas and painted it on his hand, performing a summoning technique. Boom. A palm-sized slug appeared before him. "Lord Rodney," the slug inquired, "why summon me in such a diminutive form? It's quite useful." Rodney smiled, tucking the slug into his sleeve, saying, "Slug's sister. Wait for the right moment to assist me against an enemy." Understood. The slug's tentacles twitched, adhering to his sleeve to avoid being thrown off. So, with a swift motion of the flower rod in hand, he stepped forward, bringing it down from the heavens. Mr. One quickly crossed his arms to block the strike, feeling an unexpected pain as he did so. He momentarily repelled Rodney with a slash of his blade, but upon lifting his right arm, he discovered several small holes corroded into his flesh by an unknown viscous substance, causing him excruciating agony. How despicable! Wasn't it promised that he would have a swift death? My apologies, but for me, victory is paramount. Rest assured, I shall ensure your demise is not too swift. In the realm of battle, Rodney had no scruples. Any method was fair game as long as it led to victory. This was a fight for survival, and he cared not for the means employed. Mr. One, I shall strive to spare you from suffering. Or perhaps, would you prefer to take your own life? A delusional thought. Mr. One was a tough man. How could he choose such a humiliating end? It was an insult to him, and he felt a deep-seated disdain for this slippery opponent who was clearly attempting to provoke him. I shall rend you limb from limb. The flower rod transformed into a blade as it lunged at Rodney like a ferocious tiger. Clang. 6 styles, iron block. The tip of the flower rod met Mr. One's hand, and petal-like slashes erupted forth, aimed directly at Rodney. With a whoosh, the strikes shattered the sand dunes behind him, shredding Rodney's upper garments into tatters and leaving several deep wounds visible to the bone upon his body. Impressive. Despite the pain, Rodney absorbed Mr. One's assault, discarding the flower rod as he channeled his immense strength into his fists. Fishman Karate, mighty blow, 2,000-watt fist. Boom. Without hesitation, his fist collided forcefully with Mr. One's chest, a blow capable of shattering mountains. Mr. One's seemingly indomitable body was chosen to be crushed by Rodney's fist. Mr. One was sent flying like a feather, with Rodney closely pursuing, intent on not granting him any respite. Painful sky kick. Concentrating chakra in his foot, he delivered a powerful kick to Mr. One. Boom. A crater formed around him, and even Mr. One's formidable physique could not withstand the series of relentless blows from Rodney. Mr. One was defeated. Ouch, that hurt. Were it not for my fear of his blade, I wouldn't have needed the flower rod. His swordsmanship is truly lacking. It lacks dominance. And fists cannot defend against blades. The foam daisy slash is inescapable. The substitution technique is effective only if one has the capacity to flee, meant to confuse the enemy. Not infallible. Taking that hit directly must be agonizing. Nefiratar Wiwi, the Princess of Alabasta. A truly devoted princess who shares her father's passion for peace and is beloved by her people. A competent princess. She had recently infiltrated the Baroque works alongside the palace guard captain, Ikarim, to investigate the matter of the dancing powder, seeking to uncover the true culprit behind its use. In mere months, their formidable strength and exceptional qualities had earned them positions as mid-tier agents. Now, she and Kosha were tending to Rodney's wounds as a half-human, half-slug creature perched upon him, using chakra to aid his recovery. Mr. Rodney, what of the Baroque Works agents? All dead, though perhaps 1 or 2 may have survived. However, with the loss of these high and mid-tier agents, the Baroque Works has been severely weakened and is virtually defunct. Mission: dissolve the Baroque Works mission rank. B reward: Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Water Release, Water Barrier, Palm Sage Technique, Permanent Chakra Fruit, 5,000 mission points. Status: completed. Having slain those mid-tier and high-tier agents, the Baroque Works could no longer hold any significance. It was equivalent to disbandment. The system determined the mission was completed. A substantial sum of mission points was credited to him, and he consumed the permanent chakra fruit before their eyes, fully replenishing his chakra while simultaneously raising his chakra limit, increasing it by 30%. Lord Rodney, your chakra has suddenly recovered? Asked the slug lady. Indeed, I merely used a secret medicine similar to the military rations. It is harmless to the body, Rodney smiled. He turned to Princess Vivi, inquiring, So, Princess Vivi, what brings you to seek me? I wish to express my gratitude and invite you to the capital, Alabasta. Though Rodney had dismantled the Baroque Works, thus halting their investigation, the organization posed no benefit to the country, and his actions warranted her respect. It was nothing, merely a matter of convenience. I shall visit the capital when the opportunity arises. However, not at this moment. He shook his head, smiling. If you wish to investigate the dancing powder, I can assure you it is no longer necessary. I will expose the mastermind behind it. It is not a difficult task. The mastermind? Is it truly possible? Undoubtedly. The king has been wronged. Kosha clenched his fists, determined that even if he were to become the leader of a rebellion, he would continue to trust the king, who cared deeply for his people, believing that he was compelled to act against the Baroque Works due to pressure and obstruction. Of course, Princess Vivi, Cobra is a competent king. If not for the water scarcity in Alabasta, this nation would undoubtedly flourish beyond measure. He believed that a wise ruler like Cobra could lead the country to prosperity in a better environment, yet Alabasta's severe lack of water hampered economic growth. Thank you for your kind words. I have always had great faith in my father. However, this is our nation, and we shall undoubtedly guide our people towards prosperity. Indeed. Vivi, I have faith that you and the king shall succeed. Thank you. Chief, perhaps you could assist me in the future? Princess Vivi and Kosha shared a bond since childhood, both deeply concerned for their people and filled with hope and goodwill for their nation. Princess Vivi asked, Mr. Rodney, who is the mastermind? A man you cannot provoke, ambitious and unscrupulous. That man is my target. Looking at the two, he continued, please prepare some items for me. With your status as a princess, you should be able to manage this, correct? Just say the word. I will promptly inform my father to send the items. Very well. 3 days later, Rodney's injuries had healed, and he set off for Rain Base with the items prepared by Princess Vivi. At the largest casino in Rain Base, Rain Banquet, the vice president of Baroque Works, codename Miss All Sunday, whose true name is Nico Robin, reported, 3 days ago, our agents sent to eliminate Rodney have all been wiped out. Seated in the shadows was none other than Crocodile, the warlord of the sea, an ambitious man seeking to obtain the ancient weapon Pluton and become the pirate king. The smoke from his cigar swirled around him, his scarred face cast in ominous shadows. He slammed his golden hook hand onto the table, remaining silent for a while before asking, Mr. One has also fallen? Indeed, according to eyewitness accounts. His chest bones were completely shattered, his spine broken, and his upper body rendered utterly unrecognizable. It is likely due to his devil fruit abilities that he was not completely obliterated, but there is no doubt he is dead. Additionally, Mr. Two's body is missing. Miss Wednesday is unaccounted for. Do not concern yourself with her. The high and mid-tier agents have been nearly annihilated. Even if the remaining ones are promoted to high-tier agents, it would be of no use. Find Miss Wednesday. Princess Vivi is incredibly important to this nation. And to us as well. Crocodile calmly analyzed the situation. The Baroque works had come to an end, and with it, his hard work had dissipated. He had originally intended to garner public support for a few more years to facilitate his usurpation, but now, devoid of the Baroque works' assistance. All his plans had been thrown into disarray. Josta J. Rodney, what exactly do you desire? He mused, closing his eyes for a moment before commanding, within a day. Gather all available information regarding this Rodney person. I expect to see the data on my desk by tomorrow. Understood. Nico Robin nodded as she departed. Observing her graceful figure, Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke, acknowledging her utility as an assistant, albeit noting, but she is quite a restless individual. He extinguished his cigar in the ashtray. Reflecting on her current value, the ancient weapon, Pluton, crafted in the prosperous city of Water 7, was the most formidable warship in history, capable of obliterating an island with a single shot. It now lay dormant somewhere in the world, with the historical text that chronicled its whereabouts hidden within Alabasta. Yet its location remained elusive. Only Nico Robin possessed the ability to decipher the historical text, hence she was not to be moved just yet. Ah, Pluton. If I can obtain Pluton, then, he spread his hands as if to encompass the world. Meanwhile, Robin returned to her workplace and opened the drawer to reveal a stack of documents on Rodney, the bounty hunter known for his peculiar weaponry and explosive papers. Is his motive truly the eradication of pirates? For money? No, he lacks for nothing. She sought to analyze the nature of Rodney, noting that the information had been gathered since his rise to prominence, particularly during the dismantling of the Creek pirates. The attacks exhibited various elemental powers, capable of unleashing vast quantities of water. Her gaze sharpened. She was certain that Crocodile would fall to the hands of this bounty hunter. Would she seize the opportunity to escape amidst their clash? She could conceal herself during their battle and continue her investigations in the shadows. However, what if Rodney were to lose? Would she not then fall into Crocodile's grasp? Having worked alongside him for 2 years, Robin understood the man well. Cold, ruthless, and unscrupulous. A pirate willing to seize a nation, which instilled deep apprehension within her. Coupled with the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, perhaps it would be prudent to observe the unfolding events. Should Rodney emerge victorious, a partnership could be forged. He would undoubtedly be intrigued by the whereabouts of Pluton. Robin believed few would resist the temptation of the ancient weapon Pluton. A chance to ascend to greatness and dominate the world was seldom forsaken. If Rodney were to learn of her intentions, he would surely scoff at them. After all, why not collect enough points for a few tailed beasts instead? Capable of combat and evasion, they could even serve as a power source. With each tailed beast bomb obliterating a mountain, and opportunities for enhancing the Sharingan were plentiful. Why fixate on Pluton's firepower? Would acquiring Pluton guarantee his safety from the world government? Rodney, it seemed, yearned for a tranquil existence, perhaps. In the rain-soaked city, Rodney arrived at this still-thriving metropolis known as the City of Dreams. The environment was splendid, an oasis replete with water, and despite nearly 2 years passing, there had been no signs of drought. Though the sun shone brightly, a refreshing breeze wafted through, dispelling the heat. The date palms were laden with ripe fruits, appearing delectable and seemingly ready for consumption. Seizing the opportunity, he plucked a few and savored their sweetness. In this city, several pyramids loomed, prompting him to ponder. Ah, I see the Egyptian influence. Why construct pyramids? They are tombs after all. Are we to have a graveyard clash? Am I to become the king of kings? He chuckled at the absurdity of his thoughts. The Rain Banquet, the largest casino in Alabasta, was owned by Crocodile. Though he was cautious enough to present Nico Robin as the public face, concealing her true identity due to her substantial bounty. By controlling the kingdom's largest casino, Crocodile amassed wealth effortlessly, living a comfortable life while indulging in leisurely pursuits, occasionally eliminating a few pirates for sport. However, driven by ambition, he relinquished his tranquil life for a set of seastone handcuffs and a stylish black and white striped outfit, partaking in the Marineford War and clashing with the admirals, emerging as a formidable force. Upon entering the Rain Banquet, he found it relatively quiet, save for the occasional outburst from players who had lost their fortunes. Swiftly ejected by the staff, exchanging 10,000 berries for chips, he approached a gaming table, not immediately placing a bet, but instead observing the dealer's technique. After a careful examination, he smirked, activating his Sharingan to record the dealer's movements. Although the dealer's skills were commendable, they were still somewhat sluggish for someone of his caliber. Once satisfied, he joined the game, utilizing the techniques he had replicated to secure a substantial victory. The dealer, realizing he had encountered a master, promptly summoned the proprietor. Emerging was a woman of graceful stature, exuding a mature and intellectual beauty, albeit slightly tanned from her time in Alabasta. Upon meeting Rodney's surprised gaze, Robin recognized his familiarity with her, pondering how he could have known her. After all, her wanted poster depicted her as a mere child. Red-eyed Rodney. Those eyes of yours truly remarkable, she thought, instinctively avoiding his peculiar gaze while maintaining a polite smile. Greetings, Mr. Rodney. Have we met before? I've seen your cough. Cough. Not familiar, he stammered, recalling those forbidden images in his mind. Miss Allsunday. Robin paused, smiling as she acknowledged, so you're aware. Please, follow me. The VIP room awaits you. Let us proceed then. Following Robin into the lavish VIP chamber, he settled into a plush sofa that seemed to envelop him. So, what brings me here? Not much, Mr. Rodney, but there exists a significant conflict between you and Baroque Works. Indeed, what have I done to deserve being hunted? I merely sought a vacation. You've created enmity between us, and it seems one of us must perish. Robin interjected. Was it not you who initiated this conflict from the outset? Whiskey Peak, Mr. 5, Mr. 1, they were indeed the ones you struck the hardest, weren't they? Our Baroque Works, after all, is a legitimate assassin organization, and yet you have left us severely weakened, only to turn around and bite back? Robin pondered whether she had overestimated this man's limits. Where, then, is the dignity of the strong, who taught him to be so shameless? If you seek compensation, state your conditions, and we shall consider them, to see if we can meet your demands. Robin remarked, aware that this was merely a stalling tactic, as Crocodile was approaching. She held little concern for Rodney. He was merely a bounty hunter. Were her true identity to be revealed, this man would likely draw his blade. For her bounty was considerable. Since the destruction of O'Hara, she had lived amidst betrayal and intrigue, enduring a burdensome existence. Yet, to decipher the true history and uncover that blank century, she struck a deal with Crocodile, solely for the purpose of understanding the historical text. Her dream was merely to comprehend the unspoken history, but a colossal barrier stood between her and that hidden past. Conditions? Rodney mused, smiling as he proposed. Then I shall take you under my wing. After all, you are not the true master behind Baroque Works. A chill ran through Robin. She maintained her smile, but her eyes turned frosty. This just was far from amusing, Mr. Rodney. If that is not humorous, let us consider another Crocodile's head. He rested his chin on his hand, unfazed, as he prepared for something, though the other players had yet to arrive. Ah, Old Sand, why have you not yet come? Crocodile, being a warlord of the sea, posed a threat that Baroque Works could not contend with. Robin said, do you intend to kill him? A warlord. Who wouldn't he want him dead? Alas, his bounty stagnated after his ascension. Otherwise, with his prowess, a few 100 million would be a mere trifle. Warlords of the sea are recognized pirates by the world government. Their bounties remain unchanged, and they are not pursued by the Navy. However, should they lose that title, their bounties would skyrocket, and the Navy would hunt them relentlessly. Old Sand was no fool like Buggy, relying on luck to secure his position as a warlord. He could even rise to the ranks of the 4 emperors, provided he first escaped from prison. Rodney's gaze wandered over Robin's curvaceous form, though his eyes were clear. Let me calculate. It seems the bounty on the son of the devil surpasses that of Crocodile. Robin stepped back, nonchalantly stating, my role extends beyond merely exchanging my worth for a bounty from the world government. I know you are also a historian. I have a keen interest in those histories as well. What do you say, Nico Robin? Care to join me? It is far more promising than aligning yourself with Crocodile, for dealing with a tiger seldom ends well. Robin chose silence. This man was indeed akin to those who had come before him. No, perhaps even more avaricious. In truth, she misunderstood Rodney. He genuinely cared about history. The blank century was a tantalizing mystery, raising questions about what the world government concealed and what transpired during that lost time. Regrettably, he could not comprehend it. Otherwise, with his knowledge of the historical text, he could easily find and understand it. One could only lament his unfortunate timing. Had he arrived a decade or so later, he might have witnessed the unfolding narrative. By then, even the Grim Reaper would still be in elementary school. Thus, what truly transpired? His curiosity was insatiable as he attempted to maintain a congenial smile. Miss Robin, give it some thought. My offer is quite generous. Should you join me, I shall promote you to vice captain. But you are alone, are you not? No, you lack even a ship, I presume? In response to Rodney's query, Robin chose not to engage. She sensed that this man was deceiving her, exuding an air of insincerity, making trust impossible. After years of navigating the underworld, she felt she had seen through him. You jest. My current position here is quite satisfactory. A formulaic smile adorned her face, revealing no faults. Oh, is that so? After analyzing the historical text, do you think Sand Crocodile would spare you? Do not jest. Once he learns what he desires, he will not let you, the informant, off the hook. So you are aware. Robin's countenance darkened. She was indeed cognizant of Crocodile's cold-hearted nature. From the outset, she had no intention of revealing the true content of the historical text to him. The fact that Crocodile was the true master of Baroque works was a secret that even the high-ranking agents were oblivious to. How did this man come to know? I have my special sources of intelligence, he replied, narrowing his eyes, inciting a desire in Robin to strike him. Yet, Rodney made a valid point. Aligning with a tiger seldom ended well. Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, was far more terrifying than a mere man-eater. He understood the art of patience, seeking opportunities to strike decisively. You need not concern yourself with that. Is that so? Rodney glanced around, remarking, by the way, why have you summoned me here? My bargaining chips remain unexchanged. That amounts to several million berries. You shall not be lacking in that regard. Indeed, this man exuded a palpable greed. Additionally, the boss wishes to meet you. Please wait here for a moment. I see. He reclined on the sofa, legs crossed. The fruits and fine wines on the table untouched. What if they were poisoned? To poison him would be a trivial act for Crocodile. A ruthless pirate devoid of any warrior's honor. Robin, your boss is yet to arrive. Shall we converse? Hey, don't ignore me. It will be dreadfully dull. Honestly, behaving this way may hinder your chances of finding a spouse. Robin resolutely chose to disregard him, sensing that engaging would only lead to entanglement with Rodney, which would be exceedingly vexing. This man was not merely greedy. He was also a loquacious chatterbox. Indeed, declining his offer to be vice captain was a wise decision. Otherwise, she would never enjoy a moment of peace again. Though for someone like her, as long as there were books to read, it sufficed for tranquility. How dreadfully boring, Robin. Shall I reveal to you the location of the historical text? You know? This time, Robin could not hold back. Ah, indeed. I know more than just one such location. He grinned. Where is it? Robin. Oh, for heaven's sake. Either say it or don't. Leaving words half-spoken will ruin your tongue. The historical text? I too am intrigued. Rodney, why not become my subordinate? I shall grant you Mr. One's position. Suddenly, a fine sand coalesced into a humanoid figure from the crack of the door. Finally, a tall man with a scarred face, clad in a suit and draped in fur. Exuding a sinister aura, Emerged, sand crocodile, crocodile. By the way, isn't it quite hot in this desert? Are you not uncomfortable in such heavy attire? You find that odd. Crocodile initially expected a more imposing opening line or a negotiation of terms. Why did such a question arise? Is your focus not a bit peculiar? He refrained from answering, feeling that doing so would diminish his stature. Robin stood behind Crocodile, who paid her no mind as he continued. If what you say holds true, then Rodney, I believe we can cooperate. Rodney opened his eyes, and for the first time, Crocodile met his gaze, those blood-red eyes that exuded malice, bloodshed, and foreboding. The Sharingan emanated a sinister aura. Baroque works? What a joke. As for Mr. One, he indeed possesses some skill, but alas, he is not my match. Besides you, the entirety of Baroque works stands no chance against me. Tell me, why should I submit to your command? To seize control of this world. He spread his arms wide, his expression fervent. I shall not hide it from you. I have come to this nation seeking the ancient weapon, Pluton. With its information in my grasp, I can harness its power to become the Pirate King and claim this world. He was unreserved in sharing this with Rodney. For the latter's ability to confront his agents alone was enough to earn his respect. If Rodney refused, he was prepared to unleash a massacre today. With the powers of a Logia fruit, he believed himself invincible. No one could harm him. Humph, the last one who felt invincible has ceased to think. Crocodile extended his hand to Rodney and said, Come, Rodney, work for me. Gazing at that outstretched hand, Rodney inquired, Was it you who caused the drought across Alabasta? It was I who utilized dance powder to ensure that rain was shipped to the palace, framing Cobra and allowing me to ascend the throne and fulfill my dreams. Come, Rodney, if we succeed, you shall obtain everything you desire. He was unafraid of Rodney revealing this information. If he refused, this man would be as good as dead. How delightful. Rodney smiled as he reached out his hand. Robin looked down at the ground with disdain, while Crocodile grinned, thinking this man might not be so difficult to handle after all. However, Crocodile's right hand was not grasped. Instead, his fingers were forced into various seals as he shouted. Water release, water surge wave. What? A torrent of water erupted, immediately solidifying Crocodile's sand body, preventing him from elemental transformation, revealing his true form. How could this be? This man's abilities. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Crocodile's hook slashed towards Rodney's throat, his attack swift and merciless, devoid of hesitation. Holding the Hanajo, Rodney blocked Crocodile's hook. Realizing the attack was ineffective, he broke free from Rodney's grip, flung open the door, and dashed outside, with Rodney in pursuit. While Robin pondered the water beneath her feet. Why was it that water did not sap her of strength? Could it be that his water did not incapacitate devil fruit users? She withheld information about Rodney's abilities from Crocodile, thus deceiving him. Ha ha ha, Sand Crocodile, you shall not escape. Rodney chased after Crocodile like an exuberant hound, brandishing his blade, exhaling a fierce flame as he charged down the narrow corridor towards his target. Sandwall. The water droplets on his body were absorbed by the sand, allowing him to wield his powers once more. With a sweep of his right hand, a sandwall arose to block the fireball. In the confined space, the fireball detonated, and Rodney quickly summoned an earthen barrier, narrowly avoiding being ensnared by his own skill. Boom. A hole was blasted in the corridor, dust swirling in the air, visibility reduced to nearly nothing. Desert Saber. The sand sliced through the earthen barrier as if it were mere parchment. Rodney hastily dodged, revealing a gash in the ground where he had just stood. The cut smooth and precise, as if made by no ordinary sand attack. Water release, water burst wave. Expending 1,000 points for this water release technique. He summoned water from nothing with his formidable chakra, the waves surging through the labyrinthine passages, inundating the rain dinner. The gamblers, caught off guard by the deluge, were swept away. The fortunate found themselves propelled outside, while the unfortunate were thrust into the nearby canals, home to massive banana crocodiles. Banana crocodile, a feast. Robin, for once, experienced the sensation of swimming. Having consumed a devil fruit in her youth, she never learned to swim, deeming it unnecessary for herself. Luckily, Rodney's water release was entirely chakra-based, devoid of the ocean's curse, allowing her powers to remain intact. Hands reached up from the water, buoying her. Her clothes soaked and clinging to her alluring form. This man's abilities were indeed a counter to Crocodile's. Could it be that she genuinely had to consider cooperating with him? At this moment, Crocodile was in dire straits, rapidly swimming through the water, though he could not fathom why it did not drain him of strength. Yet, This was not the time for such thoughts. The banana crocodiles he had raised were now eyeing him hungrily. Banana crocodile. Look. Oh, isn't that the boss? Crocodile. Can someone explain what is happening here? In desperation, he fought with all his might. These cold-blooded creatures would not remember who fed them. Their eyes were only filled with hunger, and with the water surrounding him, he could not even voice his commands. If only he had fed them more. A banana crocodile lunged at him, and Crocodile barely evaded, using his left hook to snag the creature's jaw, causing it to yelp in pain as he flung it from the water. Gasping for air, he stood on solid ground, the sun beating down upon him, evaporating the water from his body. A voice boomed, water release, water burst wave. Crocodile. A colossal wave surged forth, overwhelming him. It was a farce to drown in the desert. Now, Crocodile believed this was no laughing matter. His body instantly turned to sand, floating in the air. How could this be? What devil fruit was this person wielding? He had never heard of a fruit that could manipulate both water and fire. It was unfathomably powerful. Yet, it seemed that his water had no effect on devil fruit users. Crocodile mused as the rain grounds were submerged. However, the people within did not flee. Instead, they rejoiced in the abundance of water. Water. So much water. How long will it last? Households scrambled to gather containers. For although the rain grounds were not particularly short on water, living in a desert, everyone understood its significance. What they did not realize was that this water would vanish after a while. Chakra could not sustain itself indefinitely in the air and would eventually dissipate. This battle does not favor me. There is too much water. He had once thought that in Alabasta, a nation of sand, no one could best him. Yet, it appeared there was indeed an adversary, one that could be his mortal enemy. If he did not eliminate him, he would never find peace. Water release, tidal wave. High-pressure water columns surged forth, all aimed at Crocodile, who floated in the air. Trouble. Sandstorm. A swirling sandstorm formed in his palm, capable of leveling structures at close range. As the sandstorm lifted the water droplets, as the sand became heavy with water, it fell into the depths below, leaving only a gust of wind behind. Two figures burst forth from the water, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed Rodney, who had been hiding beneath the surface. Crocodile's eyes widened as the sand in his right palm churned like boiling water, and he quickly unleashed a crescent-shaped sand blade. Crescent sand dune. One of the Rodneys was struck, transforming into water that was absorbed by the sand. Water? Can one create another self using water? Where is the other? He turned and searched for the other figure, discovering that it was rushing toward him. Is this the true self? Desert Diamond Saber. For fingers on his hand transformed into blades of sand, hurtling towards Rodney. Water release, water flow whip. Rodney pulled his palm, and a long water whip materialized in his grasp, striking at the incoming desert blade. Effortlessly, his body was cleaved apart, dissolving into a puddle of water. Such troublesome abilities. Resolving not to linger any longer, he hurriedly departed, soaring towards the city beyond the rain-soaked ground, casting a glance at the residents below who were observing him. He pondered whether to silence them, but Rodney did not afford him the luxury of time for contemplation. Water release, water shark bullet. A shark, entirely formed of water, burst forth from the surface, lunging towards him. A flying shark? Made of water? Without further thought, he absorbed the water shark bullet with an arc-shaped sand dune, swiftly moving his body out of the rain-soaked area, finding a semblance of security upon the dune's edge. That technique. I must devise a way to eliminate him. Has he arrived? Without water, how shall you contend with me? He spotted a figure advancing towards him rapidly. 6 styles? A pirate versed in the 6 styles. In the New World, pirates often learn a few moves of the 6 styles, as it is not uncommon for Navy officers to defect to piracy. However, it was troubling to see a pirate, newly set sail, wielding the 6 styles. Crocodile. That cursed creature. Desert greatsword. His arm transformed into sand, flowing into the ground, and a blade of sand erupted along Rodney's path, cleaving him in two. Boom. His form dissipated into a cloud of white mist, vanishing from sight. Crocodile's expression darkened. How many skills does this individual possess? The ability to survive through ninja techniques is nothing short of exceptional. Those unacquainted with ninjutsu cannot discern which is the real body and which is a mere shadow clone, making it exceedingly vexing. There are also substitution techniques, transformation techniques. A skilled lower-ranking ninja could dispatch a multitude of foes. Here, the lower-ranking ninjas are not merely those of Konoha, but from other villages as well. Earth release, earth flow river. The sand beneath became exceedingly loose. causing Crocodile to slide backward. 700 earth flow rivers, combined with 750 earth dragon bullets. At the river's origin, an earth dragon opened its maw, spewing forth mud bullets. Rodney emerged from the sand, unleashing a torrent of flames. Composite Ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. The flames ignited the mud bullets, inflicting dual damage upon the enemy. The Earth Dragon Flame Flow struck Crocodile, shattering his form into sand. Such an attack, how could it possibly affect me? A being of the natural element? Sand in the air coalesced into half of Crocodile's face, scoffing. Of course, I am merely testing my new skill, Crocodile. I am quite curious about what will happen when your scattered form encounters water. Rodney chuckled, droplets of water gathering around him. Crocodile's eyes widened, despite being in the desert. Where did this water come from? Clapping his palms together. Ha ha ha. Water release, water shockwave. A torrent of water akin to a tsunami surged forth, forcing Crocodile to retreat repeatedly. He immediately employed his ability, causing the surrounding sand to collide with the water wave, merging the two. The water rapidly sank into the sand, leaving only wet patches behind. Water release, water flow whip. The water whip lashed against Crocodile in midair, inflicting pain. Upon contact with water, his body would solidify, a natural element that could be vanquished without the use of Hokage. Moreover, he was excessively reliant on his devil fruit powers, neglecting the cultivation of martial arts and Hokage. In the early regions of the Grand Line, Crocodile had been bullying weak foes, resulting in minimal growth and strength. In a nutshell, he was akin to that pretentious deity. Fallen into a trap, Rodney gripped the water whip tightly, coiling it around Crocodile. Lightning release, thunder wave. A piercing scream erupted from Crocodile as he was rendered paralyzed, finding it difficult to move. The water whip shattered, and Rodney himself struck forward with a powerful punch, landing a blow on Crocodile's face, causing him to spit blood. Yet, this wretched creature stubbornly endured, roaring, "This is my territory." From the center of his palm, a swirling sandstorm arose, a relentless desert tornado surging forth like crashing waves. Rodney drew his blade, firmly grasping the hilt, Elbaf spear, national might. The sword's energy spiraled forth, disrupting the cataclysmic tornado and scattering it. Chafe, surging over the sand dune. Crocodile's golden hook glimmered in the sunlight, reflecting dazzling brilliance. With a swing of his arm, the golden hook, intertwined with sand, launched toward Rodney, colliding with his blade. Arc-shaped sand dune. Upon contact, it would devour the moisture within a person, rendering them into mummies. Rodney had no desire to engage. Boom. A piece of what appeared, instantly decaying upon contact with the arc-shaped sand dune, disintegrating in the wind. Where is he? A swirl of yellow sand enveloped the figure behind him, revealing none other than Rodney. "I've got you." Crocodile sneered, a smirk of triumph adorning his face. Having endured so much, he finally had the upper hand on this troublesome adversary. Before him stood Rodney, entirely ensconced in sand, save for his head. Despite being captured, Rodney's expression was devoid of fear. He maintained an air of nonchalance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "Do you truly believe you have captured me?" "What?" Crocodile faltered. "Could it be yet another shadow clone? When did you develop the illusion of having captured my true form?" With a sudden burst, he transformed into a wooden stump. Crocodile thought, as expected, and quickly turned, dispersing the sand to defend himself. His body abruptly split in two, sand spilling from the wound. Glancing back, Rodney wielded his blade, striking down relentlessly, lacking any semblance of order, completely shredding his form to pieces. Futile. You can no longer use water, can you? Die. Rodney. Crocodile coalesced his body, his right hand condensing fine, dense sand into a sharp blade, thrusting towards Rodney's chest. Spit. A mouthful of water-laden phlegm splattered across Crocodile's head, drenching him thoroughly. Crocodile. Ha. My apologies, my throat is a bit uncomfortable. Cough, cough. Let us continue. Rodney displayed an apologetic smile, exuding a naive demeanor, yet his eyes were cunningly shifty. "I won't fall for your tricks. You are insulting me." No. I have no intention of insulting you, merely." Rodney tilted his head, stating, "I find this rather amusing. You bastard. I will kill you, mummify you, and display you at the pinnacle of the rain feast." Crocodile erupted in fury. He had expected some profound philosophy from Rodney, only to be met with outright humiliation. Should Crocodile endure this, he would no longer be one of the 7 warlords, nor the sand crocodile. Crocodile pressed his hand upon the damp sand, and Rodney felt the ground beneath him suddenly give way, the surroundings beginning to collapse. Desert Sunflower. With a gaze of imminent doom, he addressed Rodney. I must thank you. There was no underground water source here, but your water allows me to manipulate the sand, creating quicksand. However, I assure you, my words shall be fulfilled. I will unearth you and leave you exposed at the rain feast to dry. His tone was laced with arrogance. It was evident that he was in high spirits. The desert sunflower technique requires the manipulation of the subterranean water flow beneath the dunes to control the sand mounds, subsequently creating quicksand that ensnares its victims, ultimately burying them alive. However, the underground water veins are not nearby. Thus, one can only utilize Rodney's water to fabricate a small quicksand pit sufficient to eliminate him. Although he harbors a fear of water, he ingeniously transforms his weakness into a formidable skill. This ability, of course, is only effective against those of lesser strength who lack special skills. A practitioner of martial arts with quick reflexes or advanced observation would easily escape. As the quicksand engulfed his knees, Rodney remained unperturbed, gazing calmly at Crocodile, causing a flicker of alarm in the latter's heart. Suddenly recalling that this individual could traverse through sand, Crocodile hastily attempted to manipulate the sand to eliminate Rodney trapped within the quicksand. Desert Sword. The move cleaved through the quicksand pit, striking Rodney, who inexplicably transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Is this yet another illusion? Having been toyed with repeatedly, Crocodile, now in a fit of rage, recklessly wielded the desert sword, leaving a series of ravines across the desert, only for them to be quickly filled by sand. Where is he? That scoundrel. Always hiding. Crocodile, maintaining his villainous demeanor, could no longer restrain his fury, cursing vehemently. It was only natural. Anyone subjected to such ridicule would be driven to rage. Rodney, skillfully preserving his life, remained concealed within the sand, occasionally observing Crocodile from a distance. Once he deemed the time ripe, he resolved to strike. As Crocodile paused to vent his frustration, he meticulously scanned his surroundings, attuning himself to the rhythm of the sand beneath his feet, seeking to extract some insight. Unfortunately, his relentless focus on developing his fruit abilities meant he possessed no advanced observation skills. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the sand, a blade glinting ominously in the sunlight, radiating a dreadful intent. Lacking observation skills, Crocodile surmised that such an attack was merely a feint, incapable of inflicting harm, and concluded that Rodney must be hiding elsewhere. He chose not to defend against the incoming strike, knowing he must locate the true body, for at that moment, it would be his end. With a sickening sound, he found himself staring blankly at the blade that pierced his chest. It was the weapon of one of his subordinates, now turned against him. Yet, he pondered, I cannot wield observation. I should have been able to elementally transform. How could this happen? Rodney's voice broke through. Can't make sense of it? Look at your feet. Crocodile glanced down, only to discover handcuffs of sea stone binding his ankles. Rodney casually remarked, sea stone handcuffs, specifically designed for those with abilities. As he spoke, another Rodney emerged from the sand, wearing a smile. And you? I am not affected, as I am not an ability user. My powers stem from a different source. Truly, a terrifying ability. Crocodile retreated a few steps, blood dripping, exclaiming, Monster, are you trying to incite my fury, to cloud my judgment? Indeed, anger can cloud one's mind, diminishing cognitive function and heightening the likelihood of ambush. It was a treacherous tactic. Nonetheless, he had to admit, it was executed flawlessly. Even if he were to perish, it would still be a commendable effort. However, amidst his dazed expression flickered a glimmer of survival instinct, shining brightly as he bellowed, ripping the blade from his chest and discarding the sea stone cuffs. I am Crocodile. I shall become the pirate king. I cannot falter here. Desert Great Sword. Yellow sand surged forth, striking the two Rodneys and piercing their forms. Bang! Bang! The two Rodneys dissipated into smoke, leaving Crocodile wide-eyed. Even the blade in his hand vanished. Another illusion? Of course, it was an illusion. The only genuine item was the sea stone handcuffs. This time, the true Rodney appeared, stating, Crocodile, you have lost. Even if you rise again fueled by dreams and passion, how long can you sustain it? My blade has pierced your heart. Indeed, in the world of pirates, passion flows like adrenaline. At the brink of death, a few uttered dreams can replenish vitality, granting a chance for a miraculous comeback. Should witnesses be present, one might even find themselves revered, beseeching to be a part of their resurgence. Regrettably, Crocodile was not the protagonist, A few shouts may ignite latent potential, but they were ill-suited to confront a man as cunning as Rodney, who had mastered the art of survival. His body yearned to transform into sand, yet it was futile. Upon glancing down, he found the sea stone cuffs once more ensnaring his ankles, as a hand emerged from the sands, giving a thumbs up. Crocodile let out a bitter laugh. What is your true ability? Ninjutsu, a power distinct from the devil fruits. Ah, I see. Yet, I remain unconvinced. It matters not. Ninjas are fundamentally assassins. I am not one who bears the title of assassin while engaging in berserker antics. He bent low, grasping the hilt of his blade. A bounty of 70 million. I accept it. With a swift draw, he executed a clean cut, severing Crocodile's throat. He held the blade's spine with his arm, wiping the blood from the edge. Truly, treacherous. The once mighty Crocodile fell. Task: defeat Crocodile. Task level: B status: completed. Reward: bloodline limit, boil release, fire release, phoenix flower. Fire release, headache, lightning release, false darkness, lightning release, raging thunder tiger, 5,000 task points. Activating bounty mode. Bounty mode. Upon examining the system panel, it became clear, from now on, aside from tasks, one could accrue task points by eliminating pirates, with points calculated based on their bounty. 100,000 berries equated to 1 task point, while 100 million berries yielded merely 1,000 points. Elated, Rodney realized this would significantly increase his task points. Wait a moment. Crocodile had a bounty of 70 million before becoming a warlord. That translates to 700 task points. System, you have betrayed me. System. Rodney retrieved a fruit, pondering whether he might acquire Crocodile's sand fruit after his demise. 1 second passed, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At last, the apple in his hand remained unchanged, indicating it was futile. The sand fruit had already manifested somewhere in this world. How disappointing. Biting into the apple, he dragged Crocodile's lifeless body back into the rain-soaked earth. 3 days later, the World Economic News reported that the warlord Crocodile had been hunted down by a recently embarked pirate hunter. Investigations revealed he had formed the Baroque works, secretly employing dance powder to frame King Cobra, with recorded evidence to substantiate the charges against Crocodile. Indeed, Rodney had borrowed a recording snail from Princess Vivi, keeping it concealed during his encounter with Crocodile, acquiring the information he sought from the overconfident warlord. Naturally, he edited the dialogue, for the mere mention of Pluton, a word bordering on taboo, could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, the slayer of Crocodile, Rodney, swiftly gained notoriety across the Grand Line. For the warlord was an acknowledged pirate by the world government, symbolizing strength beyond what ordinary pirates could muster. Yet he was slain by an obscure pirate hunter who had only recently set sail, a reality many found difficult to accept. However, the incident of a pirate usurping a nation sent shockwaves throughout the world. It is a nation indeed, if Crocodile were to succeed. Would that not imply that a pirate could ascend to the throne? One cannot help but draw parallels to another warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Did he not rise to power in a similar fashion? At the Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Sengoku, renowned for his strategic acumen, pondered over a report in his hands. Initially, he had been skeptical of the warlord position, yet he could not oppose the higher-ups' decision to integrate pirates into the world government. These warlords, each with their own motives, entered into a symbiotic relationship with the world government. Yet any slip-up could lead to their downfall at the hands of the very organization they sought to exploit. The world government had envisioned a balance of power among the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, and the Marines, but in reality, the warlords had become a considerable source of trouble. The sound of crunching senbei echoed through the office, where, apart from Sengoku, an elderly giant of a man was indulging unabashedly in the snacks. With veins bulging on his forehead, Sengoku could not restrain himself. Garp. Keep it down. The crunching continued. Sengoku rose and approached Garp, snatching the senbei from his hands and devouring them whole. Ah, my senbei. Sengoku, leave me some. Garp protested, but by then, Sengoku had finished the entire batch. Do not eat in my office. Do you think this is a lounge? Sengoku scolded. Isn't it? Garp replied nonchalantly, picking his nose. Garp. You rascal. Ever since Roger's demise, you've been in a semi-retired state, treating your office as a tea room, constantly munching on senbei. Yet do not mistake me for one of your wise men. You scoundrel. I am busy. Your incessant snacking is making me crave. Despite Sengoku's disciplined demeanor as an admiral, he had completely liberated himself from such constraints after stepping down. Why did Sengoku get along well with the goofy Garp? Because they were both jesters at heart. Garp moved to Sengoku's desk, opened a drawer, and skillfully retrieved another bag of senbei, tearing it open to indulge. Garp, that was meant for my post-work relaxation. Sengoku protested. Come now, Sengoku. You've eaten my senbei. One bag from you is hardly a crime. You imbecile. That bag you just devoured was mine. Go eat your donuts instead. Garp burst into laughter, glancing at a report on Rodney. Oh, isn't this the lad Rodney? His strength has progressed to such a degree? You know him? Of course. That lad is not half bad. He helped me retrieve my grandson, and in return, I taught him the 6 powers. What? You taught him the 6 powers? Oh, it's nothing much. The boy has potential, a strong capacity for learning, though I wonder about his devil fruit ability. It seems quite troublesome. However, before Hokage, he poses no real threat. Garp munched on senbei, his words somewhat muffled. Stop eating and speak clearly. Garp briefly recounted his encounter with Rodney, causing Sengoku to fall into deep contemplation. Garp, do you believe this young man can be trusted? He seems trustworthy enough. My only concern lies with his eyes, which give me an odd feeling. He claims it stems from his devil fruit ability. Did he specify which fruit? He did not. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose, accustomed to Garp's antics, though age had raised his blood pressure. What of his abilities? He retrieved my grandson, which speaks volumes. He can wield several elemental powers, water, fire, wind, earth, lightning, and excels in leg techniques and swordsmanship. His learning ability is commendable, though his physical condition is rather weak. I feel he is even weaker than Luffy. To wield so many abilities? What on earth is that devil fruit? Sengoku resumed his musings. Garp, unfazed, said, The lad has done some noteworthy deeds in the East Blue. No need for concern. After all, did he not defeat Crocodile? By the way, where is he now? Still in Alabasta. I hear he has been invited by the royal family. I see. Sengoku scratched his head. Garp, what do you think of making him a warlord of the sea to replace Crocodile? Sengoku expressed his thoughts. Rather than allowing a pirate to become a warlord, it would be preferable to have a pirate hunter in that role, at least someone who stands against pirates. I don't think that's a good idea. That lad is rather greedy, making it difficult for him to share bounties with the world government. Huh. Speaking of which, the rewards for being a pirate hunter are rather generous. It makes me want to join in. Shut up, you fool. Regardless, we must give it a try. Your grandson has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. As Garp's longtime friend, Sengoku was well aware that Ace was Garp's grandson, though he might not know Ace's true identity. Perhaps he did know. But since the world government had not pursued it, he remained silent. Ha ha ha, who could blame him for being my grandson? Garp chuckled heartily, but upon mentioning Ace, he could not help but laugh until he dozed off. Garp. Sengoku delivered a punch to Garp's face, waking him abruptly. Oh no, back to sleep again. Haha, enough laughter. Ace has declined the position of warlord and has set off to seek the red-haired pirates. Let him go then. That damned red-haired. I'll make sure to give that boy a good thrashing. Garp exclaimed, initially wanting Ace to become a pirate. That cursed red-haired has influenced Luffy to tread this perilous path. Sengoku glared at him, noting that Luffy was entirely reliant on his devil fruit and neglected learning Hokage. How could he possibly stand against red-haired? Why did you let him set sail? The boy has grown up. I cannot restrain him. His conviction is something even I, as his grandfather, cannot stifle. Garp suddenly became serious, silencing Sengoku. After a moment, he burst into laughter again. He truly is my grandson, just like me. Ace had made peace with the possibility of sacrificing his life. That conviction, the determination in his eyes, reminded Garp of another, leading him to decide to let Ace go. Otherwise, with his capabilities, not even 10 Aces and Luffys could escape his grasp. Then, Garp, do you think he would be willing to become a warlord? Uncertain. Garp resumed his senbei. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing an elderly woman who greeted the two men, Sengoku, Garp, the newcomer. With her silver hair neatly styled and eyes sparkling with wisdom, bore a kind expression, reminiscent of a great beauty in her youth. Vice Admiral Tsuru, like Sengoku, was a strategist who supported the Marines. Oh, Tsuru, would you like some senbei? Garp generously offered his share, only to be rejected by Tsuru. Sengoku poured her a cup of tea, while Garp was left to serve himself. Tsuru, you arrived just in time. Help me deliberate whether Rodney is suitable to become a warlord. The one who defeated Crocodile? I believe he is. Why do you say so? Because, Sengoku, you tend to overthink. He is a pirate hunter. Having him as a warlord is far more advantageous than allowing a pirate to take on that role. The real question is whether he would agree. Indeed. Would he agree? Perhaps. Garp mentioned he has a penchant for wealth. Remove the section regarding his income being partially allocated to the world government. We do not lack that little money. Have the 5 elders agreed? Asked Granny He. Sengoku replied. They suggested it to me, which is why I am contemplating whether Rodney can become a warlord of the sea. Cap, you go make a trip. No. I'm too lazy to move, Cap chuckled. That kid isn't difficult to deal with. He is quite agreeable as long as you don't provoke him. There was a time when Luffy annoyed him, and he ended up buried in the ground for quite a while. Haha, it's amusing just thinking about it. I'll go then. I have a few things I want to ask him, Granny He stated. Sengoku pondered and asked, is it about Doflamingo? Yes, Doflamingo, a pirate, has become the king of Dressrosa, which raises many questions. His methods resemble those of Crocodile, and I wish to inquire about the specifics. Granny He and Doflamingo had long been adversaries. Prior to his becoming a warlord, she had relentlessly pursued him, forcing him to flee. Given the opportunity, she would relish the chance to bring him down. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. I hope this person proves trustworthy, Sengoku concluded, assigning the task to Granny He. Understood, she nodded, conversing a bit more before departing Sengoku's office. Cap, put down the sunbae. If you eat more, there won't be any left for me. Haha, don't be so stingy, Sengoku. I happen to be hungry, Cap retorted. Granny He. Upon hearing that voice, she smiled slightly before leaving the Navy headquarters. In the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna, Rodney was invited by Princess Vivi and others to unveil Crocodile's conspiracy, clearing King Cobra's name. After a period without the dance powder, the long-drought country would soon welcome rain. Lying in the guest room of the palace, Rodney enjoyed the exquisite cuisine served that evening. But he felt it was not prudent to linger for too long. He would depart soon. The palace was tranquil at night, making the faint breathing sound. Aside from his own, particularly conspicuous. Who goes there? With a kunai in hand, he threw it towards the source of the sound. Ah, Mr. Rodney, how surprising. I come bearing my allegiance. A figure emerged from the shadows. Is that you, Robin? Upon seeing her, Rodney reclined back, smiling as he asked, Miss Robin, what brings you here at this late hour? Are you perhaps feeling lonely and in need of a warm embrace? He patted the space beside him, adding, I wouldn't mind. I mind. Robin maintained her smile. Haha, Mr. Rodney, you truly have a sense of humor. Unfortunately, I am accustomed to solitude. As I mentioned, I am here to pledge my loyalty and become your subordinate. She had reflected that, although Rodney was stronger than Crocodile, after observing him for several days, he seemed to be a decent person. However, she was uncertain if he would shelter her, given that she was a wanted criminal with a bounty even higher than Crocodile's. No. All right. Huh. Why not? I am one of the few historians capable of deciphering the poneglyphs, and I could be of considerable assistance to you. Robin was taken aback, not expecting him to refuse. The Annihilation Engine, who would dare want it? Your previous employer fell at my hands. I don't wish for the same fate to befall you due to others. I believe we could have a discussion. I possess numerous skills and can help you manage business and gather intelligence. With a wave of her hand, another arm sprouted from her existing one, appearing entirely real. The flower fruit, a paramecia type, allowed any part of her body to bloom on any tangible object, making it exceptionally suitable for intelligence gathering, and she could. Heh. None of that interests me. Rodney shook his head. Robin gritted her teeth and said, I can reveal the location of Pluton. Apologies, but I have no interest in that. Rather than searching for a potentially ruined Pluton, it would be more convenient to seek Poseidon directly. There are more ancient weapons than just that one. You know about ancient weapons? Robin inquired, her voice trembling. What of it? Pluton, Poseidon, Uranus, why not call them the 3 brothers of Zeus? Rodney retorted, displaying his compulsive tendencies. You know their names? Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. What of it? The historical record indicating the location of Pluton resides in Alabastus Mausoleum. Poseidon was born over a decade ago. How old is he now? Uranus. I forgot. How could that be? Do you truly know the real history? Robin leaned in eagerly, speaking earnestly and urgently. Please, tell me. I would pay any price. What transpired during that lost century? Please, I want to know. O'Hara, Robin's hometown, housed the world's largest library. The Tree of Knowledge, containing vast quantities of books and precious texts from across the globe. It was the archaeological sanctum of the West Blue, where renowned scholars gathered to uncover the mystery of the blank century in history, including Robin's mother. Due to her devil fruit ability, she was ostracized by local children as a monster. In a bid for her mother's attention, Robin secretly learned the historical script and successfully passed the examination, becoming the youngest historian, all in hopes of sailing with her mother. However, in the end, O'Hara was subjected to a buster call by the world government for researching that blank century, and she was the sole survivor of the island. In her final moments there, she only managed to see her mother once before their eternal separation. Robin became a fugitive, wandering the world, but her identity and exorbitant bounty led to constant betrayals, marking her life as a tragedy. All she yearned for was to uncover the true history. Apologies, but I do not know. Rodney sat up, pausing his jest, realizing he had perhaps gone too far. Nevertheless, he decided to share what he could. Whether she could find it would depend on her own efforts. You don't know. Disappointment flickered in Robin's eyes, but Rodney's next words reignited her hope. However, I do know the locations of those historical records, Miss Robin. I can share them with you. Whether you can obtain them is up to you. Thank you so much. Please tell me. Rodney revealed several locations of historical records, including Alabastus Mausoleum and the base of the Golden Bell on Gaia Island. But when Robin learned that some of the records were in the possession of the four emperors, despair washed over her. That place was far beyond her reach, at least for now. Just when Rodney thought he could finally rest, he heard Robin cheerfully say, "Captain, I look forward to your guidance." Rodney. Robin smiled at him, possessing the strength to defeat Crocodile. She believed he could temporarily shelter her. This man was different from Crocodile. He was not a bad person. Under the moonlight, a man and a woman locked eyes in the room. A solitary man and woman sharing the same space. Sparks could fly. If he were to make a move, who knows what might occur? Cough, cough. Don't mislabel me as your leader. I'm used to working alone. I don't need an assistant. Robin, the annihilation engine, a killer of captains, aside from Luffy, who possesses the protagonist's luck and is exceptionally resilient. Few can withstand a confrontation. He certainly didn't want to risk her demise due to his association with her. No way, no way. Haha. Please don't say that, Captain. You'll end up lonely if you keep this up, Robin teased. Hey. I'm single and proud. I can feed myself without burdening anyone else. I absolutely won't accept any help from you, she declared. Well then, I suppose I'll just sleep on the floor here tonight, Captain. With a smile, Robin took the blanket from Rodney's bed and laid it on the ground. She then retrieved a piece of clothing from her backpack to cover herself, lying down with a grin. Good night, Captain. I don't even have a ship, Rodney thought, feeling rather exasperated as he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Robin beneath the bed. Was this some sort of sticky situation? He recalled how Robin had joined the Straw Hat crew on her own, initially an outsider, yet eventually becoming one of them. What did it mean to have her as a crew member? It had all started as a joke. Was she merely viewing me as a shield? Ms. Robin, aren't you afraid I'll bind you and hand you over to the world government? Haha, Captain, if you wanted to do that, you would have done it that day at the rain banquet, she replied. So you harbor no ill will against me. I can be sure of that. You must be a good person, Captain, and you will protect me as your crew member, won't you? I don't even have a ship. And Ms. Robin, please refrain from handing me a good person card. That's enough. I'm going out to sleep, he exclaimed, throwing open the window and leaping outside. Staying here, he thought, might lead to trouble. The captain can be rather shy in certain aspects, she mused. But does this signify acceptance of me? After a moment's reflection, she lay back on the bed, ignoring its scent, and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Rodney returned to the palace for breakfast, which was prepared by the wife of the guard captain, Icolum. The couple bore a striking resemblance, even in their voices. The meal was delightful, and he packed some snacks to take back to his room. Robin was already awake, sitting by the window, flipping through books. This is for you. Eat it while it's warm. How considerate, Captain. I initially thought you were the type destined for solitude, but you're surprisingly thoughtful. Thank you. Please don't use the term destined for solitude. I'm not that kind of person. So, are you truly ready to become my crew member? Yes. Robin smiled and replied, Captain, you can protect me, can't you? Protecting you is no trouble. Until we reach the new world, I can keep you safe, he said. However, Robin, while I may fear you might cause my demise, I must ask, are you genuinely prepared to be under my command? Once you become my crew member, there is no turning back. Betrayal is not permitted. Are you planning to possess me for life, Captain? How unfair. But she tilted her head, contemplating. That could work. As long as you don't betray me, I shall never betray you. Please refrain from making such adorable gestures and expressions. They make me want to lock you away. He cleared his throat, returning to the matter at hand. So then, let us enjoy this partnership. Rodney extended his hand, and Robin took it, sealing their agreement. Nicole Robin officially joined Rodney's crew. As for the possibility of being captured by the world government, Rodney, who had a knack for disguising himself, was never fearful of such occurrences. That night, the desert air turned chilly as two figures stealthily approached the mausoleum. One figure emerged from the shadows, causing a group of guards to freeze and faint with a mere glance. What a useful ability, Captain Rodney, a soft, intelligent voice remarked as a graceful silhouette stepped into the light, the silver moonlight illuminating her lovely features. Robin scrutinized Rodney's red eyes, her smile unwavering. Enough with the idle chatter, let me see where the mechanisms are. Before the mausoleum stood 9 stone statues, arranged in neat rows, their edges worn smooth by the sands of time. Uncertain which was the true mechanism, Rodney divided himself, each seeking the hidden traps. Pushing aside a seagull statue, a dull rumble echoed as a stone staircase appeared before them. The historical records are beneath the mausoleum? Captain, how did you know there was a mechanism here? You must have been here before. Robin inquired curiously. Impossible, I merely spotted it, he replied. Spotted it? Robin was puzzled. Let us go inside, I'll explain later. All right. Eagerly, Robin entered the passage leading to the underground chamber of the mausoleum. Rodney sent his duplicates to guard the area and followed her inside. He lit a torch to illuminate their path, and an arm appeared on his shoulder, taking the torch from him, freeing his hands. Such a convenient ability, he thought. Robin walked slowly, taking her time to examine the reliefs on the walls. Rodney noted their Egyptian flair. Even the illustrations bore similarities. These reliefs chronicled numerous myths of Alabasta, the lives of great kings, and events of significant impact on Alabasta. Rodney, however, was utterly bewildered by it all. They approached a grand door and pushed it open, a musty scent wafting out. Rodney stepped inside, found more torches, and ignited them, illuminating the chamber as bright as day. Robin had already reached the center of the hall. Standing before the historical records, crafted from indestructible material and encrypted in an incomprehensible script, readable only by those who understood the language. Staring at the text resembling tadpoles, Rodney felt as though he were gazing at celestial scripture, utterly incomprehensible. Forget it, I'll leave it be. After all, it merely recorded the location of Pluton, which held no interest for him. With nothing better to do, he drew his sword and struck the historical records. Duong, the impact reverberated through him, leaving him tingling. Robin shot him a furious glance. Captain, the historical records are indestructible. Do not engage in such acts of vandalism against historical artifacts again. She despised those who damaged relics of history. Rodney chuckled sheepishly. I heard it was indestructible, so I was tempted to test it. And how did that turn out? Well, it's indeed very difficult to destroy. All right, please step outside and wait for me. Understood. He took a few steps before turning back to Robin. Wait a moment. I'm the captain here. What else with that attitude? Robin continued to focus on the historical records, ignoring him completely. Rodney felt a bit humiliated. He pulled out some jerky from his pouch and sat outside the door, munching away. Halfway through, Robin emerged. Captain, I've discovered the location of Pluton. Do you wish to know? Not particularly. I brought you here solely because you wish to know. I have no need for such knowledge. The fate of Crocodile stands before me. I have no desire to become the next him. Had he known the location of Pluton, he'd have been able to dominate the seas. Hey, don't underestimate the 4 emperors or the world government. With 170 allied nations and resources accumulated over the years, even a potentially dilapidated ship could pose a threat. He waved dismissively, unconcerned. At present, he had no intention of opposing the world. If there comes a day when the captain desires the information, I will share it with you, Robin stated earnestly. Oh, that would require a truly dire situation for me to seek such knowledge. Rodney mused, feeling it more plausible to abduct Shirahoshi from Fishman Island than to use Pluton. Haha, I will help the captain keep this secret safe. Then I am truly grateful. Closing the door once more, Rodney and Robin departed from the underground hall, sealing the passage as they exited the crypt. Everything seemed to fade away as if nothing had ever transpired. In the vast desert, a sand skiff raced across the dunes, with Rodney at the helm and Robin seated behind him. Robin inquired, Captain, are we truly leaving Albana like this? Did you not witness the historical account? There is no longer any significance in remaining here. I am a bounty hunter, Robin. Following me only leads to conflict. He smiled at her, adding, it will be quite exhausting, you know. Robin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, grinning. Well, I have already decided to follow you, Captain. However, you must promise to protect me. Ah, Suddenly I feel so fatigued. I long to be a salted fish, Rodney sighed, resembling a dreamless fish out of water. Gazing at this man devoid of fighting spirit, Robin found it hard to believe he was the same individual who had battled Crocodile and vanquished him. Should I truly follow him? What Robin needed was a shield, someone capable of safeguarding her, yet the man before her suddenly seemed unreliable. Captain, a man cannot be without dreams. Do you have a dream? Indeed, I aspire to become the Hokage. Hokage? Yes, I am a ninja. The title of Hokage represents the pinnacle of a ninja's achievements. I am aware of 7 Hokages. Rodney stated, however, should I become Hokage, I would be the very first. I am curious about these 7 Hokages. What are they like? Oh, the first was a gambler. The second was his brother, a genius in forbidden techniques. The third was a brilliant strategist, but a lecher. The fourth possibly shared similar traits. The fifth was a perpetual loser at gambling yet pretended to be youthful. The sixth was a little yellow person, and the seventh was a lecher who raised foxes. Thus, those are the 7 Hokages of Konoha. Minato, being Jiraiya's disciple, inherited such attributes, though he lost his chance with Kushina due to a childhood flirtation. So, Robin glanced at him, asking, are you a gambler or a lecher? Captain? Guess. Do you think I can guess? Can you guess whether I can guess? Can you guess if I can guess whether you can guess? Can you? All right, enough with the riddles. Rodney interrupted, gazing into the distance at the Santora River. Let us take the water route. Is that advisable? A sand skiff cannot traverse the water for long. If something were to happen, only you can walk on water, Captain. Are you planning to carry me while doing so? Robin questioned. Absolutely not. I would never carry you. By the way, Robin, if you encounter a brat named Momonosuke, do not hesitate to eliminate him immediately, without mercy. What has this Momonosuke done to warrant such a fate? Do not ask why. He simply must die. Rodney's expression turned ominous, startling Robin, who nodded, understood. Yet, her curiosity about the boy's misdeeds lingered, though she refrained from asking given his demeanor. What has Momonosuke done? Momonosuke must die, under his command. The skiff glided onto the surface of the Santora River. We shall travel by water to the canola fields, procure a small boat, and keep an eye on the river's surface. I often have things ambush me from below, so trust in my luck. Very well. The skiff sped across the water, creating large waves, carving a long trail on the serene surface. Its speed on water surpassed that on sand significantly, especially as Rodney maneuvered a colossal Santora catfish behind them, propelling them further. Within a day, they arrived at the estuary. Wait, is that? Captain, it's Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship. Robin observed a large vessel approaching, its sail adorned with a prominent character for crane. Rodney grimaced. No wonder they couldn't catch Doflamingo. Such a conspicuous mark is hard to miss. Ignore it. We shall proceed. He donned a mask for Robin, steering the skiff past Tsuru's ship unnoticed. At that moment, a woman with a beauty mark on her chin and a long sword at her waist called out, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Rodney?" "It is." He halted the skiff, asking, "What does the Navy want with me? Are you here to avenge Crocodile?" As he spoke, he adjusted the skiff's direction, shielding Robin behind him. "No, you misunderstand. Please come aboard. We have other important matters to discuss," the woman replied. "Wait for me here, do not worry." He patted Robin's shoulder, instructing her to conceal herself, and handed her a handful of explosive tags, saying, "Detonate them if necessary." This was primarily to reassure Robin. Tsuru was no ordinary vice admiral, but a strategist of equal standing to the Marine admirals, a considerably formidable presence. This made Robin feel uneasy, and she wondered if Rodney had betrayed her. Yet his actions brought her a quiet sense of comfort. "Understood. Do not hold too tightly. It may explode," he cautioned before leaping onto the warship. As his vision adjusted, he found himself surrounded by a crew of female Marines, and a sprightly, elderly woman, hands clasped behind her back, smiled. "Hello, Mr. Rodney." "Greetings, Vice Admiral Tsuru." Tsuru chuckled. "At such a young age, you possess considerable strength. The seas now belong to your generation." No. We younger folks still have much to learn from you veterans." Vice Admiral Garp's punches truly pack a wallop. He shuddered at the thought of Garp's fists. Tsuru smiled slightly. "I had originally informed the Alabasta royal family, but discovered you had already departed, so I decided to take a chance and seek you out here. A stroke of luck. By the way, I heard you studied under Garp for a time?" "Yes, I learned some of the Rokushiki techniques." "Oh, how proficient are you?" "I can perform them all." "Well, being able to execute them is a different matter." Tsuru nodded. sensing the pleasantries had run their course, and got to the point. I am here specifically to approach you. The world government wishes for you to assume Crocodile's position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Me? A warlord? Rodney pointed at himself in disbelief. Indeed, Tsuru affirmed, you have exposed Crocodile's schemes, defeated and killed him, demonstrating your strength. Therefore, Jostad J. Rodney, do you wish to become a warlord of the sea? Let me think. Rodney began weighing the pros and cons. Becoming a warlord would indeed bring numerous advantages. Yet there were also drawbacks, such as mandatory summons by the world government and the obligation to pay a certain income tax. Mandatory summons is not a significant issue. It merely requires a payment of income tax. However, seeing Rodney in a quandary, Tsuru added, your contract is special. Your income tax need not be remitted to the world government. They are sufficiently affluent and do not require your money. Given your unique position, the world government has granted you special terms. You are only required to continue the pursuit of pirates, and we will provide you with our utmost support. Unlike the typical lackeys, Rodney, as a bounty hunter, was inherently closer to the side of justice, having risen to power on Crocodile's corpse, showcasing his capabilities, making him a suitable candidate for the role. I see. Then I believe I have no reason to refuse. He smiled. What must I do? The appointment letter is already prepared. You need only sign it. Tsuru directed the woman who had called Rodney to bring forth the appointment letter and a pen, placing them before him. The appointment decree, issued by the world government, officially designated Rodney as the new warlord of the sea. It delineated the responsibilities and obligations associated with this title, as well as the benefits Rodney would receive upon signing the decree. With a swift stroke of his pen, he signed the document and, with a smile, addressed Vice Admiral Crane, saying, Madam Crane, I suppose I am now somewhat affiliated with the world government. I would like to request your assistance, Navy. Madam Crane responded, Please, go ahead. Rodney continued, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a small vessel, as it would save me the trouble of purchasing one from the oilseed flower market. Madam Crane's expression was one of surprise, while the female Navy personnel exchanged glances. Let us provide them with a lifeboat, they said. Thank you ever so much. By the way, Mr. Rodney, I have a few inquiries regarding Crocodile. Certainly. Please proceed. It is as follows. The news of Rodney's appointment as one of the 7 warlords of the sea swiftly graced the pages of the World Economic Journal. A scene capturing his amicable exchange with Granite Tsuru was recorded by a photographic snail and published alongside the article. The writing was flowery, bestowing upon Rodney the title of a righteous ally, portraying him as a partner of the Navy, a pawn of the world government, and an enemy of pirates. The emergence of the new warlord left many astounded. In Dressrosa, a flamingo cackled at the newspaper. Ha ha, Crocodile, it appears your ambitions remain unfulfilled. I had thought you would succeed. Discarding the paper, he lifted a glass of red wine, savoring its blood-like hue, relishing the taste of victory, even though he had already indulged in it before. On board the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest man in the world heard the news relayed by his sons, chuckling as he drank. Garara, has that kid been defeated? Rodney, a newcomer. How long can he truly roam these seas? Perhaps for a time, but if he cannot even reach the new world, he is of little consequence. The man with the pineapple head grinned, adding, Only the new world is the true domain of pirates. Compared to it, the first half of the Grand Line is merely a paradise, and the 4 seas are akin to heaven. Garara, Marco, this lad is no ordinary fish. He will reach the new world. Why do you have such faith in him? Old man, just a feeling, lads. Let us prepare a feast. At that moment, the ship erupted into a lively atmosphere. Ah, Captain, you are now renowned across the seas, Robin remarked, sitting on the deck and perusing a newspaper. Rodney reclined in his chair, saying, What is the big deal? I've merely succeeded the position of warlord. I stand to gain considerably, while the world government acquires a formidable enforcer. It's a fair exchange, and I have a plan that necessitates this position. Oh, Captain, might you share what this plan entails? Hee, a secret. However, another warlord's days may soon become quite troublesome. He had once discussed Crocodile's schemes with Granite Tsuru, who likely sought to uncover Doflamingo's vulnerabilities to ensnare him. Yet, while Doflamingo's methods were reminiscent of Crocodile's, they were executed with far more finesse. It would be challenging for the Navy to find a flaw, but Granite Tsuru would undoubtedly make things difficult for him. Clapping the deck, Rodney noted the Navy's vessel was indeed quite useful. Though a lifeboat, it was not a mere small craft. It possessed its own sails and cabin, providing ample comfort for him and Robin. If only we had some books, Robin remarked more than once. Sister, to have books, we first need a larger ship. Crocodile's bounty could fund the construction of a fine vessel in Water 7, Rodney replied, covering his face with the newspaper. Call for me if anything urgent arises. I am going to take a nap. Robin gazed at him in disbelief, sighing at her misfortune of having such a lazy captain. The wind was steady, the weather normal, and everything appeared as it should be. Robin, considered a half-sailor, though not as skilled as Nami, had survived long at sea, possessing some genuine abilities. The weather of the Grand Line was as capricious as a child's temperament. Just moments ago, the sky was clear. Yet suddenly it was engulfed in ominous clouds and fierce winds. Observing the darkening sky, Robin hastily woke Rodney. They furled the sails to prevent the mast from breaking, stowing away the items on deck before retreating to the cabin. How infuriating! Why does this wretched weather change so suddenly? Captain, have you never experienced this before? I've always traversed the seabed. Since entering the Grand Line, I've followed Laboon along the ocean floor. When have I encountered such weather? This is my first time. Well, it seems I have burdened you, Captain. Not at all. This experience is rather novel. The small vessel bobbed on the waves, inducing a queasy sensation in Rodney. Captain, please keep your spirits up. Being seasick is rather uncool. Apologies, Robin, but I, truly, cannot help it. His complexion turned pale as Robin glimpsed towering waves approaching from the window, urgently exclaiming, Captain, over there. Rodney fell silent, bolting from the cabin. Water release, water wall. A barrier of water surged alongside the small boat, blocking the oncoming waves and averting disaster. Captain, having you here is truly reassuring, Robin smiled. Of course I am. He leaned over the railing and retched. Robin remarked, I take back what I just said. The rain ceased abruptly, the air chilled, and the winds calmed. Yet white snowflakes began to fall upon Rodney's head. Snow? What a wretched climate. Once his body had recovered, he stood atop the mast, using water release to wash the seawater off the deck. Fresh water served a greater purpose in cleaning the deck, preventing the corrosive effects of salty seawater. The ship's wooden structure, treated with special coatings, resisted the salt's decay. As temperatures dropped, Robin returned to the cabin to wrap herself in her clothing, while Rodney's skin reddened. Steam rising from his body. Boil release. This bloodline limit, born from the fusion of fire and water chakra, was his first. Enhancing his physical prowess by harnessing steam's power for combat, it could amplify his strength and speed. And he could also unleash a highly corrosive mist, an ability once employed by the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, to dissolve a Susanoo. However, it required a confined, poorly ventilated space to utilize effectively. Embracing himself, the snowflakes around him melted away within a meter of his warmth, feeling a torrent of power within. Rodney couldn't help but clench his fists. Without employing excessive strength, he could match his monstrous power in boiling state, should the two states converge. His body might not withstand it. The snow soon halted, temperatures rising, prompting him to release the boiling state. Captain, we VE strayed from our course. Robin observed the log pose, noting a slight deviation due to the storm. Is that so? No matter, Robin. Prepare for battle. Our business is at hand. Rodney activated his Sharingan, gazing into the distance. It appears we face a formidable opponent. Captain, do you recognize them? Sort of. They are notorious in the North Sea. He dispatched a shadow clone to scout ahead while he and Robin hoisted the sails to accelerate their journey. The shadow clone skimmed across the waves, then dove into the water, employing a wave-piercing strike to approach the pirate ship. Though a battle loomed, it was merely a pirate vessel, accompanied by a colossal snail floating on the surface like a small house. The pirate ship erupted in screams as a burly youth, exuding a primal aura, engaged in senseless slaughter. No pirate could withstand his might. He was merciless, dispatching one adversary with a mere flick of his hand. Hey, this is tedious. Quickly tell me, where is Weskier? The youth demanded, hoisting a pirate aloft. The pirates were already in a state of despair, incapable of responding to his inquiries. Observing their silence, the young man struck one down with a single blow. Casting a disdainful glance at the remaining pirates, he scoffed, a bunch of cowards. Speak quickly. Where is that scoundrel Weskier? Do not waste my time, I am quite busy. At that moment, the cabin door swung open, revealing a striking beauty with pink hair. Her figure voluptuous and her long legs accentuated by a pink combat outfit that added an alluring charm. She was dragging a frail, middle-aged man clad in a white coat. Declaring, Yangji, target acquired, mission accomplished. TCH, how useless. Then this lot has outlived their purpose. I'll dispose of them. With a sinister grin, she advanced towards the remaining pirates, only to be engulfed by a fireball in the next instant. The fiery orb surged forth, sending the young man, named Yongji, tumbling off the pirate ship and into the sea. The pink-haired woman remained unfazed, merely gazing at the one who had just attacked, locking eyes with Rodney. Those eyes, that face. You are the newly appointed warlord hunter, Rodney? She inquired. Rodney tilted his head, responding, Germa 66? With those eyebrows. Fair lady, have we met before? Germa 66 is a formidable military organization from the North Sea, known as the War Experts and the Army of Evil. Led by the Vinsmoke family. Operating as mercenaries worldwide, they possess no fixed territory and command colossal snails capable of crossing the red line, showcasing both formidable combat prowess and advanced technology. The current head of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Judge, once collaborated with the world's strongest scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, in researching the genetic blueprint of life. This experiment was halted by the world government, leading to Vegapunk's capture, while Judge returned to his kingdom with the experimental data, employing it on his children, transforming all but Sanji into formidable modified beings. Furthermore, they cloned and modified soldiers, assembling a new Germa 66 army that instilled terror across nations. These soldiers fear not death and exhibit absolute obedience, making them exceptionally effective instruments of war, easily replenished. What a cliché approach to flirting, Mr. Rodney. Yongji, that fool, is not so easily defeated, Reiju remarked, her expression devoid of emotion. Yongji? By that name, he must be the fourth brother. I know a curly-browed blonde chef. I wonder if he is related to you, Rodney said, an amused smile playing on his lips. Reiju's hand trembled slightly, a mix of anxiety and hope swelling within her. Sanji was the only brother she cared for, the one who had always treated her with kindness and affection. And Rodney's words shattered the calm she had maintained for so long. Is there truly a connection? Rodney's smile widened, delight evident in his voice. That chef named Sanji is doing quite well. He has been adopted by another chef and runs a seaside restaurant in the East Blue. He is renowned as the finest cook after the head chef himself. Thank you, Reiju replied. You should leave quickly. Being entangled with that fool Yongji is a troublesome affair, and this is our Germa 66 mission. Upon hearing of her brother's well-being, Reiju smiled contentedly, offering a kind reminder. Apologies, but I find myself quite intrigued by the individual you have in your grasp, Rodney said, resting his chin on his hand as he perched on the ship's railing. At that moment, a figure erupted from the sea. Yongji, clad in green Germa combat gear, soared upwards using the jetpack on his feet, his shoes propelling him into the air. How dare you ambush me, Yongji? I shall end you. Yongji, wait, Reiju called out, intending to stop him. But he was already charging forward. With the wind of his fists rushing towards him, Rodney deftly evaded the attacks. Robin, understood. Six-petal flower, anchor flower. 6 arms sprouted from Yongji's body, restraining his arms and neck. Though he was adept in strength, the 6-petal flower merely halted his movements, granting Rodney the opportunity to leap from the ship and act in concert with his clone. Fishman Karate, Mighty Double, Thousand-Tile Punch. 2 fists struck Yongji's body, sending him crashing back into the sea once more. This move did not inflict substantial damage, as his body was a scientific marvel of Germa 66, possessing skin as tough as steel, and his combat suit was a special shape memory armor, significantly reducing the harm he sustained. However, it bought some time. So, you intend to stand against Germa? Even if you divulge his whereabouts, I shall not hold back. My father's orders must be executed, Reiju declared, her cape unfurling behind her like butterfly wings, yellow spots materializing upon it, as a faint purple powder swirled around her. Oh my, I expected you to be different from that fool of a brother, yet you remain a dutiful girl, just like Sanji the chef. Despite your alluring figure, you shall never grow up. Due to her modifications, Reiju was unable to defy her father's commands, living as a puppet, as a tool. Indeed, she replied, a similar laughter echoing from behind her. Startled, she felt a hand press against her back as a low voice whispered, water release, water prison technique. As the words fell, she was enveloped by a sphere of water, gasping as she swallowed a mouthful. A water clone seized the unconscious Weskier from her grasp and tossed him to Rodney, who was intrigued by the scientist-like individual being pursued by the Vinsmoke family, hoping to extract valuable information. Farewell. He leaped backward, plunging into the depths below. The water prison transformed into a violet hue, a purple water arrow piercing through the prison and shattering the water clone's chest. Cough, cough, cough. Expelling the water from his mouth, Yongji flew over, drenched, yet his green hair remained untouched. He approached Reiju, mocking, "Reiju, you truly are useless," his tone lacking any respect for his sister. Reiju acknowledged this truth with a cold huff, saying, "You should hurry. Weskier still possesses our Germa secrets." Got it, got it. Enough with the noise. Yongji's fists clashed with a resonant sound, declaring, "That guy has been irking me. I shall eliminate him. A mere warlord is nothing but a weakling in the face of Germa 66. Do not underestimate him. Anyone capable of defeating the Logia-type crocodile is certainly no ordinary foe. Treat him with the seriousness he deserves." With that, she delivered a fierce whip kick towards Yongji, sending him flying away from Rodney and his companion. "Captain, why are we bringing this person back?" Robin, still unclear about the situation, inquired. "I sense potential for profit, and besides, Robin dear, we are being targeted by Germa 66. Germa 66? Aren't they from the North Sea? Do they even still exist?" Robin, well-read, knew a bit about Germa 66, but her knowledge was limited to its existence. She was unaware of its members or leadership. After all, being from the North Sea, Germa 66 was more widely disseminated in manga than in literature. "Indeed, they have caught up with us," Rodney sneered, leaping towards the approaching Yongji, instantly creating multiple shadow clones. Then came the transformation technique. What? Upon encountering numerous Rodneys, Yongji found himself on high alert. The next moment, he was startled by a series of loud thuds. Suddenly, several alluring and voluptuous women appeared before him, their bodies glistening. Yongji's eyes transformed into hearts, and his movements came to a halt. The women dissipated into smoke, and powerful fists struck him like thunder, crashing into his face. With a splash, Yongji fell back into the water. Indeed, the Vinsmoke family is filled with lecherous individuals, isn't it? Returning to the ship, Rodney was met with Robin's disapproving gaze, one that suggested he was akin to irretrievable garbage. "Captain, your tastes are rather peculiar. Could you refrain from mentioning our acquaintance in the future? It would be quite embarrassing for me." "What? That was merely a tactic to lure the enemy." "No? As expected. You are a lecher. Please, do not slander me with such a calm tone." Yongji, the fool, elicited an exasperated sigh from Reiju. Despite being a modified human and having lost most of her desires, she wondered why her foolish brothers still retained such inclinations. The jets on her feet released a gust of air, enabling her to soar swiftly towards Rodney without the need for moonwalking. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, headbutt. Lightning release, angry thunder tiger. Flames intertwined with the ferocious might of lightning surged forth, forcing Rage to retreat from the terrifying onslaught as Yongji resurfaced. Water release, water collision wave. A colossal wave crashed upon him, submerging him once more. Yongji mused, is this the attack style of the new warlord? Quite troublesome. Reiju evaded the tumultuous waves, hovering in midair, calling out, "Yongji, how long do you intend to play?" Beneath the water, Yongji activated his jet shoes, propelling himself upward, agitatedly declaring, "I must dismantle him. When has he ever faced such humiliation? I am the pinnacle creation of Germa 66, a war machine. Accustomed to overwhelming victories. Never have I been treated this way. Do you really think such illusions could deceive me? That was a fluke. I will not be fooled again. Just you wait, Reiju. I will make him pay." With that, his jet shoes surged forward. Fire release, headbutt. He formed a small fireball of chakra, launching it into the air. Such trivial techniques dare to challenge me? Yongji chose not to evade, instead preparing to catch the fireball with his bare hands. Boom. The concentrated chakra exploded upon contact. The power of this B-rank ninjutsu was formidable. A figure was sent flying once more, crashing into the water. Reiju remarked, "Wasn't the plan to teach him a lesson?" Given Yongji's Germa battle attire and modified physique, most would be gravely injured or worse, yet he appeared only mildly hurt. "I've never seen someone so stubborn. The force of that headbutt exceeds that of a cannonball, and he dared to take it head-on. Truly thick-headed," Rodney commented. "Captain, is he dead?" "Not dead. If he were, that woman would not be so composed." In the sky, Reiju was enveloped in a pink toxic mist. Her reputation as a poison mistress not unfounded. Without the aid of a devil fruit, she could absorb potent toxins and wield them. "Magellan, you might want to bow out." "TCH, toxins? That is Rodney's current weakness. He possesses no resistance to them. The slug lady excels in healing but lacks expertise in detoxification. Thus, ninjutsu, Mist concealment technique. He exhaled white smoke, and a thin mist enveloped the surface of the sea. Although it was but a patch, a multitude of water clones emerged, creating a mist-covered expanse. This guy. Without hesitation, Reiju flew towards the mist, but as she turned her back to it, the jets on her shoes unleashed a torrent of air, piercing through the fog, only to find the ship had vanished. What a bothersome individual. Why hasn't Yongji resurfaced yet? Reiju frowned. Even if injured, he shouldn't take this long beneath the water. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Below the surface, Rodney's numerous shadow clones constricted Yongji, preventing him from ascending to the surface swiftly. Even with his monstrous strength, the effects of boiling release impeded him, and it was an easy task to push him to his limits, inducing suffocation. Above the water, Rodney emerged from the mist, dragging the unconscious Yongji with a smile. Are you searching for this fellow, Yongji? How could you be defeated by him? He is supposed to be your father's masterpiece. Masterpiece? Rodney scoffed. Isn't it more accurate to say that a being devoid of emotions is an incomplete product? The only true masterpiece of Vinsmoke Gage is you, isn't it? A modified human with emotions, truly alive. As for Gage's sons, aside from Sanji, the other three brothers have lost much of their emotions, becoming fearsome combat machines who know no fear. When one loses fear, Reiju could understand the nuances of human emotions, though not as intense as Sanji's. Her feelings were far superior to those of Yongji and his brothers. What has become of you? Is this constrained existence what you desire? Reiju, a mere puppet, released only when needed, confined to a designated space, unaware of joy or freedom. Vinsmoke Reiju, consider your only cherished brother, living a life he loves, pursuing his dreams. Do you not yearn for such a life? Reiju bit her lip, compelled to admit that Rodney's words were indeed enticing. She longed to meet her only acknowledged brother and chase after her own life. Yet, she was the poison mistress of Germa 66, destined to obey her father's commands. Taking a deep breath, she calmly stated, Mr. Rodney, please return my inept brother to me. The matter concerning Weskio can be considered a failed mission. Yongji held a significant position within the Vinsmoke family, regarded more highly than Reiju in Vinsmoke Gage's eyes, and his strategic value necessitated her ensuring his safety. Oh, are you referring to this waste? Take him back. Let him train for another 2 years. Oh, I forgot. The strength of modified humans can only be increased through further modifications, right? How much power can your foolish father possibly bestow upon you again? Ha! He laughed heartily, transforming into a puddle of water. Reiju bit her lip, catching Yongji as he suddenly opened his eyes, mirroring Rodney's crimson gaze. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and distant memories surged forth. A gentle blonde woman embraced him and a young, equally gentle boy, softly singing a lullaby. Mother, Sanji. Surprisingly, the illusion succeeded. Yongji struck Reiju on the neck, lulling her into a slumber within the dream he conjured for her. Even modified humans possess a fragile heart, it seems. Yongji hoisted Reiju and made his way toward the ship hidden in the mist, where Rodney, Robin, and the one named Weskier awaited. With a splash, the shadow clones brought the unconscious Yongji aboard, dissipating. Robin inquired, Captain, why have you brought them back? Her gaze swept over Yongji and Reiju, finally settling on Reiju with a meaningful look. Do not misunderstand. I am merely intrigued by the battle attire they wear. The technology of Germa 66 can be regarded as a beacon of innovation worldwide, particularly in the realm of biotechnology. The shape memory armor they possess boasts formidable defensive capabilities. How does one remove it? Seeking the mechanism on Yongji, the intention was to disarm him of his shape memory armor. It was not found there. Remarkably, Lachio had already broken free from the illusion, leaving Rodney to ponder whether she had voluntarily succumbed to it moments ago. With a calm demeanor, he positioned himself before Robin and smiled, Miss Lachio, your swift awakening surprises me. Drawing forth Huajo, the sharp tip of the blade was aimed directly at Yongji's throat. This time, it was serious. This was a formidable weapon capable of inflicting real harm. How can I trust you? She responded, however, should the mission fail. My father will not spare you. She added softly, Ichi and Niji are not like us. It is I, Orochimaru, who will be your executioner, not Rodney. With a flick of her head, she revealed a pale visage, her voice hoarse. Without a communication bug, how will you contact your father? You encounter a maritime disaster on your mission and perish. Would Miss Lachio be willing to accept such a fate? Let me deal with this worthless brother of yours first. Raising Huajo, she prepared to strike, but just as she was about to pierce Yongji's skin, Lachio hastily exclaimed, Wait. Oh, What troubles Miss Lachio? Are you frightened? If so, do share the method to dispel this turtle shell. With a flourish, she gracefully wielded the blade. Biting her lip, she activated several mechanisms on Yonji's body, causing his combat suit to contract into a green can marked with the number 4, originally designed for emergency treatment and ease of operation. It was now ironically utilized to disarm him, leaving Lachio in a state of exasperation. Very well, then. Seizing Yonji, steel wires shot forth, binding all but his head tightly. Like a mummy, he was suspended at the ship's rear, immersed in the sea. After all, he was a modified human. He would not perish, merely swell from prolonged submersion. Rodney retrieved a chair from the cabin, seated himself with a flourish, and stated, "Now, Miss Lachio, let us discuss the matters between us. I am quite curious about this individual named Weskier. What menace does he pose that has compelled the likes of Germa 66 to pursue him?" Lachio turned her head, offering no reply. No words? Very well. I shall inquire of this fellow instead. He hoisted the near-lifeless Weskier, prying open his eyelids, and directly ensnared him with illusionary magic, rendering him a puppet devoid of self-awareness. Now, Mr. Weskier, enlighten us as to why the Vinsmoke family seeks your demise. Weskier, with vacant eyes and a dazed expression, replied, "I was once a scientist researching biotechnology alongside Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge. To prevent me from revealing his research and seizing my technology, Judge sought my life. I had no desire to collaborate with the world government and was left adrift upon the seas." With a snap of his fingers, Rodney dispelled the illusion, and Weskier collapsed anew. Rodney chuckled. "It seems fortune smiles upon me. I have encountered quite the catch. Miss Lachio, I thank you for delivering this researcher. Now, I kindly ask for a ransom." Ransom? Lachio was taken aback. Indeed. Rodney grinned like a cunning fox, his hands clasped upon his knees. 2 operatives of Germa 66. Scientific modifications, lethal poison, and a winch green. If converted to pirate bounty, let me calculate, 200 million berries each, a friendly price, I dare say. You are robbing us. I am not, dear secretary. Do you truly believe I am engaged in robbery? Alas, no, Robin interjected with a feigned professional smile. Captain, you are merely negotiating a business deal. I wonder if Miss Vinsmoke would be willing to barter with our captain? We have no money. Then let us proceed thus, Rodney continued, disarming her. Oh, is that so? Seizing the moment while Lachio was distracted, he replicated the mechanism's movements, deftly activating the mechanism on her combat suit, which transformed into a fitting civilian outfit. The pink can marked with the number 0 was tossed in his hand, and he smiled. Every movement of yours evades not my gaze. Now, let us have a little nap, Miss Lachio. Surrender to sweet dreams. With 3 tomos swirling in his eyes, he employed a greater amount of chakra this time. Lachio trembled, desperately resisting, but could not withstand her mother softly calling her name and her brother affectionately addressing her as sister. A swift hand struck her neck, plunging her into an illusion. TSK, the mastery of illusion still leaves much to be desired. Withdrawing his Sharingan, he turned to find Robin watching him with an inscrutable gaze. What does that look? Oh, nothing. I merely suspect our captain might be a scoundrel. Why do you say that? I am merely seeking a sum of money. Are we not heading to Water 7 to construct a ship? I fear I may exhaust my funds. No, I mean in other respects. The captain's abilities are exceedingly perilous. We must avoid eye contact in the future, or perhaps it would be best if I did not appear wherever the captain is present. Hey, what do you take me for? Robin pondered, then replied, a pervert with peculiar preferences? Rodney, this conversation is going nowhere. Who has peculiar preferences? That is merely a technique of seduction. Yet, it is a method capable of leaving even the progenitor of chakra, the goddess Tsutsuki Kagaya, momentarily stunned. Do you doubt my ability to employ a reverse harem technique on you? Disregarding Robin's remarks, he directed his gaze toward the colossal snail bearing the castle, stroking his chin as he mused. Robin, shall we change locations? With this creature, we can effortlessly traverse the calm belt, and it is far more comfortable than our small vessel. Indeed, I wonder how many tomes of literature in Germa's library I have yet to peruse. Robin expressed interest in the giant snail's library, and with the aid of shadow clones, they relocated several individuals and their belongings. Rodney, using his Sharingan, commandeered the snail, directing it toward a specific course. Due to his modifications, Yonji awakened rapidly, only to be dragged once more into the sea by several shadow clones tasked with guarding him, leading to another episode of near drowning, his face becoming swollen from submersion. Weskier, too, regained consciousness and upon seeing Rodney, his expression morphed into one of despair, quickly giving way to rage as he shouted, "I will not surrender my research to the likes of Germa." "Wait. Humph. Damn Vinsmoke, Judge. Do you truly believe your technology can compel me to submit? Never. No, I. Ha ha ha. Judge, you shall never acquire my research. My dear wife, I am coming." He extracted a vial from his pocket, preparing to consume its contents. Rodney quickly intervened. "Hold on, old man. Are you out of your mind? Look closely. I do not possess curled eyebrows, and I am certainly not a Germa operative. I am merely a passing pirate hunter and a warlord of the sea. Do you think I would believe your nonsense?" "Rodney, do scientists simply not listen?" Feeling a headache coming on, a focused gaze from his Sharingan rendered Weskier incapacitated. "Captain, have you gleaned anything?" Robin inquired while lounging on a beach chair on the castle terrace, engrossed in a book. "Nothing." Rodney, with a darkened expression, seated himself on a nearby beach chair. "Do I truly resemble a villain? How could they mistake me for a Germa member?" "Robin, you should give it a try next time." "Captain, can't your eyes compel him to speak the truth?" "No, illusions serve only a fleeting purpose. They cannot endure for a lifetime. After all, I possess no otherworldly deities, and even if I did, I would not squander such power on that individual. It would be a waste. If one were to acquire celestial beings, they ought to be employed on individuals of a higher caliber, such as a vice admiral or a general, rather than on a mere scientist." "What are celestial beings?" Robin inquired with curiosity. "A remarkable form of illusion. Yet whether I can attain it remains uncertain," Rodney replied, shaking his head. The evolution of the Sharingan was still a mystery to him. It was unclear whether it required emotional depth or if it could be exchanged through a system which had not been mentioned. If it depended on emotions, then the kaleidoscope form would be the limit unless the system offered senju cells. Otherwise, excessive use of the kaleidoscope would lead to blindness. After all, he had no foolish sibling or an overly doting brother to exchange for a new pair of eyes. He instinctively touched his eyes and smiled. "Robin, has Miss Niji awakened?" "Captain, do you wish for her to join our crew?" "No, Niji will only heed the commands of Vinsmoke, Judge, and she must obey. Our orders would hold no weight for her. Should she ever betray us under Judge's command, I would have nowhere to lament my misfortune. It would be wiser to negotiate for a ransom. And I shall take this snail. It is far more useful than a ship. I had initially planned to purchase a vessel in Water 7, but it seems unnecessary now. This snail is significantly more advantageous, boasting speed, although it does require frequent resupply. Which is not an issue. If it consumes meat, the problem simplifies. The only concern is its acceleration. Being an animal, its burst speed will not be exceedingly rapid. I can always seek modifications later, perhaps equip it with a jet propulsion system." Robin blinked, sensing that her captain's actions resembled those of a brigand. Yet she felt secure under his protection and did not mind. Thus, they traversed the tumultuous waters without incident, avoiding the Sky Islands. After all, Rodney had yet to master Hokage and was no match for that long-eared, delusional deity. The mightiest of the natural fruits, the rumble fruit, was vanquished by Luffy's absurd rubber physics, a prime example of how scientific reasoning falters in a world devoid of logic. Alas, those of us who lack extraordinary abilities must remain cautious of the storm. Hokage, I must train in Hokage." The phone bug vibrated incessantly, prompting Rodney to approach and connect the call. The phone bug instantly mimicked the visage of the caller, its eyes turning fierce, and two upward curving whiskers sprouted at its mouth. This wondrous creature, capable of imitating human faces and conveying voices, fascinated Rodney on its inaugural use. Moshi, who is this? You are not Niji? Who are you?" A man's voice replied, grating and condescending. "Vinsmoke, Judge. I am." "And you are?" Judge inquired. They are currently my captives, Miss Niji and your worthless son." "Impossible. They are my finest creations. How could anyone defeat them in the first half of the Grand Line?" In Judge's mind, only those of the caliber of the 4 emperors or their vice-admirals could contend with his progeny. How could a mere minor mission lead to failure? "Hey, don't overestimate them. Let us discuss terms. Your 2 children, 200 million berries each, accompanied by 2 devil fruits. You are extorting me." "Oh, I assumed the illustrious Vinsmoke family would not quibble over such trifles. I am sorely disappointed to learn that your esteemed family has fallen from grace. Oh, how unfortunate that you now resemble mercenaries with no land to call your own." "Ha." Without hesitation, Rodney taunted, finding amusement in ridiculing someone like Judge, who viewed his children merely as tools for family restoration, and his wife as a vessel for procreation, discarding them at will. This father had long forfeited the right to parenthood. Rodney's disdain for such individuals brought him a perverse pleasure. You dare reveal your name? Our Germa's 60 SIXS technological prowess will make you regret your actions. Oh, come then. I am the warlord Rodney. Should you ever find me, I shall obliterate you and shatter your technological might, demonstrating that before absolute power, your technology is but a jest. Provided you can locate me. Warlord, you scoundrel. Do not think your recent elevation grants you license to act with impunity. Judge bellowed. Apologies, but a warlord indeed possesses such privileges. Do not presume to leverage the world government's influence. It is futile. I will deal with my spoils as I see fit. They have no grounds to compel me to surrender your children. I wonder, how would they react if they learned of your past collaboration with Dr. Vegapunk on the bloodline factor? How intriguing. How do you know of that? Yuji? No, he would never betray me. Could it be Niji? Judge began to suspect his own offspring. Rodney's gaze turned icy. A man who could not trust his own children was unworthy of the title of father. TSK, I increasingly yearn to silence him with my fists. You should contemplate your terms. Should you find me, I shall present you with a grand gift. Wait, you. The call was abruptly terminated. Turning around, Rodney found Robin smiling at him and asked, Is there something on my face? No. Today the captain looks quite dashing. Of course, when am I not dashing? Only today. Please do not indulge in excessive self-admiration. Captain, you seemed rather angry just now. Indeed, Judge has forfeited the right to parenthood. He shook his head and remarked, To be frank, I believe Judge's treatment of his children and wife disqualifies him from being human. He recounted Sanji's past, which was devoid of any semblance of a childhood. This pitiful tale left Robin in silence, recalling her own childhood. In comparison, she felt somewhat fortunate. After a moment, she said, Captain, I support your decision, and I have noticed, Captain, you are quite awkward. A person both awkward and gentle. Awkward? I simply find him displeasing. And do not misuse words around me, or you shall accompany my doppelganger to guard Yuji tonight. By the way, what shall we have for dinner? Who knows? All irrelevant personnel aboard have been cleared out by the captain, including the chef, Robin replied with a smile. Oh, what could I expect from a bunch of clones that dared to attack me? Even the chef wielded a weapon. Germa truly is a band of battle-mad individuals. Rodney recalled the chaotic scene in the kitchen when a mob of chefs brandished knives against him, leaving him bewildered. Are all Germa warriors? Captain, can't you control them with your eyes? No, that would waste my chakra. Rodney remarked that chakra should not be squandered on trivial matters, asserting that their war machine could operate without the need for clones. Thus, it would be better to eliminate the problem. This was the captain's choice, so Captain, the dinner this evening is entrusted to you. The collection of books in Germa was quite impressive, and I took a look. Please notify me when it's time to eat, and refrain from using your powers to conjure ramen. I can hardly bear to eat it any longer. With that, Robin departed, leaving Rodney at a loss. If I can cook, do I still need ramen? Cooking, as it turns out, is just about having something edible. Rodney entered the kitchen, gazing at the fresh and lavish ingredients before him, lost in contemplation. How could he avoid inadvertently crafting a culinary disaster? Oh, if only I had controlled those chefs. I must find one. In a fit of frustration, Rodney seized a knife and began to prepare a meal. Moments later, boom. Robin arrived at the sound, staring at the soot-covered Rodney, a few dark lines etched across his forehead. Captain, are you making a bomb? No. I'm merely trying to cook. Who knew that fish could explode? Rodney shook his head in denial. No, it's just that your culinary skills are lacking, Captain. You know this, yet you still ask me to cook? As captain, I SNT it my duty to care for my crew? I am the captain. I SNT it the crew's responsibility to prepare meals for the captain? Captain, you are exploiting me. I am a historian. Did you not claim to possess numerous skills? It's just cooking. No, this task is best left to the captain. Thus, the two began to bicker. At that moment, Reiju approached. Rodney did not restrict her freedom. After all, without her Germa battle suit, she could not leave. Hearing their argument, she suggested, Why not allow me to cook? You? Surely you would poison the food? Or rather, as a noble lady who has never lifted a finger, you would be unable to prepare a meal. It would be far simpler for you to poison someone. Rodney and Robin exchanged glances, and Rodney said, Robin, let us just have ramen. After a brief silence, he added, Let us eat. Captain, I want tonkatsu. Very well. I shall have miso, Rodney replied. Afterward, He exchanged some berries for 3 steaming bowls of ramen. Robin accepted one with a thanks and departed. Rodney handed the other bowl to Reiju. Eat up. Where did you get this from? Mind your own business. Just eat. Poisoning you would be futile anyway. Thank you. As she took the ramen, its aroma piqued her appetite. Upon looking up, she found Rodney had already left, his distant voice lamenting. Damn it. I'm about to vomit from all this ramen. Why can that Naruto kid eat it for decades without growing weary? I must find a chef. This man seems rather kind, albeit with a somewhat peculiar disposition. After taking a bite of the perfectly textured ramen and sipping the broth, its flavor dazzled her. Delicious. The Germa Kingdom, the only nation in the world without a fixed territory, can appear anywhere, relying on advanced technology, a fearless army, and the princes and princesses of the Vinsmoke family to form the fearsome Germa 66. As a nation of technological prowess for generations, Germa's advancements far exceed those of most nations, even leading the world in certain aspects. They exist like mercenaries, traversing the globe, swiftly tearing apart enemies on behalf of their employers. The rulers of the Germa Kingdom, the Vinsmoke family, once conquered the entire North Sea by force, showcasing the nation's former glory. However, that splendor has long since faded. The current head of the family, Vinsmoke Judge, the commander of Germa 66, seeks to restore the kingdom's former glory through scientific means, transforming his children to possess immense power while sacrificing much of their emotions, turning them into mere combat machines obedient to his commands. The Germa Kingdom is composed of numerous colossal snails that carry territories, floating upon the sea, easily disassembled and reassembled for swift movement and combat. These snails can traverse the Red Land without navigating treacherous mountains or windless zones, significantly reducing time expenditure, making them an exceedingly efficient mode of transportation. In the palace's council chamber, a statue of a giant eagle, poised for flight, stands adorned with the number 66, symbolizing Germa 66. Beneath the majestic eagle rests a luxurious throne, occupied by a tall man with golden hair, a metal helmet, and a ludicrously pointed mustache, Vinsmoke Judge. The father of Reiju and others, a selfish and hypocritical man. With a crash, he slammed his fist upon the table, shattering it in fury. That damn bastard. Does he truly believe that becoming a warlord makes him invincible? I shall kill him. After all, he is merely a dog of the world government. As one of the member states of the world government, killing a warlord is hardly a feat. Though the Germa Kingdom lacks territory, it can participate in global conferences and wield some influence over the Navy. Otherwise, Sanji's bounty would not merely be for capturing him alive, but should reflect a more lethal intent. His gaze shifted to the 2 sons below, Ichi and Niji. Very well, Ichi, Niji, you shall journey to the Grand Line and teach that arrogant Rodney a lesson. Make him understand that becoming a warlord does not grant him the freedom to act as he pleases. Understood, father. Ichi, with his foolish voice, is the eldest of the 4 brothers. Compared to the haughty Niji and reckless Yanji, he is far more calm and judicious, better suited to lead Germa 66. I shall ensure that scoundrel meets his end at my hands, and let him witness the power of Germa's technology. The blue-haired Niji sneered, lightning flickering in his palm. Having acquired special abilities through scientific enhancements, unlike devil fruits, he is not hindered by sea stone or seawater. One must say, Yanji and Reiju are truly useless. Defeated by that sort of opponent, Niji scoffed. That is not to be said. Rodney is capable of defeating Crocodile. Capturing Reiju and Yanji is no trivial matter. Do not underestimate him, Niji. Ichi cautioned. Haha, Ichi, you are overly cautious. With our combined strength, few can oppose us. Reiju and Yanji are merely liabilities. We are the perfect ones. Frowning at his brother's words but refraining from retorting, Judge rose from his throne, proclaiming proudly, Go forth, my proud sons, and use your strength to crush that fool's arrogance. Let him understand that Germa's dignity is not to be insulted, and let them witness our power. This man is still stubbornly intent on subjugating Rodney through violence. Yes, father. Understood, father. The sea breeze flowed gently, thanks to the snails. Rodney and Robin need not worry about the weather affecting their voyage, granting them some leisure. Robin could sit and read, while Rodney began sparring with Yanji. Indeed, without the enhancements of battle suits, this fellow is merely a tough-skinned brute adept at strength. He poses no real concern, making him a perfect practice partner. Bastard. Another useless clone. Have the guts to face me one-on-one. Let us see if I can't knock your head into a flower. The green-haired YG's every attack was deftly evaded by the true Rodney, who skillfully employed techniques such as shaving, moonwalking, and paper drawing to dodge. Occasionally, he would counterattack with finger guns and gusty kicks while other shadow clones engaged in feints. Indeed, through intensive training with numerous shadow clones, he had mastered the 6 forms, utilizing them against YG, all the while ensuring not to inflict lethal harm. Mr. Rodney was truly a battle fanatic, it seemed. Beside Robin stood Reiju, whose freedom was restricted, yet it was evident that her conditions were far superior to YG's. She resided in the same room as before, and as long as she refrained from carelessly spreading poison, Rodney would not trouble her. Here, she found a rare sense of relaxation, free from oppression and instead, quite amusing. No, the captain was merely striving to enhance his own strength. He was usually quite lazy. Robin turned a page and softly remarked, "The captain possesses many stratagems. Yet, as he states, the body is the foundation of revolution. Only with a robust physique can one unleash formidable power. Moreover, Miss Reiju, the captain is privy to a wealth of intelligence." Reiju pondered and inquired, "Including my past? The secrets of Germa?" Robin continued to read, a smile gracing her face. Choosing not to respond. Once again, Reiju observed the poised beauty before her, pondering why this person always spoke in half-truths. Did she fear loose lips? Suddenly, a splash echoed, and Reiju realized her foolish brother had fallen into the water again. Each time YG battled Rodney, he would end up submerged in the sea. This time, it seemed he had been kicked overboard. Judging by the force just witnessed, he likely sustained minor injuries. Let him find his own way back up. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clones dissipated into smoke, and the experience and memories gained from battling YG bestowed Rodney with newfound insights, enhancing his hand-to-hand combat abilities. With 2,000 task points remaining after exchanging for numerous ninjutsu, he contemplated, realizing that his needs lay not in ninjutsu, but in auxiliary techniques or other tools. Narrowing his eyes, a plan began to form. It appeared that the information on that fellow Weskier was still being compiled. After discerning Weskier's identity, Rodney had used illusions to compel him to document his research findings, intending to release him afterward. A mere weakling of a researcher held no utility for him at present. But that did not imply he would remain so in the future. Rodney was in no rush, having exchanged for several items. A small black insect flew from his sleeve into the castle. YG crawled up from the sea, intent on seeking further trouble with Rodney. Unfortunately, as he reached the castle, he was met with a smiling shadow clone. In that moment, he understood that the smile boded no good. "You scoundrel! What are you up to?" "Oh, nothing much, just asking you to take a nap." Suddenly, several steel wires shot out, ensnaring him. "Humph, do you think a few strands can bind me? Don't be ridiculous." Just as he prepared to exert force to break free, a large foot loomed before his eyes. YG exclaimed, "I." Plop. Once again, he was plunged into the depths of the ocean, closely followed by several shadow clones. As YG was once more submerged, suffocating into unconsciousness. "Can't we engage in something more earthly?" He. "Art is an explosion." Captain, your laughter is rather grotesque. What do you know? This is called art, Robin. A certain blonde once said, "Art is Patrick Star, and I want to emulate him." So, Captain, what do you intend to blow up? Germa. Their bodies and battle suits are unlikely to be significantly harmed, right? If they can't be killed. I'll just add a bit of inconvenience. I relish causing trouble for my enemies. Their unhappiness brings me joy. Captain, your personality is not only twisted, but also vile. What you say is true. I merely wish to celebrate. Water 7, 800 years ago, was the birthplace of the infamous battleship, the Queen of the Underworld. It is the strongest shipyard in the world, home to a group of highly skilled shipbuilders. Among them, the most renowned was Tom, the fishman shipwright who crafted the Oro Jackson for Pirate King Roger over 20 years ago. Due to constructing a pirate ship for the Pirate King and the Sea Train, he was sentenced to probation, but 14 years later, upon the completion of the Sea Train, he was falsely accused and transported to Judicial Island, where he faced execution. In his lifetime, he had 2 disciples. One was Icebug, now the mayor of Water 7 and president of the Galley Company. The other was Frankie, now a bit eccentric. Captain, it would be better not to discuss such uncertain matters in the future. Initially, we planned to seize that snail. But now you speak of blowing it up. You truly are a heartless man. On the bustling streets of Water 7, Robin, transformed by Rodney, walked alongside him. each carrying a black box. Robin's skin had become fair, a beauty mark graced her cheek, and her features had been subtly altered, making her unrecognizable compared to her former self. Even the bounty posters would fail to identify her as the infamous daughter of the devil. One could only marvel at the terrifying powers of makeup. After all, there were CP9 agents on this island, and should Robin be recognized, it would spell trouble. The 7 warlords might be tolerated by the world government, but Robin was a different case altogether, being the only person in the world capable of deciphering the true history. If she were discovered, it would lead to dire consequences. Thus, Rodney employed makeup to disguise Robin, transforming her into another person, codenamed Batman. Don't say that. After all, that snail has a tracking device on it. It's quite frustrating that such a useful object would have such a feature, and it can't be removed. Rodney scoffed, as this was information disclosed by Reiju. Those snails emitted a biological electric wave, allowing similar snails to perceive each other and locate their positions. Originally intended for ease of locating allies on the chaotic battlefield, it had now been repurposed for tracking them. Being pursued daily by Germa 66 was exceedingly troublesome. Thus, they commandeered another ship, transferring useful items aboard while leaving Shadow Clones and YG behind, then departed for Water 7, diverting Germa 66 in another direction to avoid complications. He had given up on the bounty. From what he gathered from Gaji's words, he was a miser, certainly unwilling to comply. Since there was no sincerity, Rodney decided to teach him a lesson, although he too was operating with empty hands. Miss Reiju, does following me not concern you? Dr. Weskier has already departed. Rodney cast his gaze upon the black-haired beauty behind him, smiling as he spoke. Since you have decided to accompany me, betrayal is not permitted. After completing the documentation, Dr. Weskier was released by Rodney, with the information placed elsewhere. However, Reiju chose to follow him, the reason unknown. Yet, according to Robin, as long as she did not cross paths with Gaji in person, she still retained a degree of freedom. Thus, this young lady, who had obediently adhered to her father's wishes for years, had finally entered her rebellious phase. As long as Germa 66 does not defeat you, I will never betray you. Captain. Aside from her dyed hair, Reiju's face had undergone some adjustments, and the 66 tattoos on her long legs were concealed by long pants. She had never had the opportunity before. Even during missions, YG was always by her side, and she dared not entertain such thoughts, opting instead for obedience, burying her small desires for freedom deep within her heart. To be honest, she truly envied Sanji for pursuing the life he desired, yet now, she too could seize her chance. Due to Rodney's cover, even if he were to fail, he could assert that she was coerced by special means. Her father understood that she could not go against his wishes. Everything was not of her own volition, thus she could still extricate herself and return to Germa 66. Back to the Vinsmoke family, becoming that deadly poison who never flinched. This was the safety net she had woven for herself, a means of shirking responsibility. Yet it also represented this young lady's defiance against fate. She longed to experience a life different from her past. As long as it diverged from what she had known, it would suffice. Upon hearing Reiju's words, Rodney replied, "Oh, that won't be a problem. At least I can easily help you escape." When it came to fleeing, there was likely no one more adept than him. With the combination of shadow clones, substitutes, and transformations, he could be said to roam freely without fear. Moreover, he had absolute confidence that once they entered the Grand Line, his strength would increase rapidly, and by then, she would have no cause for concern regarding her safety. The new world was teeming with pirates. A pirate captain would not dare to declare themselves as such without a bounty exceeding 50 million. Therefore, they could surely garner numerous task points, which could then be exchanged for ninjutsu and bloodline limits. The thought of a bright future made him chuckle, prompting Reiju to inquire, "Has he always been like this?" "Occasionally. I've grown accustomed to it." "Miss Reiju, with a captain like this, our future doesn't look promising," she remarked. "Indeed. Hey, you too. Can you show me a little respect? I am the captain, after all." Rodney interjected. "Captain, could you spare me some funds? We need to purchase supplies." Robin extended her hand towards Rodney, requesting operational funds. "No rush. Let's build the ship first. Afterward, we can take the sea train to the culinary capital and find a reliable chef." I see. We indeed need a chef. Otherwise, we might suffer from the captain's disastrous cooking." Robin pondered seriously, thinking it was a necessity. After all, her culinary skills were merely average, not bad, but not particularly good either. Reiju, being a lady of stature, was certainly not one to cook, and as for Rodney, his last culinary attempt had resulted in an explosion in the kitchen. A chef was essential. Thus, embarking on the sea train to the culinary capital to recruit a chef was indeed a matter of utmost importance, preferably one with combat capabilities. As they walked and conversed, the atmosphere was quite congenial until Rodney smiled and said, "It blew up." What blew up? The Germa snail. Moments earlier, a snail marked with the Germa 66 insignia was steadily approaching another moving snail ahead, wearing Germa combat suits. Ichiji and Niji utilized their jet shoes to leave the castle and catch up to the snail in front. Be careful. We are already in the territory of the 7 warlords, and it makes no sense for there to be no defensive measures, Ichiji cautioned, his red, spiky hair contrasting against the eerie quiet of the castle. What's going on? Is there no one here? Of course not. This is Germa's territory. They would never submit to anyone else. They must have been wiped out, Niji remarked, boldly striding ahead of Ichiji. The castle's design was nearly identical to others they were familiar with, and they swiftly arrived in the hall, where they found Yanji, his face swollen, tied to a chair and unconscious, with Reiju lying beside him. Yanji, Reiju, Niji was about to approach them to rouse them when Ichiji pulled him back. "Come out." A shadow clone emerged from the darkness, grinning. "You truly are remarkable, Ichiji. I didn't expect your senses to be so acute. Have you discovered me? I do not recognize you. Then, where is the ransom I seek?" Niji scoffed. "Someone like you dares to demand a ransom from us? Do you have any idea who you are dealing with?" The shadow clone casually cleaned his ears and blew on his nails. "Who, pray tell?" "You. You shall pay the price for this." Niji, accustomed to arrogance, could not tolerate such insult. Sparks of electricity danced around him as he instantly appeared behind the shadow clone, delivering a knee strike, only to find it met with emptiness. Where did he go? That was a diversion. Look at your legs. Another shadow clone appeared, wearing an exaggerated grin. "Niji, your legs." Looking down, Niji saw an explosive tag affixed to his leg. Hiss. The tag ignited, exploding and sending Niji stumbling back, his leg numb. While this caused him discomfort, it only fueled his rage. "I will kill you." "Oh dear, are Germa folks this impatient? But since there is no ransom, I am quite saddened. Since you refused to offer me a ransom, it seems our negotiations have collapsed." He tossed Yanji to the brothers. "What do you mean?" Ichiji grasped Yanji, confused. "It means mutual detonation." With a single-handed seal, an array of explosions commenced, reducing the entire castle to ruins. "Damn it. Is this guy insane? Isn't he afraid of being caught in the blast?" Ichiji and Niji dashed out of the explosion's range. Such blast posed no threat to them. However, they soon realized the explosions relentlessly pursued them. "What is happening? Why is the explosion following us?" Niji inquired. "I don't know, split up," Ichiji shouted, dragging Yanji in another direction, but the explosion suddenly changed course, following him. Niji quickly understood. "Ichiji, it's Yanji. The explosions are tracking him." "I see." He tore open Yanji's shirt, revealing his upper body covered in explosive tags. "Is this it?" Ichiji scoffed, realizing that the tags were used for tracking and would also explode. An idea struck him, and he hurled Yanji toward an explosive tag. Boom. The explosion erupted, sending a shadowy figure flying. Ichiji, now devoid of his combat suit, was caught in the blast of numerous explosive tags, sustaining injuries. Niji caught the wounded Yanji. Ichiji's actions were the most natural course for him. They shared no brotherly bond, not even having grown up together, nor did they harbor any fear of death. They merely accomplished their father's tasks, obeying his commands. What a waste. We allowed that guy to outsmart us. He is only slightly better than Sanji. Speaking of which, I feel a bit sorry that Sanji is dead, Niji remarked. Ichiji gazed at the sea, where a figure stood atop the waves, laughing joyfully. "So how do you like this grand gift, Germa? I spent quite a bit preparing it." The explosive tags were quite a handful, but oh, the thrill. "Scoundrel." Niji hurled Yanji at Ichiji, transforming into a streak of lightning. Shave. Merging the techniques of shave and instant movement, he moved with unprecedented speed, yet the shadow clone's Sharingan barely kept pace with Niji's actions, just managing to evade the strike. What happened to that bravado? Niji sneered. "To provoke Germa, one must pay the price." Do not rush, boy. The next time we meet, I shall surely pin you to the ground. So I must ask, what is the price? Your life. The punch crackled with electricity, advancing ominously. The 6 techniques, iron block. His body, as resilient as steel, was sent soaring by that punch. In midair, he pivoted and, clutching his chest, gasped, "Fortunately, I still have a significant amount of chakra left. Otherwise, I would have surely perished from that blow. Shadow clones are quite fragile. Even a mere attack can cause them to dissipate. Hence, in order to bolster the strength of his shadow clones, Rodney deliberately allocated additional chakra to enhance their durability. However, should they endure another strike, they would likely vanish. My body holds up well, but it's time to die, Niji thought. Yet just as he was about to act, Ichi interjected, "Wait, Niji. What? Why are you stopping me, Ichi? I was just about to finish him off." Silence. Ichi, embodying more of a commander than Niji, inquired, "Rodney, where's Reiju? Where has she gone?" "Huh? Her? Who knows? Perhaps she's on some deserted island or has already met her demise." His skin flushed, and steam billowed around him as he assumed a fighting stance, proclaiming, "Behold my latest developed ninjutsu, boil release, steam fist." With a gesture akin to the initial stance of the wave-correcting fist, he unleashed a punch, sending scalding steam surging from his fist, compressing the vapor generated by the boil release before releasing it to create a formidable steam punch, capable of inflicting secondary burns upon the target. Ichi swiftly drew his cloak to shield himself from the steam fist, a mist rising before his eyes, causing him to express his displeasure. "A tedious attack. Niji, kill him. We can search for Reiju later. I can hardly wait." Niji transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of electricity in midair as he lunged towards the shadow clone, delivering a punch that pierced through its chest. The clone, defiantly gesturing with a middle finger, vanished in a puff. Where did he go? Niji was taken aback. The sensation was akin to striking air, utterly insubstantial. Ichi remarked, "He fled. Likely a user of a devil fruit. Forget it. Let us return and report to father. At least we VE retrieved YG. Yes, if we disregard the severe injuries. He is certainly back with us. YG, also a modified human, will only require a few days of recovery from such wounds. A coward who only knows how to flee. Next time we meet, I will surely kill him." Niji fumed. Returning to Germa's castle alongside Ichi to report their mission to Judge. Judge was infuriated. Not only was YG injured, but Reiju was also missing, and they had lost a snail. More importantly, YG's battle suit had vanished, a pinnacle of Germa's 66's technology that could not be allowed to be lost. What about the battle suit? We never saw it. Shortly after our encounter, Rodney detonated explosive paper, collapsing the castle into the sea. We already dispatched personnel to salvage it, Ichi explained. Forget it, it's likely that Rodney took it. Our Germa 66 technology is too enticing for anyone to resist. You must return with YG and provide him with treatment. I intend to launch an assault on several kingdoms in the North Sea. Regarding the battle suit, Judge believed that with Rodney's capabilities, it was improbable for anyone to decipher its secrets. There was no need for concern. One day, it would be reclaimed, yes, from Rodney's corpse. However, he greatly overestimated Rodney's integrity. Understood, Ichi and Niji dutifully executed Judge's orders. The castle roared back to life, surging directly towards the North Sea. In the City of Water, Rodney, having absorbed and organized the memories of his shadow clone, chuckled to himself, sharing his joy with Robin and Reiju. Reiju smiled lightly. "So, they are presently unaware of my whereabouts. Tell me, does your old man not have some sort of tracking device installed on you? Even the snails have one. Logically, Germa's most vital combatants should not lack such a measure." Reiju replied, "It's impossible. He believes we are perfect modified humans, incapable of betraying him, so there is no need for such devices." This epitomizes Judge's arrogance. He perceives his experiments as flawless, neglecting to consider his children's feelings, and underestimating Reiju's intellect, allowing himself to be outmaneuvered by a child. He foolishly assumes that Reiju, like Ichi and the others, is devoid of emotions, incapable of betrayal, thus rendering tracking devices unnecessary. Alas, following their mother's death, in order to avoid being bullied by Ichi and the others, Reiju chose to suppress her emotions, only revealing her gentleness in Sanji's presence, for he is the only brother she acknowledges, and besides her mother, her sole remaining kin. Unbeknownst to the deceived Judge, his daughter is a master of disguise, retaining her emotions. Although Reiju adheres to Judge's commands, she harbors a rebellious spirit, awakened under Rodney's influence and illusions, yearning to seize the freedom she desires. "That is splendid. I currently can't defeat your two brothers," Rodney stated. "But after some time, once I grow stronger, it will be no challenge to toy with them." Indeed, this holds true without considering the use of the 8 gates. Thus, I require additional ninjutsu. The Carrera Company. a shipbuilding firm that encompasses the manufacturing, maintenance, and upgrading of vessels, ranks among the top in the world, vying for the prestigious first place. The company's president, a disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom, established Carrera after Tom's passing, spending 8 years merging with 7 other shipyards, thus rendering Carrera the official shipbuilder for the world government, ensuring they could not act against him openly. This individual possesses remarkable abilities, and his shipbuilding craftsmanship is unparalleled. Aside from Frankie, few can surpass him. Rodney had no intention of approaching Frankie, that eccentric, fearing that associating with him would distance him from something significant. Upon Rodney's arrival, Isaburo promptly came forth to greet him, recognizing him not only as a major client but also as one of the 7 warlords, thus necessitating exceptional service. "Greetings, Mr. Isaburo. I am Rodney. A pleasure to finally meet you." "Hello, Mr. Rodney. I'm honored. We merely earn our living through our craft." After exchanging pleasantries, the group followed Rodney to dock number 1, the finest dock at the Carrera Company, where numerous exceptional vessels were constructed. Although there were orders from the world government, military ships were not produced here. Such strategic resources could not be entrusted to Isaburo's company. What if some audacious pirate attempted to seize them? Thus, this dock provided only merchant and civilian vessels for the world government. "Please specify the type of ship you require, Mr. Rodney, and I will endeavor to fulfill your requests." Although Isaburo is a formidable shipwright, he spoke too confidently. What if this esteemed guest had outlandish demands? That would be quite embarrassing. Rodney replied, "The size should be that of a standard military vessel. The design is up to your creativity. Just ensure it's not too unattractive. Utilize the most robust materials you can procure. As for the interior, basic facilities will suffice, and additionally, I require a training room with sufficiently sturdy walls." "That is all." "Is that truly all? No further requests?" Surprisingly, Isaburo found this manageable, even thinking that other shipwrights could fulfill it. His secretary, CP9 Agent Khalifa, diligently recorded Rodney's specifications, adjusting her glasses, pondering whether the 7 warlord was jesting. As such modest requirements for a ship were rare. They had been undercover for quite some time, witnessing the bizarre demands of numerous dignitaries. Yet this man's requests were remarkably unpretentious. "Well, make the kitchen a bit sturdier. I am concerned it might explode later." "Isparg, what are you doing in the kitchen? Why is it about to explode?" Robin and Raju stifled their laughter, and Raju gently remarked, "Captain, perhaps we should refrain from this. After all, we shall never allow you near the kitchen again." Robin interjected, "The library must be established, with ample bookshelves, preferably positioned by the window for optimal lighting." "Very well," replied Raju. "The bedroom should also benefit from good lighting." Rodney suggested, "In that case, let us place the crew's lounge above, ensuring it is well constructed. The kitchen, bathroom, and training room should remain on the first floor. 10 lounges should suffice. If space is insufficient, we can expand the hall." "Understood." Isparg nodded, finding the request reasonable and easily achievable. After further discussions, Rodney handed Isparg a deposit, promising to settle the remaining payment upon completion. This was a standard procedure, and Isparg made no objections, instead instructing Khalifa to document the agreement. The delivery was expected in about a month, as the project was relatively small. However, the cost would be substantial, estimated at 200 million. A quality vessel often commands prices exceeding 100 million due to the exorbitant cost of materials, while labor expenses are comparatively negligible. Isparg and his team were not the type to skimp on costs or substitute inferior materials, as such actions would be a disgrace to their craftsmanship. "It's nothing. I'm not in a rush. I happen to need to visit the culinary capital." 200 million, you say? I'm still short by 50 million. "Well, Isparg, the payment might be delayed as I need to seek out a few pirates." "That's perfectly fine. After all, Rodney is one of the 7 warlords and would not default on payment." "Then I shall entrust this to you, Mr. Isparg. We shall take our leave now. Farewell." After exhaling deeply, he turned to his secretary, Khalifa, and said, "It seems we will be working late tonight." The shipwrights nearby whistled at the sight of the long-legged Khalifa. "Boss, looks like you will be working late with Khalifa tonight. Enjoy it." Isparg had a good rapport with the shipwrights, and their banter was lighthearted. However, Khalifa responded with a swift kick. "President, that is sexual harassment." "You lot, Khalifa, wait. This is just about the design." Bang! Isparg fell to the ground. Forget it. Blackmail pays off, he thought, letting it slide. As the 3 departed, Khalifa exchanged subtle glances with a few shipwrights. Then, a man with a white dove perched on his shoulder feigned a stomachache and discreetly followed them. "Captain, Someone is tailing us, Robin suddenly remarked as they walked. The flower fruit's power activated, and an eye and ear appeared in the blind spot of their pursuer, observing the voyeur. I am aware, Rodney nodded. Among those just now, several were from CP9. One of them is likely the follower. No need to worry. After all, he is skilled at stealth. He would certainly notice if someone was tracking him. CP9. Robin fell silent, realizing that they were the most formidable agents aside from CP0, capable of infiltrating anywhere. If they discovered her identity, she instinctively touched her cheek, remembering that her appearance had changed and would not be easily recognized. Relieved, she continued. The one tailing us has a white dove on his shoulder. He seems to be a worker from Dock 1. Are you saying a dove is perched on his shoulder? Rob Lucci? Indeed. The only CP9 agent known for having a dove on his shoulder was Rob Lucci, a cold-blooded individual. At 13, he had once eliminated a hostage during a pirate's extortion of a king, subsequently dispatching the pirate as well, to prevent harm to the hostage. He had made the grim decision to eliminate them. What kind of logic is that? Rodney was at a loss for words. However, since he was being followed, there would surely be a price to pay. That dove looks rather plump. Perhaps a nice stew would suffice. Leading the two women, he turned into an alleyway and emerged, with Rob Lucci trailing behind. Meanwhile, Rodney, employing his duplication and transformation techniques, followed closely. Rob Lucci had initially intended to conduct a routine surveillance on the newly appointed warlord, but midway through, he sensed someone was following him. As the strongest within CP9, it was impossible for him not to notice. Yet, when he turned to look, there was nothing amiss. Or rather, there were no suspicious individuals. Everyone was occupied with their own affairs, and there were no red flags to be found. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. Excuse me. A burly man carrying a wooden post brushed past him. Silently moving aside, Rob Lucci suddenly felt as if something had vanished from his shoulder. Turning around, he realized the dove was gone. Hattori? He called out, but received no response. Unfortunately, his companion had disappeared. Damn it, who stole him? His gaze immediately fell upon the burly man who had just passed. Yet, amidst the throng, there was no sign of that man. Moreover, not only had Hattori vanished, but the figures of the 7 warlords, including Rodney, had also disappeared, as if they had never existed at all. This time, Rob Lucci found himself at a loss. Having lost both the dove and his quarry, Rob Lucci was infuriated, having ventured out only to discover that his beloved pigeon, Hadoli, had vanished. However, he soon found himself engulfed in a profound dread. Who could possess the skill to effortlessly abduct Hadoli from his side? This was the work of a master. Hadoli was not merely a pet, but a cherished companion, exceptionally intelligent and having accompanied him for quite some time. Lucci was quite fond of Hadoli, and now that he had gone missing, he felt a twinge of panic. Nevertheless, as a seasoned CP9 agent, he understood the importance of maintaining composure in such situations. Therefore, rather than pursue the thief, he resolved to focus on locating Hadoli. Meanwhile, Hadoli, the tie-wearing pigeon, found himself gripped by Rodney's doppelganger, who wore a fierce expression and regarded him with predatory intent, contemplating where to find a delectable morsel. Truth be told, this pigeon was rather plump. Though not filled to the brim, he appeared quite succulent. Hadoli, with wide eyes filled with tears, wondered how he had been captured in the blink of an eye. The menacing figure before him made his little heart race with fear. Master, where are you? There's hardly any meat on me. The creature in Rodney's grasp weighed no more than a couple of pounds, insufficient even for a snack, and the prospect of plucking feathers and cooking was a nuisance, particularly given his culinary skills. He sighed, deciding to send Rob Lucci a warning instead. Eventually, Lucci located his pigeon, bound with wire to a wooden post. Its feathers substantially plucked, and its expression one of distress and humiliation. The mistreatment Hadoli had suffered was egregious. Lucci, disheartened, thought to himself that the 3 individuals he had encountered earlier were merely engaged in shopping, yielding no useful information. Yet, was Hadoli's abduction a warning directed at him? Such contempt for mere pirates coursed through his veins, yet he couldn't ignore the unsettling realization of how effortlessly they had taken Hadoli without his notice. Such strength was truly formidable. He decided to return and relay the news of the warlord Rodney constructing ships in Water 7 to the world government, though he received no response. The CP9 operatives would continue to conceal themselves until they uncovered the designs for the Pluto, unaware that Ace Bug had already entrusted those plans to a peculiar individual. Meanwhile, Rodney, accompanied by Reiju and Robin, was engaged in procuring necessary supplies. Although the Carrera Company would handle furniture and such, daily essentials still required their attention, and they planned to notify the Carrera Company for delivery once the ship was completed, allowing them to set sail directly. They also intended to explore the enchanting Water City. The central tower of Water 7 resembled a fountain, with seawater cascading into it and flowing through the intricate network of waterways that crisscrossed the city, forming a sophisticated aquatic transport system. The residents relied on boats for their daily commute, as land routes were scant. They had also domesticated a fish known as brew, which served as a mode of transport in the absence of boats. This fish resembled a horse, adorned with light yellow scales and possessing fins instead of limbs. Its gentle disposition and willingness to work made it an ideal choice for carrying people and goods, available for a mere 1,000 berries. With 3 individuals, they opted to rent a 4-seater brew, and Rodney, along with the 2 ladies, marveled at the beauty of Water 7, with Rodney occupying 2 seats. Water 7 boasted a rich history and a unique aquatic culture, making it a jewel of the Grand Line. Their purchases had already been delivered to the Carrera Company, alleviating any concerns, especially given their ample funds. "Captain, where shall we head next?" "The culinary capital?" Robin inquired. "Indeed. I aim to find a chef and deal with a few pirates, as our funds for shipbuilding are dwindling, and we need resources," Rodney replied, casting a disgruntled glance at the 2 ladies. "Do you have any idea how much you just spent on clothing?" "Captain, do not be stingy. Those were merely everyday necessities," Reiju countered, nodding in agreement. "Besides, you purchased a few articles of clothing yourself, and aren't you due for a new pair of shoes? I haven't seen you change them." "What I wear are ninja shoes, designed for silence, and I have changed them. You just haven't noticed." "Captain, don't you walk on water with those shoes?" Robin had always thought Rodney's reluctance to change footwear was due to their water-walking ability. "Of course not. That's merely my power." He then removed his ninja shoes, stepping barefoot on the water before sitting back atop the brew. This isn't technology. Only the wealthy can indulge in such luxuries. Undoubtedly, Germa was affluent, supporting the research and production of clone soldiers. The profits from a single war far surpassed what Rodney could earn from hunting pirates. "So that is your ability, Captain? What devil fruit did you consume to acquire such an array of powers unheard of on the seas? Why couldn't it simply be from my own training?" "The path of the devil fruit is not the only one available. While consuming a superior fruit may grant immense power, it does not guarantee invincibility. Without knowledge of the various types, one's fate rests on luck. Consuming a worthless fruit could lead to dire consequences." "Is that so? I see now that the captain is not reliant on a devil fruit," Rage pondered, choosing not to inquire further. "I heard there's a delicacy here called water flesh. I wish to try it. Would you care to join?" "I think I'll pass. I want to explore a bit." "Robin, would you like to come along?" Reiju asked. "I also wish to buy some books." "Captain, you can go alone. Just remember to return by evening." "Very well." The trio parted ways, and Rodney swaggered toward the vendor of water flesh, a specialty of Water 7 that even Luffy had praised, although it was rare for him to turn down food. Eagerly, he dashed into a restaurant and purchased water flesh, a dish that Brew particularly relished. The meat was tender, juicy, and flavorful. As a renowned tourist destination, the scenery was delightful. He bought a generous portion of jerky and began to enjoy the view while eating. Suddenly, he found himself confronted by a group of peculiar individuals. To describe them, they wore only undergarments in broad daylight, their appearance far from normal, and their bizarre poses would naturally lead one to consider them deviants. Before him stood several long legs clad in stockings, an undeniably shocking sight. "Seriously? You aren't some third gender from the sea, so why dress like that?" He quickly recalled their true nature. These were the Frankie family, known for dismantling ships, yet their reputation in Water 7 was far from favorable. Speaking to them might invite scorn, and they had garnered a reputation for deceit and thievery. When short on funds, they even dabbled in bounty hunting, earning them the disdain of Water 7's residents, who labeled them as rogues and scoundrels. A robust man clad in stockings was about to utter something when Rodney took a step back and activated his Sharingan, causing those before him to succumb to slumber. A throng of individuals collapsed, and to prevent obstructing passers-by and disrupting traffic, he discarded them beside a trash bin. Oh, yet another good deed accomplished today. With this thought, Rodney felt a sense of elevation within himself. Well then, let us continue our journey. There is nothing pressing at hand. Tomorrow, I shall indulge in a sumptuous feast in the culinary capital of Perlu. As Rodney, Robin, and Reiju stepped out of the maritime train, The delightful aromas wafted towards them, not the scent of perfumes, but the enticing fragrances of various dishes, sweet, salty, sour, and spicy. An array of scents that tantalized their senses and ignited their appetites. The trio could hardly resist the allure of this culinary haven. How fragrant! Robin exclaimed. It truly lives up to its reputation as the food capital, with so many street vendors right at the station. Along the roads flanking the station, a serpentine line of food stalls beckoned those freshly arrived, the enticing smells rendering Rodney momentarily immobile. If Luffy, that gluttonous fellow, were to see this, he would undoubtedly devour everything without paying, with the Straw Hat crew trailing behind to settle the bill, wouldn't he? Takoyaki. Freshly made takoyaki. Seafood stir-fry. Seafood stir-fry. Delicious or it's free. Hyde's barbecue. Hyde's barbecue. I assure you, after one taste, you'll crave a second. The cacophony of shouts filled the air, creating a lively scene as tourists lined up at the stalls, pondering their choices, with some places already boasting long queues. Captain, which one should we try first? Or shall we seek out a chef? Reiju inquired, but received no response. Turning her head, she noticed him already at a roadside stall. Robin smiled and remarked, "The captain has but a few great loves, and one of them is food. Come on, let us catch up with him. Look over there, and there." She pointed to several queues where Rodney's figure could be seen, astonishingly utilizing his clones to stand in line. All right then. Initially, Reiju found Rodney somewhat unreliable, but now her impression had only deepened. This man, I have grown accustomed to it. Despite his occasional lack of reliability, he remains dependable, as long as one overlooks his sporadic bouts of madness and nonsensical chatter. I am at a loss for words. Perhaps silence is the best option. 6 servings of takoyaki, please. Certainly. 4 servings of Neptune-style barbecue. No problem. And another round of grilled sea cow snake. Please hold on, customers. Rodney and his clones returned with the snacks, satisfaction etched on their faces. Robin and Reiju also held the delicacies he had procured. Captain, we haven't even left the station yet. Shouldn't we be heading out? Indeed, it's been half an hour, and we are still ensnared in this culinary maze. Although we've sampled a bit, we haven't truly indulged, while our captain has hardly paused. Upon hearing this, Rodney ceased his feasting, fell silent for a moment, then said, "Impossible. I remember walking quite a distance and consuming a fair amount. It can't be. It was a straight path. How could we not have traversed it?" Reiju replied, "No. Captain, take a closer look. We are merely 50 meters from the platform. Do not overlook significant landmarks. Have I fallen victim to an illusion?" The clones wore grave expressions, entirely oblivious to their own indulgence in food. That sort of thing is something only you would experience. The clones chimed in unison. It seems so. Well, let's go." He acknowledged his error and took the lead. After a few steps, he paused. "Wait, how fragrant. I shall return shortly." As he spoke, his legs grew numb, and he collapsed, losing all sensation in his feet. Reiju? The only one capable of this was Reiju, who retracted her pink poison arrow and said, "Captain, it is merely a common anesthetic to ensure we do not remain trapped in the station until nightfall. I believe this is for the best. As for your clones." The clones sat in silence, eyes fixed ahead, oblivious to their predicament while munching on their snacks. 2 of the clones hoisted the original and dashed out from the enticing embrace of the food stalls. Once outside the station, Robin and Reiju fell silent. Indeed, it was true to its name as the culinary capital. The streets were lined predominantly with restaurants, and the location of inns was unknown. Rodney's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is not good," Robin muttered. "Indeed, it seems hopeless," Reiju echoed. Unsurprisingly, Rodney's gluttonous nature triumphed over the anesthetic in his system, and he leaped forward, his clones in tow. "Let us find an inn. As for him, I hope he doesn't overindulge," Robin sighed, unable to suppress her exasperation. The blood of a glutton will never fade, no matter how many worlds he traverses, such as Rodney. When he desires to eat, nothing can deter him, especially as his body craves nourishment. With a hearty appetite and swift digestion, it appears today will not see him leave the food capital. Should we consider staying here? He pondered. Whatever notions of ninjas or pirates faded from his mind, they paled in comparison to the prospect of indulging in a hearty meal. Robin and Reiju found an inn, the first floor bustling with a restaurant. Truly, the culinary capital attracted many visitors, predominantly those seeking to savor its delights. Owing to their unreliable captain, they needed not only to locate lodgings, but also to seek out their targets, for pirate crews were present here as well. However, these ruffians dared not act recklessly, for a flag fluttered atop the highest point of the culinary capital, emblazoned with a skull adorned with lipstick, a top hat, and a collar trimmed with fur, appearing like a child's haphazard doodle. Yet it represented one of the four mightiest pirate crews upon the seas, the Big Mom pirates. Generally, the primary territories of the four emperors lay within the New World. However, due to Big Mom's penchant for cuisine, she claimed this city, located in the first half of the Grand Line, as her own, for how could she resist such a delectable locale? Each year, the culinary capital must offer countless delicacies to the New World, and Big Mom's pirate flag serves as a protective mantle over this place. Anyone daring to disturb the culinary capital must reckon with the Big Mom pirates. The Navy, wary of the Big Mom pirates, deemed it unnecessary to risk angering a four emperor for a mere food island. Thus, they could only turn a blind eye. They felt somewhat helpless as the four emperors extended their reach into the first half of the Grand Line, but they preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible. Black Gun Moros, Black Gun Pirates, bounty of 13 million berries. Demon Blade Beauty Lofi, Demon Blade Pirates, bounty of 10,040,000 berries. Blood Sword Yodel, Tequila Pirates, bounty of 27 million berries. Using the bounties obtained from Baroque works, Robin spotted several targets within the crowd. If we find a few more, it should suffice. But we must locate the captain first, or perhaps his clones. Then let us proceed. Hopefully, the captain has not succumbed to overindulgence. The two women meandered about, hoping to encounter their captain or one of his clones. After a thorough search, they ultimately halted before a restaurant hosting a competitive eating contest. Rodney has advanced to the finals. He has transformed into a portly figure, indulging in a feast that seems impossible to seize, his physique becoming somewhat unwieldy. Robin. Legio. I believe I shall linger here for a few more days before returning to Germa. It seems prudent to seek alternative support. At this moment, both women perceive the situation as unreliable, and amidst their conversation, the outcome of the eating contest has been determined. Rodney emerges victorious. Having triumphed in the Uncle Burger-esque great eating competition, Rodney was bestowed with a bounty of 100,000 berries, along with a week-long voucher for complimentary Uncle Burgers. Burping contentedly, and with a full belly, the rotund Rodney stepped forward to claim his prize, opting to exchange the 7-day voucher for an additional 10,000 berries, totaling an impressive 111,000 berries. Ah, my dear companions, he remarked, I seem to have overindulged and am feeling rather uncomfortable. Captain, it is time to resume our duties. Have we located our target? When he was at work, he was quite reliable. Come along with us. All right, I shall also engage in some exercise. I have indulged a bit too much. It is not that he is gluttonous, but the dishes were simply irresistible. Oh, how delectable. Sada Tavern, rather than being merely a tavern, is more accurately described as a dining establishment, for the majority of its patrons are drawn by the delectable offerings of its proprietor, Sada. It is said that Sada's culinary skills are renowned throughout Plu. Having once served as the esteemed chef aboard a pirate ship, only to return in disarray after losing a hand in the process. For a chef, the loss of a hand is indeed a calamity. The art of cooking becomes extraordinarily challenging, as the coordination between two hands is essential. And the fact that his arm was severed at the shoulder renders the possibility of a prosthetic limb futile. Thus, he was left with no choice but to open a tavern. Although he can still prepare some dishes, the daily menu is limited, leading to a greater emphasis on the provision of beverages. Nevertheless, the tavern attracts a multitude of visitors each day, not for any other reason than the uniquely exquisite meals served. Simply put, they are irresistibly aromatic. The Sada Tavern welcomes all, be they pirates or ordinary folk. However, brawling is strictly prohibited. Naturally, it is rare for anyone to cause a disturbance in a place under the protection of Big Mom. Even though Big Mom has not explicitly decreed that troublemaking is forbidden, it is universally understood that none would dare to act recklessly. This is also the reason why this place is so secure. Generally speaking, as long as it does not impede the tribute to Big Mom, they will not interfere here. After all, it is merely an island renowned for its culinary delights, and there is no need to make a fuss, unless someone were to utterly devastate this island. At that point, not only Big Mom, but also the Navy would seek to cause you trouble. Primarily the Navy. After all, Big Mom might even consider making you her son-in-law. Today, a considerable number of pirates have gathered here, having taken over this tavern. Hey, Sada the owner. Where's your dish? A fearsome and formidable brute occupies a table, his mouth filled with yellowed teeth and his visage adorned with an abundance of flesh. Towering nearly 2 meters, instilling trepidation in all who behold him. He bears a long sword upon his back, glimmering with a chilling light, exuding an aura thick with the scent of blood, clearly stained by the remnants of many a life. This is Bloodsword Yodel, the notorious captain of the Tequila pirate crew. With a bounty of 27 million berries. Hailing from the South Seas, he has vanquished several pirate crews, and upon finding no worthy adversaries, he has ventured to the Grand Line, where he has similarly dispatched numerous rivals, his reputation soaring to unprecedented heights. His current visit is driven by a desire to sample the culinary delights purported to be served at the celebrated Sada Tavern. Having unceremoniously expelled all patrons under the pretext of reserving the establishment for himself, while a throng of onlookers outside anxiously watches, fearing for the fate of the tavern's proprietor, Sada. These despicable pirates, truly, do they not fear discovery by the Navy? Someone murmured, the Navy? Do they dare to act recklessly here? Moreover, those fellows are utterly preoccupied. How could they possibly concern themselves with this place? One person scoffed disdainfully, showing a lack of cordiality towards the Navy. However, it would be wise to devise a plan to assist Boss Sada. He and his son manage the tavern, which is no small feat. Although young Lester is quite skilled in combat, he is unlikely to be a match for this band of pirates. What to do, indeed? In the kitchen of Sada's tavern, an elderly man and a young boy stood before the stove. Boss Sada, with only one hand, skillfully sought vegetables, his face adorned with an expression of tranquility, while the aroma of the meat wafted from the pan. Beside him was a handsome blond youth, clad in a chef's uniform and donning a chef's hat, though it was not that of the head chef. Despite his youth, he stood nearly 6 feet tall, with a robust physique. Only his somewhat youthful visage betrayed his age. Otherwise, one might easily mistake him for an adult. Father, are you truly going to cook for that person? Otherwise, can we possibly contend with them? Yet, he is a pirate with a bounty of 20 million. Although he may not be significant in the Grand Line, it is more than enough to intimidate the two of us. Boss Sada instructed to scoop a small half-spoonful of fish sauce with a ladle for seasoning, saying, Lester, I know what you were thinking. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. But, Father, you clearly have the ability to defeat him. He is aware of his father's formidable strength. Though he may not be a legendary pirate renowned across the seas, his overwhelming prowess is surely sufficient to handle the adversary lurking outside. Harmony begets wealth. Harmony begets wealth. The proprietor, Sada, ladled the dishes onto plates and remarked, Take them over. Do not provoke them. Lester, his hands clenched, felt a deep reluctance. The impetuousness of youth made him unwilling to endure such humiliation yet again. Though he had encountered similar situations on several occasions, this time he was resolute in rejecting such indignity. Go on, Sada said, oblivious to his son's expression, as he continued to focus on the pot before him. On one side lay the ingredients Lester had prepared, merely awaiting their descent into the cauldron. With the dishes in hand, Lester stepped out of the kitchen and into the tavern, where a raucous assembly of drunken revelers was already indulging in the fine wines displayed on the shelves. The cacophony of drunken laughter, curses, and the sound of slapping hands echoed incessantly, while the inebriated pirates displayed their unseemly antics, making Lester feel as though he could topple them all. Bowing his head, he approached the sole clean seat in the tavern, the place reserved for the bloodied sword, Yodel. Your ordered dishes, please enjoy, he said, presenting the meal before Yodel, still with his gaze lowered. Gagaga, I can hardly wait. The Yodel rubbed his hands together, taking a deep breath of the enticing aroma, and with great satisfaction declared, It has truly been worth the wait. The dishes of Chef Sada shall undoubtedly not disappoint me. Oh, he picked up a fork from beside him, skewered a piece of meat, and promptly delivered it to his mouth. Instantly, juices erupted forth, and the flavor lingered delightfully on his palate. This is it. This is what I have been anticipating. Delicious indeed. I shall indulge in it every single day henceforth. Yodel chuckled, his voice resembling that of a night owl with its throat constricted, an utterly grating sound. Lester gazed at Yodel, who was engrossed in devouring his meat, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The boning knife concealed beneath his garments was drawn forth, its sharp blade capable of effortlessly severing cartilage and stripping away thick skin, aimed directly at Yodel's heart. In a swift turn of events, a fork intercepted the knife, revealing remnants of sauce adorning its prongs. Yodel, incensed, exclaimed, You little brat. How dare you launch a surprise attack? You are courting death. Lester struck, but missed. his bone-cutting blade dancing with precision as he aimed for his opponent's vital points, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Regrettably, the opportunity was fleeting. Yordle possessed immense strength, and during their recent contest, the fork in his hand had bent. He attempted to grasp Lester's slender arm with his bare hand. But just as he was about to exert his strength, he realized he could no longer command his own arm. Hand? How could my hand be? Oh, my dear friend. Your hand. The younger brother, still conscious, cried out loudly, while Yodel, belatedly realizing the situation, raised his hand. To his astonishment, his forearm had vanished without a trace. The incision neat and smooth. A swift stroke had severed it, and blood gushed forth from the wound, uncontrollable and relentless. Doctor! Doctor! Frank! Where are you? Yodel called out the ship's doctor's name anxiously. A pirate remarked, Boss, Frank is drunk. Damn it! Yodel cursed vehemently in the dialect of the South Seas, pressing down on his wound. The pain was excruciating, but what infuriated him more was the fact that the boy who had just ambushed him had vanished. In his stead stood another man with a sun-kissed complexion, a familiar smile adorning his face, and a sword in his hand. Wait, why does that sword look so familiar? Isn't that the captain's sword? Indeed, it belonged to the captain. A pirate rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could their captain's sword be in the hands of a stranger? You brat, I will make you pay. Yodel roared, his fury ignited further by that insufferable grin. He abandoned his attempt to staunch the bleeding and swung his bloodied fist instead. The punch struck the floor, shattering it into splinters. 27 million for a bounty, huh? Not a wasted trip, he muttered. But why was Yodel so tall? Wasn't he supposed to be under a meter? This individual had clearly exceeded that height. You brat, get down. The blade pierced his skull, halting Yodel's thoughts. He jumped down, leaving the lifeless body behind. Ding. Host has slain a pirate with a bounty of 27 million. Reward, 270 task points. Be boss. How could it be? The captain with a bounty of 20 million. No. Run. Suddenly someone recognized him and exclaimed, Wait, is this the new warlord, Magician Rodney? The name Magician was bestowed upon him by someone unknown. But it sounded far nicer than Red Eyes. Originally the title belonged to Hawkins, one of the supernovas, but it had been misattributed to him, while the nickname Demon had only spread within the East Sea and was waning daily. Hey, is someone out there? All pirates, men to the left, women to the right, and those who are neither in the center. Otherwise, I will deal with you. He sat atop Yodel's corpse and declared, Are you not moving faster? Yes. Under the weight of the warlord's reputation, none of the pirates dared to flee, fearing for their lives. Hey, kid, you displayed quite a bit of bravery just now. What is your name? Rodney asked with keen interest, popping open a bottle of wine and addressing Lester. Lester, Alfred Lester. Alfred? That surname reminds me of Butler Hero. Rodney suddenly inquired, Can you cook? Yes, I cook very well. Upon meeting this legendary warlord, Lester did not express any delight. Instead, he felt a sense of camaraderie, devoid of any fear. Is that so? Rodney's eyes lit up. I need a chef. Would you care to join me, little Lester? No, thank you for your kindness. But I shall remain here. A one-armed man emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of food. Lester will stay in Peru. The sea is far too perilous for him. He has no capacity for survival out there. Dad, Lester began to argue, but was interrupted by Sada. Enough. Lester, you are my son. You will stay here and be a chef in Peru. Do not entertain thoughts of venturing out to sea. Sada declared coldly. He understood that his son longed for the ocean due to his past exploits. But those experiences had instilled in him a fear of allowing his son to tread the path of uncertainty and adventure. It was too dangerous. As a father, he wished to provide the best for his son and prevent him from following in his footsteps, even if the one tempting his son was a titan of the sea. Titan's my foot. I'm just trying to make a living. That's unfortunate, Lester. It seems I must seek other chefs. Does anyone know of any skilled cooks here who wish to set sail? Since Lester's father opposed it, Rodney would not press the matter further. Thank you immensely for your understanding regarding the chef. Dad, wait. Lester shouted. I have grown up. I want to venture out to sea, just like you did, and experience the freedom you once spoke of. He yearned for his father to take pride in him. He desired to savor the culinary delights of the Grand Line, to create better dishes, and become a renowned chef across the seas. He aspired to be the greatest chef upon the ocean. You fool. Sada struck his son's face, more forcefully than before, panting as he said, That place is not for a little brat like you. Even being a chef, there is perilous. I should never have spoken of those things to you. Stay at home and do not go anywhere. You are the fool, Lester cried, tears streaming down his face as he shouted. Did we not promise, Mom? I want to become the world's greatest chef. How can I stagnate here? Peru is the culinary capital. I have tasted all the famous dishes here. How can I grow without exploring more? How can I fulfill my promise to Mom? Sada fell silent. Rodney handed Lester a piece of paper to wipe his tears and snot, saying, well, how should I put this? I shouldn't be getting involved. But I must clarify something. The sea is perilous. My ship requires all hands to be capable. Even the chefs must be able to defend themselves. After all, they were not merely a pirate crew, but a hunting team, one that hunted pirates, necessitating every member to be a soldier. In certain aspects, Lester was still too weak. I can. Lester blushed, declaring, even if I'm not strong enough, I can train. Dad is strong. I haven't fully mastered my strength yet, and my physical abilities are still lacking. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, growing more ashamed. It seemed before this individual, he was not strong, and could even be deemed excessively weak. Sada was left in contemplation by his son's words. Rodney extended his hand, saying, come, let us see what your physical condition is like. Lester was unsure what to expect, but extended his hand, which Rodney grasped firmly. Pull away with all your might. Lester exerted considerable force. Though not as strong as Rodney, he was nonetheless stronger than many, even outmatching some adults. However, compared to those with remarkable physical capabilities or those who had clearly trained, he fell short. It could only be regarded as average. Your strength is decent. How old are you? 17. 17? You can still train. Your physical condition is passable. There is potential here. He is worth nurturing, but his father. Dad, I want to set sail. No. Sada flatly refused. Why not? You are not strong enough. What qualifies as strong enough? Defeat them. Sada pointed at the group of pirates restrained by Rodney. The pirates exchanged puzzled glances. Lord Rodney, Lester must defeat at least 10 pirates. Otherwise, I will not allow him to go to sea. Out there, weakness is a sin. Lester must be strong enough. Otherwise, sending him out would be akin to sending him to his doom. Better for him to remain in this crew forever. While he may not become the world's greatest chef, being the best in the culinary capital is still an achievement. I have no objections. Rodney shook his head. I can. Lester replied resolutely. Then go out and fight. The onlookers outside, sensing the commotion, began to disperse, frightened by Rodney's authoritative words. As for you all, whoever defeats him can leave, Rodney declared. However, there are only 10 spots available. The eyes of the pirates sparkled with hope. If the formidable magician Rodney could not prevail, could a mere cook possibly succeed? They eagerly scrambled to sign up, and Sada personally selected 10 pirates to challenge his son, Lester, standing outside Sada's tavern. Lester wielded a bone knife in one hand and a cleaver in the other, one sharp, the other hefty. Was this standard for a chef? And was it really wise to use kitchen utensils for combat? What would happen to the meals he would prepare afterward? The lad might as well blame his foolish father for his predicament. One pirate, grinning maliciously, swung his weapon chaotically, relying solely on brute strength, soon to tire. Having sparred frequently with Sada, Lester was well aware of the weaknesses of such opponents. He deftly avoided their attacks and seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow when they showed signs of exhaustion. Rodney watched in astonishment. Was this lad not a first-time killer? He maintained remarkable composure. Sada silently observed as Lester overcame one pirate after another. How could he not be aware of his son's capabilities? He had personally taught him the art of the blade. And it was impossible for Lester not to outmatch this rabble. He merely sought a justification, a reason for his son to depart from him. The child had grown. Restraining him here would hinder his development. Yet, he feared the dangers that awaited on the high seas. Truly, the emotions of a father watching his son mature were complex. Is this how you felt when you sent me out to sea all those years ago? I believe I am beginning to understand. After vanquishing the last pirate, battered but resolute, Lester stood before his father and declared, Dad, I have earned my right to sail. Indeed, you have earned that right. Sada replied with a hint of pride. Just like me, Mary, our child resembles me even more. A smile broke upon his face. You have grown, Lester. Allow me to introduce our new chef, Lester Alfred. He will be responsible for our meals henceforth. Rodney introduced the still injured Lester to Raju and Robin. Hello, Lester bowed deeply. I am Lester, and from this day forward, I will take care of all your meals. Please guide me well. Greetings, Lester. I am Robin, and I look forward to your culinary skills. Oh, and do ensure the captain does not cook. Otherwise, you will surely regret it, Robin smiled. Huh, why is that? Reiju remarked, just remember this. I am Reiju. This is our experienced advice. Absolutely do not let the captain cook, as we do not wish to perish. Hey. Could you refrain from speaking such things in my presence? Rodney grumbled. That was merely an accident. I can cook, having made braised sea king fish before. Captain. That was just a matter of roasting it, and you always burn it, Robin retorted promptly. Rodney clutched his heart. Why did I invite you aboard? Just to have you mock me every day? As Lester wiped the sweat from his brow, he suddenly realized his position aboard the ship was somewhat lowly. By the way, Lester, what happened to all those injuries? Reiju inquired. This is proof of a man's growth. Rodney interjected. Lester has become a man, at least in spirit. Lester felt the statement held some truth, yet sensed something was amiss, unable to pinpoint exactly what. Speaking of which, where's our ship? Lester asked curiously. It is still under construction. Our journey is not solely to find a chef. We are also tasked with collecting bounties on pirates. Captain, what is your target? Here it is, Rodney replied, producing a blood-stained cloth from his satchel, revealing a bounty of 27 million berries. Indeed, such was the captain's style. Fearing complications, he had opted to bring the head back with him. Robin then presented a woman with a broken neck, slain by a joint technique. Lofi, the ghostly blade beauty, boasting a bounty of 10,040,000 berries. Just as I thought, very much in line with your methods. The arm produced from Robin's flower fruit ability emerged from Lofi's back, executing the lethal maneuver with precision. Robin's fruit powers made her exceptionally skilled in assassination, and eliminating Lofi during her solitary trip to the restroom was a trivial task. Reiju then displayed a figure with dark purple skin, blood seeping from every orifice. Eyes wide open in death. 13 million berries. That was easy. I expected a tougher challenge, but hunting pirates is not as lucrative as before. The profits from a war are substantial enough to sustain Germa for an extended period, while the rewards from pirates can also be significant. Their unpredictable nature and formidable strength make them far more troublesome to deal with than becoming mercenaries and engaging in warfare, where the resistance is considerably weaker. Rodney could not resist a quip. Who do you think you are, lady? With your family's extensive resources, we should make a trip to the nearby naval base to exchange for berries. Otherwise, we may never retrieve our ship. And we might need to hunt a few more to cover our subsequent expenses. All right, I will scout ahead, Robin agreed. Although Rodney's abilities were convenient, they were not as stealthy as hers. Even if she sent him, he would have no knowledge of the pirates and Appos bounties. What if he sought out those with low rewards? After accumulating a handsome bounty and enjoying half a month in the culinary capital of Puru, they returned to Water 7 aboard the sea train. Their ship was now more than halfway complete. As expected, Iceberg's craftsmanship was exceptional, and Rodney and the others acknowledged the design as splendid, entirely in accordance with Rodney's specifications, yet enhanced by Iceberg's own innovations. The three were exceedingly pleased. Lester, particularly content after seeing the kitchen's design, added, by the way, I need to purchase some knives. Did you not bring kitchenware from home? Rodney inquired. Those are for cutting vegetables and cooking. I need new ones for combat, Lester replied matter-of-factly. Why not switch to a different weapon? Why a cleaver? I am a chef. I only know how to use a cleaver. My father only taught me the ways of the cleaver. He said, a chef's knife is still a knife. Why can it not be wielded in battle? What exactly did your father teach you? Sanji remarked. He said a chef's hands are meant for cooking. Yet your father's point holds merit. No matter how skilled you are, you should still fear a cleaver. Although Rodney sensed something amiss with the ship's cook's demeanor, he said nothing further and provided Lester with a budget to procure the knives he desired. Bone knives, cleavers, carving knives. After another half-month, their ship was finally completed. At Dock 1, accompanied by Iceberg and his secretary, Khalifa, they arrived. Here is the remaining balance. Mr. Iceberg, please sign here. Rodney and Lester presented 2 black boxes filled with stacks of berries. Let's inspect the ship first, Iceberg replied. While it felt gratifying to be trusted, the ship must be verified before payment. This would ensure peace of mind in case any modifications were necessary. Having received the payment, the prospect of making changes later seemed somewhat cumbersome. However, I trust in your craftsmanship, Mr. Icebegu. Rodney, in a display of impulsiveness, handed the money to the female secretary, followed closely by Lester. With her view obscured by the money, Khalifa remarked, "It is an honor to receive your praise." Icebegu instructed someone to take the money from Khalifa, wiped his brow, and smiled, saying, "Now, please follow me." Your vessel is ready, and any dissatisfaction can be addressed immediately. Under his guidance, they arrived at the waterway in Dock 1, where a sailing ship, slightly larger than a warship, rested quietly. The hull was painted in a color that mirrored the ocean, as if it were melting into the sea itself. This was the camouflage that Rodney had requested. After all, they were a hunting ship. Ispegu explained, in accordance with Mr. Rodney's specifications, we crafted the hull from the sturdiest materials available. While it may not match the atom tree, it is nonetheless among the finest and most resilient woods in the world. We exerted considerable effort during its construction. The wind release, vacuum sphere, an attack capable of shattering stone left no discernible marks on the hull, which greatly pleased Rodney. Indeed, the expenditure had proven worthwhile. Noticing his satisfaction, Ispegu beamed and inquired, "Shall we board to inspect?" Lester went to check the kitchen, while the others assessed their requirements. Everything they had purchased had been delivered by Carrera Company, ready for departure. "Captain, the kitchen is in order. I am quite satisfied," Lester reported, peeking out. "The study is also quite good," Robin added, noting that its design was entirely her own, tailored to her specifications, with her books neatly arranged by Carrera's staff. Reiju had no particular demands for her living quarters, content with cleanliness. "Given this, Ispegu, the ship is perfect. My utmost gratitude," Rodney declared. "Perfect is a lofty claim. I wonder what name Mr. Rodney intends to bestow upon this vessel." "Black Pearl," came the collective response of the group. Robin interjected, "I think Dark Sphere is a fine name. Poisonous Pink also sounds appealing." "Chef's ship, what do you think, Captain?" "These names are ridiculous. Mine is far superior. Let it be Black Pearl, or perhaps Caribbean would suffice." "Captain, your naming skills leave much to be desired. That is infinitely better than your Dark Sphere. Still, let it be Poisonous Pink. Chef's ship it is." Ispegu sighed. None aboard have any talent for naming. Ultimately, Rodney, in his capacity as captain, decreed that the new vessel would be named Black Pearl. The weather at sea is as capricious as a child's temperament. One moment, the sky was a canvas of blue and white. The next, a tempest erupted unexpectedly, leaving no refuge. The wind howled, and the waves surged, transforming the ocean from its previous calm into a frenzied beast, intent on engulfing them. "Reef in the sails. Quickly. Gather the sails," Robin called. "Re-establish the course. Reiju, come assist me. Reiju, take the helm, and Lester, hold steady." Rodney allocated tasks as the Black Pearl surged through the tumultuous sea. He and his shadow clones furled the sails to protect the mast from the ferocious winds, while Robin determined their position and directed Reiju to steer the ship. Although not a seasoned navigator, she had acquired some knowledge in this domain. Steering was not a daunting task for Reiju. Meanwhile, Lester was frantically organizing the kitchen's contents. Ouch! One of the shadow clones vanished as a hailstone the size of a fist plummeted to the ground. "This is hail, which means trouble." The storm had morphed into a hailstorm, and each hailstone was substantial. "Let us retreat to the cabin. Hail will not harm the Black Pearl." He shook his head, preparing to take refuge within, as the storm had lessened. Although the waves remained turbulent, they posed no threat, merely causing the ship to sway uncomfortably. "Wait, Captain. Don't return just yet," Robin suddenly exclaimed. "There is something massive in the sky." Rodney activated his Sharingan and looked up to see a colossal hailstone, akin to a meteor, plummeting rapidly, and its landing zone was unmistakably their location. However, the sailing ship relied on the wind for propulsion, and the current winds were ferocious. The sails could not be raised, and their speed was sluggish, with the waves failing to assist. "Captain, allow me to handle this." Reiju donned Germa's battle attire and declared, "My strength should slow the descent of the ice. Let us go together. Robin, look after Lester and manage the ship. Reiju, let us proceed." Leaving a few clones behind to assist, they employed the moonwalk technique, ascending step by step into the sky. Reiju felt their pace was too slow and grasped his hand, propelling them toward the falling ice. "No need to push. I will shatter the ice directly." Superhuman strength, impact fist. Her fist rained down upon the ice like a tempest, fracturing its surface, which began to splinter into smaller chunks cascading downward. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, fireball. The clones stationed atop the mast utilized fire techniques to evaporate the ice or shatter it into smaller fragments, ensuring no threat lingered for the Black Pearl. After an arduous effort, the storm abated, and the previously overcast sky cleared, revealing a serene azure expanse with scant clouds. "What a dreadful weather pattern," he muttered, returning alongside Reiju to the Black Pearl to raise the sails anew. "Robin, How long until we reach the next island? Robin wore a troubled expression as she replied, Captain, I bear unfortunate news. It appears we have strayed from our course. What? Rodney's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The compass was pointing to the next island, was it not? Indeed, but the winds have blown us off our intended path. However, this does not hinder our journey. But Captain, we are approaching the fabled Bermuda Triangle. Should we not exercise caution? Robin inquired, her concern palpable. The Bermuda Triangle was a necessary route for them, and it also served as the lair of warlord Moonlight Moria. Speaking of Moria, his overemphasis on his devil fruit abilities led him to neglect the cultivation of Hokage, rendering him obsolete in this era. Rodney had been the one to eliminate the old sand, while he had been dealt a crushing blow by one of the four emperors. Kaido, who had confined him to his home, rendered a recluse, obsessively crafting figurines capable of defeating Kaido. In his prime, Moria had been an ambitious youth, rallying companions to venture into the new world, eager to achieve greatness, only to encounter the self-destructive Kaido. Kaido, known for his reckless tendencies and lauded as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, had somehow survived every peril, thriving on his immense strength and tenacity. Over 20 years ago, the land of Wano was occupied, leading to the sale and processing of sea stone, alongside the establishment of addiction centers for the ruling class, where the future figures of Luffy and Kid underwent treatment, albeit with minimal effect. In those days, Moria encountered Kaido, and, regrettably, his entire army was annihilated, leaving him to make a hasty retreat to the Grand Line. Once brimming with ambition, he was severely disheartened, having believed the position of Pirate King was within his grasp, only to find himself ensnared by addiction to power. Upon returning to the Grand Line, instead of training in Hokage, he began crafting zombie figurines. He heard whispers that Kaido possessed the bloodline of the demon tribe, prompting him to collect their corpses. His sedentary lifestyle led to a noticeable increase in his girth, transforming him into a figure of considerable bulk. Had he dedicated himself to physical training and the mastery of Hokage, combined with the abilities granted by the Shadow fruit, he could have made a significant mark on the high seas. Luffy's physique could accommodate 100 shadows, showcasing immense potential. Moria, having once survived a battle against Kaido, possessed commendable physical attributes, yet he strayed onto a misguided path, culminating in his current state as an out-of-shape recluse. Rodney remarked that Moria's situation need not be overly concerning. He had imprisoned a friend of an old acquaintance, prompting that elder to rally others for a rescue. Moria would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The might of the Dark King, Rayleigh, is well known. Every remnant of the bygone era is a formidable figure. Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, Sengoku, each possessing exceptional strength. Moria would find no favor in Rayleigh's presence. The corpse of the great swordsman Ryuma from Wano, now animated by Brook's shadow, would assuredly be defeated, yet Moria might not surrender easily, making confrontation between the two likely, with Rayleigh's victory seeming inevitable. After all, he is merely an overweight individual overly focused on fruit abilities, despite his troublesome powers. Even in his advanced age, Rayleigh was Roger's first mate, undoubtedly exceeding the strength of a Yonko, making it trivial to deal with Moria. Rodney pondered when they would arrive at Sabaody Archipelago, eager to acquire the legendary sword, Kushui. Captain, are you so assured? That man is also one of the warlords of the sea, like yourself. What if that elder fails? Asked Reiju, her curiosity piqued. Rodney's expression turned perplexed. What? You suggest Rayleigh could be bested by Moria? That is preposterous. If Moria could defeat Rayleigh, he would have long since ventured to the New World to challenge Kaido, instead of remaining here, crafting zombies. Am I mistaken? That elder is powerful? It's not a matter of strength. It's about how long it would take to defeat Moria, Rodney clarified. That man is the Dark King Rayleigh. As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the cabin, with Lester staring in astonishment. Captain, you actually know the legendary pirate? Do not regard me with such wide eyes. I do not know Rayleigh personally, only the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, with whom I shared time aboard a whale, Rodney replied. It's likely that news from the Devil's Triangle is scarce. They must have already departed. The Devil's Triangle is a treacherous route. One wonders how La Boone managed to restrain himself from seeking Brook, likely a complicated affair with Crocus intervening. Captain, what exactly is your origin? Robin could not restrain her curiosity. With so much knowledge and a mysterious background, she speculated if he were a celestial dragon. The thought made her ponder deeper. Rodney stared at her in disbelief. If I were a celestial dragon, I would be living a life of luxury, surrounded by concubines, indulging in feasts, who would still be traversing the seas. That makes a certain sense. Given your character, you would indeed do just that. The Devil's Triangle. A region shrouded in mystery where vessels reportedly vanish without a trace, is said to claim over 100 ships annually, with ghost ships rumored to roam, laden with the deceased. As Rodney and his crew navigated into the heart of the Devil's Triangle, the fog thickened, obscuring the sun and casting an eerie gloom, rendering visibility perilously low, even for those with enhanced vision. The only sound was the crashing of waves, and the absence of sunlight lowered the temperature significantly. Lester, feeling the chill, rubbed his hands together and queried, "Captain, my father mentioned that this place is haunted?" "Haunted? Perhaps. I cannot say for certain, but there are zombies, talking ones." Rodney replied. "Is he zombies?" Lester stammered, his face pale with fright. "Hey, with your stature, that reaction is quite unbecoming." Robin chuckled. "I've heard that many people go missing here, Captain. Do you have a way to escape?" "Uncertain," Rodney said, gazing at Robin, who seemed to enjoy scaring Lester. The young lad's timid nature likely stemmed from his lack of exposure to the wider world. "Captain, we can indeed escape, right?" Lester tugged at Rodney's sleeve. His eyes filled with hope. "Perhaps. You and Reiju should remain behind as support. I'm unsure if toxins affect zombies," Rodney suggested, contemplating leaving behind a clone to relay messages. "Captain, are you planning to confront the warlord, Gekko Moria?" Reiju inquired. "Of course, the Navy has never prohibited me from engaging a warlord, have they?" He smiled. "Allow me to rid them of that thorn in their side." The Navy would not intervene until he ceased his assault on the warlords, and they would seize any opportunity to eliminate them. Thus, he would lend a hand. Moreover, he had a task at hand. Task: eliminate Gekko Moria. Task level: B. Rewards: Chidori, Raging Lion S main technique, 5 elements ceiling, Shadow Snake Hands, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Simplified 2nd Edition, Water Release, 5 Fish Shark, Mist Concealment, Silent Killing Technique. Permanent Chakra Fruit X2, Explosive Chakra Fruit, 3,000 task points. Chidori. That could be quite useful, especially in conjunction with my Sharingan, though it's rather loud for stealth. The abilities of the Sage of the Six Paths and Uncle Snake, alongside the simplified Water Dragon Bullet, were appealing. After all, the original required over 30 hand seals. One could only wonder what Kakashi was thinking when he opted to use his Sharingan to replicate the Water Dragon Bullet. Surely he could have utilized other ninjutsu to dispatch Zabuza without such elaborate efforts, yet he chose a path that led to failure. "Captain, look at the surface of the sea." Lester's shout pulled Rodney from his reverie. He gazed across the waters, where debris floated, among them some desiccated corpses. Could that be Moria's zombie army? Curiosity piqued, he tossed a wire-bound shuriken, ensnaring a body and drawing it closer. The corpse was withered, its attire tattered. Yet it retained a semblance of grandeur, marred by decay, exhibiting stitches indicative of long-standing death. "This attire belongs to the kingdom of Korea from the West Sea," Robin observed, noting its ceremonial nature, typically worn only upon burial. This individual could not have perished here, as such garments are crafted by professionals, unless, of course, he had foreseen his imminent demise and donned it himself. Rodney concluded, this corpse must have been stolen. Stolen? The 3 individuals gazed at him in confusion. Moria possessed the extraordinary ability to infuse the shadows of others into corpses, transforming them into zombies endowed with the powers of their shadow masters. To assemble an army of the undead, Moria commanded his subordinates to pilfer corpses from graveyards around the world and seize the shadows of others, thereby creating formidable zombies. Rodney elaborated. Among Moria's 3 bizarre subordinates was the surgeon Hogback, who would steal and modify corpses from various cemeteries, preserving them for Moria to inject with shadows. Initially, these zombies retained the personalities of their original owners, but over time, they would completely metamorphose into obedient minions of Moria. These corpses would thus become zombies empowered by their shadow masters. However, if the original owner was a devil fruit user, their shadow could not inherit the powers. Otherwise, if such powers could be usurped, the world government would never allow someone wielding the perils of the shadow fruit to persist. Indeed, Moria's abilities would inevitably attract the ire of the world government. Those whose shadows had been stolen could not expose themselves to sunlight. Doing so would incinerate them to ashes. "Now I understand. Captain, do you have a means to counter him?" Robin inquired with a smile. "Certainly. Zombies are vulnerable to fire and must avoid salt. Contact with salt would reduce them to mere corpses, returning their shadows to their original bodies. As for fire, I can utilize my fire techniques alongside water techniques. Though I must be standing on the ocean's surface, otherwise, it would merely be fresh water. This place resembles a refuse heap, Reiju remarked, observing the debris and scattered corpses floating on the surface of the sea. Could it be that Rayleigh and Moria engaged in battle? Engaged in battle, without a doubt. It's just a matter of how far it escalated. Alternatively, one might say, what state Moria was left in. He disposed of the corpses overboard, deeming them useless on the ship, opting instead to cast them into the sea as fertilizer for the ocean, akin to a whale fall. Everyone remained vigilant. By the way, Robin, Reiju, and Lester, beware of a girl with pink hair and twin ponytails wielding a small sunshade. Her abilities will compel you to, well, how shall I put it, involuntarily divulge your dark histories. You wouldn't want to face public execution, would you? Rodney considered the Ghost Princess Perona's abilities to be a more formidable challenge than Moria himself, for he wished to avoid being struck by her negative spirits and inadvertently revealing his own past indiscretions. Reiju, however, felt little concern, as her past was well constructed and would not provoke much reaction even if exposed. In contrast, Robin and Lester's expressions shifted, revealing that they too harbored secrets they wished to keep concealed. Captain, what is that? Lester suddenly ducked behind Rodney, pointing at an ethereal shadow behind the mast. Rodney exclaimed, "What the hell?" The white shadow resembled a sheet, or perhaps a whimsical figure crafted from a white bedsheet. With comical arms and a head the size of a football, its expression blank, while its lower half trailed like a tadpole's tail, floating in the air and curiously observing the four. "A ghost," Rodney warned. "Do not let it strike you. It is merely a doppelganger." Had they been discovered? The ghost glanced at them, tilted its head, and then vanished into the void. "Captain, that was... We have been detected, one of the three bizarre subordinates of the Moria pirates, the Ghost Princess Perona's abilities. Oh, and you too should be cautious while bathing. One of the three bizarre subordinates possesses the power of invisibility thanks to the transparent fruit." Reiju, wasn't he one of Sanji's dreams to consume the transparent fruit? Recalling Sanji's expression of disappointment and indignation, Rodney found it amusing. Everyone knew Sanji's dream revolved around the transparent fruit. As for All Blue, wasn't he Fishman Island precisely that? Reiju retorted, "You little brat, the battle suits of Germa 66 already include cloaking technology, and you still desire the useless power of the transparent fruit." Moria-sama. Moria-sama. The girl with pink twin ponytails floated in midair, reporting to a grotesque figure seated in shadowy repose. "What?" came a shrill voice. In the shadowy chair sat a towering figure, nearly 7 meters tall, with pale skin and hair resembling flames, but more akin to flourishing green onions, albeit in fiery hues. His skin was pallid, with horns protruding from his forehead, his visage akin to that of a demon, with elongated ears and a long neck. Stitch lines marked his forehead, and his shirt collar stood erect like the wings of a bat, complemented by a dark Gothic coat that added to his ominous presence. His corpulent form rendered his legs nearly invisible, while a bandaged arm dangled from his slender neck. Moonlight Moria, one of the warlords of the sea. The shadow man who had consumed the shadow fruit found himself in dire straits. Damn Rayleigh, to be so thoroughly beaten over a mere skeleton. And the corpse of Dragon Horse has been destroyed, a legendary swordsman of Wano. He bellowed. What of Perona? Moria's injuries were a consequence of Rayleigh's confrontation when he, along with Brooke, who had been reduced to a skeleton, sought to reclaim the shadows Moria had stolen. Dragon Horse's body required a shadow of a skilled swordsman, making Brooke the ideal candidate. Moria could never relinquish such a valuable shadow. In his overconfidence, Moria had even contemplated transforming Rayleigh into a powerful zombie to confront Kaido, intending to kill Rayleigh and seize his corpse and shadow to fill the body of the fiend Oz. The outcome was a bitter lesson as the old man taught him a hard truth, decisively subduing Moria, who learned that greatness is still greatness. Rayleigh easily defeated the Dragon Horse zombie, which possessed Brooke's shadow and could wield his swordsmanship. Yet, even in its might, it was no match for Rayleigh. After defeating Dragon Horse and reclaiming Brooke's shadow, Rayleigh, responding to Kurokazu's request, seized the autumn water and removed one of Moria's claws before leaving, clad in sandals. Rayleigh had come seeking someone and had no intention of lingering. Otherwise, Moria would have suffered far worse than mere injuries and losses. Fortunately, one of his bizarre subordinates, Hogback, was a skilled surgeon who reattached his arm. Without him, Moria would have lost it for good. Moria-sama, a ship has intruded, Perona announced. Oh, truly? This is an opportune moment to replenish the zombies depleted by Rayleigh. When Rayleigh assaulted the terrifying three-masted ship, he didn't merely destroy Dragon Horse and Oz. He dispatched all who attempted to impede him with his conqueror's haki. Many feeble zombies were severed from their shadows, rendering numerous zombies useless. Yet there are only 4 people? Moria expressed disappointment, having expected a larger number. The scant few disheartened him. Perona, I entrust this matter to you and Absalom. With a lackluster demeanor, Moria reclined back into his chair, accustomed to delegating tasks to his subordinates during his years of indolence. Understood, Moria-sama. New toys await. Perona chimed as she floated into the air and vanished into the wall. Meanwhile, the 4 aboard the Black Pearl stared at the immense, fearsome three-masted ship, lost in contemplation. The terrifying three-masted ship is renowned as the largest sailing vessel in the world, resembling a small island. The central hull, akin to an island, is connected to a robust perimeter by several thick chains, containing seawater within. Its colossal entrance resembles a gaping maw, ready to engulf incoming ships. And once the door is shut, it traps those vessels inside, rendering them unable to escape. However, this is no longer the case. The walls are riddled with signs of repair, and a significant gash has appeared, surrounded by zombies engaged in mending the damage. Upon closer inspection, the incision is smooth and precise, evidently made by the edge of a sword. Captain, was this created by the Dark King, Rayleigh? Asked Lachio, gazing at the cut. Presumably. Rodney replied, uncertain. There is more than one sword strike on the wall. The main door has also vanished, leaving a sizable opening, likely also the work of Rayleigh. It seems just about the right size for Labu to enter. The Black Pearl sailed through the opening, ignoring the clamorous zombies on the walls. Rodney summoned a slug to assist the other 3, allowing them to communicate through these palm-sized creatures. Is this a telephone slug, Captain? It doesn't quite feel like one. Lachio inquired curiously, prodding the soft, cool body of the slug, which was coated in a viscous fluid. Rodney explained, this is my contracted companion. You may refer to her as Sister Slug. This is her split body, and they are interconnected. We can communicate through Sister Slug, and she can also assist us with healing. How marvelous. I've never heard of such a thing, they replied, greeting Sister Slug. Pleasure to meet you, Sister Slug said softly. She can speak? The trio was astonished. While this world is filled with wondrous creatures, a talking slug was a first for them. Yes, Sister Slug is quite amiable. Much more so than the gang from Mayaboka Mountain or the bullies from the Dragon Cave, Rodney remarked. Especially those frogs from Mayaboka Mountain. They are no different from thugs. Smoking and drinking. If they weren't bald, they'd probably have a perm. Not at all. The sages from Mayaboka Mountain and the Dragon Cave are quite amiable. Sister Slug interjected. An elderly senile frog and a white snake that hides in a hole all day smoking and watching the commotion. Can those 2 really be considered sages? Sister Slug was at a loss for words. Her true form was the entire wet-bone forest, and she wasn't sure how to respond. As she too was somewhat of a recluse. All right, let us move on. Sister Slug, these are my companions, Robin, Lachio, and Lester. Hello, Miss Slug. Robin and Lachio said politely, while Lester, somewhat nervous, called out, Sister Slug. Hey, is it really appropriate for someone who's 8 meters tall to address her like that? Oh, I forgot, you're still young. At that moment, Sister Slug's antennae twitched, asking, Lord Rodney, do you have other companions aboard your ship? No, just the 4 of us. Where would others come from? Rodney asked, realizing something. Sister Slug, where is the additional individual? Sister Slug's perception was based on her sensitivity to natural and life energies. In this energy-rich world, her abilities were enhanced, enabling her to navigate without eyes, easily avoiding attacks and recognizing individuals. Despite being a mere fragment of her being, she could sense nearby entities, including the overall presence aboard the ship. She had noticed the additional person upon their arrival, but had assumed he was a crew member of Rodney's, which is why she hadn't inquired earlier. Behind that mask, there is a rather peculiar individual. Parts of his body do not appear human. I see. With a flick of his hand, Rodney deftly caught a shuriken between his fingers, causing it to clash in the air. A steel wire connected to it spiraled around the mast, seemingly binding something invisible. Robin. Understood. 6-pulse flower, anchor flower. Delicate arms sprouted from the mast, intertwining, as Robin declared. Captain, there is indeed something here, and it possesses considerable strength. I suspected as much when Sister Slug mentioned someone was present. Invisibility fruit. What? How can you see me? A voice from the anchor flower exclaimed, laced with astonishment. How strange. Clearly there is someone, yet you act as if you cannot see them, Sister Slug pondered aloud. Rodney smiled. We shall soon reveal him. The invisibility fruit. A paramecia-type devil fruit, was Sanji's dream. All blue paled in comparison to the allure of invisibility. However, this fruit had been consumed by Absalom, shattering his dreams. As for Absalom himself, no longer could he be considered merely human. With modifications by Hogback, he possessed the jaw of a lion, the skin of an elephant, and the primal strength of 300 kilograms drawn from a hybrid of bear and gorilla, truly a fusion of beast and man. A chimera? An incomplete chimera, perhaps. Before Rodney and the others, Absalom's true form emerged, adorned with a white round hat resembling a blue-patterned pod atop his head, with golden hair and a lithe figure. His lion-like mouth was jarring against his black tuxedo. Although he could potentially break free from the steel wires, Robin's grasp held him firmly in place. Sister Slug sensed the biological composition of Absalom, noting, how peculiar. There are clearly animal tissues present, but no signs of rejection. This transcends the realm of medicine, does it not? Huh. This is Dr. Hogback's masterpiece. Why can't you break free? Release me, woman. Wow, how beautiful. Absalom's eyes sparkled with hearts upon seeing Robin and Lachio. This lascivious character, initially inclined to lick Robin's face or gaze at Nami bathing. Damn it. Rodney's anger surged at the thought. I've never encountered such a repulsive individual, even worse than that brat Momonosuke. Sister Slug remarked, this world is rife with unnatural beings. Anything can happen. Rodney stepped forward, spinning 2 kunai in his hands, driving them into Absalom's shoulders, rendering his arms useless. Oh! Absalom screamed in agony as the kunai pierced through the bones. The suffering unbearable. To think a mere 300 kilograms of strength has reduced you to this state. Truly unworthy, Rodney scoffed. Now, tell me what condition Moria is in. And no, I will not betray Lord Moria. Never. Absalom retorted defiantly. Moria was known to treat his subordinates well, as evidenced by their unwavering loyalty and respect. With Absalom and Perona willingly referring to him as master. Quite the resilient fellow. You are no match for me. Before me, you are merely a compliant puppet. I never intended to resort to this. With a flick of his hand, an illusion enveloped Absalom's gaze, draining it of its brilliance as he succumbed to the spell. Now, speak. What is Moria's current condition? Master Moria is currently recuperating. Recuperating? Yes, the Dark King rarely inflicted injuries upon him. His left arm has been completely severed. Doctor, Hogback managed to reattach it, but it cannot be used for the time being. I see. Rayleigh rendered one of Moria's arms unusable, which significantly diminished his combat capability, undoubtedly requiring him considerable effort to deal with. What about the corpse of the demon Oz? Oz's body remains dormant, still housed in the freezing chamber. So be it. Let him perish. Robin was freed from her abilities, while Absalom extricated himself from the steel wires, plunging helplessly from the Black Pearl. Splash! He sank into the sea without even a struggle. The other 3 fell silent. If memory serves, those with abilities who fall into the sea will drown. What exactly is the captain's power? Lester inquired. It is ninjutsu. The kind-hearted sister of the slug replied, utilizing an energy known as chakra in conjunction with hand seals to perform various miraculous techniques. Enough already, dear slug sister. Discussing ninjutsu could take all night. We must take our leave. Reiju, I'll trouble you to look after Lester. Robin and I will depart. For anything needed, consult dear slug sister. Rodney was reluctant to elaborate on ninjutsu, as he could not impart it to them, and it would be of no use to them anyway. The Black Pearl had reached the shore. Rodney and Robin disembarked, waving farewell to the 2 on board, saying, Farewell, we shall return shortly. Captain, I will prepare a meal for you. Huh, did I just set a flag? Let us go, Captain. The 2 ventured into the thick fog, their figures quickly vanishing from sight. Rodney advised, Robin, be cautious. The fog is dense, and it is easy to get lost. I know. However, Captain, doesn't this environment feel too eerie? There are also many places that are damaged. Surrounding them were Gothic structures, bizarre and mysterious, imbued with an air of terror. Especially the thick fog that enhanced the sinister atmosphere. Gravestones stood in clusters around them, resembling a cemetery, with occasional horrifying cries echoing, making one feel as if they were in a realm of the dead. Surprisingly, there There were signs of battle in some areas, without a doubt. They must be remnants left by Rayleigh. Do not fear. Just treat those zombies as if they were human. I did not say I was afraid. I merely think it is too dark here. Did you not bring a lantern? As a historian, she was an atheist. How could she possibly fear such things? I apologize. I do not have one, but I can disperse the fog around us. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A tempestuous wind erupted from his mouth, sweeping away the surrounding fog, significantly improving visibility and letting in a glimmer of light. What a splendid ability. Captain, your ninjutsu is indeed quite useful. However, the fog is returning. TSK. Lantern plants are more convenient. Although clover provides a lasting solution, the fog will return. I also lack the big and small mushroom sunshrooms. Ah. Am I going to have to fight zombies manually? Muttering nonsensical words, Robin had long since grown accustomed to it. Who didn't have their quirks at sea? The slug's sister on her shoulder sounded an alarm, saying, Lord Rodney, something is approaching in the fog. It lacks a life force, yet is alive. This form of existence is truly unexpected. In her perception, the zombies did not possess a life force, yet they were mobile, a peculiar phenomenon. That is the ability of the devil fruit. Dear slug sister, you must learn to accept it as commonplace, Rodney smiled. Although the fog did affect his Sharingan to some extent, he could still discern many things within it, such as the twisting figures of approaching zombies. I recall that they fear fire. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fireballs accurately struck the zombies, igniting them in a furious blaze, illuminating the fog with their fiery forms. Let us proceed. I shall lead the way. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. Although the fireball technique had not scorched many foes in his hands, it was undoubtedly a convenient skill for clearing paths. Stepping upon the heated ground scorched by the fireballs, Rodney and Robin traversed as if strolling through their own backyard. Midway, Rodney suddenly halted, creating a shadow clone, which handed him C-prism stone handcuffs. I'll leave this to you. The shadow clone smiled lightly and said, No problem. But how do you plan to dispose of them? We shall discuss that later. Very well. The shadow clone dove into the ground, utilizing earth release to depart. Captain, what did you do? Nothing much. I merely asked him to help me resolve a significant issue, and he went underground to avoid detection. Otherwise, the plan would fail. Rodney remarked. Robin, instead of seeking Moria, let us find an unscrupulous doctor first. Whatever the captain decides. However, Captain, do you have confidence in defeating Moria? After all, he is a seasoned warlord of the sea. Crocodile was no different. I have a trump card to deal with him, which cost me quite a bit. The thought of the nearly 3,000 mission points spent on that technique pained him, but it would be worth it to confront Moria, as he would earn it back later. Moria's three peculiar subordinates include Absalom, the Lord of the Graveyard, Perona, the Ghost Princess, and Dr. Hokage, the genius surgeon. Among them, Hokage is the most vital subordinate of Moria. Despite his combat prowess being inferior to Absalom and Perona, his abilities amplify Moria's zombie army. Once hailed as a genius surgeon, he miraculously saved countless lives, renowned across the seas, yet he is a selfish and greedy doctor from Chaling County, valuing money over the sanctity of life. A few years ago, he began working for Moria, employing his surgical skills to create various stitched zombies and monsters, thus enhancing their strength. Rodney and Robin arrived at a foreboding courtyard, gazing upon a chilling cemetery within, where the screeches of night owls echoed painfully. The fog thickened, and an ancient castle loomed amidst the graveyard. Dong! The tolling of a bell resounded, amplifying the terror. Lord Rodney, there is only one life form inside, not very tall. It should be the person you are seeking, the slug sister reported. Furthermore, many corpses lie buried beneath those gravestones, likely no stronger than the zombies encountered along the way. So there is no need for concern. All the hidden zombies in the shadows had been meticulously sensed by the slug sister, prompting Rodney to marvel at the convenience of sensory chakra. As it is natural energy, what she perceives encompasses not only chakra, but also life energy and various other elements. Despite lacking eyes, she could still see an abundance of things, comparable to the observation haki. It was an exceptionally handy skill. For Rodney, mastering only the armament haki sufficed. The Conqueror's and observation haki were not of paramount importance. The Conqueror's haki, aside from clearing minions in an area, he had yet to witness other uses. The observation haki, akin to perception, allows one to sense enemies beyond their sight and scout ahead. Of course, at its peak, one might glimpse probabilities of the future, but it is not guaranteed. The future is unknown, not predetermined. The most potent form of observation haki is innate, such as sensing an enemy's emotions or conveying one's will to others. These are inherent traits that cannot be acquired through training. As for the conqueror's haki, compared to practical effects, it more represents a king's disposition, growing stronger not through training, but through the maturation of the holder's will. For Rodney, mastering the art of armament haki is of paramount importance. Other matters are not yet within the realm of consideration. Let us proceed, Robin, he declared. Very well, she replied. Rodney pushed open the iron gate of the courtyard, which creaked ominously, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. The two walked side by side, their ears catching the rustling sounds around them. Beneath the somber gravestones, iron-gray hands emerged, reminiscent of the hands of zombies craving to devour your brains. Indeed, they were zombies, lacking the protection of flora and devoid of their usual suits and ties. Corrupted bodies, some decaying while others shriveled or wrapped in bandages like mummies, crawled forth from the earth, their throats emitting rasping, wheezing sounds. Their movements were slow and stiff, a grotesque dance of awkwardness. Hey, that fellow over there. You've lost your hand, Rodney mused. Do these zombies even pose a threat? He pondered. No. One should rather ask whether these creatures could stand against the formidable Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Perhaps they are merely here to deliver vegetables? Rodney silently mourned for Moria. Even the newly embarked Luffy could not defeat him. How could he possibly contend with Kaido? It is worth noting that even Luffy in his fourth gear was no match for Kaido, who had drawn him into the throes of addiction. Although Kaido's addiction center had little effect on Luffy, whose intellect and emotional intelligence seemed sacrificed for sheer combat prowess, had Luffy possessed even a modicum of sense, many thieves in the Pirate King's tale could have been eliminated. The lifestyle of the slothful and the overexploitation of fruits had widened the chasm between Moria and Kaido, rendering revenge a distant dream. The new world teems with monsters. Captain, we rely on you, came the call. Understood. Fire style, Phoenix fire. Fireballs erupted among the zombies, sending them scattering in terror. Ah, fire, fire, run, they cried. Hey, this is dangerous. What if someone gets burned? One zombie lamented, accusing Rodney of cruelty. Rodney retorted, do not forget that you are already zombies. Indeed, we are zombies, echoed the others, a sudden wave of despondency washing over them. The two observed a gaggle of zombies squatting by the gravestones, drawing circles, momentarily feeling as though they had stumbled into the wrong place. Captain, they are rather amusing, Robin remarked. Amusing? Where do you find amusement in this? Goodness, sister, your taste is peculiar, he could not help but scoff. Suddenly, one zombie perked up and declared, even if we are zombies, you should not burn us. Yes, they chorused. Captain, wash them away with water. Since you insist, it matters not. Water style, water surge. A sudden deluge swept the zombies away, leaving puddles in their wake, gravestones toppled, and not a single zombie in sight. Cleaning complete. Let us press on. They ventured into the ancient castle. Guided by the slug sister, they arrived before a grand door, beside which stood an ancient well. The wheel atop the well turned mysteriously, though no one was seen to operate it, revealing a slender woman with iron-gray skin and stitched seams, curiously holding a stack of plates. Upon seeing them, she stiffly welcomed. Welcome, and immediately began hurling the plates one by one. Swish, swish, swish. The plates soared through the air, coming straight for them. Rodney instinctively moved his hand, causing the plates to shatter mid-flight. On the wooden wheel, shurikens were embedded, equal in number to the plates that had just been thrown. Sindori? Captain, do you know her? Robin inquired. Sort of, a tragic soul, he replied. Sindori was once a famous stage actress. During a visit to the doctor, she sewed a button for Hogback, who fell for her, but she chose to reject this nascent love due to her existing engagement, only to tragically fall from the stage and perish. Hogback joined Moria's ranks because Moria could resurrect Sindori. After enhancing her corpse for battle, he revived her, turning her into Hogback's mate. As her past memories remained intact, she developed a profound aversion to plates, much like her former self. Yet, it seemed a sliver of her original memories lingered. Then, allow me to grant you release, he said, retrieving a cubic grain of salt from his pouch, taken from the kitchen before his departure. Salt can purify these zombies, liberating them. Flicking his fingers, the grain accurately landed within Sindori's slightly parted lips. Upon contact with her zombie form, a dark shadow erupted from her mouth. Sindori's lifeless body collapsed, and Rodney caught her, feeling the chilling absence of warmth. He carried her beneath a tree, using Earth style to dig a hole and enter her remains. "Captain, do you care for this individual?" Robin asked. Throughout their journey, Rodney had either incinerated zombies or sent them flying. Yet before this beautiful zombie, he chose purification and burial, surprising Robin. "I do not care. I merely know a bit about her and feel pity. It is simply compassion. Like a vase, she existed beside Hogback, deriding him while secretly revering him as her master. Living like a puppet on strings. Many zombies share this fate, but who would expect Rodney to understand the plight of this particular zombie? He granted her a more dignified end. "Let us go and meet the genius doctor who has strayed from the path," he urged, pushing open the heavy door. With Robin following closely, the sound of their footsteps echoed in the dim corridor. Despite the presence of candelabra, the feeble flames failed to illuminate the entirety of the passage. Upon entering the castle, the temperature dropped further. The chill combined with the eerie environment and bizarre paintings adorning the walls sent shivers down their spines. These artworks depicted grotesque figures with stitched seams, and absurdity enveloped them. Rodney scrutinized the murals as Robin inquired, "What is it, Captain? Is there something amiss with these paintings?" The slug's sister remarked, "Strangely enough, they resemble the creatures outside, yet differ in essence, as if they exist within the confines of the paintings." Since her arrival in this world, she sensed her prior worldview crumbling, for this realm was both nonsensical and wondrous. "Indeed, these are zombies." Pondering for a moment, Rodney struck the wall with a punch, shattering it effortlessly. "Ah, that is perilous." The painted figures miraculously dodged his blow, shrieking in fright. "Oh dear, are those also zombies?" Robin asked, momentarily taken aback. "Yes," Rodney confirmed, retracting his fist. "Merely frightening. Do not mind them. Their combat abilities are negligible." He gestured with his pinky finger, indicating that even among zombies, this was the case. Moria's zombie army comprises animal zombies, terrifying zombies, soldier zombies, general zombies, and special zombies. Animal zombies are grotesque creatures modified by Hogback, while terrifying zombies are the very entities residing within this castle, along with some that possess a modicum of combat capability. Interspersed with soldier zombies, the primary combat power lies within the generals turned zombies, individuals who were formidable in life. Their corpses were stolen by Moria, who then infused them with the shadows of others, resurrecting them as tireless monsters, solely obedient to Moria's commands. "Hey, we have our dignity, you know?" One of the zombies protested. "Silence, or I shall feed you a bag of salt," came the retort, as salt grains were tossed in a menacing manner, causing the zombie to promptly cease its objections. "If these are zombies, then what of the paintings on the walls?" Robin lifted her gaze to behold numerous artworks. By this logic, could these paintings also be zombies? "Indeed, they are," confirmed the Lady Slug. "Not only the paintings, but those decorative animal figures are also zombies." Upon this revelation, the eyes of the painted figures flickered, and the animal adornments exhibited similar traits. Many of the decorations within this ancient castle are zombies. No need to investigate further, just tread carefully. "Captain, do you not find the path here rather lengthy?" "It is indeed somewhat so. Navigating without a guide is rather troublesome." "Then let us proceed in a straight line." With a powerful fist, a hole was created, large enough for a person to pass through. In a fleeting moment, Rodney seemed to glimpse a white shadow darting past at an astonishing speed. Does this mean the shadow clone has not yet succeeded? At that moment, a zombie swaggered into the castle, chuckling. "Ah, the transformation technique is quite convenient. By the way, where exactly is Perona's room?" This zombie was indeed a product of the shadow clone, tasked with using the sea prism stone handcuffs to restrain the ghost princess, Perona. Her abilities were quite troublesome. If he could wield Haki, it would be a different matter, yet at present, he could not. He felt as if something was hindering him, though he could not articulate what it was. The barrier between him and armed Haki was but a thin membrane, easily punctured. Yet he remained unaware of how to do so, which was rather awkward. "Never mind, let me first accomplish the task assigned by my original self. Am I merely a tool to be used? Ah, the fate of a shadow clone is to serve as such." Shaking his head, he noticed something resembling a sausage, adorned with a mask, approaching him. That seemed to be Perona's pet. Perona's aesthetic and values diverged greatly from those of ordinary people. This sausage-like creature was a blend of blue, white, and brown, wrapped in bandages and stitches, clearly a standard zombie appearance. With its mask and spherical hat, most would not find it cute, yet Perona certainly did, as long as it did not speak. Pondering for a moment, he decided, let us follow this creature. Concealed in the shadows, he trailed behind the so-called teddy bear, moving effortlessly without being detected. Stealth, stealth, stealth. An important matter indeed, repeated thrice. He sensed something behind him. Yet the teddy bear lacked a neck. Any movement it made required its entire body to shift. Thus, the shadow clone followed closely, mirroring its movements regardless of how it turned. Nothing seems amiss. He touched his head and continued onward, ascending the staircase, passing by the daunting paintings. Given their zombie forms, the onlookers failed to perceive anything unusual, merely assuming he was a zombie trailing behind the teddy bear. They arrived at the door, pushing it open to reveal a room illuminated by flickering candles. Before a pink, girlhood-themed bed lay a girl with twin pink pigtails, adorned with a crown, Perona's true form. Having consumed the phantom fruit, Perona could separate her soul from her body and even spawn smaller phantoms. With her soul absent, her body fell into slumber, becoming but an empty shell. In this state, her body was exceedingly vulnerable, making theft the most logical course of action. Otherwise, with the potency of the phantom fruit, a hapless Rodney, lacking luck in hockey, would find himself with no other option than to be vanquished. Not everyone possesses the prowess of a grand figure like Usopp. The serene visage of the girl in slumber stirred the shadow clone's mischief, rubbing its hands together with a sinister grin, contemplating a transformation that might end with golden hair. Alas, Rodney was a man of integrity. One cannot force sweetness from a bitter fruit. With a flourish, the sea prism stone handcuffs, acquired from Smoker, materialized in his grasp. He bypassed the teddy bear, approaching the girl's bedside. With a click, her arms were locked in place, and a swarm of translucent phantoms erupted uncontrollably from the haunted, three-masted ship, all rushing into Perona's body. The sea prism stone could suppress the abilities of its wielder. Once bound by the cuffs, her powers would be sealed, and the soul she had released would instinctively return to her body upon the loss of her abilities. After all, she was not deceased. A connection still existed between her soul and body. The body required the soul. Without it, the flesh would decay like that of a corpse. Yet, as long as the major organs remained intact, life would persist until the throat, blood vessels, and heart succumbed to decay, ultimately leading to death. Experiencing no pain. As her body lacked consciousness, her condition was worse than that of a vegetative state, devoid of hope for recovery due to the absence of her soul. Brook, having consumed the revive fruit, could only resurrect once he had perished, allowing his soul to return from the underworld to his body. However, the mists of the Devil's Triangle led Brook astray, and by the time he found his body, he had become a skeleton. As Perona's soul returned to her body, she opened her sparkling eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why have my abilities vanished? And what is this on my wrists? Wait, who are you? Why are you in my room? Kamasi, what are you waiting for? Capture him." The teddy bear, identified as Kamasi, belatedly reacted, furiously swinging its paw, only to have the shadow clone effortlessly catch it. This strength is rather lacking. Is a bear's power truly this feeble? Wasn't it fashioned from a bear's body? Or perhaps my strength is simply too great. With that, he hurled Kamasi out of the window. Perona's chamber was situated high, allowing Kamasi to plummet unimpeded. Kamasi, curse it. Kamasi is so adorable. How could you? How could you? Tears welled in Perona's eyes. You will jump after him this instant. Presently, the shadow clone retained its zombie form. Under Moria's command, Perona could direct these zombies, possessing her own army, while Hogback and Moria could manipulate any zombie at will. Though true command resided with Moria. Navi. Upon reverting to his true form, Perona was taken aback. It's you? Wait, I feel I've seen that face somewhere before. Rodney's visage had been obscured by fog, preventing her from discerning it clearly. Yet now, upon closer examination, it struck her as familiar, seemingly belonging to a significant individual. A significant individual, a significant individual. She recalled a radiant smile from a certain report, recognizing that this person was. A cold sweat trickled down her spine as she stiffly raised her head to behold a pair of crimson eyes, encircled by three swirling tomo. These eyes. Josta J. Rodney. How could he be here? You are the warlord Rodney. Why have you appeared here? Why are you attacking us? Our master, Moria, is also a warlord. Typically, warlords do not turn against one another, for they are acutely aware of the Navy and the world government's watchful eyes. Should a conflict arise, only the Navy or another power would benefit from the turmoil. Even in a skirmish, it would merely culminate in a few exchanges before concluding with some harsh words. Perona, though not entirely versed in this, understands that a warlord ought not to assault another warlord. The shadow clone chuckled lightly. Of course, it's to deal with you lot. Spending your days in such a dark place, it's only a matter of time before you begin to rot. Let me take you to meet the sun. No, no, no. I like it here. We all like it here, Perona replied, shaking her head vigorously, convinced she was quite content in this location. Is that so? The shadow clone displayed a sinister smile, seizing Perona's arm and leading her to the window. They were at a considerable height, overlooking what appeared to be a shadowy forest below, the secrets of which remained unknown. Ah, what are you doing? Nothing much. Just curious if a fall from here would be fatal. You're not afraid, are you? Surely, as one of Moria's 3 oddities. You wouldn't be frightened by such a trivial height? Isn't that obvious? I'm not capable of surviving such a fall, Perona exclaimed, her voice rising in panic. Then, why not join me? The shadow clone suggested. The power of the ghost fruit is formidable, and he coveted it. Although Perona's personality and preferences were rather peculiar, he deemed it inconsequential. Children often misbehave due to indulgence, and a few thrashings would suffice to rectify her. No, I will not betray Master Moria. If he finds out, he will certainly kill me. Perona shook her head even more fervently. Is that so? It seems there is no opportunity for collaboration between us. What a pity to lose such an excellent subordinate, he lamented with feigned regret. Indeed, if I had met you first, I would have undoubtedly joined you. Oh, I believe you. Well then, farewell, Miss Perona. The shadow clone grinned. Goodbye, goodbye. Wait, don't let go. She swiftly grasped the shadow clone's arm, bound by sea stone. Perona was unable to exert much strength, and the firm grip of her captor began to slip. Please, I don't want to die. I will go with you. Captain. Perona capitulated to the malevolent force, fully aware that the shadow clone represented such darkness. She resolved to strategically submit, and, should she encounter Moria again, implore him for rescue. Yes, Master Moria will surely save me, she firmly believed, unaware of the depths of treachery harbored within the individual before her. How could he possibly allow Perona an avenue of escape? A tool as useful as her would not be discarded so easily. Miss Perona, a most sagacious choice. Rodney yanked her upward, and, with a powerful leap, they soared from the terrace. Ah! Perona's screams echoed through the air as Moria, resting, opened his eyes. Sensing something amiss. Was it merely an illusion? He scratched his chin with his only movable arm, when suddenly, a zombie burst forth, panicked. Master, Master, something has happened. Dr. Hogback has been killed. What? How? Moria exclaimed, hastily rising from his bed, his rotund frame making movement cumbersome. Enraged, he demanded, how could Hogback meet such a fate? And where are Absalom and Perona? The zombie, trembling under Moria's wrath, stammered, I don't know. Absalom. He has been missing since the beginning, and Perona just vanished with a ghost. Dr. Hogback was slain by 2 intruders. What are those 2 fools doing? Without Hogback, my zombie army cannot grow stronger. Ah, Moria fumed, nearly losing his composure. How dare they? Where were those 2 worthless wretches? Moria held his comrades in high regard. Despite his claims that he would not mourn the loss of those who would not die, he actually treated his subordinates with great care. His hatred for Kaido stemmed from the loss of all his comrades, which intensified his value for Absalom and Perona. Thus, he had once single-handedly stormed Blackbeard's lair to rescue Absalom, only to find himself betrayed. With short, albeit not insignificant, strides, he commanded, gather all zombies. Go and eliminate them. Yes, the zombies dispersed, transforming into a swarm of bats. Shadows erupted into rounded black bats, flapping their wings as they scoured the castle for those they sought. Meanwhile, Rodney and Robin had just dispatched the surgeon Hogback, who had been experimenting in the laboratory when Sister Slug found him. Without hesitation, Rodney pierced his brain with a shuriken, obliterating the genius mind brimming with medical knowledge. In Rodney's view, such a person was not worth lamenting. His moral compass, shaped by a mundane existence, was at odds with this world. He was no saint, merely pursuing what he deemed right, indifferent to the opinions of others. Get lost, Rodney declared. Master Rodney, something has suddenly flown into the castle. It possesses no life and is not a zombie, Sister Slug reported. They seem to be searching for something, and numerous zombies are converging upon us. Some of the more powerful zombies within the castle are also beginning to stir. Robin, quicken your pace. Sister Slug, lead the way and help me locate the largest one. In the topmost room, Moria, despite his considerable girth, resided in the highest chamber. Was climbing not exhausting? Or did he allow his shadow to ascend first, then switch places using the shadow warrior? It seemed plausible that the ability to exchange positions with one's shadow was created from Moria's aversion to climbing stairs. Understood. Rodney leaped, shattering the ceiling with his fist, soaring through the opening above, while Robin extended her abilities, sprouting hands to elevate her upward. With each exchange, they ascended 3 floors before being confronted. A battalion of general zombies encircled them. These zombies had once been formidable warriors, their lives claimed for various reasons, only to be resurrected by Moria, infused with shadows to become obedient puppets. If the original body was disobedient, then the shadow with similar powers would suffice, even without abilities. Their strength and speed mirrored that of their original forms, fearless of death, tireless, and pain-free. The immortal army thus emerged, obedient in its servitude. The strength of the general zombies far surpassed that of the ordinary zombies, for they had been powerful in life, and after death, their bodies, honed through battle, combined with the shadows of capable individuals, yielded significant power. Robin, restrain them. Understood. 30 petals. Bind. The general zombies were temporarily immobilized, their bodies sprouting numerous arms that restrained their movements. To break free required a modicum of strength. Below, Rodney sprang into action. Kunai flew forth, each affixed with an explosive tag, embedding themselves in the legs or abdomen of the creatures. In a deep voice, he commanded, "Reclaim your arms. We are departing." Grasping Robin's hand, he took a step and, as if teleporting, traversed through the throng of zombies. Moments later, the explosive tags detonated, targeting areas that would render the general zombies immobile. Severing those limbs would suffice. Zombies felt no pain. Even when attacked, they continued their assault, oblivious to their own injuries. As long as they could move, their relentless attacks persisted. However, once they lost their legs, their mobility was compromised, and if they resorted to crawling, their speed would be significantly diminished. Fire release, great fire technique. A robust column of fire erupted from his mouth, directed towards the room behind him, igniting it in a fierce blaze. The zombies within, rendered immobile, could not escape the inferno, succumbing to the flames. From within that fiery tempest, black shadows emerged, freed from their constraints. They sought to return to their original master. As long as their master drew breath, the shadows would endure. Moria's zombie legion was a reflection of the lives they once inhabited. Fishman karate, 100-tile punch. The air cracked as Rodney propelled himself and Robin through the castle at breakneck speed. Lord Rodney, this direction is correct. There is no need to deviate. We shall ascend 3 more floors, the Slug Sister stated. Understood. The clone's task is complete. Reiju is en route. Robin, provide support from the rear. I will confront that rotund recluse. All right, but Captain, can you handle Moria alone? Robin inquired, concern etched on her face. Fear not. I have my ultimate techniques prepared. Just remember to maintain a high vantage point. Otherwise, there may be dire consequences. A high vantage point? A realization dawned upon Robin, and she smiled, nodding in understanding. I shall proceed, gauge the situation and act as needed. With that, she bent her legs, unleashing immense power, crashing through numerous floors like a rampaging bull. Fire release, fireball. A searing sphere of flame hurtled toward Moria, who barely had time to react, crossing his arms defensively. Shadow sorcerer. Boom. The fireball exploded, and Rodney, suspended from the ceiling, gazed toward Moria's previous position. The Slug Sister on his shoulder remarked, Lord Rodney, that is not the same individual. He has retreated to another part of the castle. How is this possible? Space-time ninjutsu. No, in this world, only I wield ninjutsu. I am unique. This is his special ability, a phenomenon known as the devil fruit, which grants powers to humans or animals. You might consider it akin to a unique bloodline limit. Is this the shadow sorcerer? Rodney focused intently, observing Moria transform into a shadowy figure, his skill allowing him to swap places with his shadow, tirelessly ignoring attacks while executing both offense and defense, an advanced amalgamation of Flying Thunder God and Body Double techniques, augmented with automatic targeting and assault capabilities. I see. Wait. He has transformed back, the Slug Sister exclaimed. Before them, the shadow sorcerer appeared vividly, reverting to Moria's true form, who glared upward. You insolent wretch. Do you dare attack me? Such audacity. Wait, that face. Are you also one of the 7 warlords? Indeed, I am Rodney, one of the 7 warlords. Moria's eyes widened in astonishment as Rodney walked along the wall, maintaining eye contact. I am a bounty hunter, and I find your head. valued at over 300 million berries. Quite intriguing. Moria, enraged, chuckled derisively. What audacity! As a fellow warlord, you dare strike against me? Do you not fear the world government will come after you? Oh, the illustrious warlord Gecko Moria would invoke the world government to intimidate me? Rodney scoffed. How presumptuous. Since you have come to meet your demise, I shall have a ready explanation for the Navy. Oz requires a powerful shadow, and thus, Rodney, your shadow shall be mine. Swarm of bats. Shadows in the form of black bats surged forth from all directions, colliding with Rodney. Shadow box. The bats coalesced into a dark prison, ensnaring its target within. Inside the box, Rodney exclaimed, "Is this a black coffin? Are you akin to that hairspray-wielding blue-dyed? What a peculiar fellow, perish." Moria clenched his fist, compressing the shadow box in an attempt to crush its occupant. Yet, the occupant would not succumb so easily. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive blue and white striped slug burst through the shadow box, landing in the corridor and unleashing an acidic attack upon Moria. Six-petal flower, anchor flower. Robin delivered a basic attack, ensnaring Moria's body with her arms, rendering him immobile. You underestimate me, shadow sorcerer. Moria's shadow once again enveloped him, absorbing the acidic attack and liberating him from Robin's grasp, vanishing into the darkness. Rodney emerged from the slug's form and inquired, did he descend below? Indeed. He is falling swiftly, but thanks to his shadow, the impact has been mitigated, the slug sister replied. Understood. Slug sister, escort Robin as you move. Very well. Accompanied by a split form of the slug sister, they crashed through the wall, descending without hesitation. Moria had vanished, leaving only a horde of frenzied zombies. There is no time to waste with you lot. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The flames erupted in a fan shape, repelling the zombies. Suddenly, the slug sister warned, Rodney. Evade. Shadow spear. A black shadow, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered toward Rodney's back. In an instant, it detached from the ground, transforming into a grotesque spike aimed at his heart. Boom. A wooden panel shattered under the impact of Moria's shadow spear. The inky shadow melded seamlessly with the dark surroundings. Although it was a paramecia type, Moria had developed it into a skill reminiscent of a Logia type. His shadow sorcerer possessed abilities akin to those of a natural type. An impressive feat. Moria had effectively harnessed the fruit's potential, but he lacked the mastery of Hokage, following a path similar to crocodiles. Both sought to exploit their powers. One aimed to obtain the legendary Pluton to dominate the world, while Moria sought to seize a powerful shadow to resurrect the corpse of the demon Oz, creating formidable zombies to confront Kaido and avenge past grievances. Yet, it was crucial to note that against Kaido, the demon Oz would likely be obliterated in a single blow. Moria's method of acquiring shadows necessitated direct confrontation, meaning he could only target those weaker than himself. Thus, acquiring the shadows of those stronger than him was nearly impossible. His imposing physique made stealthily obtaining shadows a daunting task. To seize an adversary's shadow, one must bind their opponent, but such individuals were typically weaker. If he could not defeat Kaido, how could he contend with those weaker than him? No matter how many shadows he sought, Kaido's mere breath could annihilate them. Additionally, locating those zombies capable of utilizing shadow abilities posed an even greater challenge. Surrounded by an enveloping mist, Moria concealed himself in the shadows. Where two ancient silver coins commenced their duel, both shrouded in secrecy, wary of the other's treacherous schemes.